Chapter 401. Zhao Mansion Safety Rules. Rule 2. Do not question your parents' love for you. Love can be harsh, but in this family, only love can keep you alive. Rule 4. Do not disobey your parents. Keeping them happy will benefit you. These two rules clearly convey a message to everyone. You must receive love from your parents. Whether it's harsh love or kind love, as long as you possess their love, you can survive in the Zhao mansion. Even the rules subtly reveal the Zhao couple's absolute authority within the entire mansion. So, Xia Ying guessed that the way to clear the level must be related to this couple, and there was no need to waste time on other NPCs. She quickly completed the story, collected all the clues, and then cleared the level. She didn't want to be trapped in this inexplicable game for too long. For another thing, the NPC's movements were surprisingly fast. Xia Ying felt like she had only been waiting in a room for less than a quarter of an hour when she heard a commotion outside. Then, a gorgeous woman, surrounded by maids, appeared before her. Madame Zhao possessed a graceful and elegant appearance, yet a lingering melancholy lingered between her features. Madame Zhao's every movement was as if measured with a ruler, graceful and elegant, dignified and noble. But in Xia Ying's eyes, she was beautiful, but soulless. My daughter greets my mother. Xia Ying bowed gracefully to Madame Zhao, and a hint of satisfaction crossed her face. She gently took Xia Ying's hand, and sat down on the chaise longue with her, speaking softly. When I heard Madame Zhao say you made significant progress recently, I was a bit skeptical. Now it seems you truly grown up. Before, I failed to understand your painstaking efforts, causing you to worry so much about me. Now that I understand, I naturally won't act rashly, and cause you any more grief. Xia Ying snuggled up to Madame Zhao affectionately, her every word expressing a daughter's deep admiration for her mother. Madame Zhao's expression softened even more under her sugar-coated attack. I'm very pleased that you come to my senses now. Madame Zhao gently patted Xia Ying's hand. Tell me, why did you ask Chana to invite me here? Isn't it possible to talk to you if nothing's wrong? Xia Ying played the role of Zhao Wuyo, yet she was more measured than the real Zhao Wuyo. She sighed softly. Actually, I just wanted to apologize to Mother. I was so naughty in the past, and I made her worry so much. Yesterday, seeing how outstanding my 5th and 7th sisters were, I suddenly realized that Mother's strictness was for my own good. As Xia Ying spoke, she had been keeping an eye on Madame Zhao. Seeing the hint of disgust in Madame Zhao's eyes, when she heard about Ji Yuan and the others, she was finally convinced that the headless female corpses from last night hadn't lied to her. Madame Zhao disliked, even loathed, those concubines' daughters. However, due to her status as the mistress of the Zhao family, she needed to be dignified and tolerant, and she couldn't punish any of them without reason. Because they were all members of the Zhao family, and they all called her mother. I'm glad you understand. Perhaps seeing that her daughter had finally grown up, finally understood her own difficulties, and was now considerate of her, Madame Zhao was willing to speak with her a little more. I know you naturally dislike restraint, but you're the minister's daughter, the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, and my only bloodline. If you don't fight for us, we become abandoned children in the Zhao family. Your father has always favored the 7th girl. If she succeeds in this election, and becomes a concubine of Emperor Jing, your father will promote her biological mother to a concubine. Then, as the wife, I be a name only and unable to protect you. Xia Ying's eyes flickered. Selection? She knew she'd only be able to extract more important information from a prominent NPC like Madame Zhao. Don't worry, Mother. I won't let you down. From today on, I will diligently study all the courses you assign me, and will never be as willful as before. Okay. Madame Zhao saw that Xia Ying wasn't lying, and her smile widened with satisfaction. Wuyo will help you when you grow up. She reached out and stroked Xia Ying's hair. From today on, your confinement is lifted. The female teachers I invited into our home are all incredibly valuable in Jing State. You must listen carefully to their lessons and study hard. Don't worry, Mother. I understand. Yes. Madame Zhao was increasingly pleased with her daughter's good behavior. Before leaving, she pulled a piece of paper from her sleeve and placed it on the table. This is the secret method I paid a fortune for you. Follow it, and you surely stand out on the day of this election. Farewell, Mother. After seeing Madame Zhao off, Xia Ying quickly dismissed Chuntao, and then picked up the paper on the table. After glancing over it, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Zhao Mansion Safety Rule 4, Rule 4. Please do not disobey your parents. Making them happy will benefit you. She knew that increasing Madame Zhao's favorability would definitely yield equipment drops, but she didn't expect Madame Zhao to give her such a large item all at once. Madame Zhao actually revealed the solution to the game, Everything was just as Xia Ying had suspected. Auspicious Full Moon was a solo game, as the paper Madame Zhao had given her clearly stated. Zhao Wuyo's solution. Your mother loves you deeply. Even though this love feels suffocating, you cannot deny it. Please fulfill her true wish. Win the game if the wish is fulfilled. Could Madame Zhao's true wish be to have her daughter, Zhao Wuyo, successfully chosen as a concubine? Xia Ying had this guess, but she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. However, one thing was certain. The draft was a crucial plot point in the game. She spent a few moments in her room reviewing all the information she had, then led Chun Hao out and headed straight for the kitchen. She's immortal now. She didn't eat anything yesterday. If she doesn't eat today, she's starved to death before she even clears the level. The rules only state that Miss Zhao can only eat one meal a day, not just lunch. As long as she eats in the main kitchen at lunchtime, it won't be against the rules, and she can still eat a normal meal. In the world, dry food is the most important thing. Chapter 402. After breakfast, Xia Ying arrived at the chess room only to discover Ji Heyuan already waiting there. He was visibly surprised to see Xia Ying's appearance, but after receiving her gaze, he decisively chose not to speak. Soon after Xia Ying sat down, Man Jun and the others arrived one after another. Excluding the female teacher, the remaining people, including Xia Ying and the others, were exactly the 10 people originally selected to participate in the game. All wore silk gowns, pearl hairpins, and elaborate makeup. Unfortunately, most of them were men, so wearing women's clothing looked awkward. Yesterday, when Xia Ying saw Ji Heyuan in women's clothing, she hadn't thought anything was wrong. Now, compared to the others, she finally understood why Ji Heyuan had been given the title of most beautiful among the 10. Not everyone possesses the androgynous beauty. Xia Ying didn't know if the others had experienced the same horrific events as she had yesterday. But judging by their words and actions, they all understood the importance of rules in this situation. Throughout the entire chess lesson, the room was filled with the sound of the teacher's serene narration. The only sounds from the others were when the teacher asked questions, or when he played chess with them. Master Zhao had no sons, so he placed his hopes for a lifetime of wealth and glory on his daughters. He dreamed of producing an imperial concubine for the Zhao family, and therefore held his 10 daughters to exceptional standards. It was at his suggestion that Madame Zhao arranged for her daughters to take the various courses typically reserved for the noble ladies of the Jing Kingdom. The required lessons varied from day to day, but the duration remained the same. No matter what class began, it must be completed for the full hour. When the chess lesson concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Learning chess is incredibly tiring and difficult, even more exhausting than swinging their swords 1,000 times a day. The female teacher left immediately after class, not even glancing at the young ladies. But even though the female teacher had left, the maids who had been following them closely showed no sign of leaving. Just as Man Jun was about to find an excuse to send Chun In away, Xia Ying glanced at the maids and spoke first. Chun Hao, all of you wait outside. My sisters, and I need to concentrate on our chess game. You crowding here will affect my judgment. Heh. He Qianshao scoffed. Who do you think you are? You think you can be ordered around? But before he could finish his mockery of Xia Ying, Chun Tao and the other 10 people had already politely bowed and retreated. He Qianshao, who had tried everything yesterday to get rid of the maids but failed, said, ? Isn't that reasonable? Why would these people listen to Xia Ying? Excuse me. Xia Ying boasted with a proud brow raise. I can actually make them do it. How did you do it? A demon as clever as Man Jun, who understood the current situation, quickly asked, begging for help. If you can teach me how to control these maids, I thank you handsomely when I get out. The demons knew more about the games in 10,000 Demons Gorge than outsiders did. Xia Ying knew that if she hadn't traveled through time, she might not have found as many clues as these demons. Having a strong teammate wouldn't be a bad thing for her. However, she didn't understand the temperaments of the other demons, so she didn't agree immediately and instead looked at Man Jun. What do you think, Sister Man Jun? I think you can tell him. Man Jun nodded confidently, stating the most important reason. His name is Chen Feng. He has many treasures. As long as he can get out alive, you won't lose money by doing business with him. I can tell you, but after that, you must cooperate with us. You can't share the clues I share with anyone else. Okay. Chen Feng agreed without a second thought. Surviving this game was already a blessing. Who would care about the fate of others? He Qianshao, who had been listening intently to hear what Xia Ying had to say, immediately frowned. The remaining 3 demons were also somewhat displeased upon hearing this. We all met by fate. Why are you targeting us so? You misunderstood. I'm not targeting you. I'm simply targeting them. Xiang pointed at Mu Qin and the other two, not concealing her disgust. I can tell you everything I know, but only if you don't tell any of the three of them. Can you do that? The three demons hesitated, but in reality, they had already reached a consensus with Mukin and the others. Because Mukin had revealed his former identity to them yesterday. The leader of the Yuntian sect. Although the three demons had been imprisoned in the 10,000 Demon Gorge, unaware of the outside world, they knew that anyone who could ascend to the position of leader of a sect was no ordinary person. So, when Mukin extended an olive branch to them, the three demons readily agreed. But now Xiang wanted them to abandon Mukin. To be honest, while they truly wanted to know how to get these servants to obey, it was clear they didn't believe Xiang held any more useful clues. Xiang, having guessed their answer from their expressions, spoke considerately. It seems you already made your decision. So, there's nothing more I can say to you. I wish you good luck. With that, Xiang turned and left, and Ji Huyuan and the other two followed. Everyone has their own destiny. Since they trusted Mu Qin and the others more than her, Xiang didn't bother to argue. After all, a teammate who didn't trust you is far more troublesome than an enemy intent on harming you. Xiang's departure was so clean and swift that the three demons were momentarily unable to react. Bah! He Qianshao couldn't help but spit at her afterward. What are you bragging about? I don't believe I can't get out of this hellhole without you. Alright, Gu Qinghua interrupted him expressionlessly. Let's discuss our next steps first. Chapter 403. Xiang truly detested Gu Qinghua and the other two for wanting to kill them, and she genuinely didn't care what they thought. She led Ji Huyuan and the others directly to an open area in the garden, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. When Chuntao and the other NPCs saw Xiang, they didn't question her, and even subconsciously made way for her. This maneuver amazed Manjun and Shenfeng. Xiang, how on earth did you manage to get them so obedient? Being followed and monitored everywhere was unpleasant, and it would also affect their movements. So not only Shenfeng, but even Manjun, who had joined Xiang's team yesterday, was extremely curious. Use the rules. Xiang didn't hold back. After integrating all the rules, I discovered that the hierarchy in the Zhao mansion is that the Zhao couple is higher than Miss Zhao, and lower than the servants. Subordinates cannot offend their superiors. They must obey Miss Zhao's orders. If they disobey, you have the opportunity to punish them. Whether they choose to obey to avoid punishment or accept the punishment, we can get rid of them for a while. Shenfeng seemed lost in thought, while Manjun became even more confused. I guess what you were talking about yesterday when I saw you dealing with Chunyin. But Chunyin wasn't nearly as respectful to me as Chuntao is to you. And you can order all of our maids around. Why is that? Xiang recalled last night's beating up the female corpse. Maybe they're scared of me. Chunfeng and Manjun, ? Did you encounter anything strange last night? Xiang cut straight to the point. The Zhao mansion was more dangerous at night, but it was also the best time to gather clues. Ji Huyuan and Shenfeng shook their heads at the thought. For some reason, I slept very soundly last night and didn't wake up until dawn today. It was the same with this fellow Taoist. I saw it. Manjun suddenly spoke, his expression somewhat unreadable. I didn't eat the food Chunyin sent me yesterday, so I was awakened by the noise outside at night. I saw the magnificent mansion transformed into a gloomy haunted house. I saw a blood-soaked female ghost carrying 10 human heads as she wandered through my yard. I also saw 10 headless female ghosts following her. Manjun rubbed the goosebumps on his arms as he spoke, looking terrified. That scene was truly terrifying. I didn't dare look any further, and after just one glance, I looked away. But I noticed the headless female corpse was wearing the same clothing as Chunyin and the others, so it's very likely Chunyin and the others. As for the leading female ghost, I suspect she's the leader of the female ghosts behind Chunyin and the others. In the words of the Demon Lord, she's the big boss. Xiang, overjoyed to have been crowned boss, was momentarily at a loss for words. It's me. What? Manjun turned to look at Xiang a moment later, only to be met with Xiang's slightly helpless expression. Sister Manjun, the female ghost boss you're talking about is me. Manjun, shock. She instinctively took several steps back. This is a misunderstanding. Yesterday, Chuntao and Chunyin came to my yard to scare me, and I beat them up and snatched their heads. Later, fearing a beating, they followed me obediently, and took me on a tour of the entire Zhao mansion, except for the main courtyard. Although we still can't use magic at night, our physical strength will return. I'm a physical cultivator, so dealing with them is easy. Manjun didn't know what to say. She had never imagined the Demon Lord's game could be played this way. Can you really use your fists to subjugate the inhabitants of the game and make them your own? Although Chen Feng remained silent, he was clearly quite shocked by Xie Ying's actions. He took a few steps toward the calm Ji Heyuan and spoke carefully. "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" "We are just ordinary disciples of the sect." Then she... "Oh!" Ji Heyuan looked at Xie Ying with a hint of pride. "She's my senior sister. These are just basic techniques for my senior sister. You get used to them." "Chen Feng, it's a good habit. Where on earth did these two monsters come from? Their actions are even more perverted than those of the demon clan." Chen Feng felt that these were definitely not disciples that could be cultivated by a righteous sect. Could it be that after tens of millions of years in the 10,000 Demon Gorge, orthodox demonic sects have begun to appear in the outside world? Chen Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "May I ask which sect your master belongs to?" Ji Heyuan didn't understand why Chen Feng cared so much about this question, but considering the demons in the 10,000 Demon Gorge had no chance of leaving, he didn't hide it. Xiaoyao sect? Xiaoyao sect. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. He had memorized this sect. If he ever had the chance to leave the 10,000 Demon Gorge alive, he would definitely visit the Xiaoyao sect in person. However, Xie Ying seemed oblivious to Man Jun and Chen Feng's shock and continued to speak of the information she knew. "But Chen Dao and the others are no longer human, but monsters. Don't trust everything they say. Just listen carefully. I have a set of rules that only appear at night. Let me tell you." Xie Ying had a photographic memory. Even after only seeing them once, the rules were firmly etched in her mind. So, the key to clearing this game must be related to the Xiao couple. After all, every known set of rules reveals their unshakable position. Perhaps the solution lies in their hands? Chen Feng and Man Jun made a bold guess, which was then confirmed by Xie Ying. "You're right, because I already obtained my own solution from Madame Zhao." Man Jun and Chen Feng, ? Were their ears broken or were they hallucinating? Even Ji Heyuan was surprised. "Junior sister, I know you're strong, but to have found the solution in just one day, isn't that a bit too much?" "Let me see. I'm a gigolo." Chapter 404. Xie Ying was momentarily silent as she watched Ji Heyuan so confidently claim to be a gigolo. "Xiao He, do you remember how arrogant you used to be?" "Jiu Shiji, people change." Ji Heyuan remained calm. "If I can be a gigolo, why should I bother thinking for myself? Don't others want to be gigolos?" "They simply can't be." Ji Heyuan found it easy to admit he wasn't as good as Xie Ying, but there were countless men in this world who refused to acknowledge their own imperfections, let alone the excellence of women. But he was different. He allowed for his own imperfections and accepted that Xie Ying would always be superior to him. After hearing this self-righteous statement, Man Jun and Chen Feng finally understood. Ji Heyuan was actually a love-brained person. Xie Ying didn't bother to argue with Ji Heyuan any further, and simply took out the pass she had obtained from Madame Zhao and showed it to the three of them one by one. However, judging from the method Madame Zhao provided, everyone's path to success is likely different. Zhao Wuyo is Madame Zhao's only daughter. Although Madame Zhao is strict, she also devotes all her love to this daughter. For her other daughters, Madame Zhao is merely considerate, perhaps even somewhat disdainful. So, you don't need to waste your time on Madame Zhao. Your path to success will most likely come from Master Zhao. Her gaze first fell on Ji Heyuan. According to Madame Zhao, Master Zhao's favorite daughter is Miss Zhao Qi. Because this daughter is not only virtuous and talented, but also the most beautiful woman in Jing State. Miss Zhao Qi is the most likely candidate for the imperial consort in the Zhao family, so Master Zhao, who dreams of becoming the emperor's father-in-law, also favors her the most. As for the other daughters, while they may not be as good as Miss Zhao Qi, they are far superior to Zhao Wuyo. So I guess your path to victory is in Master Zhao's hands, because Madame Zhao is incapable of giving you love. Zhao Mansion Safety Rule 4. Do not disobey your parents. Making them happy can bring you benefits. The benefits here probably refer to the path to victory. Manjun pondered. But the problem now is, we can't even see Master Zhao, so how can we please him and gain benefits? Just have a maid invite him, or go in person to request an audience. Master Zhao loves you, so he won't refuse you a meeting. Besides, this is just a game. No matter how much they act like people, they're not real people. If you don't treat them as human, many things will become clear. Junior sister, now that you obtained the clearance, would you like to clear it and leave here? Although Ji Heyuan didn't mind staying with Xie Ying for any longer, this place was truly eerie. If they could leave sooner, he didn't want Xie Ying to be in danger for any longer. But to their surprise, Xia Ying shook her head. I still haven't figured out what happened to Zhao Wuyo, so I can't be sure of Madame Zhao's true wishes. And the clearance rules only have 2 lines. According to our normal reading habits, the first line should be the cause, and the second should be the effect. But did you notice that there's a period, not a comma, between these 2 lines? Xia Ying had already become the team's core, so the other 3 subconsciously glanced at the paper in her hand again upon hearing this. Zhao Wuyo's clearance method. Your mother loves you deeply. Even though this love feels suffocating, you still can't deny her love. Please fulfill her true wish. Fulfill the wish to clear the level. Although Xia Ying's words were not difficult to understand, the demons and Ji Heyuan, who had not received 9 years of compulsory education, simply did not understand her key point. Xia Ying felt somewhat helpless, but she patiently explained. A comma is a pause, a period is a conclusion. Ending a line with a period signifies the conclusion of the sentence. So the 2 lines could be causal, or they could be completely unrelated. If it's the latter, then I need to first figure out who this she refers to. Is it Madame Zhao or Zhao Wuyo? The rules say you can complete the level by fulfilling a wish, but they don't specify how many chances you have to fulfill a wish. I'm guessing there's only 1. Otherwise, if you try one by one, you always find the right wish and complete the level, but then what's the point of the game? So I have to be cautious, because the Demon Lord made it very clear from the start. Failure to complete the level means death. Based on her experience playing hundreds of mobile game rules and ghost stories, Xia Ying had to approach every clue with the utmost caution and the most malicious guesses. It might be time-consuming and laborious, but it would provide the greatest possible protection. And her caution undoubtedly served as a warning to the other 3. Young senior sister's caution is well-founded. We should all proceed with caution. Well said. Man Jun and Chen Feng both agreed. After Xia Ying finished speaking, she suddenly remembered another piece of news. One more thing. Chen Tao told me this morning that we were to go to the flower room at 4 p.m. to select the newly delivered flowers and canaries. This is Madame Zhao's order, so it's definitely not useless information. So everyone, please pay close attention when you select them this afternoon and don't miss any useful information. Selecting flowers and canaries in the flower room? Why didn't I receive this notification? We're not Madame Zhao's biological daughters, so she naturally wouldn't notify us immediately. We just have to wait. Someone will come to notify us when the time comes. Forget it. Painting class is almost up. Let's go to the studio and wait. Since the Zhaos both appreciate well-behaved and obedient daughters, let's not upset them over such trivial matters. Chapter 405. The 3 of them walked towards the studio chatting. As they walked further away, several figures appeared one after another behind a few pillars. They were none other than Mu Qian and the others. He Qianshao maintained his sinister expression, gazing at Xia Ying with a complex gaze filled with mockery, resentment, and, more importantly, jealousy. He envied Xia Ying's excellence, her composure no matter the time or place, and even more so, her indelible tenacity. Xia Ying's presence immediately highlighted his own weakness. I wonder what kind of magic Xia Ying had infused those maids with to make them so obedient. They went to the studio, Gu Qinghuai gently reminded him. We better follow them. Xia Ying clearly has more information than we do right now. Even though she won't tell us, we can at least glean a lot of useful information from her every move. Our goals are the same. If we follow them, we won't go wrong. That's right. Mu Qian quite agreed with Gu Qinghuai's opinion, not seeing anything wrong with this approach. The master and his disciples quickly caught up with Xia Ying and the others. Instead, the 3 demons looked at each other, beginning to doubt their original decision. Didn't Mu Qian claim to be the leader of a sect? Could it be that a sect leader doesn't even have a single skill to rely on? And he's actually asking them to secretly learn other people's methods? Is this the method they claimed? Cooperate with me, and you definitely make it through? So their confidence stems from simply copying Xia Ying's methods? The 3 demons recalled the confidence of Mu Qian and his companions and felt ashamed of them. They hadn't expected the human race to be so shameless that even the demons would admit defeat. However, the 3 demons knew that even if they were willing to abandon Yukin now, Xia Ying wouldn't accept them back. So even if they regretted their actions now, it was pointless, as they were already tied to the same rope as Mukin and the other 2. The morning classes went smoothly. Chen Feng and the others followed Xia Ying's advice and began demonstrating their abilities in class, earning the 4 of them considerable praise from the female teacher. Shortly after the female teacher's praise, the rewards from the Zhao couple arrived before the 4 of them. The rewards for Ji Heyuan, Chen Feng, and Man Jun undoubtedly came from Master Zhao. As for Xia Ying, it was prepared by Madame Zhao. The 4 rewards looked identical, but upon opening them, Xie Ying's was found to be particularly generous. This was because she received a double dose of love from both her parents. This time, even though Xie Ying said nothing, the 6 people from Yukin's group sensed something was amiss. They noticed that the maids, teachers, and other servants in the Zhao residence were all more respectful and friendly towards the 4 people who had received the reward. He Qianshao secretly resented Xie Ying's selfishness, but he also resolved to receive praise from the female teacher during the afternoon class. But he didn't expect Madame Zhao to give him that opportunity. After the lunch break, Madame Zhao's nanny directly informed them. All afternoon classes were cancelled. All young ladies, please proceed to the greenhouse. When Yi Qianshao finally found the greenhouse, having cursed all the way, he found Xie Ying and the other 3 already waiting there, clearly having known about the greenhouse situation. I'm telling you not to trust certain people too much, okay? As the saying goes, people's hearts are hidden. If you trust them too much, you might end up being betrayed without you even realizing it. He Qianshao, whose anger had been building for 2 days, finally lost control. He didn't actively challenge Xie Ying, but he kept on trying to sow discord. After all, you're demons, but certain people are humans. They can be so heartless even to their own kind, so you don't think they really care about your lives, do you? When danger strikes, you might end up being her scapegoats. He Qianshao's voice grew increasingly excited, moving closer and closer. Seeing him almost touching, Man Jun and Chen Feng finally reacted. Were you talking to us? Man Jun's face was filled with surprise. Are we familiar with you? Chen Feng, after scanning him from head to toe, said even more bluntly, are you human? He Qianshao's smile froze, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. However, Chen Feng wasn't mocking him, he was asking seriously. Aren't you a demon cultivator? I see you've been into the demonic path for quite some time, right? Your constitution must have slowly transformed into that of our demonic race. How can you still say you're human? You're clearly not. Ha ha ha. Xie Ying, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. If it weren't for the rules, she would have laughed out loud at He Qianshao, who had lost more than she gained. Unfortunately, showing one's teeth in a smile was considered unseemly in the Zhao residence. She couldn't let Madame Zhao's love for her diminish. Xie Ying. Why are you calling me dad? As Xie Ying finished her words, she caught a glimpse of Madame Zhao approaching from the corner of her eye. An idea immediately struck her. A dignified smile appeared on her face, and in an instant, she seemed a completely different person, her words and actions measured. Sister, how can you be so harsh to our sister? Is this how Annie taught you to love your sister? What are you crazy about? Who is your sister? What do you mean, sister? Do you hate me so much that you don't even want to acknowledge me as your sister? Can you please speak humanly? You and I have been at loggerheads for a long time. What evil plans are you hatching by pretending to be like this? He Qianshao backed away frantically, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He would rather Xie Ying rushed over and slapped him than have her suddenly become gentle and speak to him like she was now. This feeling was so jarring and terrifying. He felt as if Xie Ying was setting a huge trap for him. He Qianshao had been dealing with Xie Ying for so long that he long since understood one thing. The softer Xie Ying's smile, the more ruthless her blows. So, to avoid being tricked by her, He Qianshao decided to stay away from her. But what He Qianshao didn't know was that Madame Zhao had been standing at the greenhouse door, quietly listening to his conversation with Xie Ying. It wasn't until the entire greenhouse became unusually quiet that He Qianshao finally realized something was amiss. He turned stiffly, only to see a gorgeously dressed woman standing behind him, gazing at him with a half-smile. He Qianshao had a vague idea of who this person was, but before he could react, Xie Ying's pink figure passed by him and affectionately took her arm. Why did mother come in person when she's so busy? Chapter 406. Almost the moment Xie Ying opened her mouth, everyone clearly sensed the shift in Madame Zhao's aura. If Madame Zhao had previously given people a cold and gloomy impression, now she was as gentle and calm as a spring breeze melting snow. Even though Madame Zhao said nothing, everyone could sense the difference in her treatment of Xie Ying from that of others. Madame Zhao seemed to truly love her daughter, Xie Ying. No matter how confused he was, He Qianshao finally realized that he had fallen into Xie Ying's trap. It was obvious that he had offended Madame Zhao. Just as He Qianshao was contemplating how to salvage the situation, Madame Zhao simply patted Xie Ying's hand, and then passed over He Qianshao, and got down to business. Here are all the newly arrived flowers and birds. Each of you pick a flower, and a bird to take home, and take good care of them. His Majesty the Emperor loves beautiful flowers and birds. They are directly related to the final result of your selection, so you must take good care of them. Logic in games defies common sense, so Xia Ying didn't dwell on the connection between the two and simply asked Madame Zhao directly. Mother, which ones do you think your daughter should choose? Madame Zhao smiled. Just choose the one you like best. Then I listen to you, mother. Now, as Zhao Wuyo, Xia Ying is obedient and motivated, possessing Madame Zhao's unwavering love. Madame Zhao might harm anyone, but she would never harm Zhao Wuyo. Thus, Madame Zhao's answer is the true answer to this selection of flowers and birds. What you like is what matters most. The flowers weren't difficult to choose. She quickly settled on a pot of blooming peonies, but she couldn't make up her mind about the canary. Until she turned around and met the gaze of a red canary, a single thought occurred to Xia Ying. This is it. Xia Ying didn't know how to describe the feeling the red canary gave her. She only knew that the moment she saw it, her heart was filled with excitement. It was like a connection unique to souls. The red canary didn't feel like a bird to her, for the way it looked at her was like the gaze of a real person. The crowd was so crowded, Xia Ying couldn't fully examine the red canary's secrets, so she had to suppress the strange feeling for the time being. She carried the canary, while Chuntao obediently carried the peony she had chosen. As they passed Ji Hiyuan, she lowered her voice to warn him. Just follow your instinct and choose the one you like best. She didn't hide this from the other two, so Manjun and Chifeng heard it clearly. With Xia Ying's reminder, they quickly chose their own flowers and birds. But the remaining 6 people, Gu Qinghuai, didn't dare to act rashly. Some of them took Madame Zhao's words to heart, and followed their intuition to choose the one that caught their eye. But others, like He Qianxiao, simply chose the exact same one as Xia Ying, confident that Xia Ying's choice was the correct one. Xia Ying watched coldly, as He Qianxiao and the other 2 demons imitated her actions. Then she noticed that when they took away the other flowers and birds, a hint of hatred flashed across the eyes of the 3 canaries in the cage. But He Qianxiao and the others were completely oblivious, even gloating over it. Madame Zhao stood there, watching them until everyone had finished choosing, then told them to return to their rooms. He Qianxiao, still preoccupied with Xia Ying's trickery, left the flower room and immediately turned around, pondering how to change Madame Zhao's impression of him. The remaining 5 knew Xia Ying wouldn't share any useful information, so they left without further ado. Xia Ying and the other 3 walked side by side back to their rooms, while Chuntao and the other maids lagged behind, clutching flowers and canaries. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Xia Ying spoke directly. It's best if you don't even step out of your rooms tonight. The maid's transformed monster isn't difficult to deal with, but the Zhao couple should be quite powerful. I think we shouldn't rush to challenge their authority in the Zhao mansion. Junior sister, do you think the Zhao couple might wander around the mansion tonight? Not maybe, but definitely. Madame Zhao will definitely show up, and she definitely come to settle accounts with Yi Qianxiao, Xia Ying said with conviction. Zhao Mansion Safety Rule Number 3. This home is completely safe during the day. No matter what you do wrong, your loving parents will forgive you. All sins will be judged at night. Someone who doesn't care for her younger sister and shouts loudly definitely doesn't meet the Zhao couple's expectations of a lady of noble birth. And have you noticed that He Qianxiao has gained a lot of weight since she came in, and even has a lot of pimples on her face? She's slowly losing her beauty. In this game, losing beauty means losing your identity as a Xiao girl. After losing this status, the servants will no longer fear his mastership, and the Zhao couple will no longer offer him protection. What do you think will become of He Qianxiao then? The others hadn't anticipated this, and after Xia Ying's reminder, they shuddered, then suddenly realized. So that's why you deliberately said those things to He Qianxiao just now. You deliberately made him make a mistake in front of Madame Zhao, making her even more disgusted with him. As a woman herself, Manjun clearly understood women's minds better. In Madame Zhao's eyes, you are now her most beloved daughter. As a mother, it's impossible for me to remain indifferent when my daughter is wronged. Sister Manjun is right. That's my plan. Xia Ying shrugged. He Qianxiao is no longer beautiful anyway. Sooner or later, he lose his identity as a daughter of the Zhao family and die in the game. I'm just sending him off now, giving him a quick death. Time passed quickly in the game. Soon after Xia Ying and the others returned to their rooms, the sky outside gradually darkened. When the last ray of light faded from the horizon, the entire clan mansion returned to its dilapidated, decayed state from the previous night. Last night, Xia Ying had already explored every area except the main courtyard, so she had no plans to leave today. She opened the window and sat by it, noticing that the blood moon in the sky was not only redder, but also larger than the previous night, as if it were slowly approaching the Zhao mansion. The entire scene exuded an eerie beauty. Ah! Amidst this eerie atmosphere, A shrill scream pierced the night sky, resounding through the clouds. Chapter 407. Xiang knew it was He Qianshao the moment she heard the voice. She sat by the window, one hand on her chin, listening to the increasingly shrill cries. Instead of feeling strange, she felt a sense of relief. In truth, she had intended to end He Qianshao and the others' lives herself, but when someone truly seeks death, it's difficult for others to stop them. The screams lasted a full quarter of an hour before slowly subsiding. Xiang stood up calmly, preparing to find a slightly cleaner spot to rest. But the moment she looked up, she suddenly noticed a pair of small, green eyes staring back at her in the darkness. It was the red canary she had brought back. After bringing the canary back, Chuntao had already placed it in the golden cage hanging in the corridor, without her instructions. Xiang had also carefully observed the changes in the canary, and the peony flowers, but unfortunately, she hadn't gained anything. It was only now that Xiang realized she had nearly overlooked something very important. As night fell, everything in the Zhao mansion, even the silken dresses they wore, became tattered and tattered. But the golden cage hanging in the corridor, and the peonies in the courtyard remained unchanged. In fact, against the backdrop of the surroundings, the peonies appeared even more vibrant and beautiful, and the golden cage shone golden in the moonlight, exuding an indescribable sense of luxury. Xiang stood there, silently gazing at Hong Kei until she averted her gaze. Only then did she move. The moment she opened the door, the headless female corpse, clutching a bloody head, reappeared behind Xiang. This time, however, none of the female corpses attempted to frighten Xiang, much less dared to attack her. Xiang merely glanced at the cardinal hanging in the corridor, and soon a female corpse climbed up, holding her head with one hand and removing the golden cage with the other, respectfully presenting it to her. At the same time, the peony that Xiang had also noticed was also brought before her. Xiang was very pleased with the tact of these headless female corpses. So tonight, she didn't bother them again. After accepting the peony and cardinal, she returned directly to her room. The room was dark, providing no illumination, but the blood moon was bright enough for Xiang to see the peony and cardinal clearly in its pale light. Under the moonlight, a line of small calligraphy, inscribed in a hairpin style, slowly emerged on the peony's stem. When flowers are ready to be picked, pick them now, don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck. The phrase was easy to understand. Xiang examined the peony from head to toe, finding no further patterns, and then she picked up the golden cage beside her. The cardinal fluttered in its cage, its tiny head tucked under its wings, its movements slightly adorable and naive. But Xiang couldn't see the cardinal at all, her focus was entirely on the golden cage. She had noticed the golden cage the first night, but back then, it was just an ordinary birdcage. But now, it had clearly undergone a qualitative transformation. Densely packed with words, as fine as mosquito legs, appeared on the cage, their contents impossible to discern with the naked eye. But no message in the game could be easily ignored. Xiang closed her eyes and placed her hand on the cage, carefully tracing each word, slowly piecing together the rules. Canary Care Rules. 1. Canaries are beautiful but fragile. Please provide them with ample love and patience, only then will they thrive. 2. To maintain the canary's beauty, do not overfeed it. 3. The canary should only eat once a day, at a fixed time and fixed amount. Please collect food from the nani at the Zhao residence at noon each day. 4. The Emperor Jing prefers beautiful, slender canaries. Please ensure your canary remains slender. 5. The Emperor Jing prefers docile and well-behaved canaries. Please do your utmost to tame your canary, and present it to the Emperor. He will reward you with many benefits. There are 5 rules in total, and they formally link the canary to the Emperor, the supreme ruler of Jing State. This gave Xiang a rather unpleasant association. She felt that the seemingly pampered Zhao Wuyo was not much different from the red bird trapped in a golden cage. The red bird was to Zhao Wuyo as Zhao Wuyo was to the Zhao family. To Zhao Wuyo, the vast Zhao mansion was nothing less than a magnificent gilded cage. Be it the Zhao couple's meticulous cultivation of their daughters, or the young lady's care for flowers and birds, each of these actions was essentially an attempt to curry favor with Emperor Jing and submit to the imperial power. Royalty, paternal authority, paternal authority. The 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues, innumerable rules weighed upon women, attempting to mold them into the ideals of the world. So the path to success could definitely not be as Madame Zhao wished, allowing Zhao Wuyo to successfully pass this election. If Xiang had previously been only 60% certain that the she in the rules of success did not refer to Madame Zhao, now she was 90%. Her next goal was to uncover her identity, and discover her true desires. Xia Ying and Man Jun had privately discussed matters related to rules of weirdness. Man Jun's predecessors from the 10,000 Demons Gorge, who had previously completed other rules of weirdness games, said, while these games rely on the Demon Lord's immense power to maintain their operation, if they were created solely through stories and memories, they would be hollow and powerless, unable to sustain the Demon Lord's power for long. Thus, as the Demon Lord traveled the world observing the myriad aspects of life and various stories, he also plucked away the resentment, love, and other obsessions of those he encountered. When he decided to create the game, he then merged these obsessions into one, ultimately creating the current game. So, even if a method to complete the game isn't known, as long as one can identify the source of the obsession, one can still deduce a method. The more and larger the obsession, the more rules will be derived from it. Thus, Xia Ying speculated that the game Flowers and Full Moon definitely wasn't the obsession of a single individual. These obsessions were most likely shared by all 10 daughters of the Zhao family, or perhaps even more. Her current mission was to determine the source of these obsessions, and thus, her desires. When the sun rose again on the third day, Xia Ying, like yesterday, went to the main kitchen to eat, then went to the piano room to wait. This time, almost everyone was already there. Gu Qinghai knew how much Xia Ying disliked him, but he couldn't help but step forward and block her path. Xia Ying, did you say that yesterday on purpose to cause Qian Xiao to offend Madame Zhao? Yes. Xia Ying admitted without hesitation. Shouldn't you have known about this long ago? After all, you should have heard He Qianxia's screams clearly last night, didn't you? Chapter 408. Xia Ying. Gu Qinghai looked at her with disappointment in his eyes. Do you know how tragically Qian Xiao died? He was reduced to pieces, not even a complete body. Really? Xia Ying's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. I was worried he wouldn't die painlessly. Now that you say that, I'm very satisfied. Even those who didn't know about their feud felt a chill creep up their spines at Xia Ying's words. How could you do this? Even if we did you wrong in the past, it's fine if you want to beat or kill him, but why torture him like this and make him die so miserably? I'm happy to do that. Xia Ying raised her eyelids and glanced at him lazily. Besides, I didn't do anything. He was the one seeking his own death. No one else can be blamed. But, if you want to die as miserably as he did, you can just keep trying to stop me. Gu Qinghai paused, then stiffly stepped aside. Gu Qinghai was acutely aware of the limited useful information they currently possessed. They could mimic everything Xia Ying did, but they couldn't discern whether it was good or bad for them. Just like yesterday, they all knew Xia Ying had plotted against He Qianxiao, but none of them expected He Qianxiao to die, let alone such a tragic death. Xia Ying had simply been teasing He Qianxiao with a few innocuous words, hadn't she? How had the death rule been triggered? Gu Qinghai found himself increasingly unable to understand Xia Ying's current state. This feeling left him feeling powerless and unwilling, his emotions swirling into a thick, burning resentment. Xia Ying. Gu Qinghai spoke again. I know you've been holding a grudge against us for treating you poorly in the Yutian sect because of Lin Yuexiang. We were deceived by Lin Yuexiang back then, so it's natural for you to harbor resentment and hatred. But our families are old friends. If Lin Yuexiang hadn't interfered, you would have been my wife long ago. We both admit our mistakes now, and know Lin Yuexiang's true colors. Even if you don't mind, I won't let her go easily. Do you really have no regard for our feelings? My parents used to treat us like that. You treated me like your own daughter. Your parents were indeed very good to me, but it's a shame that good things can turn into bad things. You're truly a worthless person. The most important thing is, your parents are your parents, but you are you. Besides, weren't my parents good to you? But how did you treat their only surviving daughter? You're talking about kindness with me now, and it really makes me sick. Xia Ying's expression gradually grew colder. She looked at Gu Qinghai's hypocritical face, and a feeling of nausea and disgust welled up in her heart. Gu Qinghai, you truly managed to constantly challenge my understanding of you. While a slap in the face is certainly loud, you and Lin Yuexiang have always been on the opposite side of things. She's wrong, but you're not? We both did something together, and now it's Lin Yuexiang's fault alone? What? Was it Lin Yuexiang who put a knife to your neck, forced you to break off the engagement, forced you to treat me harshly, forced you to stand by and watch others bully me, forced you to dig up my bones and kill me? Lin Yuexiang is certainly not a good person, but you're even worse. You're a piece of trash, who puts all the blame on women when things go wrong. No matter how bad Lin Yuexiang is, she's still far better than trash like you. If she deserves to die, then you deserve to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. With that, she turned and walked away, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. As for what Gu Qinghua thought, would he hate her even more? Xia Ying didn't care at all. She knew Gu Qinghua was cautious, and the chances of him killing both Gu Qinghua and Mu Qin like he had killed He Qianxiao were slim. And to be honest, she actually hoped the two could leave Flowers and Full Moon alive. These two people, along with Lin Yuexiang, were the biggest contributors to the original owner's tragic life and ending. Rather than using someone else's knife to kill someone, Xia Ying would rather hold the knife of revenge in her own hands. Xia Ying hadn't deliberately lowered her voice when speaking to Gu Qinghua, so everyone else was probably aware of the feud between them. Demons are unlike humans. They're inherently unkind, drawn together by profit, and divided by opportunity. So, even though they find He Qianxia's death truly horrific and Xia Ying's methods cruel, they don't believe Xia Ying is wrong. On the contrary, far from despising her, they admire her courage and ruthless determination to avenge her grievances. After Xia Ying and the others entered the piano room, Man Jun and other demons followed suit, leaving only Mu Qin and Gu Qinghua outside. Mu Qin waited until everyone had left before approaching Gu Qinghua, his eyes clearly filled with gloating. I always said Xia Ying is the most petty and vindictive person. None of you should have any hope in her. Look, even if you break with Xiangxiang just to curry favor with her, what do you gain? That's between her and me. Master, don't worry about it. Gu Qinghua could clearly sense Mu Qin's gloating. If he wasn't having a good time, he wouldn't let anyone else have an easy time. Master, you're not still holding out for Lin Yuexiang at this point, are you? We're just her pawns. Once we're no longer useful, Lin Yuexiang will kick us out without hesitation. I know. Mu Qin was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I knew what kind of person Xiangxiang was, which is why I treated her so well after she joined. Because she's talented and ruthless enough, only someone like her can inherit my legacy. If she truly is a person who doesn't kill, whose hands are clean, whose heart is kind and pure, without a trace of filth, she doesn't deserve the resources I have. Facing Gu Qinghua's stunned gaze, Mu Qin slowly added. Xiangxiang, and we are truly on the same path. Xia Ying was right. You're truly hypocritical. Now that you've done it, don't even think about leaving a good reputation behind. Otherwise, you end up with nothing. Given that they were now alone, Mu Qin rarely acted like a master. But that was all Mu Qin said. If Gu Qinghua remained stubborn and insisted on having both, he would no longer care about his life or death. Gu Qinghua was no match for Lin Yuexiang in either courage or talent. And even if both of them died, it wouldn't matter. Mu Qin wasn't worried about having no successors. Because what the world of Immortal Cultivation lacked most was talented new disciples. After the morning's classes ended, Xia Ying said nothing more and led Ji Heyuan and the other two to the main courtyard where Madame Zhao lived. Though the others still wanted to follow, they were wary of Xia Ying due to He Qianxia's tragic death. They worried that if they went too far, Xia Ying would use her tactics against them. By the time they finally decided to take the plunge, Xia Ying and the other three were nowhere to be found. Chapter 409. Xia Ying didn't bring up Gu Qinghua with the others, and the others tactfully refrained from asking further questions. Even Ji Heyuan, who had always viewed Gu Qinghua as a thorn in his side, naturally ignored him. In the past, he might have been wary of the long-standing friendship between the Gu and Xia families, but after Gu Qinghua's words today, Ji Heyuan deeply understood Gu Qinghua's shamelessness and his cowardice as a man. As Xia Ying had said, Lin Yuexiang was certainly at fault, but Gu Qinghua and the others were certainly not innocent either. But now, he shamelessly shifted everyone's blame onto a single woman. Is this something a human being could do? Gu Qinghua wasn't even human, he was a complete coward, and such a coward wasn't worth his attention. Furthermore, Ji Heyuan had discovered some new clues last night, and was eager to share them with Xia Ying, so he wouldn't bring up that rubbish Gu Qinghua to ruin the atmosphere. I found something last night. Me too. The four of them gathered together to compare clues, discovering that everyone had already found the clues hidden in the flowers and on the birdcage. Xia Ying shared her conjecture about how to beat the game, suspecting that the game Blooming Flowers and Full Moon was based on the obsessions of countless women like Miss Xiao. Finding the source of these obsessions is the easiest way to deduce how each person can beat the game. Blooming Flowers and Full Moon means happiness and contentment. But this game, filled with oppression and constraints, is called Blooming Flowers and Full Moon. Could it be because the women of Jing Kingdom, oppressed by their families and the world, ultimately failed to achieve the happiness and life they desired? Is that why you want to achieve perfection in the game? That possibility isn't ruled out. Ji Heyuan felt Chen Feng's speculation had some merit. After all, the game's name was automatically generated by the underlying obsession, not determined by the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord merely provided his power to keep these games alive and running, but he wouldn't interfere too much. It's true that the games were created by the Demon Lord, but the formation of these rules was related to the underlying obsession. The Zhao family's living atmosphere, no matter your perspective, couldn't be described as a perfect omen. But since it's called that, there must be a reason. Perhaps it's another hint. And I made another discovery yesterday. Manjun remembered something and immediately pulled a blood-stained letter from his sleeve and handed it to Xiang. Not long after I returned yesterday, Chunyan suddenly handed me a letter, saying it had been secretly delivered from the pear garden outside the mansion. But it was actually a letter to Zhao Wuyo. Chunyan's behavior at the time was strange. She seemed to be under the control of a mysterious force, suddenly becoming incredibly normal. The look she gave me was complex, but it no longer held the venomous urge to tear me apart. Chunyan seemed like a normal person then. This letter was addressed to Zhao Wuyo, so I didn't open it without permission, but I suspected it must contain a crucial clue. And Chunyan's actions yesterday triggered a crucial plot point in the game. Since a new plot point has been triggered, it proves that the direction we've been working towards is correct. I can continue to work on Mrs. Zhao's favorability, and you should also quickly max out Mr. Zhao's. This is good for us, not bad. Xiang took the letter and slowly unwrapped it as she spoke. I don't know if you noticed, but the next day, we all gained a little weight, and we all had small spots on our faces. But today, we haven't experienced any of that, while Gu Qinghuai and the others have become more pronounced. Ji Heyuan immediately followed up. It's because we have our parents' love, but they have nothing. In this game, each of us will lose our beauty over time. Only those who receive love can prevent this subtle, silent change. Those who cannot change or prevent this change will unknowingly lose their beauty. Even if they don't trigger the inevitable death rule, they will eventually lose their status as daughters of the Zhao family, lose their protection, and die in this game. Ji Heyuan's words were exactly what Xia Ying was thinking. So they had to hurry and complete the game quickly, otherwise they wouldn't be able to continue receiving love in the later stages. It's also possible that they'd be left here. As she spoke, Xia Ying had already completely opened the letter. As a fishy smell filled the air, a startling reddish-brown color suddenly appeared before everyone. Then, unfamiliar images flashed through her mind. As for the contents of the letter, it was, to put it bluntly, a farewell letter of life and death. Wuyo, seeing you is like meeting you. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be alive. I have a lung disease for which no medicine can cure, and my life is short. Having the privilege of meeting you is a blessing bestowed upon me by 3 lifetimes. I'm deeply grateful for heaven's arrangement for us, but I know my humble status doesn't make me unworthy. I hope you won't continue to fight against your family on my behalf. You are like the bright, clear moon, pure and inviolable. And the moon should hang high in the heavens, untainted by the dust of the mortal world. After my departure, I wish you everlasting happiness, a peaceful life, a successful marriage, and a fulfilling life. This final note should be written with pity. Chapter 410. This final letter from Ying Liani wasn't long, but it made clear one thing. Ying Liani and Zhao Wuyo were deeply in love. As the daughter of the Shangshu family, and the most favored daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuyo had a bright future. Yet, for Ying Liani, an actress, she willingly defied her loving parents and gave up everything to stay with her forever. Knowing their relationship would never work out, Ying Liani left a final letter at the end of her life. It contained no resentment or grievance, only blessings. As this letter surfaced in Xia Ying's mind, memories of Zhao Wuyo and Ying Liani surfaced. The rebellious young lady, disguised as concubine you backstage at the opera house, met the true overlord. Boya and Ziki first met, their soul-to-soul connection. The only mismatch was their identities. Xia Ying could already guess where the rest of the story would lead without even having to read it. A love story between an actor and a minister's daughter, regardless of era, would never end well, and this was no exception for Zhao Wuyo and Ying Liani. At this point, Xia Ying had roughly pieced together Zhao Wuyo's story, and had a better idea of how she would solve the mystery. Meanwhile, Manjun also gained access to the memories of Zhao Ruyi, the 5th lady of the Zhao family, whom she portrayed. Manjun was astonished. Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Ruyi had a truly close relationship. Not only did Zhao Wuyo tell her about his relationship with Ying Liani, but she even dared to secretly pass messages between them without Madame Zhao's knowledge. After all, based on the personal clues she had gathered over the past few days, Zhao Ruyi was an extremely quiet and somewhat timid person. The Zhao family had many young ladies, and she wasn't the most outstanding. Furthermore, her biological mother died young, forcing her to constantly curry favor with Madame Zhao in order to survive. Manjun had initially assumed that Zhao Rui and Zhao Wuyo's affection was merely a facade, but she hadn't expected their sisterly bond to be genuine. It's clear they have a very close relationship. After all, the Zhao family's harem is under Madame Zhao's control. After Zhao Wuyo's concealed identity and departure for opera training was exposed, and he was confined by Madame Zhao, it was likely Zhao Rui who helped pass messages between them. She was just an unfavored concubine, yet she was willing to risk punishment from the mistress to help Zhao Wuyo pass messages, demonstrating the special place this sister held in her heart. Not only that, Manjun paused before continuing, I also gained further memories. In the original story, this suicide note didn't reach Zhao Wuyo, but was intercepted by Madame Zhao. As a bystander to this story, Zhao Rui, though unaware of the details of their interactions, witnessed the entire episode with unwavering clarity. An informer appeared among them, and Ing Lian's suicide note to Zhao Wuyo was destroyed. What Zhao Wuyo received was a letter of severance, severing all ties. At the same time, the opera house's business plummeted under the influence of the Shangshu mansion. Actors held low status, and when the opera house offended the Shangshu mansion, no one was willing to stand up for them. Later, to resolve the opera house's predicament, Zhao Wuyo agreed to his family's arrangements and peacefully entered the talent show. Ultimately, he and the seventh daughter, Zhao Shimo, were selected and became imperial concubines. As for what happened later, I can't remember why I can't see it. Didn't we trigger enough plot points? No. Chen Feng, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up. You didn't see what happened next because Zhao Rui died after being chosen by Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Wuyo as a concubine. She died at the hands of the Zhao couple. Chen Feng gestured for Xie Eng to put the blood letter away, then pulled a small booklet from his sleeve. This is a journal I found last night under the wardrobe in the room of Miss Zhao Wanyin, the third lady of the Zhao family. It records the interesting and memorable things Zhao Wanyin saw every day. It also records the hobbies of each young lady in the Zhao family, and the many heartwarming stories that happened between them. In fact, it's not just Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Rui who have a good relationship. Every daughter in the Zhao family has a close relationship. Everyone had some idea of what was going on with Zhao Wuyo, but they feigned ignorance, fearing that rumors would spread. But whether it was Zhao Wuyo sneaking out of the mansion to play, or Zhao Rui's later help with the message, everyone else spontaneously covered up for them. Otherwise, the all-seeing Madame Zhao would have noticed the clues the first time. But no one expected them to feign ignorance. Instead, it saved her own life. Zhao Wuyo had already become the imperial concubine. If word of her affair with a Peking opera performer were to spread, it would not only be a scandal, but would also anger the emperor. Zhao Rui, knowing of this and no longer of any use, must die. Upon learning of this, Zhao Wanyin packed up her belongings overnight and attempted to help Zhao Rui escape, but she was too late. She witnessed the Zhao couple strangle her to death and disguised the act as suicide. After Zhao Rui's death, Zhao Wanyin had a premonition that she might also be doomed, so she recorded all the events in her diary and hid it away. Her diary ended on the day Zhao Rui died. As for her fate, I think she was probably dead too. The others listened to Chen Feng's account in silence. Even Xiang hadn't anticipated the story behind it. Perhaps because she had read too many stories about the scheming and intrigues of the palace, she subconsciously assumed that the women in the mansion were all calculating. But who would have thought that in the Zhao family, this was actually a tragic story of sisters who loved each other and helped each other, but still could not escape the tragic ending of death. Chapter 411. They're all very good girls. Ji Heyuan suddenly spoke, having just recalled a dream he had on his first night in the game. But for some reason, after waking, his memory of the dream had become extremely vague, so vague that no matter how hard he tried to recall it, it came back blank. So he didn't tell anyone about it immediately, because he wasn't sure whether knowing the dream was a blessing or a curse. Until he heard Manjun and Chen Feng talk about Zhao Rui and Zhao Wanyin, that blank dream finally replayed itself in his mind. That was the life of Miss Zhao Qi Zhao Shimo, and also the life of concubine Li Zhao Shimo. I saw Zhao Shimo's life in my dream. Zhao Shimo was precocious and possessed a cold disposition. Her stepmother disliked her, and her biological mother and father's love was solely for the benefit she could bring them. Only her sisters showed genuine concern for her, untainted by any conflict of interest. So, from a very early on, Zhao Shimo cared only about these sisters. Ji Heyuan recalled the life of the woman in his dream, recounting it slowly and objectively. Zhao Shimo didn't want much in her life, but her sisters wanted freedom, the ability to control their own lives. They didn't want to be crafted into beautiful gifts and then given to others for profit. They didn't want to be pawns in others' hands, they just wanted to be themselves. Zhao Shimo, who had few desires, hoped that her sisters could realize their own wishes. So she began diligently studying the courses arranged by the Zhao couple. She already had the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in Jing State. Now she was willing to cooperate with the Zhao couple and become a beautiful canary, and naturally, the Zhao couple agreed. Soon, her fame grew, gradually eclipsing all the other young ladies in the Zhao family. Zhao Shimo had originally thought that if she could carry the Zhao family's honor, her sisters would have an easier time. But she overestimated her own worth and underestimated the Zhao couple's cruelty. Ji Hiyuan met the gazes of the other three and slowly recounted the fate of the young ladies in the Zhao family. Except for Zhao Shimo and Zhao Wuyo, who had already entered the palace, none of the others lived past the age of 20. Zhao Wanyin and Zhao Ri died the year they entered the palace. Miss Zhao Ba later attempted to enter the palace to tell Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Ri about Zhao Ri and the others, but unfortunately, she drowned in the lotus pond before she even set foot outside the Zhao mansion. As for the rest, they also met their end within 3 years at the hands of the Zhao couple for various reasons. The Zhao family had lost so many daughters that even the Zhao couple, despite their best efforts to conceal the truth, still aroused suspicion. Furthermore, by that time, Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Shimo had already established themselves within the palace and amassed their own influence. Through their diligent investigation, the truth about the Zhao daughters' deaths gradually surfaced in their hands. Also, along with the truth, the hidden story behind the letter of severance that had been sent. Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Shimo, having grasped Emperor Jing's intentions to punish the Zhao family, delivered evidence of Zhao's parents' crimes directly to him, allowing him to exterminate the entire Zhao clan except for them. Not long after that, Zhao Wuyo died of depression. Zhao Shimo struggled alone within the palace, ultimately ascending to the position of imperial concubine, enjoying a life of honor, but a lifetime of regret. This is everyone's life from Zhao Shimo's perspective. After Ji Hiyuan finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Finally, Xia Ying broke the silence and spoke directly. Based on the clues we have now, each person should be able to trigger their own personal storyline in a different way and thus obtain clues. But to unravel the complete story, we need to piece together everyone's stories. Doesn't that mean we have to go back and work with them? Manjun frowned. She didn't think much of Gu Qinghai and his group, and since He Qianxiao was dead, they were destined to lose access to his storyline. The Zhao sisters are very close, and this game was designed to require everyone's cooperation to complete it. Fortunately, we were lucky enough to have obtained several important side stories within the story. So even without the clues held by Gu Qinghai and the others, I can still roughly reconstruct the entire story. Who do you think betrayed Zhao Ri and Zhao Wuyo? It must have been their personal maid. Chen Feng offered his opinion. This kind of thing might be hidden from others, but not from those who served them personally. Since Zhao Ri couldn't have betrayed Zhao Wuyo, the problem must lie with those maids. It was Chun Ao. Xia Ying said firmly, maids accompanying young ladies raised in such large families are usually taken to their husband's family upon their wedding, with the intention of later becoming concubines. Zhao Wuyo's affection for the actor would effectively cut off Chuantao's path to a higher position through her concubine. How could she possibly agree? Chuantao's thoughts were so easy to guess that they didn't require much thought. Let's discuss this later. Let's go to the main courtyard and complete the canary feeding mission as required. Chapter 412. A Wish. In the main courtyard, the maidservant serving Madame Zhao had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Xia Ying and the others, a familiar smile crossed her face. The young ladies have finally arrived. The canary's food is already prepared. Please follow me. The maidservant led Xia Ying and the others directly to an annex, then took out 4 small boxes of equal size and distributed them to the group. Canaries prefer fresh food, so before the selection, we have to trouble you to come and collect it daily. You're so polite, maidservant. Since you've chosen to take good care of the canary, then we should do everything we can for it. Besides, thanks to you, my mother's constant care, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy for her to keep the mansion so orderly. Xia Ying always spoke to the right person, but she couldn't tell the wrong person. If she wanted to, even if she was dealing with a monster, she could find a way to make him happy. Miss Tenth, you're truly embarrassing me. This is all I'm supposed to do. Where is Mother now? Is Father home today? Since we're here, there's no reason not to pay our respects to Father and Mother. Madam is in her room sorting out the accounts, and Master is in the study discussing matters. If the young ladies wish to pay their respects, they probably have to wait a while in the main courtyard. Madam, please go and do your work. We can wait a while. Just as Xia Ying finished her words, a maid emerged from the main room. "Madam, please invite Miss Tenth in to speak. As for the other young ladies, I take you to master." The four of them exchanged a silent glance, each understanding the other's intentions. Xia Ying continued to improve Madame Zhao's favorability to see if she could gain more clues, while the others tried to find a way to obtain their own clearance from Master Zhao. Fortunately, they had already sorted out the entire story before arriving here, so they were able to handle the situation with ease when facing Master Zhao and Madame Zhao. An hour later, the four of them successfully left the main courtyard. After this test, Xia Ying was completely certain that Madame Zhao would not reveal any more useful clues. Ji Hiyuan and the others also successfully obtained their own solution from Master Zhao. Fulfill her wish. Fulfilling the wish will clear the level. Their solution differed only by one line from Xia Ying's, but it confirmed their previous hypothesis. This wish had nothing to do with Madame Zhao. The key to success lay solely with the 10 young ladies of the Zhao family. Xia Ying felt she had reached the threshold of success, only needing to confirm it. At this point, all the necessary clues had been shared. Now, they only needed to identify their respective characters' obsessions and fulfill their wishes to successfully leave. Fellow Taoist Ji's mission isn't hard to guess. Zhao Shimo told you exactly what she wanted in her dream. She wants all her sisters to have their dreams fulfilled. But there's a problem. Chen Feng paused, his gaze shifting from Ji Hiyuan to Xia Ying. He Qianshao is dead, and the remaining Gu Qinghua and the others might not believe us. Even if the three of us complete the mission, fellow Taoist Ji still won't be able to complete it. That's not necessarily true. Ji Hiyuan and Xia Ying spoke simultaneously, glancing at each other and smiling in tacit understanding. The tragedy of the 10 young ladies of the Zhao family stems primarily from the Xiao couple. If we can eliminate the source of the tragedy, the 10 young ladies of the Zhao family wouldn't have ended up like the story, and wouldn't have died so young. This is another way of making everyone's wishes come true. What Ju your sister said is exactly what I've been thinking, and I already have a specific plan. The Zhao family is overly ambitious. They not only want to send their daughter to the palace, but also want her to become empress, or even future empress dowager. Over the years, Master Zhao has enriched himself and formed cliques for personal gain, leaving behind a wealth of evidence within the mansion. I will follow Zhao Shimo's original storyline and pass the audition. Then, I will inform Emperor Jing of this evidence and hand him the sword to punish the Zhao family. I believe Emperor Jing will not disappoint me. What about the red cardinal food we brought back? Should we follow the rules? Follow the rules first. Once you've found and confirmed your specific mission, you can simply complete it and leave. The four quickly reached an agreement and returned to their respective courtyards. Although Xia Ying urged the others not to break the rules, she herself had no intention of abiding by them. After all, she had sufficient protection for now, and the punishment for breaking the rules would not come until night, when she would be fully capable of dealing with danger. Therefore, she didn't want to waste any more time on other matters. After returning, Xia Ying opened the golden cage and stuffed all the food into it. Then, she laid down on the chaise longue and closed her eyes to rest. Xia Ying did all this without even glancing at the golden cage, and therefore missed the flash of hope in Hong Lin's eyes. Stunned. When she opened her eyes again, the room had returned to its eerie, dilapidated state, with the golden cage and peony flowers quietly placed there. Xia Ying noticed a small bud forming on the top of the peony, but it seemed too early for it to bloom, so she didn't pay much attention. But when she turned her gaze to the golden cage, she found that the cardinal hadn't touched the food it had been fed. Noticing Xia Ying's gaze, the cardinal immediately flapped its wings and fluttered up and down in the cage, as if complaining about something. What? Xia Ying raised an eyebrow slightly. You think the food's stale, and you don't want to eat? Then just starve. I don't have time to serve you. Chapter 413. Redbird's round, green bean-shaped eyes widened instantly, filled with questioning questions. She couldn't believe Xia Ying hadn't taken her seriously. Xia Ying had deliberately violated the feeding rules simply to see what monster the night would attract. Since the monster hadn't arrived yet, she didn't mind chatting with Redbird to pass the time. Although Redbird had the appearance of a bird, its every move clearly revealed one fact: it didn't possess a bird's soul. Thus, Xia Ying could guess Redbird's intentions from its actions, and she also knew that Redbird could understand her. I don't know what you are, but I know you understand human language. This is all the food. Eat if you want, otherwise you starve. Anyway, I have no intention of participating in the talent show, nor do I rely on you to succeed, so don't expect me to truly serve you. When the talent show arrives, I smash the cage and set you free. You can leave or stay as you please, it's none of my business. Hong Ke listened to Xia Ying's words, frozen in place for a long moment before reacting. She stared at Xie Ying's profile, trying to determine the truth of her words, but no matter how hard she stared, she couldn't detect a trace of guilt on her face. Based on her countless experiences, Hong Kei was certain Xie Ying wasn't lying. This person truly intended to set her free. At that moment, Hong Kei's gaze on Xie Ying began to shift subtly, but Xie Ying didn't notice. She noticed a slight movement outside the window, something approaching. As the rustling sound grew closer, a massive, twisted figure slowly emerged from the window. As Xie Ying reached the window paper suddenly ripped, and her eyes suddenly pressed against the broken window. But before the creature outside could see clearly what was happening inside, Xie Ying raised 2 fingers and thrust them hard at the window. Ah! A shrill, hoarse cry echoed, followed by a dull thud. Xie Ying flung the window open and leaped out, stepping on the massive figure. It's very rude to peek into someone else's room. Xie Ying pressed her foot hard against the creature's chest, her bloodied fingers pinching its chin, forcing it to lift its head and see her face clearly. Who was I then? It turns out to be Madam. Since we're here, why don't you stay here today? Under the rich moonlight, a foul, black stream of blood slowly snaked down the stairs and flowed into the distance. Day 3 in the game. Xie Ying led Chuntao to the main kitchen when she heard the servants' whispers. Did you know the old Madam, who works for Madam, disappeared? I heard too. Madam had people search the mansion for Madam when she woke up early this morning and didn't see her, but they couldn't find her anywhere. The doorman didn't see Madam leave the mansion either. Nothing was missing from Madam's room, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air. Do you think there's something foul in our mansion? Dirty things. Xie Ying's lips curled slowly, revealing a smile that hinted at her own accomplishments. She hoped Master Zhao and the others would enjoy the fresh ingredients she had specially prepared for them. The Zhao mansion was indeed safe during the day. Even if Xie Ying deliberately broke the rules, she would not be punished. The dangers of night were nothing to Xie Ying. After all, when it comes to ruthlessness and perversion, the monsters in these games might not even be able to match her. According to the normal schedule, the auditions were still 3 months away, but Xie Ying knew the game would never allow anyone to stay there for 3 months. Sure enough, after 10 days in the game, they suddenly received news that the auditions were about to begin and that they needed to enter the palace the next day. During these 10 days, Xie Ying had thoroughly mastered the rules of the game and thrived within it. Compared to Xie Ying's comfort zone, Gu Qinghuai and the others were noticeably more straightened. However, their progress wasn't entirely without success. At the cost of a teammate's life, they finally managed to unravel the story of the Zhao mansion. But Gu Qinghuai's already fragile team finally fell apart. On the day of the palace selection, everyone brought their flowers and canaries and boarded the carriages bound for the palace. 10 carriages, arranged in order of age, drove along the official road, with Xie Ying in the last. At her feet lay a fully blossomed peony, and to her left sat her plump red cardinal. Ever since Xie Ying had dealt with the nanny who managed the canaries' food distribution, she often carried her gold wire cage to the main kitchen at night to find the cardinal's favorite food. So other canaries were all well proportioned and graceful, with a beautiful appearance. But Xie Ying's cardinal was exceptionally plump and round, with a naive and adorable demeanor. Looking at her little cardinal, Xie Ying wondered if it would be able to fly after she smashed the cage. As they drew closer to the palace gate, the cardinal suddenly stared at Xie Ying for a long moment, then lowered its head and pecked a feather from its own body, passing it through the air to Xie Ying. Engraved on the tiny feather were the words, "I will follow the king, life or death, with no regrets." Xie Ying's eyes flickered, and she became even more certain of what she was about to do. "It seems I truly paid to raise you." She smiled, reaching out and tapping Hong Kei's forehead. "Just wait and see what I can do next." Chapter 414. The carriage slowly stopped outside the palace gates, and all the women participating in the selection from Jing Kingdom disembarked, carrying their canaries and picked flowers. Xie Ying, clutching only a gold wire cage, stood among the budding women. Across the crowd, she exchanged glances with Ji Huyuan. Suddenly, in front of everyone, she opened the cage and released the red cardinal, watching it flap its wings and soar high into the sky. Then, in front of everyone's astonishment, she slammed the gold wire cage to the ground. Xie Ying's current strength wasn't enough to break the cage, but her action still startled the women participating in the selection, who screamed and stepped back. Ah! Is she crazy? Why did she smash the golden cage? Doesn't she want to enter the palace anymore? Isn't this Zhao Wuyo? I heard from my mother that Madame Zhao often praised her daughter. But why is she acting like this now? Is she actually crazy? Xie Ying turned a deaf ear to these discussions. Amidst the gazes of surprise and disdain, she silently watched as the redbird soared higher and higher, then further and further away, until it became a dark speck in the sky and could no longer be seen. Suddenly, Xiaoying pulled out the dagger hidden in her sleeve and, without hesitation, slashed her throat with all her might. The stinging pain emanated, and blood gushed out. Xiaoying's body slowly slumped. The sky in her eyes turned blood red, and her ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds. The moment she closed her eyes completely, all sound vanished, and that sweet voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Xiaoying for completing Zhao Wuyo's personal wish and successfully completing the game Flowers in Full Moon. A familiar feeling of dizziness washed over Xiaoying, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself outside the blooming flowers and full moon game and in a vast courtyard. Xiaoying's mind shifted slightly, and a small azure flame appeared in her palm. The trapped spiritual energy had completely returned to her body. Xiaoying's smile grew even brighter upon seeing this. As expected, the feeling of being filled with power is comforting. She stood there, carefully surveying her surroundings. Xiaoying was certain this was indeed the 10,000 Demons Gorge, as the dense demonic energy in the air couldn't be faked. However, the scene before her eyes was completely different from her imagination. The real 10,000 Demons Gorge lacked the terrifying, oppressive, and gloomy scenes, and even the brutal and murderous demonic energy of the barrier was absent. Xiaoying could sense countless dense, authentic demonic energies surrounding her, but they were remarkably peaceful, showing no signs of aggression. A dazzling sun even shone brightly in the clear blue sky. But the 10,000 Demons Gorge was a tiny, ripped-out space. Could one truly see the sun in such a small space? Or rather, could the sun-phobic demons truly live under its dazzling light? Ever since learning of the Demon Lord's existence, Xiaoying had become even more curious about the current state of the 10,000 Demons Gorge. She was currently in a traditional, pristine Chinese courtyard, where every brick and tile exuded a strong sense of human existence. But there was no one else in the vast courtyard besides her. Xiaoying didn't stay where she was, but slowly walked forward along the stone path. When she entered the game, the voice had said, those who successfully complete the game will receive a reward. So she knew with a simple thought that this was the Demon Lord's territory. Now, I wonder if the Demon Lord, the one who created so many games and made all the demons tremble in fear, is actually here? Xiaoying walked slowly forward with this question in her mind, but after a quarter of an hour, the surrounding scene remained unchanged. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Xiaoying finally saw a new pavilion. Not far from the pavilion, in a bush, a delicate little girl was catching butterflies with a net. A clear, innocent laugh, like a silver bell, drifted on the wind. Xiaoying stopped not far from the bushes, and the little girl in the bushes soon noticed her presence. But the little girl's eyes, looking at Xiaoying, showed no surprise or fear, only a hint of doubt. Are you the Demon Lord's new guest? The Demon Lord isn't home right now. If you're willing to play a little game with me, I'd love to host you on his behalf. The little girl had round twin buns, and the baby fat on her cheeks was particularly adorable. Her large, grape-like eyes flickered at Xiaoying, full of anticipation. And if you can beat me in the game, I give you a bonus. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor refusing. Instead, she asked, what if I lose? This is a game I specifically invited you to play. Losing is fine. But if you win, you get a pretty good reward. Are you really not tempted at all? But aren't we already playing your role-playing game? Xiaoying smiled. Demon Lord, am I wrong? Chapter 415. The smile on the girl with the twin buns remained unchanged, but her eyes instantly shifted from innocent to the look of an adult. It should have been a very strange appearance, but it appeared perfectly natural on the person before her. She said nothing, simply staring intently at Xiaoying. Xiaoying stared back, showing no sign of retreat. Finally, it was the girl with the twin buns who took the initiative to break the silence. You recognize my identity. You win this game. As she raised her hand and spoke, the scene around them shifted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had moved from the courtyard to a magnificent palace. The Demon Lord before them still bore the same face of the girl with the twin buns. She sat on a high throne, half slouched over the table, one hand resting on her chin, looking down at Xiaoying. Your name is Xiaoying, right? I've seen all of you perform, and you're the most interesting. I'm curious what you think about while you're in the game. What else could I think about besides getting out alive? Xiaoying looked at the Demon Lord in confusion. What else could I think about? You don't really think this game is fun, do you? I see you're having a lot of fun beating people up. That's true. Xiaoying nodded in agreement. How could someone not have fun beating someone up? You're well suited to living in 10,000 Demon Gorge, but you're not a demon cultivator. Although Xie Ying's demonic energy was pure, the demon lord, who had nurtured countless demons, could still see the problem with her. What are you trying to do in 10,000 Demon Gorge? Don't you know that once you enter this place, you can't leave? Demons can't leave 10,000 Demon Gorge, but as long as I don't fall into demonism, I can leave. Although her time with the demon lord had been brief, Xie Ying could tell he was a straightforward person, so she made no attempt to conceal her purpose. Don't worry, demon lord. I have no interest in the 10,000 Demon Gorge. I came here solely to kill 2 enemies, and bring back the fragment of the Dingtian hairpin. The fragment of the Dingtian hairpin? The demon lord straightened his body slightly, looking at Xie Ying with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Where did you get this information? Are you from the Immortal Demon Alliance? As soon as Xie Ying finished speaking, before she could reply, the spirit pet bag on her waist suddenly lit up wildly. As Xie Ying opened the bag, a plump, white carrot scurried out, using both hands and feet. Jade sunflower fruit? The demon lord's eyes lit up. You're from the outer heavens. So you were sent by the old man. Xie Ying? ? Does Grandpa Gu have such extensive connections? Even the demon lord of 10,000 Demon Gorge has connections. I have indeed been to the outer heavens, and Grandpa Gu did tell me about the Dingtian hairpin. So, demon lord, do you know where the Dingtian hairpin fragment is in 10,000 Demon Gorge? We talk about the Dingtian hairpin later. The other people in the game have already appeared. You can go and see if your companions or enemies are still alive. The demon lord was about to respond when he suddenly looked up into the void, then fixed his gaze on Xie Ying with a playful smile. But my identity is a secret between us two. You must not tell anyone else. After saying this, Xie Ying felt a palpable pressure descend upon her. She tried to reveal her identity in her mind, but a sharp pain suddenly pierced her heart. She glared speechlessly at the tiny demon lord beside her. You already put me on a silence ban, and you told me not to tell anyone. A simple sense of ritual is still necessary. I once visited a small world. It was very interesting. The people there love these so-called rituals, and some even call it romance. I understand. Xie Ying frowned. But what romance do we need between you and me? I don't care. This is my home turf. I do what I want. The demon lord unreasonably thrust his hand into Xie Ying's. Hold my hand. I take you to meet them. Because of Xie Ying's relationship with the heavens, the demon lord's attitude towards Xie Ying had become noticeably closer. Yu Kuigwa sat on Xie Ying's shoulder, its short, fat limbs dangling in the air. Demon lord, can I ask you a question? Is your current appearance your true form? I already told you not to call me demon lord. I don't want anyone else to know my identity. I do have a name, Luo Tan. Luo Tan frowned unhappily, but patiently explained. Like the heavenly Tao, I was born from heaven and earth, but my functions are different from his. The heavenly Tao's responsibility is to maintain the stability of this small world and ensure relative fairness. But I am a vessel created by heaven and earth, a container for all the turbid energy in the world. Once my body is full of turbid energy, I will transform the excess into demonic energy that I can control. So, I don't have a true form. I can be a man or a woman, a child or an old man. Luo Tan suddenly looked up at Xie Ying and smiled. So what kind of person do you like? I can satisfy all your fantasies and desires. Whatever you become is none of my business, because it won't be what I like. Xie Ying didn't bother to talk to Luo Tan anymore, letting her lead her forward. Her movements instantly shortened the distance, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Chinese-style courtyard Xie Ying had just left. As the two of them stood still in the courtyard, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the air, and several figures appeared in their sight. The first to emerge was Man Jun, followed by Chen Feng, and then Ji Heyuan. Shortly after the three of them emerged, Mu Qian, Gu Qinghuai, and the lone demon emerged. 10 people entered in total, and only 7 remained when they emerged. Man Jun, the first to emerge, wanted to rush over to greet Xie Ying, but stopped short when she saw the little girl she was holding. Man Jun didn't know why she didn't dare approach this seemingly innocent and adorable little girl. She felt a certain intimidation from the aura she emanated. But Ji Heyuan didn't care. The moment he saw Xie Ying, he fluttered to her side, like a fluttering butterfly. Ji Heyuan, young senior sister, lived up to your expectations, didn't he? Of course. I knew you could do it. Receiving Xie Ying's praise, Ji Heyuan was like a well-furnished cat, his whole body radiating pride and pride. But he also noticed Luo Tan, who Xie Ying was holding, so he couldn't help but ask a question. Who is this? Her name is Luo Tan, and she's... I'm the Demon Lord's messenger. Luo Tan interrupted Xiaoying with a smile, deciding his own identity. You successfully completed the game. According to the rules set by the Demon Lord, you can choose a treasure from his treasury. Chapter 416. Luo Tan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. The eyes of Mu Qin and the others, who had been somewhat dejected, suddenly lit up, filled with uncontrollable greed. Xiaoying didn't know if it was because she was holding hands with the Demon Lord, but she could actually see a steady stream of thick black mist flowing into Luo Tan's body from Mu Qin, Gu Qinghuai, and the lone demon. But judging by the expressions of the three, it was clear they were completely oblivious to all this. Can I pick any treasure? Of course. Luo Tan smiled and nodded. This is the reward the Demon Lord promised. You can take anything you like, but each of you can only take one. Though life in the game had left them exhausted and angry, hearing that they could take treasures from the Demon Lord's treasury made them feel that such a sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain. The lone demon quickly put the death of his companions behind him, and asked excitedly, So when can we go to the treasury and choose treasures? Anytime. Luo Tan tilted his head and looked at the lone demon, his eyes full of innocence. So have you decided to claim your rewards now? Can we ask for an audience with the Demon Lord? Gu Qinghuai spoke up to interrupt the demon, his gaze fixed on the tightly clasped hands of Xiaoying and Luo Tan. The flow of time in the game differed from that in reality, so he had no idea how much time had passed since Xiaoying left the game. But by the looks of Xiaoying and Luo Tan, he knew they had a close relationship, and Luo Tan was the Demon Lord's messenger. Having been tricked countless times by Xiaoying, Gu Qinghuai didn't believe Luo Tan, Xiaoying's friend, would offer him any lucrative rewards. So, he requested an audience with the Demon Lord. Even if it meant he couldn't win over Xiaoying, he had to ensure his reward wasn't tampered with. But Luo Tan simply stared at him without answering. Gu Qinghuai grew anxious at the lack of a response, but he didn't dare to rush or irritate the Demon Lord's messenger. He could only patiently try to coax Luo Tan. Please don't misunderstand, messenger. I simply admire the Demon Lord's prowess and wish to see him. If it's inconvenient then, it has nothing to do with whether it's convenient or not. Gu Qinghuai was interrupted before he could finish his words. Luo Tan's smile remained sweet, but his words showed no mercy to Gu Qinghuai. The Demon Lord won't see you. Even if you successfully complete the game, it doesn't mean you're qualified to meet the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord isn't someone just anyone can meet. Gu Qinghuai's smile froze, feeling insulted. But Manjun and the others didn't see anything wrong with Luo Tan's words, for they were born from the Demon Lord's demonic energy. Even though the Demon Lord didn't value their lives, forcing them to live in fear every day, they still felt an indescribable sense of submission to him. They couldn't attack the Demon Lord, and they certainly didn't see anything wrong with Luo Tan's words that inflated his status. So no matter how much Gu Qinghuai and Mu Qin resented Luo Tan's disdain for them, they dared not, let alone express it. Luo Tan was the Demon Lord, possessing the ability to read everyone's mind. She immediately sensed the resentment Gu Qinghuai and the others held against her, yet she paid no heed. She was the Lord of all demons, and all the negativity in the world was nourishment that would strengthen her. The more discontent and resentment Gu Qinghuai harbored, the greater Luo Tan's power would grow. Luo Tan remained silent until she had had enough of the others' expressions. Just before Gu Qinghuai could no longer contain himself, she finally spoke again. You can only choose a gift from the Demon Lord's treasury, but meeting him is absolutely impossible. However, if you don't want to claim your reward now, you can stay here for a few days. When you're ready, I take you to the treasury. As Luo Tan finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment. Emissary Luo Tan. But soon, Manjun took the initiative. I'd like to claim my reward now. Is that okay? She had a clear understanding. There were only so many treasures in the Demon Lord's treasury, and arriving early or late wouldn't make any difference. Since the Demon Lord couldn't leave 10,000 Demon Gorge either, she couldn't add new treasures to the treasury. So why waste her time here? This place was completely different from the 10,000 Demon Gorge she usually lived in. This was the Demon Lord's territory. She was subservient and fearful of the Demon Lord, but she also harbored resentment towards him. She didn't dare stay in his territory for long. Under these circumstances, the best option was to claim the rewards quickly and leave quickly. Clearly, this wasn't Manjun's only thought. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Feng and another demon spoke up. I want to claim my reward now, too. Me too. Luo Tan's gaze swept over the three of them, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiaoying beside him. Xiaoying, what do you think? Why delay claiming a reward? Of course, the sooner the better. Your Excellency, there's no need to ask. My junior sister and I share the same opinion. All right. Luo Tan clapped his hands happily. According to the principle of majority rule, I take you to the treasury to choose treasures. After you've chosen your treasures, you can leave on your own. Before he could even say a word, Muchen felt his vision blur, as a sudden bright light forced him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was completely dazzled by the treasures before him. The Demon Lord's treasury was filled with all sorts of immortal artifacts and pseudo-artifacts long lost in the world of immortal cultivation. Even Gu Qinghuai was almost speechless, stunned by the mountain of treasures before him. His previous worries had long since been cast aside. Now, the two of them wished they could participate in a few more games so they could pick up more treasures. Only one was too little, but despite this, the two of them honestly delved into the pile of treasures and began to select. Xiang watched the busy crowd and was about to take a step forward when Luo Tan grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Chapter 417. What are you holding me for? Xiang gave her a speechless look. How am I supposed to choose my reward if you're holding me like that? Your reward is different from theirs. Why are you wasting time here? Xiang, ? Others, ? Everyone stopped choosing and looked in the direction of the two. Gu Qinghuai's eyes were filled with a look of as expected. He knew that even if this messenger wasn't trying to make things difficult for them, he would definitely give Xiang a break. Excuse me, messenger. Gu Qinghuai's face darkened, and his tone involuntarily took on a questioning tone. Why is her reward different from ours? Didn't we all complete the same level? Did you all complete the same level? Don't you have any idea? Luo Tan didn't tolerate Gu Qinghuai's bad habits. It was true that she liked to toy with others using different identities, but that didn't mean she would let herself get in trouble. She was the Demon Lord. She had these people here to have fun, not to cause trouble. How did Xiang perform in the game? How did you all perform in the game? I might as well tell you honestly. The Demon Lord saw everything you did in the game clearly from outside. Among the 10 of you, Xiang performed the best. Without her, do you think you could have left the game so quickly? The rewards for you and Xiang were personally determined by the Demon Lord after observing everyone's performance. Does anyone have any objections? The messenger misunderstood. Manjun was the first to express his loyalty. We absolutely have no complaints. Xiang is truly amazing. Without her, we certainly wouldn't have gotten out so smoothly. I have no objection to her taking another reward. It's right to have no objection, and you have no right to have any objections. Luo Tan glanced at Gu Qinghuai with a half smile, then spoke again. Since you're not satisfied with the treasures in the treasury, there's no need to continue choosing. 15 minutes, get out when you're done. Luo Tan uttered this harsh remark with a smile on his face. A surge of pressure suddenly descended, nearly pinning Gu Qinghuai to the ground. Gu Qinghuai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to hold back from kneeling. Not even glancing at Xiang again, he dove into the pile of treasures and began selecting them quickly. The others, including Mu Chen, were deeply resentful of Gu Qinghuai because of that little incident. If Gu Qinghuai hadn't been so brazen and hadn't provoked Luo Tan, angering him, they would have had plenty of time to slowly select the treasures that suited them. But now, with Gu Qinghuai's actions, not only did they lose the opportunity to slowly choose, but they also lost the opportunity to slowly choose. Not only did he choose the wrong time, but he also angered the Demon Lord's attendants. Isn't that the equivalent of rounding up and thus displeasing the Demon Lord? As the quarter hour ticked by, Gu Qinghuai and the others felt dizzy, and the next second, they were thrown out of the treasury by Luo Tan. Gu Qinghuai looked at the pseudo-artifact sword in his hand. Although it was a top-quality pseudo-artifact, he remained dissatisfied. He always felt that if he had more time, he would surely find a more suitable and powerful sword. Gu Qinghuai looked at Xiang, whose hand was still tightly held by Luo Tan, his eyes filled with jealousy and a host of inexplicable complex emotions. But neither Luo Tan nor Xiang spared her a glance. Luo Tan looked up and asked Xiang, "Your reward for clearing the level is a wish. Do you want to use it now? Any wish?" "Of course." Luo Tan nodded without hesitation. "This is 10,000 Demons Gorge. The entire 10,000 Demons Gorge is the Demon Lord's domain. In 10,000 Demons Gorge, the Demon Lord is the law of nature. Whatever you want, no matter what, the Demon Lord can get it for you. So Xiang, what do you want?" Xiang didn't answer, but her gaze fell on Gu Qinghuai and Mu Chen without hesitation. The two of them felt a pang of fear at the sight, and instinctively took a few steps back. Gu Qinghuai, in particular, had fallen for Xiang countless times, suffered countless setbacks, and by now his reflexes had been honed. Xie Ying's glance was enough for his body to react before his brain could react. Before he could say anything or do anything more, Xie Ying's voice rang out again. I made up my mind. My wish is to ask the Demon Lord to trap Gu Qinghuai and Mu Chen for me, preventing their escape. It's time to settle this score between them and me. Luo Tan's lips curled slightly. Then, as you wish. Word after word descended, binding Gu Qinghuai and Mu Chen tightly. At the same time, thin black mist surged in from all directions, forming a massive circle that trapped the two. With a flash of golden light, the Qianquan spear flew out from behind Xie Ying and landed directly in her palm. Xie Ying's spear flew like a dragon. The Qianquan spear pointed straight at Gu Qinghuai's face. Gu Qinghuai was filled with shock and anger. Just when he thought he was doomed, the demonic energy binding him suddenly dissipated. Gu Qinghuai, using his fastest reflexes, drew his newly acquired divine sword and charged forward. The swords clashed with a sharp clang. Gu Qinghuai was clearly holding a genuine pseudo-divine weapon, but his knuckles were still numb from the shock of Xie Ying's head-on strike. Xie Ying, do you really want me dead that much? What nonsense! You should have died long ago. Xie Ying stabbed upwards with another spear, slashing upward from below. A blazing green flame emanated from the spear tip, transforming into countless tentacles that clawed at Gu Qinghuai. Gu Qinghuai narrowly avoided the attack, but a sharp burning pain still lingered where the flames had scorched him. The area burned by the green flames quickly began to fester. No matter how Gu Qinghuai mobilized his spiritual energy, he couldn't stop the festering from spreading. The look in his eyes completely turned cold. This time, Gu Qinghuai finally stopped talking and leaped forward to engage Xie Ying in combat. Although he had slacked off in his cultivation after meeting Lin Yuexiang, Gu Qinghuai, no matter how incompetent he was, had once been the eldest disciple of the Yutian sect's leader, a person whom the Yutian sect had once placed high hopes on. He possessed considerable strength. Especially after falling into demonic cultivation and cultivating demonic techniques, Gu Qinghuai's strength rapidly increased, and his techniques became more complex and treacherous than before. Unfortunately, Xie Ying wasn't a completely righteous disciple either. These techniques were tricks Xie Ying had mastered during her time as a half-demon. Therefore, after only 3 or 5 rounds, Gu Qinghuai could clearly feel the strain, while Xie Ying remained calm and composed, almost giving the impression that she wasn't exerting any strength at all. Gu Qinghuai gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that he was inferior to Xie Ying. After all, even if Xie Ying could cultivate now, what did it matter? That still didn't change the fact that she possessed a full spiritual root, did it? And yet, it was precisely this full spiritual root, once despised by everyone, that now held them all under his feet. Even though Gu Qinghuai never said it, in his heart, he had always felt the same way as He Qianshao and the others. He had never looked down on Xie Ying. Even before Lin Yuexiang appeared, he still looked down on his fiancée Xie Ying. It was just that the Xie family was wealthy, and Xie Ying's parents had both died in the great battle defending the immortal cultivation world. If Gu Qinghuai dared to abandon Xie Ying, he would become the target of the entire immortal cultivation world. He didn't want to bear such infamy, so he could only constantly try to delay marrying Xie Ying. It wasn't until Wang Qing and others, seeking to please the newlywed Lin Yuexiang and pave the way for her, repeatedly targeted Xie Ying that Gu Qinghuai finally saw a glimmer of hope and had a bold idea. If Xie Ying were notorious, deplorable, or even a complete villain who had brought ruin upon the Xie family, then his decision to break off the engagement would be legitimate and free of criticism. For this reason, when Wang Qing and others deliberately spread rumors to discredit Xie Ying, Gu Qinghuai remained silent. He even quietly fanned the flames, intent on bringing Xie Ying to ruin. These were Gu Qinghuai's darkest thoughts, deliberately hidden deep within his heart. These thoughts clung to Gu Qinghuai like a thorn in his flesh, unable to escape. He had originally thought that if he could return Xie Ying to her former, dependent self, everything would be back on track. But now, looking at Xie Ying, whose every move was ruthless, every move intent on taking his life, Gu Qinghuai had to admit it, no matter how much he hated it. They could never go back to the way they were. What had happened could never be changed, but the knot in his heart could be untied. The knot in his heart can only be untied by the one who tied it. Gu Qinghuai knew full well that his knot was caused by Xie Ying, and therefore only Xie Ying could untie it. If Xie Ying was killed, everything that troubled him would be resolved. So Xie Ying had to die. After all, Xie Ying had never wanted to live, hadn't she? Gu Qinghuai was ruthless, willing to burn through his own life in order to elevate his strength to several more levels. Not only that, he also used his divine sword to free Mu Chen from his restraints. The two of them then teamed up to take on Xie Ying. Master, if you don't help me kill Xia, after she kills me you be next. These words truly struck a chord with Mu Qin. Having initially intended to continue observing, Mu Qin could no longer pretend. He immediately leaped forward, summoning a massive golden bell, attempting to envelop Xia before attacking. This golden bell was also a reward Mu Qin had received from the treasury, and it was also a pseudo-divine artifact. Furthermore, it was an auxiliary weapon that could restrict and significantly weaken a cultivator's cultivation. Anyone caught in the bell's envelope or illuminated by its golden light would have their cultivation affected, reduced to half at most. Although Xia didn't know how to use the golden bell, she instinctively dodged it upon seeing it. Even so, she was still slightly illuminated by its light. She immediately felt a distinct sense of weakness, and her spear movement slowed down. The two men keenly noticed the flaw in Xia Ying's movement, then exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. Mu Qin's spiritual weapon was a heavy broadsword. He and Gu Qinghai coordinated perfectly, one attacking Xia Ying's lower body, the other her head. Xia Ying dodged with a somersault, her spear transforming into twin swords. She swung them with a free-spirited sword technique, overwhelming them with overwhelming sword power. At the same time, a stack of talismans appeared in her hand. The instant they were released, countless talismans formed a talisman array and flew towards Gu Qinghai and the others. This was a 5 elements talisman array Xia Ying had recently developed, but she hadn't yet had time to test its effectiveness. The talisman formation is based on the mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining 5 elements. A cultivator trapped within it will be attacked simultaneously by the 5 elements power. Although Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin had weakened Xia Ying's close combat abilities with the golden bell, they overlooked Xia Ying's inherently powerful all-around skill, formidable in both close combat and ranged attacks. Seeing that Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin had been temporarily trapped by her 5 elements talisman formation, Xia Ying's fingers moved swiftly, forming one seal after another with both hands, each one directed at Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin as she intended. She also employed the illusion technique Wu Huan had taught her. However, the technique took some time to take effect, and Xia Ying was determined to take Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin's lives today, even if it meant killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of her own. She knew that if she missed the opportunity to gain help from Luo Tan today, giving the two a chance to escape, then finding and killing them in the vast 10,000 demon gorge would be incredibly difficult. The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light. Xia Ying disliked this passive state. When dealing with an enemy, one should kill them with one strike before they fully mature, otherwise there will only be endless trouble. Xia Ying used all her skills, unleashing every trick she could on Gu Qinghai and the other two. Gu Qinghai and the other two were also somewhat stunned by Xia Ying's desperate attack. Most importantly, they realized they had little defense against Xia Ying's fierce attack. In just a few moments, Gu Qinghai's body was covered with countless fine, dense wounds. Seeing this, Mu Qin suddenly had an idea. He controlled the golden bell to fly continuously around him and Gu Qinghai, ensuring that if Xia Ying approached, it would be illuminated by the bell. Then, with a combined attack, they might be able to turn the tide and turn the tide. The battle on the field reached a complete stalemate. The others either watched the show or looked worriedly at the 3 people fighting. Luo Tan had unknowingly brought out a small stool and sat down nearby, watching with rapt interest. Ji Heyuan stood beside her, his eyes dark and emotionless. Hey! Your name is Ji Heyuan, right? I noticed you seemed very concerned about Xia Ying in the game. Luo Tan rested his chin on his hand and turned to look at Ji Heyuan. Her current situation isn't looking good. Aren't you going to help her? From what I've seen, you're quite capable. If you're willing to join forces with her, you should be able to kill her 2 enemies quickly. Aren't you going? Chapter 418. This is Junior Sister's own business. You underestimate her. She doesn't want it, and doesn't need help. She prefers to end this feud on her own, rather than with my help. Ji Heyuan couldn't possibly not be worried about Xia Ying, but rather than worry, he trusted her strength and respected her choices and decisions. If Xia Ying needed his help, she would definitely ask. But now, she said nothing, which meant she wanted to resolve this matter on her own. Luo Tan said nothing, and Ji Heyuan remained silent as well, concentrating on the battle before him. At this point, Xia Ying was covered in wounds, but Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin hadn't gained the slightest advantage over her. Their wounds were several times greater than Xia Ying's. It was a shame that talismans and magic alone couldn't kill Gu Qinghai and Mu Qin, as Mu Qin constantly controlled the golden bell to protect them. They understood clearly. Xia Ying's talismans would eventually run out, and her spiritual power would eventually dry up. Even if the Demon Lord agreed to help Xia Ying trap them, He couldn't truly keep them trapped forever. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for escape, they would have a chance to strike back. They were betting on this tiny glimmer of hope. However, they underestimated Xie Ying's ruthlessness. She was not only ruthless towards her enemies, but even more so towards herself. She took out a bottle of the spirit-turning pill and drank it directly. Her spiritual power instantly surged, and her strength soared from the golden core stage to the early stage of the spiritual transformation stage. Before Gu Qinghai could even react, Xie Ying's figure had already swept in front of him. Her Qian sword slashed heavily at the golden bell, while the tip of her Kuan sword pierced Gu Qinghai's brow. Gu Qinghai raised his sword to block, the swords while transforming into an invisible shield that tightly enveloped him. Mu Chen, sensing something was amiss, immediately distanced himself from Gu Qinghai to avoid being caught in the fray. Despite the divine sword's immense power, Gu Qinghai's swordsmanship wasn't strong. His understanding of the swords wasn't even as focused as a new disciple's, let alone his mastery of it. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Gu Qinghai might be able to fight Xie Ying for a few rounds, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was no match for Xie Ying. The shield formed by the divine sword in front of Gu Qinghai quickly began to crack under Xie Ying's attack. Gu Qinghai's face paled, and he quickly mobilized all his spiritual energy to repair the cracks. But Xie Ying's swords were fragmented into countless razor-sharp needles, repeatedly drilling into the sword and shield, quickly increasing the number of cracks. Crack, crack, tick after tick, Gu Qinghai's expression grew increasingly grim. The cracks on the sword and shield grew wider, finally shattering like a spider web. The moment the sword and shield completely shattered, the Kuan sword slammed into Gu Qinghai's face with unstoppable force. Gu Qinghai quickly dodged, but it was too late. The Kuan sword pierced his shoulder, forcing him backwards, nearly falling to the ground. Without waiting for Gu Qinghai to strike again, Xie Ying swiftly drew her long sword and struck him repeatedly. Gu Qinghai didn't even have a chance to draw his sword before Xie Ying forced him back repeatedly. Xie Ying, have you forgotten our childhood friendship? If you really kill me, aren't you afraid of being ashamed to face my parents in the afterlife? Under the 9 springs? Xie Ying tilted her head and struck him in the lower body with another sword. What are you dreaming about? I beat you to pieces, leaving you no chance of reincarnation. And you still think you're going to the 9 springs to complain to them? Go ahead. Another sword thrust, white in, red out. This one pierced Gu Qinghai's heart. Still unsatisfied, Xie Ying thrust the sword inward a little further, stirring it vigorously. Gu Qinghai's eyes widened, the pain in them frozen in a matter of seconds. Kuan Jian struck him dead, and the moment he withdrew the sword, Gu Qinghai's body collapsed with a bang. Xie Ying, fearing that Gu Qinghai's death would not be complete, always kept in mind the principle of killing with a finishing blow, stabbed him at various vital points on his body, then severed his head with a single sword strike, separating his body from his body. Finally, she unleashed the netherworld blue lotus flame, incinerating the corpse. Even others, knowing full well that Xie Ying and Gu Qinghai had a grudge, couldn't help but feel a chill when they saw this scene. What kind of grudge could this be? She wouldn't even leave him her body after death. Mu Chen was equally shocked by Xie Ying's series of actions, including killing and mutilating the body. He had never known Xie Ying to be such a ruthless person. To save both of them, she would even overdraw her lifespan to forcibly increase her strength. It was precisely because of this forced increase in strength that, while her cultivation was weakened by the golden bell, her true strength wasn't significantly affected. But Xie Ying's sword strike also cracked Mu Chen's golden bell, significantly weakening its power, and making it unable to inflict any more damage on Xie Ying. All of Mu Chen's life-saving magic weapons had been confiscated upon his imprisonment in the Immortal locking prison. As for the magic weapons he had acquired through the murders and looting after his escape, they had all been used up in his recent confrontation with Xie Ying. Facing Xie Ying's aggressive attack, Mu Chen clearly had little chance of resisting. However, his considerable combat experience enabled him to exchange several blows with Xie Ying. However, Mu Chen had already lost half of his cultivation. Even though he wasn't as distraught as Gu Qinghai, he was still no match for Xie Ying. He could see that Xie Ying's murderous intent had intensified, and his heart sank to the bottom. Xie Ying, you can't kill me. I raised you, after all. If you kill me, you surely suffer retribution. Retribution? Xie Ying slashed his left arm with a sword. I'm not afraid. The stump fell to the ground, and Mu Chen clutched the bleeding wound in agony. You can't kill me. I'm a fugitive from the Immortal Demon Alliance. If you kill me, your mission won't be completed, you. Mu Chen didn't even have time to finish his last sentence before Xie Ying severed his head with a single blow. He felt dizzy, and his last sight was a crimson sky. But Xiang knew this wasn't the end. The head elder had only destroyed half of his cultivation, but hadn't destroyed the nascent soul he cultivated. If it escaped, it would only be a matter of time before Mu Chen returned. So she was waiting for the moment when Mu Chen's nascent soul appeared, and then she would kill him right there. Shortly after Mu Chen's body was torn apart, 4 or 5 beams of white light emerged from his body, each fleeing in different directions. Seeing this, Xiang sneered, "A trifle." She flicked her wrist, creating a clean, sharp sword movement. 5 streams of sword energy followed the 5 beams of white light, and pursued them. The moment the nascent soul was struck by the sword energy, a short, sharp cry echoed through the air. At the same moment, Xiang saw 2 causal lines on her body snap and vanish without a trace. Back in the blooming flowers and full moon game, on the night He Qianshao died, Xiang also saw a causal line extending from her body snap. It was from that time that she discovered she could see the causal connection between herself and others, though this line would only appear for a moment at the moment of the other person's death. Xiang speculated that her ability to see causal lines was due to the jade sunflower fruit given to her by Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu was the tree of destiny, controlling and able to see the fate of everyone in the world. The jade sunflower fruit was a spirit emanating from Grandpa Gu's power within the heavens beyond heaven, possessing the same abilities as Grandpa Gu. It was the jade kue fruit that gave her the power to see the line of cause and effect. The jade kue fruit wasn't a gift from Grandpa Gu, this power was the true gift. At this point, Lin Yuexiang was the only enemy left who had killed the original owner. The tension in Xie Ying's heart finally relaxed a little at this moment. But with this relief, she inevitably lost some strength. She only managed to prevent herself from falling by stabbing the Qianquan spear, which had transformed back into a spear, into the ground. Junior sister. Ji Heyuan quickly ran forward, holding Xie Ying's shoulder and taking her spear. Are you okay? It's okay, they're just minor injuries. They heal naturally after a few days of rest. Xie Ying was now covered in blood, her tendons and veins shattering inch by inch. Her azure robes were stained inky black, and blood dripped down the hem of her robes onto the ground. Ji Heyuan felt a pang of distress, but he said nothing. He simply grasped her wrist and slowly channeled his spiritual energy into her, helping her repair her wounds. Xie Ying was a physical cultivator. Her Dao body was incredibly strong, yet now her skin was cracking inch by inch, revealing the heavy price she had paid to personally kill Gu Qinghuai and the other 2. Xie Ying was seriously injured, and after Ji Heyuan arrived at her side, she peacefully fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Demon Alliance, at the disciples' residence, Lin Yuexiang, who was practicing Qigong and regulating her breathing, suddenly felt her breathing disordered. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her spiritual energy was rapidly draining away. Dai Tian, upon hearing the commotion, rushed in and helped Lin Yuexiang, who was writhing in agony on the ground, his expression tense. Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, what's wrong with you? My heart hurts so much. It feels like knives are stabbing me non-stop. Lin Yuexiang clutched her chest. Senior, I'm in so much pain. Dai Tian lifted Lin Yuexiang horizontally and carried her to the couch, channeling spiritual energy into her. His fingers moved rapidly as he divined, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Gu Qinghuai is dead. Dead, so dead. He's no longer useful anyway, and he never had much sincerity towards me. In agony, Lin Yuexiang didn't care whether Gu Qinghuai lived or died. After all, she had never cared about the men of the Yutian sect. She just wanted to know why she was suddenly so heartbroken. Dai Tian quickly explained. You don't understand. You and Gu Qinghuai are connected by a past life. Your destiny is interconnected and mutually reincarnated. Now, not only is Gu Qinghuai dead, but even his spirit has been shattered, leaving him no chance of reincarnation. He has truly died and disappeared. As a result, the luck you lost because of Gu Qinghuai will never return, and the karma you incurred from your past misdeeds will only be reflected back on you, with no one to share the burden. Xiangxiang, do you understand what this means? This means that even if you are exceptionally gifted and diligent in your cultivation, you will not be able to successfully ascend. Because you are burdened with karma, and your karmic obstacles are difficult to eliminate, such cultivators are not permitted to ascend by the heavenly Tao. Lin Yuexiang's face, already pale from heartache, instantly turned even paler. Why? What evil deeds have I committed to deserve so much negative energy and karma? Lin Yuexiang truly didn't understand. She didn't understand why she possessed so much negative energy. She admitted she was a bad person, but there were many worse people in the world of immortal cultivation, with more blood on their hands. Why was she the only one targeted by the heavens? This isn't just the karma and negative energy of one lifetime, but the accumulated negative energy and karma from lifetimes. The karma from every life you committed has accumulated and is now reflected in this one. So if you wish to ascend, you need sufficient luck to offset the effects of this karma. On this basis, if someone can share this karma with you, your path to ascension will be much smoother. In a past life, Gu Qinghuai and you were deeply in love. He personally promised to be with you through thick and thin, sharing life and death, forever and ever. This was the promise he made to you, so his fortune could be shared with you, and your karma could be shared with him. You two live and die together. But now Gu Qinghuai is dead, and you are still alive. Not only has his share of karma returned to you, but you also bear the punishment for breaking your promise. This is why you feel unbearable heartache and the uncontrollable loss of spiritual energy. After hearing all this, Lin Yuexiang was completely devastated. How bad must her vision have been in that past life to have chosen someone like Gu Qinghuai, and to have vowed with him to be together through life and death for generations to come. Lin Yuexiang couldn't imagine how bad her vision had been in that past life. After all, she hadn't felt the benefits of this vow, but she had experienced its drawbacks. After reincarnation, you're no longer a person. Why should I bear the consequences for the mistakes of my past life? Because this is your fate. Faced with Lin Yuexiang's question, Dai Tian offered only this single sentence. Lin Yuexiang could see that Dai Tian was clearly hiding something, but she had no recourse. At this moment, for the first time, Lin Yuexiang felt a twinge of regret. She regretted listening to Dai Tian's words and following him down this path of no return. She might not have seen it clearly before, but now she understood completely. Dai Tian was simply using her as a pawn, but she still hadn't figured out the precise purpose of this pawn. Lin Yuexiang gritted her teeth in silence, but Dai Tian spoke up. There's a way to change your current situation and alleviate your pain and hardship. Chapter 419. Lin Yuexiang lowered her head and didn't respond. She no longer believed Dai Tian's words. After all, the pain she suffered while trusting him was far greater than when she didn't. However, whether Lin Yuexiang responded or not didn't affect Dai Tian's next words. Dai Tian didn't care about Lin Yuexiang's true thoughts. He only cared about whether this person obeyed him. As long as you find someone with even greater luck and sign a soul-to-soul contract with them, the backlash you suffered from Gu Qinghuai will cease. Not only will you have him share your negative energy, but you also be able to share his luck. This is a truly beneficial situation for you. So, senior, have you found this person? Of course. I originally chose Helian Yao for you, waiting to take over if Gu Qinghuai was in trouble. It's a pity you didn't like him, and he's now dead at Mu Chen's hands. A gleam of light flashed across Dai Tian's eyes. But I already found a candidate for you who's even better than Helian Yao. The palace master of Luyan Palace in the Western Territory. His luck is immense, no less than Gu Qinghuai and Helian Yao's. If you can join him, we can continue as planned, slowly gathering the luck of all the children of luck in this small world and adding it to our own. Then you'll be able to successfully ascend from the Wanxiang continent to the upper realm. Palace Master Luyun? Isn't she a woman? Those are just rumors in the immortal cultivation world. The Palace Master Luyun is a genuine man. And if I can achieve my goal, what does it matter whether he's a man or a woman? Dai Tian was certain Lin Yuexiang wouldn't go against his wishes, but due to Lin Yuexiang's rejection and dislike of Helian Yao, he didn't reveal the fact that Palace Master Luyun is Helian Yao. As Dai Tian had anticipated, Lin Yuexiang didn't say a word of refusal. Since she's the one you chosen, there's no problem. But my health hasn't recovered yet. Could you please give me some time to recover before joining you in your quest to locate the master of Luyan Palace? Lin Yuexiang had recovered from the heartache. She lowered her head, her long lashes masking the coldness in her eyes. Dai Tian, confident that he had Lin Yuexiang completely under his control, had no doubts and immediately agreed. Of course. You should rest and recuperate. I arrange everything. When the time is right, I quietly take you away from the Immortal Demon Alliance. The immortal world has been stable for so many years. It's time for some changes. When the world is in chaos, it's the perfect opportunity for you and me to take advantage of the chaos. Dai Tian recounted his beautiful plan to Lin Yuexiang word for word, completely unaware that Lin Yuexiang had already harbored a deep grudge against him. Lin Yuexiang was no longer the same Lin Yuexiang, who had always obeyed his every word. Lin Yuexiang now had only one thought, to break free from Dai Tian's control. She no longer wanted to be a pawn in Dai Tian's hands. Even if what Dai Tian said was true, and she truly was burdened with countless negative energies, preventing her from ascending, she could always find another place after eliminating Dai Tian. Lin Yuexiang believed that as long as she worked hard enough, she would be able to find a way to dissolve the negative energies and karmic obstacles. 10,000 Demons Gorge. The Demon Lord's Palace. When Xiang opened her eyes, she saw only a pale purple veil, gently lifted by a breeze from nowhere. A small figure appeared beyond the veil. It was Luo Tan. Luo Tan noticed Xia Ying's movements and quickly stood up and walked towards the veil. Xia Ying, are you awake? Xia Ying tried to move, only to discover that she was wrapped in thick bandages all over her body, making even a single movement difficult. Seeing her struggling to sit up, Luo Tan kindly warned her. Don't move around anymore. Using that elixir to forcibly increase your spiritual power to offset the backlash from the golden bell is causing significant damage. Luckily, you're a physical cultivator. Otherwise, a ruptured tendon like this would be difficult to heal, let alone survive. Your injuries were bandaged piece by your junior brother Ji Huyuan. If you stir and cause them to relapse, it's fine. At worst, Ji Huyuan can bandage you again. Xia Ying, who had been struggling to get up just a moment ago, suddenly calmed down and lay back down on the bed, staring blankly at the purple veil above her head. How long was I asleep? Not long, not long. Just 3 days. Luo Tan sat on the floor, his hands resting on the edge of the bed, his chin in his hand, as he looked at Xiang. Don't worry, time flows at the same rate in Wanmo Gorge as outside, so your tasks won't be delayed just because you slept for 3 days. I was seriously injured at the time, and I didn't have time to check if Gu Qinghai and Mu Chen were dead. If I paid such a heavy price and still not been able to kill them, it would have been a real loss. Luo Tan, Don't worry, Ji Huyuan checked for you. Those two are truly dead, completely dead. Even though Luo Tan usually enjoyed playing inexplicable games, Xia Ying's question left her speechless. Gu Qinghai's soul was completely incinerated by you with a nether azure lotus flame. Mu Chen's nascent soul, which he had painstakingly cultivated, was also killed by your own hands. They haven't transformed into true demons, so how could they still be alive after all this? As long as they're completely dead, that's good. Xia Ying nodded with great satisfaction. If she had just arrived in the world of immortal cultivation, she would have inevitably felt a little uncomfortable with killing people and been constrained by her inner sense of morality. But as she spent more time in the world of immortal cultivation and deepened her cultivation of the way of immorality, her adaptability to the world improved. Now, she could kill many people without changing her expression, remaining unmoved. Xia Ying felt her heart was becoming increasingly hardened. Where shall he? He's gone to make medicine for you. I prescribed him a remedy that will not only heal your ruptured tendons, but will also improve your current physical condition and cleanse your body of impurities. Your cultivation will be much smoother in the future. Thank you very much. Xia Ying thanked Luo Tan sincerely for his kindness, and then got down to business. Last time, we discussed the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin fragments. I wonder if the Demon Lord knows where they are, and if you could tell me where they are? I do know where they are. Not only can I tell you, I can even get them for you. But what can you give me in return? Xia Ying, I never do business at a loss. If you can't give me something that's compelling enough, even if you turn the entire 10,000 Demon Gorge upside down, you never find the Dingtian hairpin. Chapter 420. Xia Ying wasn't surprised by Luo Tan's answer. No matter how approachable Luo Tan appeared, and how much he loved her, Xia Ying always remembered Luo Tan's true identity. The Demon Lord. As the mother of all the demons in the world, Demon Lord Luo Tan didn't even care about their lives. So how could she truly care about herself? Luo Tan's attitude towards her was so special for 2 reasons. One was because of Grandpa Gu from the heaven beyond heaven, and the other was because of the novelty. Luo Tan had said, I'm very interesting. Xia Ying didn't care that Luo Tan treated her as a fun toy. As long as she could use this relationship to achieve her own goals, that was all that mattered. So, after a moment of silent reflection, Xia Ying quickly took the initiative to ask. You are the Demon Lord. What good things in this world haven't you seen? No matter how good my things are, they're probably just SOSO in your eyes. So, Demon Lord, why don't you just tell me directly, what do you want? As long as it's something I can achieve or obtain, I will do my utmost to achieve it. Really? I swear by my Tao heart. If I lie, my soul and spirit will be annihilated, and my body and Tao will cease to exist. Xia Ying swore with absolute clarity. The moment she finished speaking, a boom echoed through the air, signaling the Tao Heart Oath had been fulfilled. So, Lord Demon Lord, are you relieved? Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't swear the Tao Heart Oath. After all, I have plenty of ways to ensure you won't break your promise to me. But I like your decisiveness and straightforwardness, so I decided to make things a little easier for you. What I want is simple. I want to be a human, preferably in that fascinating little world I once visited. That would be fascinating. Siang? Question mark. Are you serious? You, the Lord of 10,000 demons, want to be a human, and you want to be one on earth? And most importantly, you call this less trouble? Why don't you go up to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Xie Ying's face was furious, and before she could finish her questions, Luo Tan spoke again. If you can fulfill this wish of mine, I will offer you the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin with both hands. Xie Ying, Master Demon Lord, I must clarify one thing first. I'm just a cultivator, with slightly stronger strength. I'm not some idiot in the wishing well. How could such a thing be possible? Even if it were possible, it's completely impossible with my current abilities. I know you can't do it now, but just promise me that when you're able you do your best. Even if you don't succeed, I won't hold you accountable. Luo Tan wasn't angry at all. In fact, she didn't have the emotions a human should have, for she was merely a vessel created by this world. How could a vessel possess its own emotions? But precisely because of this, Luo Tan wanted to become a human. She wanted to know what it was like to be human, to experience love, hate, emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. But Xie Ying didn't understand Luo Tan's thoughts at that moment. Logically, humans can transform into true demons by becoming demons. Then demons should also be able to transform themselves into humans, by purifying the demonic energy within their bodies. Theoretically, demons do have a chance of becoming human. But there's something I can't figure out. What's going on? With your power, Demon Lord, it's not difficult to tear through space and travel to the world you desire, then dissipate this demonic energy. But why does Demon Lord place his hopes on me? It's certainly not difficult, but I want to be a truly human being. My power allows me to easily obtain everything in this world, except for the 7 emotions and 6 desires, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness of you humans. Even the demons spawned by my power are defective, lacking the full range of emotions. I created a game out of the various obsessions I collected from my travels, and cast them into it, so they can experience firsthand the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the myriad aspects of life within it, thereby learning how to be truly human. It's a pity that none of these demons are truly capable, Luo Tan said, giving Xie Ying a meaningful look. But I don't want to be a defective product. So, Lord Demon, you mean I can make you something more than a defective product? Yes, you can. Only you can. Seeing Luo Tan's earnest and confident words, Xie Ying was truly troubled. How could I not know I had such a powerful ability? If the old man says you have it, then you have it. Luo Tan was also a stubborn demon. She, along with the heavenly Tao, and the Tree of Destiny, were born from the same heaven and earth. She believed in the power of the Tree of Destiny, and even more so, she believed the Tree of Destiny had no reason to deceive her. How do you think the 10,000 demons gorge came into being? I am the Lord of 10,000 demons. Without my tacit approval, and without the heavenly Tao's intervention, how could those cultivators have easily sealed the 10,000 demons? I sacrificed my freedom for tens of millions of years to bring the myriad demons to this place I personally opened, 10,000 demons gorge, all for your appearance. Luo Tan's words drifted further and further away, and Xie Ying became increasingly confused, but one point was crystal clear to her. So the 10,000 demons gorge exists because you, Lord Demon Lord, struck a deal with Grandpa Gu from the outer heavens? And this deal involves me? Yes. Luo Tan nodded confidently. Back then, the old man, and the new heavenly Tao told me directly that as long as I was willing to suppress the myriad demons beneath the 10,000 demons gorge and wait patiently, one day, someone from the outer heavens would come to me and ask for the whereabouts of the heaven-fixing hairpin fragments. That person would be the one who could fulfill my wish. Seeing Luo Tan's eyes gleam as he spoke of this, Xie Ying couldn't bear to tell her. She was most likely being scammed. The rhetoric used by Grandpa Gu and Xian Tian Dao was remarkably similar to that of the con men at roadside fortune-telling stalls. And she had no idea how to free Luo Tan from her demonic body and her original fate. But Luo Tan didn't care what Xie Ying thought. She hadn't said all this just to hear Xie Ying refuse. Seeing Xie Ying hesitate to respond, she frowned and pressed her. What do you think, Xie Ying? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to agree to my terms? I am willing to agree to this condition, but I must be honest with you, Demon Lord. I have no idea how to fulfill your wish. Xiang had no room for hesitation in the current situation. The end of the immortal cultivation world was drawing near, and she had no choice but to agree to Luo Tan's request. If the Demon Lord is willing to trust me, once I have resolved the current predicament of the immortal cultivation world, I will do whatever it takes to help you achieve your wish. Chapter 421. It's a deal. Luo Tan raised his hand and gently tapped Xia Ying's hand, which was wrapped like a pig's hoof. Before Xia Ying could speak again, Luo Tan suddenly reached into his chest and pulled out a fragment. The fragment was only the size of a palm, emitting a shimmering white light in Luo Tan's palm. It was undoubtedly the fragment of the Dingtian hairpin. Luo Tan placed it directly on Xia Ying's chest and gently patted her head. Here's yours. Don't forget what you promised me. I can wait a little longer, as long as you let me. With these words, Luo Tan stopped guarding Xia Ying and turned to find new entertainment. Although the Demon Lord's palace would not allow anyone to enter without warning, Xia Ying still put the fragment into her storage bag with a slight movement of her fingers before she could return to sleep. Xia Ying fell asleep so quickly that she didn't notice that the pink crabapple jade pendant she wore, tightly against her chest, was flickering faintly. Out of sight, the jade pendant's power penetrated her skin and entered her body, slowly repairing the wounds in her veins and tendons with the medicinal properties in her system. Xia Ying's recovery took another 3 days. Aside from the complications surrounding the deaths of Gu Qinghui and Mu Chen, the matter of the Dingtian hairpin fragment went surprisingly smoothly. After their injuries healed, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan immediately asked Luo Tan to leave. Luo Tan paused, his short legs dangling from his throne, a look of annoyance on his face. You're leaving so soon? Actually, there are many interesting places in 10,000 Demons Gorge. I'm planning to take you there to explore. Come back when you have the chance. People who say that usually never come back. Luo Tan saw through Xia Ying's perfunctory response, but she didn't really care. Forget it, it's best if you leave soon. The sooner we resolve matters in the cultivation world, the sooner we can handle my business. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tan's figure teleported in front of them. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan saw nothing but a flash of light before they arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Demon Gorge. Are we there already? What else? Luo Tan looked at them in confusion. Aren't you leaving? I'm just giving you a ride out of kindness. The three of them were talking at the entrance, when a sudden gust of cold wind blew in. A demon dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan, and dressed like a scholar appeared silently not far away, his eyes fixed on Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan. Luo Tan turned to look at the newcomer, his expression slightly displeased. Who told you to come out? Your confinement isn't over yet. Please forgive me, Demon Lord. I didn't intentionally disobey your orders, but I truly had reasons to come out. I just want to have a few words with these two. After that, I have no objection to whatever the Demon Lord decides to do with me. The three of them were stunned. Do you know him? Luo Tan turned and looked at the two. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan's eyes were equally clear. No. This is our first time entering the 10,000 Demon Gorge. How could we possibly know the demons there? Luo Tan was about to speak when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He reached out and grasped her wrist, drawing a stream of demonic energy from it. That demonic energy lingered intimately around Luo Tan's fingertips, as if possessing a consciousness, like a child clinging to its mother. Before Luo Tan could ask, the demon from earlier had already swiftly approached Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan. His cautious gaze was tinged with an indescribable tenderness, as if he feared angering them, and even his tone of voice softened considerably. Have you been okay these past few years? How's your mother? Does she still hate me and refuse to forgive me? Is she? The demon's voice choked as he spoke. Never once told you about my existence as a father? Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan. ? Why would someone rush up and claim their son or daughter? Senior, I think you got the wrong person. We have our own parents, and we're definitely not demons. Impossible. If you're not my bloodline, how could you have my demonic aura? I came here specifically because I sensed your presence. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan suddenly realized the identity of the person before them. Danyu Scholar. The man who had been in a relationship with Ning Xiangwan, daughter of the Ning family in the Central Realm, thousands of years ago, and even conceived a half-demon together, Ning Xian's biological father. Danyu Scholar. Never had they expected to encounter Danyu Scholar under such circumstances. Furthermore, judging by Danyu Scholar's current appearance, it's clear he's been obsessed with Ning Xiangwan and her son, completely unaware of what happened after he was resealed in 10,000 Demons Gorge. Actually, I've been wanting to ask you this question too. Luo Tan spoke at the right moment, the wisp of demonic energy she drawn out earlier still lingering lovingly around her fingertips. Where does the demonic energy within you come from? The demonic energy of the demon clan can only be used by others after the demon itself dies, but I am the only one in this world who can kill demons. Furthermore, the demonic energy within you is not pure. I suspect it is the demonic energy of a half-demon. Master Demon is correct. This is indeed the demonic energy of a half-demon. That's even more strange. A half-demon is neither human nor demon, and is not tolerated in this world. Even I cannot kill him. How did you kill that half-demon? We couldn't kill him. He willingly submitted to his death. His name isn't half-demon. His name is Ning Xian. He is the most prized disciple of Saint Xue Ning of the Snow Maiden clan of the Northern Territory. Chapter 422. Xie Ying recounted Ning Xian's story objectively and carefully in the most concise and precise language. The story wasn't long. She recounted Ning Xian's life in just a quarter of an hour. But after hearing all this, Dan Yu's scholar froze in his place, speechless for a long time. His face was filled with confusion. He couldn't figure it out. Why? Don't you humans have a saying that goes, women are weak, but mothers are strong? Isn't Ning Xian Xiangwan's biological son? Why is Xiangwan so harsh on him? Because love and hate are always one and the same. From love comes worry, and from love comes fear. If one is free from love, there is neither worry nor fear. Ning Xiangwan's thoughts weren't difficult to guess, but Dan Yu's scholar was a demon, cold-hearted and insensitive to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. So, for the sake of her cheap senior brother Ning Xian, Xie Ying kindly explained things to Dan Yu's scholar. As much as Ning Xiangwan loved you in the past, she later hated you. You could not be killed, but eternally sealed in the 10,000 demon gorge. Unable to vent her hatred, she could only transfer it to Ning Xian, who was half your blood. But she truly loved you in the past, and she truly looked forward to the birth of Ning Xian's child. She hated Ning Xian, who was half demon blood, but she couldn't control a mother's instinct to love her child. Thus, her love was not pure, and neither was her hatred. The pain of love and hate constantly tormented Ning Xiangwan, and it also hurt Ning Xian. Thus, Ning Xiangwan's life was filled with regret, while Ning Xian's life was filled with longing for pure love. Dan Yu's scholar listened quietly to Xie Ying's words, unable to articulate the true feelings within him. All he knew was that his heart was choking with pain, and his eyes were swollen, as if 1,000, 10,000 needles were constantly piercing his heart, his flesh, his soul. He felt waves of intense pain throughout his body, from the inside out, so intense that he couldn't help but twitch and convulse, and even breathing hurt. When Dan Yu's scholar spoke again, the other 3 noticed how hoarse his voice was. I harmed them, mother and child. If I hadn't been so obsessed with the world's prosperity and insisted on secretly leaving One Mall Gorge, I wouldn't have met Xiangwan, and she wouldn't have become the center of our family. And our child wouldn't have suffered a life of wandering and loneliness. It's all my fault. No, it's not your fault. Xie Ying interrupted Dan Yu's scholar's self-reproach and guilt. Her expression was serious, and she emphasized every word with great solemnity. It is the prejudices of the world, and the injustice of heaven and earth that have led to your family's tragedy. Heaven and earth created all things and nurtured life, yet they categorize life into different classes. The human race possesses the most resources, and is the most self-important. Therefore, upon gaining power, their first act is to exclude those who dissent from them, and attempt to seize all the world's resources. Thus, they reject and attack the demon race, and they loathe and resent the demon race. They envy the demon race's innate bloodline power, and they also envy the demon race's immortality. This envy breeds prejudice, and prejudice causes the world to continuously shrink the living space of both demons and monsters. This is how conflicts arise. I never believe that what humans do is necessarily right. I am human, so I view everything from their perspective. But objectively speaking, I prefer the demon race's straightforwardness and honesty, and the demon race's clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment, to the human race. Human nature is the most complex and difficult to understand. You never understand why someone who once loved you so deeply could abandon you the next moment. The purest goodness and the most treacherous evil, these very different qualities, can sometimes coexist in the same person. So I think you're right. Your tragedy isn't simply the result of one individual, but the influence of the world as a whole. After Xie Ying finished speaking, she noticed the surroundings were profoundly quiet. Ji Huyuan, Dan Yu scholar, and Luo Tan all looked at her. Luo Tan's eyes were filled with deep thought, as if he was seriously considering the truth of Xie Ying's words. But Dan Yu scholar suddenly looked at Luo Tan, and said something out of the blue. Demon Lord, I know what love is. What? I learned human love. Luo Tan was stunned for a moment, looking at Danyu's scholar in confusion, clearly disbelieving him. Impossible. How could you possibly learn human love? For all these years, no demon has truly mastered the 7 emotions and 6 desires possessed by humans and demons. This is a flaw our race is born with, a flaw that cannot be changed. Even if it's a congenital defect, it can be changed. Demon Lord, I am absolutely certain of one thing. I love her, I love Ning Xiongwan, and I love our child, Ning Xian. Impossible. Luo Tan denied it outright. You can't possibly know what love is. I know. I love them. Facing Luo Tan's stare of obvious disbelief, Danyu's scholar patiently repeated the truth over and over again. I love them. Suddenly, Danyu's scholar felt a sharp pain in his heart, and then a tear of blood shed. The tear condensed into beads, floating in the air, its gorgeous yet eerie color making it impossible to look away. For a moment, Luo Tan and the other two were completely stunned. Xiang looked at Ji Huyuan uncertainly, her eyes questioning. Shall he, do demons cry and shed tears? No, Ji Huyuan replied firmly. As far as I know, demons are naturally indifferent to emotions. They have no idea what happiness or pain is. Everything they do is driven by instinct. How could a demon who doesn't know what joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness truly shed tears? But the fact is, Scholar Danyu did shed tears. This was something that puzzled Ji Huyuan and everyone else. Luo Tan, desperate to understand the 7 emotions and the feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, became even more intrigued. She stretched out her hand, and the drop of blood and tear floating in the air flew directly into her hand. Luo Tan studied it carefully for a while, finally coming to a conclusion that even she couldn't believe. These are real tears. Congratulations, Danyu, you're the first demon in thousands of years to successfully possess the 7 emotions and shed tears. Luo Tan was amazed. She hadn't imagined that a demon could possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires while still possessing a demonic body. However, as the lord of all demons, she was also acutely aware of one fact. The moment a demon possessed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it had completely transformed from demon to human. This also meant that the demon's life might be drawing to a close. Just as you can't have your cake and eat it too, you can never possess both 7 emotions and 6 desires and immortality simultaneously. Thus, Xia Ying and Ji Huyuan watched helplessly as the once high-spirited Danyu scholar aged at a visible rate before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Danyu scholar became a frail old man. What's going on? It's normal, nothing to be alarmed about. Luo Tan explained to the two, Danyu has lived much longer than you think. When he was a demon, he possessed immortality, so he could live as long as he wanted. But now he's a human, and humans have a finite lifespan, so his life has come to an end. Furthermore, Danyu has lost all his cultivation, and he will die soon. There's a saying among our demon clan, if a demon sheds tears, it can become a human. But the price is its life. Because the tears they shed contained all the cultivation they accumulated throughout their lives. Chapter 423. The Danyu scholar, now transformed into a human, seemed to have instantly mastered the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race. Things that had previously baffled him suddenly became clear in his mind. It was as if someone walking through a thick fog suddenly found a way out thanks to a ray of sunlight from the horizon. Thank you for telling me this. The Danyu scholar's gaze fell on Xia Ying and the others, and he thanked them solemnly. He looked exactly the same, except for his age, but Xia Ying and the others sensed something was different. If only one day, humans, demons, and monsters could all live in peace. As he spoke these words, the Danyu scholar's body slowly disintegrated into dust, blown away by the wind. These were his last words to the world, and they were also Danyu scholar's most cherished wish, but everyone knew that day would never truly come. The resources of the immortal cultivation world could never be distributed equitably, and therefore, all creatures in this world could never coexist peacefully. Peace may come briefly, but conflict will never cease. Xia Ying had only intended to make Danyu scholar understand clearly, but she had no idea that her words would lead to his annihilation. The demons possess immortality, so they only have one life, a cycle of rebirth and death. Even if they incarnate as humans, their spirits will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, whether it was Ning Xian or Danyu scholar, no matter how the world mutates, these two will never exist again. Xia Ying, this is for you. Luo Tan handed Xia Ying the blood tear, condensed with Danyu scholar's entire lifelong cultivation. She wasn't sad or angry about Danyu scholar's disappearance, On the contrary, she was happy. Everything that had happened to Danyu's scholar today clearly demonstrated to her. The saying that demons become adults when they shed tears is true. This drop of blood tear condenses all of Danyu's cultivation. You can incorporate it into your spear, or forge it into other magical weapons. Everything on a demon is a rare treasure for you humans. This drop of blood tear was created because of your words. You can do whatever you wish with it. Besides, I have another gift for you. Luo Tan said, and with a twist of his wrist, a stream of demonic energy shot out from his fingertips and landed on Xia Ying's wrist. The moment the demonic energy landed, a red epiphyllum flower imprinted itself on her arm. Her snowy skin and the red epiphyllum flower complemented each other, making her look particularly alluring and beautiful. What is this? Xia Ying didn't refuse the blood and tears, and took it directly into her pocket. After all, there was no point in turning down such a good thing that came to her door. But what concerned her even more was the red mark of the epiphyllum flower on her arm. Luo Tan was no stingy person. This mark must have a purpose beyond her imagination. And Luo Tan hadn't intended to hide it from Xia Ying, so he directly explained the mark's purpose. This epiphyllum flower is made from 1% of my power. As a being like the Heavenly Tao and the Ancient One, I cannot directly interfere in the affairs of the immortal world. But I can lend you a portion of my power. This epiphyllum can block 3 fatal blows for you and grant you the ability to sense and command demons. There must be quite a few demon cultivators hidden in the world of immortal cultivation, right? Demon cultivators aren't true demons, but since they cultivate demonic energy to improve their cultivation, they're naturally suppressed by me. With a small portion of my power, you can naturally suppress those demon cultivators. How is it, Xia Ying? Does my gift touch your heart? There's no better gift. Xia Ying's eyes, like tiny stars, gleamed as she stared at Luo Tan. Demon Lord, your gift is far more substantial than any wish I could have. As long as you like it, then you must quickly resolve your problems outside and come back to me. Don't forget what you promised me. Demon Lord, rest assured. I, Xia Ying, always keep my word. After troubling you for so long, my junior brother, and I will now take our leave. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan bowed to Luo Tan, then passed through the entrance, exited 10,000 Demons Gorge, and returned to the barrier. While in 10,000 Demons Gorge, Ji Heyuan rarely spoke, even though there were many things he didn't understand. Only now, after emerging, did he finally hold back his words. Junior sister, what exactly did you promise the Demon Lord? Is it inconvenient to talk about it? Ji Heyuan's long lashes hid a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. If it's inconvenient to talk about it, then forget it. I'm fine. Junior sister's important matter is most important. Xia Ying, before she could say anything, said, Xiao He, has anyone ever told you that you're really quite charming? Ji Heyuan remained silent, merely feigning ignorance as he stared at her. Xia Ying sighed, alas. Male beauty truly misleads. Actually, there's nothing to hide. Luo Tan has a wish that only I can fulfill. And she happens to have a treasure I need. So we struck a deal. After I finish dealing with matters in the immortal cultivation realm, I return and find a way to help her fulfill her wish. Is this wish dangerous? No, it's just that I don't have a clue. Luckily, Luo Tan isn't in a rush, so it's okay to think about it later. That was all Xia Ying could say. She had personally promised Grandpa Gu that she wouldn't mention the Dingtian hairpin or the events in the immortal cultivation realm to anyone. So, even if the person standing before her was Xiao He, she wouldn't make any exceptions. Let's go out and see how senior brother Ji and the others are handling their situation. We also need to report back to the Immortal Demon Alliance about Mu Chen and Gu Qinghuai. The two walked forward side by side, not forgetting to pick up a few freshly carcasses of demon beasts along the way and put them into their storage bags. Just then Enin, who had disappeared for a long time, finally reappeared. Host, you're so kind. You finally emerged from the 10,000 Demon Gorge. I've been waiting outside for you for ages, fearing something might have happened to you. Oh! How come I didn't feel your concern for me at all? It's been almost 3/4 of an hour since I emerged from the 10,000 Demon Gorge. You must have been so worried. It wasn't that the Demon Lord unilaterally severed the connection between me and the host. Since Enin couldn't contact the host, she had no choice but to do something else. Next time the host visits my system space, you see a thriving Hariosum. Enin smiled and said nothing. Xia Ying didn't bother to argue with her over such trivial matters, and turned to the real business. Has everything been peaceful outside lately? Since I lent the Burning Heaven Tower to senior brother Ji, has the issue of the demonic energy leaking been resolved? Rest assured, host. Ji Chongqing has handled everything well. However, there's something I think you should know. What is it? Yi Ming is dead. Chapter 424. Xie Ying's walking speed and her emotions were unaffected by Yin Yin's words. How did he die? She clearly remembered that when she entered the barrier, Yi Ming was still alive and well. A disciple possessed by demonic energy attempted a surprise attack on Ji Chongqing. To protect Ji Chongqing and allow him to control the burning heaven tower to suppress the demonic energy, Yi Ming blocked a fatal attack. Later, due to the severity of his injuries and the severe erosion of the demonic energy, Yi Ming died before the medical staff could arrive. Because his Dao body was contaminated by demonic energy, Ji Chongqing ordered it to be completely incinerated with strange fire. Yi Ming's ashes have now been collected by Yi Wanwan and taken to the Brahma Temple in the Western Territory for a venerable monk to pray for his rebirth. That's quite good. Although Yi Ming committed many mistakes, he was not a bad person at heart. He died protecting the safety of 10,000 Demons Gorge and was considered a hero. Xie Ying sincerely believed that this was a good ending for Yi Ming. At least it's much better than those stubborn people like Gu Qinghuai from the Yutian sect, who are so stubborn and never realize their mistakes, determined to keep going down this path. Oh yes, I killed Gu Qinghuai, He Qianshao, and Mu Chen. Yining paused after hearing this, but quickly reacted, not letting Xie Ying notice the fleeting feeling of something amiss. That's normal. I think it was abnormal if you, the host, didn't kill them given such a good opportunity. I think so too. Xie Ying agreed. Now only Lin Yuexiang and Di Qinghui remain. In fact, judging from the memories left by the original owner, Xie Ying didn't think the original owner's hatred for Di Qinghui was very strong. Perhaps it was because Di Qinghui always considered himself noble. Although he disliked the original owner, he had never personally done anything to bully her. His fault, at most, was favoring Lin Yuexiang in inaction. Thus, Xie Ying thought she could save Di Qinghui for last. Right now, Lin Yuexiang's life or death was more of a concern to her. How's Lin Yuexiang doing lately? Can't she be killed yet? No, Lin Yuexiang's luck is still strong, so she's still very important. Killing her would disrupt the existing balance in the immortal world. Besides her, who still can't be killed, Yining has no objection to anyone the host wants to kill. It's the same as saying nothing. Xie Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance. Remember to let me know when you can kill him. As they spoke, Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan had already reached the edge of the barrier. The previously damaged area of the barrier had long been repaired, and the Immortal Demon Alliance had sent an elder to personally handle it. And this time, the elder was no one else but Elder Ning Yuan, whom both of them were very familiar with. Upon learning that Xie Ying and the other two had entered the barrier, Ning Yuan assigned disciples to take turns guarding the area, ensuring they would be the first to learn of any developments. As soon as the disciples spotted the two, they immediately relayed the news back to camp. Upon hearing the news, Ning Yuan and Ji Chongqing quickly arrived. Ning Yuan still looked sickly, but his aura was undeniable. Besides, only the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance knew the method to open the barrier. The disciples, seeing Ning Yuan approaching from afar, quickly stepped aside to make way. Ning Yuan said nothing, merely observing the two men carefully from above through the thin barrier. Then Xie Ying saw Ning Yuan's hands moving rapidly, forming a complex hand seal while muttering something to himself. At the same time, a certain spot on the barrier suddenly became as soft as water, allowing easy passage. Junior sister Xie, junior brother Ji, quickly crossed the barrier and returned. Ji Chongqing shouted from behind Ning Yuan, and the two of them quickly crossed the barrier. All this happened in a matter of seconds. By the time the other disciples regained their composure, the barrier had already returned to its original solid state. Disciple greets master, Elder Ning Yuan. No need for formalities. Ning Yuan gently raised his hand, indicating that the two could proceed as they pleased. What's the current situation in 10,000 Demons Gorge? Where are Mu Chen, Gu Qinghuai, and the others? The situation in 10,000 Demons Gorge is relatively good. No demons have escaped. As for Mu Chen and the others who defected from the Immortal Cultivation world and became demonic cultivators, they have been slain by my disciples' swords, their souls completely destroyed. Xie Ying briefly reported the situation, and Ji Yuan remained silent. Tacitly, neither of them mentioned their encounter with the demon lord Luo Tan or their experience in 10,000 Demons Gorge. Ning Yuan's discerning eyes could naturally discern that the two were hiding something. However, he had always had absolute trust in Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan, so even if they remained silent, Ning Yuan wouldn't doubt their motives. Much less would he suspect they would do anything detrimental to the world of immortal cultivation. I will immediately report what you said back to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Thank you for your hard work in killing the traitor. The Immortal Demon Alliance will naturally reward you upon your return. Now, return to camp and rest well. After I dealt with the matter at 10,000 Demon's Gorge, you can come back with me to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Yes. The two men agreed without a second thought. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly flew from the horizon and landed squarely in Ning Yuan's hand. It was a 1,000-mile sound transmission note. Ning Yuan's expression suddenly changed after hearing what the talisman said, his gaze instantly falling on Xiaoying and the others. I'm afraid you won't be able to rest. I just received a message from the Immortal Demon Alliance. Something has happened to the Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect leader was brutally murdered in his cave, and the Haoyue sect's treasury was looted. Now, the Haoyue sect is leaderless. Xin Yu has already left overnight with the Yun Che and Yun Hao brothers to return to the Haoyue sect to handle internal affairs. The head elder is hoping that you, Xiaoying, can also visit the Haoyue sect to see what has happened, and whether you can uncover the truth behind the Haoyue sect leader's death. A system notification chimed in Xiaoying's ears almost simultaneously with Ning Yuan's voice. Ding dong. The extended mission exploring the Haoyue sect has been triggered again. Host, please proceed to the Haoyue sect as soon as possible to uncover the truth. Mission deadline, none. Mission reward, 1 random 5 elements spirit pearl, 1 fragment of the truth of the immortal realm. Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan wasted no time in leaving One Maw Gorge upon receiving the mission, heading directly for Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect is a small sect within the central realm, renowned in the world of immortal cultivation for the Haoyue sword technique created by its founder. While its foundation isn't as profound as that of other major sects, it has always enjoyed a good reputation within the world of immortal cultivation. Furthermore, the members of the Haoyue sect are all kind and compassionate, making them virtually without any enemies within the world of immortal cultivation. So, after the incident at the Haoyue sect, speculation about the sect spread like wildfire throughout the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 425. Xiaoying heard at least 10 different theories along the way to the Haoyue sect. Each one sounded more absurd than the next. Some speculated that the Haoyue sect leader had incurred romantic debts. Others speculated that the Haoyue sect possessed an unknown treasure, which had attracted the envy and plotting of others. Some even went so far as to speculate that the brothers Yun Che and Yun Hao, fighting for the position of Haoyue sect leader, had colluded with outsiders to attack their biological father and master. Of these theories, Xiaoying felt that the Haoyue sect possessed a treasure theory was the only plausible one. After all, the chief elder's specific request to come to the Haoyue sect must not only be due to her close friendship with Yun Che and Yun Hao, but also because she was now in charge of the Dingtian hairpin fragment. Who knew that the Haoyue sect leader had suffered this misfortune because of the Dingtian hairpin? But among all the speculation, the most fervent one was the claim that Yun Che and Yun Hao colluded with outsiders to kill their father and steal the treasure. The closer Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan got to the Haoyue sect's territory, the more intense this rumor became. Junior sister, don't you think there's something amiss about these rumors? Although Ji Huyuan had only limited experience with Yun Che and Yun Hao, she had a pretty good idea of their personalities. Of the two, Yun Che, the elder brother, was somewhat calculating, while the younger brother, Yun Hao, was completely innocent and naive. If these two could collude with outsiders to kill their father and steal the treasure, Helian Yao might actually be able to unify the world of immortal cultivation. These rumors are all directed at the Yun brothers. If these rumors are allowed to spread, the Yun brothers will probably soon become the most hated figures in the world of immortal cultivation. I know these rumors are truly perverse. It's as if someone is deliberately directing others to target Yun Che and his group. Xiaoying recalled the story in the original novel, in which the Yun Che brothers slaughtered 3 cities, and became the twin demons hated by everyone in the cultivation world. She didn't know who was behind this incident, but since Yun Che and Yun Hao were now her friends, she wouldn't stand by and watch others smear them with the accusation of patricide. It's a good thing senior brothers and return to Haoyue Gate with them, otherwise who knows how this rumor would spread. Xiao He, let's speed up and try to reach Haoyue Gate before dark. Okay. By the time the two of them finally arrived at Haoyue Gate, after a long and arduous journey, it was already dusk. White banners hung high and low across Haoyue Gate, and the blood-red setting sun cast a brilliant crimson hue across half the sky. The atmosphere permeating the entire Haoyue Gate was one of sorrow and endless desolation. Yun Songyan, the leader of the Haoyue sect, was known for his fairness and leniency, earning him the support of all Haoyue disciples. Besides the 9 major sects, countless other sects and schools exist on the Wanxiang continent in the world of immortal cultivation. While the Haoyue sect may not be considered one of the best, it is certainly not an unknown powerhouse. Over the years, many talented disciples have sought membership in the Haoyue sect, drawn to its reputation and character. Yun Sungyan's brutal murder undoubtedly sparked the wrath of everyone within the Haoyue sect. Since Yun Sungyan's death, everyone within the sect has been investigating, hoping to find the murderer and avenge their former leader. Unfortunately, even after many days, the Haoyue sect remains clueless. Although the disciples of the Haoyue sect were deeply saddened by the passing of their former leader, Yun Sungyan, they did not let this stop them from fulfilling their duties. As soon as Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan arrived at the gate and explained their identities and purpose, a disciple quickly passed on the news. Soon after, Yun Che, dressed in snow-white mourning clothes, and Xin Yu, dressed as a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance, emerged. Senior sister Xia, senior brother Ji, you finally arrived. Junior brother Yun, I offer my condolences. Please follow me inside and we talk. Xiaoying noticed that Yun Che seemed wary of the other members of the Haoyue sect, so she said nothing. Instead, she and Ji Heyuan quietly followed Yun Che into the Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect was shrouded in mourning, and Xiaoying saw grief on every disciple's face. Strangely, however, these disciples treated Yun Che with a coldness, even less warmth than they had shown to these outsiders. Yun Che led them to the Haoyue sect's guest house, where Xin Yu also lived. Seeing no one else around, Ji Heyuan finally stopped trying to hide his feelings and asked directly, Junior brother Yun Che, why are you alone? Where's junior brother Yun Hao? Didn't you all come back together? Hao's been locked up. Yun Che gave a wry smile. This is a decision made by all the elders of the Haoyue sect. I can't change it. Why? Could it be that you, the elders of the Haoyue sect, truly believe those rumors? Xiaoying was both surprised and puzzled. After all, Yun Che and Yun Hao had been raised by these elders. Even if the rumors were so outrageous, they shouldn't have just believed them without any investigation, right? When sect leader Yun got into trouble, you and Yun Hao. But if we're still in the Immortal Demon Alliance, how could we teleport back, kill someone, and escape unnoticed? Hao and I are naturally aware of our innocence, but the problem now is that few within the Haoyue sect believe that Master's death had nothing to do with us. And those rumors weren't the cause of the elders' suspicions about us. They were the result. After Master was murdered, an elder discovered Hao and my protective jade in Master's room, and that's when those rumors began to spread. Those rumors about Hao and me originated entirely within the Haoyue sect. Chapter 426. Those Magatama. It's real. Yun Che guessed what Xiaoying was about to ask and spoke first, explaining, about half a month ago, we received a message from Master via Spirit Crane, instructing us to hand over the protective Magatama to the Spirit Crane to take back to the Haoyue sect. This was Master's order, so Hao and I naturally wouldn't refuse, and we didn't give it a second thought. But back then, I could never have imagined that the next time I heard news from the Haoyue sect would be after Master's death, and that the pair of protective Magatama, hand-carved by Master to protect my brother and me, would become evidence incriminating us as murderers. Where's the letter that sect leader Yun sent the Spirit Crane to bring you? That letter. Afterwards, it spontaneously combusted without a trace of wind, leaving no paper or ink behind. And now that Master has tragically died, there's no one else who can testify for us two brothers. So, perhaps everything, including sect leader Yun's request that you hand over the Magatama, was a trap set for you. Xia junior sister, what you said is exactly what junior brother Yun and I have been speculating about for the past few days. Xin Yu spoke up at the right moment. Unfortunately, junior brother Yun and I haven't found a way out yet. Yun Che may be kind-hearted, but he's not completely clueless. With things having come to this, how could he not realize they were being plotted against, and the person plotting against them was most likely a close fellow disciple or elder within the Haoyue sect. After all, only those within the Haoyue sect knew that both he and Yun Hao possessed a protective Magatama, and only those within the Haoyue sect could approach Yun Sungyan without being on his guard. Yun Che truly couldn't, and didn't want to believe that the fellow disciples and elders who had always cared for them would brutally murder their father and pin the blame on them. But the current situation forced Yun Che to believe it, no matter how much he didn't want to. They had been betrayed by their most trusted family members. What about Yun Hao? The day Hao and I returned to the Haoyue sect, we were questioned by the elders. Hao, a man with a hot temper, couldn't stand provocation, and in a rage, he fought with the elders, was injured, and was put in solitary confinement. I wasn't imprisoned with them, because of senior brother Xin Yu, and the pleadings of several other senior brothers and sisters in the Haoyue sect. But my movements within the Haoyue sect are now restricted in every way, and I have no way of investigating the truth behind Master's murder. Xie remained silent after hearing this, but Ji Hyun's gaze fell on Sinyu. Has senior brother since spoken with the elders of the Haoyue sect? Don't they trust the child they watched grow up? Instead, they're condemning Yunche and the others for 2 Magatama pieces? This is Haoyue sect's own affair. Precisely because I'm a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance, I can't interfere too much. However, the elders of Haoyue sect are willing to give the Immortal Demon Alliance a favor. They've given junior brother Yun 2 weeks to prove his innocence. There are only 10 days left before their deadline. Does junior brother Yun have any suspects? Xie looked up at Yunche. After all, when it came to understanding the people of Haoyue sect, none of them could compare to Yunche. Unfortunately, Yunche shook his head. He had no clue what was going on. Before this incident, the elders and fellow disciples of Haoyue sect were all very kind to us. I simply can't imagine who could be so cruel as to do such a thing. Let's not dwell on who did it for now. Let's first consider who within the Haoyue sect stands to benefit the most from the death of sect leader Hyun, and the blame you two bear for patricide. Ji Hyun had barely finished speaking when Xie added. And what kind of rare treasures are hidden in your Haoyue sect's treasury that would have caused the murderer to plunder the entire treasury after killing someone? There's nothing special in the treasury. Yunche pondered carefully, but couldn't come up with anything special. If our Haoyue sect possessed any peerless treasures, we wouldn't have remained a small sect in the Middle Realm for so many years. But it's possible that we do, and Master didn't have the chance to tell us before we met such a ruthless hand. As for the benefit others stand to gain from Master, and us being in trouble, the only real benefit is the position of Haoyue sect's next sect leader. I was chosen by Master as the young sect master of the Haoyue sect. If I were to bear the blame for patricide, if he were charged with a crime, he would naturally be barred from inheriting the Haoyue sect. By then, the position of Haoyue sect leader would most likely fall to Elder Mu Qing, Elder Lu Hua, senior brother Tian Dong, and senior sister Jian Chu. Then we split up. Xie immediately decided, assigning the tasks. Yunche, you and senior brother Sin continue to try to find a complete list of the treasures in the Haoyue sect treasury. Xiao He and I will keep an eye on the 4 individuals you just mentioned. However, it would be even better if we could visit the place where sect leader Yun was murdered and take a closer look. We might even uncover some missed clues. Xie still believed that sect leader Yun Songyan's death was likely related to the Dingtian hairpin fragment, but at the moment, there was no evidence or clues linking the Haoyue sect to the Dingtian hairpin fragment. So, she didn't dare to make any rash statements. She could only investigate first, waiting until she had more useful clues before confirming whether the Haoyue sect incident was related to the Dingtian hairpin fragment. Okay, I arrange everything. Yunche trusted Xie Ying's abilities, and agreed without hesitation. How ironic, at this point, Yunche actually trusted Xie Ying and the others, whom he had known for less than a year, more than his fellow disciples in the Haoyue sect, whom he had spent years with. By the way, if it's convenient, I also like to meet Yun Hao. Chapter 427. Yunche was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly recovered. He nodded. I go and plead with senior sister Jian Chu to see if I can allow you to meet. Senior sister Jian Chu is currently guarding Ao Hao. I just want to ask Yun Hao a few questions, not help him escape. Since the Haoyue sect is willing to give you a chance to prove yourselves, they wouldn't even give you time to speak, right? I'd be suspicious of anyone who tries to stop me. Although Xie Ying's previous words had been polite, the possibility of not being able to see Yun Hao hadn't even crossed her mind. If the Haoyue sect insisted on preventing them from seeing Yun Hao, it would only further prove that there was something deeply problematic about them. In that case, even if she couldn't find evidence to prove Yunche and the others' innocence, she would still rescue them. Yunche, who had been mired in anxiety and grief ever since his father's accident, suddenly felt incredibly relieved upon hearing Xie Ying's familiar, scoundrel tone. He nodded seriously. Senior sister Xie, you're right. Ao Hao is only in solitary confinement, and can't leave his room freely. No one has ever said he can't see anyone. I take you to see him right away. Yunche already had Sin Yu's support, and now with the added confidence of Xie Ying and Ji Hyun, he felt a surge of confidence. The 4 of them marched proudly towards the place where Yun Hao was being held. On the way, Xie Ying took the time to briefly brief Yunche on the backgrounds and personalities of the most notable figures in the Haoyue sect. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Elders Mu Qing and Lu Hua are Master's junior and senior brothers and sisters. The 3 of them have a close relationship. Elder Lu Hua is the only daughter of the previous sect leader. When I was a child, I heard from other elders in the Haoyue sect that Elder Mu Qing had always harbored a crush on Elder Lu Hua, but Elder Lu Hua seemed to be in love already, and always bluntly rejected Elder Mu Qing's advances. Elder Mu Qing was a stern man, completely intolerant of any injustice. The disciples both respected and feared him. Elder Lu Hua, however, was approachable and generous with his guidance, making him a beloved elder. What about those two senior brothers and sisters you mentioned? What kind of people were they? Senior brother Tian Dong and senior sister Jian Chu are actually our eldest and second senior brothers, orphans from the mountainside. Master took pity on their difficult backgrounds and, seeing their aptitude for cultivation, accepted them into the Haoyue sect and carefully taught them. They have a close relationship with Master, even closer than a Hao and I are to him. After this incident, thanks to senior brother Tiandong and senior sister Jianchu's intercession, Ah Hao was only placed in solitary confinement, avoiding a more severe punishment. I personally believe that the two of them should be fine. Given their deep bond with Master, they would never commit such a cruel act as killing Master. As they spoke, the group had already reached the place where Yun Hao was being held. Before they even approached, Xia Ying spotted from afar a female cultivator draped in mourning, holding a heavy sword, standing outside the cave. Her figure was tall and straight, her brows resolute. Like a green bamboo standing against the rock, she exuded an air of pride and dignity. Seeing Yunche approach with Xia Ying and the others, Jianchu only frowned slightly. Third junior brother, what are you doing? Second senior sister. Yunche treated Jianchu with great respect. These are my friends from my travels. They're Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan from the Xiaoyao sect, and they're also my fellow disciples in the Immortal Demon Alliance. Senior sister Jian. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan both bowed in greeting, but Jianchu's brows twitched slightly when he heard their names, and then he quickly returned the greeting. I long heard your names, but I'm wondering why you and third junior brother are here? We want to see Yun Hao. Second senior sister Xia, and the others are here to help me, and they just want to ask Hao a few questions. They definitely won't let him get away. Second senior sister, can you please let them in? Yun Che, who always pretended to be very calm in front of others, instantly transformed into a well-behaved younger brother in front of his senior sister. Jianchu smiled faintly at this, and gently patted Yun Che's cheek. I didn't say I wouldn't let them in. Jianchu gently waved his hand, and removed the barrier outside the cave. You may go in, but don't stay too long, or I won't be able to explain this to the elders. Thank you, senior sister Jian. Xia Ying said nothing more, and quickly walked into the cave with Ji Heyuan. Xin Yu, however, waited outside with Yun Che. Jianchu glanced at Yun Che with some surprise. Third junior brother, aren't you going in with them? I won't go. Yun Che shook his head. I'm afraid seeing Ah Hao will inevitably remind me of Master, and that will only add to my sorrow. I better stay here with senior sister, and wait for them to come out. Yun Che's words were nice, but in reality, this was Xia Ying's instructions. Xia Ying had asked him to keep an eye on Jianchu from outside. Although Yun Che didn't believe Jianchu would do anything to harm Yun Sungyin, he chose to follow Xia Ying's instructions in order to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan had also found Yun Hao inside the cave. Perhaps to prevent Yun Hao from escaping, the elders of the Haoyue sect had not only set up a barrier outside the cave, but also within it. Yun Hao, now trapped within that tiny expanse of land, looked truly pitiful. Yun Hao, with his back to the cave, heard footsteps behind him, and a hint of impatience crossed his delicate features once again. Chapter 428. Are you annoying? Are you annoying? Yun Hao grabbed a handful of stones from the ground and threw them behind him. I already told you I didn't kill my father. Even if you ask me 100 times, I give you the same answer. My brother and I have never colluded with outsiders to kill our father and steal his treasure. Forget it. I absolutely will not admit to anything I didn't do. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan didn't even have time to speak before Yun Hao's hurled stones nearly shattered their heads. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, this brat. Yun Hao, I finally understand why the elders of the Haoyue sect only put you in solitary confinement and not Yun Che. You must have thrown stones at them a lot, right? Hearing this familiar voice, Yun Hao froze for a moment, then turned around and saw Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, and burst into tears. Senior sister Xia. Senior brother Ji. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, my brother and I would have been wrongly accused to death. Yun Hao sobbed bitterly, leaving Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan feeling a complex mix of emotions. Ji Heyuan was incredibly grateful that a barrier had stopped Yun Hao from charging towards them. Otherwise, if Yun Hao had wiped his tears and snot on his clothes, he would have been hard-pressed to refrain from beating him up. Yun Hao sobbed, looking behind Xia Ying. Are you the only ones here? Where's junior sister Ming? Of course Fu Ying isn't here. She has things to attend to. Besides, more people can't handle your situation. Yun Hao pouted, tears streaming down his face again. Xia Ying. It was truly difficult for her to connect the crybaby before her with the ruthless villain in the original novel. Alright, stop crying. We're here for your sake, aren't we? Xia Ying interrupted Yun Hao's sobbing and got down to business. Tell me how you were wrongly accused of murder. Didn't my brother tell me? Yun Hao was stunned. Yes, but I can't just take one person's account of this kind of thing. Your opinion is important too. It wasn't that Xia Ying didn't believe Yun Che's words, but during their conversation, she clearly sensed that he still held high hopes and attachment to the Haoyue sect. This lack of objective judgment also affected her approach to things, so she needed to look at things from different perspectives and present each person and each event as objectively and impartially as possible. Naturally, Yun Hao didn't doubt Xia Ying's intentions, and quickly recounted everything he knew, detailing everything. Although what he said was almost identical to Yun Che's, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan both sensed a difference between his and Yun Che's approaches to the people of the Haoyue sect. So Xia Ying asked the same question. Do you have any suspects? Suspects? Yun Hao became excited, sneering. That's a lot. Aside from my brother and me, anyone in the entire Haoyue sect could be the murderer. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to pin such a crime on us? Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan exchanged a glance. Excellent. Completely different answers. It seemed their decision to come see Yun Hao had been a good one. Tell me in detail, who do you suspect the most? Lu Hua and Mu Qing. Yun Hao spat out the two names without hesitation. They and my father were fellow disciples. If it weren't for my father, the position of Haoyue sect leader would most likely have fallen to Lu Hua. And Mu Qing is the one who always responds to Lu Hua's requests. I think it's very likely that they teamed up to kill my father. Your words are indeed tainted with a lot of personal grudges. Xia Ying wasn't surprised, but she was still a little curious as to why Yun Che and Yun Hao had such different attitudes toward these two elders. Elder Mu Qing is a strict person, so it's understandable that you dislike him. But I heard from Yun Che that Elder Lu Hua is the kindest, and Yun Che has a good impression of her. Why don't you like her either? Ha! That Lu Hua is the ultimate pretentious person. Yun Hao snorted. My brother's personality is exactly like my father's. He naturally doesn't assume the worst of people, but I've known since childhood that Lu Hua hates me. Even though I look exactly like my brother, she only likes him and not me. Because my brother's personality is like my father's, and mine is exactly like my mother's. Xia Ying's eyebrows twitched slightly. Your mother is? My mother is a mortal, an ordinary mortal. From Yun Hao's words, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan learned the brief story between Yun Songyan and his first wife, Lu Huan. Lu Huan was the daughter of the mayor of a small city in the Eastern Territory. While the mayor's family was wealthy, his beloved youngest daughter was born an ordinary mortal, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation. As a result, the mayor doted on Lu Huan, providing her with everything he could, aside from cultivation resources. As the youngest child of the Lu family, Lu Huan was doted on by her parents and siblings from a young age. Although spoiled and unruly, she never erred in matters of right and wrong. Her encounter with Yun Songyan was also a fortuitous fate. That year, Yun Songyan was merely a senior disciple of the Haoyue sect's leader. Having reached the Jinden stage of cultivation, he accepted a mission within the sect and left. However, no one anticipated the mission information being erroneous, and Yun Songyan's abilities at the time were simply incapable of single-handedly defeating the rogue demonic beast. He used up all the magic weapons on his body, before he could barely escape by seriously injuring the monster. In the end, he himself was seriously injured and fell unconscious on the side of the road. Later, he was picked up by Lu Huan, who happened to pass by. Chapter 429. Lu Huan fell in love with Yun Songyan at first sight. After picking him up, she personally took care of him. Immortal cultivators fear karma. Although Yun Songyan initially showed no interest in Lu Huan, he could not ignore Lu Huan's kindness in saving and caring for him. Lu Huan, on the other hand, was extremely persistent. She saw that Yun Songyan did not dislike her, so she made no secret of her feelings for him. When a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin layer of gauze between them. Yun Songyan was not one to be cold-hearted. During his days of recuperation, he and Lu Huan spent every day together, and they unknowingly fell in love. Then things unfolded naturally. Yun Songyan returned to the Haoyue sect to inform the sect master of his affair with Lu Huan, and then married her with great fanfare. Although Lu Huan was spoiled, she was always courteous and considerate. She knew she was merely a mortal, unworthy of the cultivator's attention, so during their time at the Haoyue sect, she never caused Yun Sungyin any trouble. Cultivators often struggled to conceive, let alone Lu Huan, a mere mortal. The two had been together for years childless. Later, when Yun Sungyin returned from the mountain, he brought back two orphans, Tiandong and Jianshu, whom Lu Huan treated as her own. Perhaps it was the blessing of Tiandong and Jianshu that brought them home, but after taking them in, Lu Huan and Yun Sungyin, childless for years, conceived Yun Che and Yun Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Huan's mortal body was unable to conceive a cultivator's spiritual power. Although she risked her life to give birth to a pair of sons, her own body suffered irreversible damage. Moreover, when the brothers Yun Che and Yun Hao were just born, Yun Hao was not found to have the aptitude to practice cultivation. In addition, Lu Huan's body was already weak at the time and could not be replenished. The longer she stayed in a place with rich spiritual energy, the heavier the burden on her body would be. Yun Sungyin had no choice but to send his wife and children to live at the foot of the mountain. So Yun Hao grew up with his mother, Lu Huan, there, nurtured by her and developing a personality that mirrored hers. But Yun Che, who grew up with his father, Yun Sungyin, also imitating his ways and personality. If Yun Hao is a replica of Lu Huan, then Yun Che is a replica of Yun Sungyin. Lu Huan only lived with Yun Hao until the age of 5 before succumbing to physical weakness. Knowing that her lifespan was not equal to Yun Sungyin's, she warned Yun Sungyin not to remain faithful to her. But Yun Sungyin's heart was solely devoted to his first wife, Lu Huan, who had passed away so young. After Lu Huan's death, Yun Sungyin could no longer hold anyone else in his heart. Besides missing his first wife, Yun Sungyin spent the rest of his life diligently teaching his disciples and his two sons. Yun Hao, originally thought to have no talent for cultivation, only discovered after returning to the Haoyue sect for retesting that his talent was no less than Yun Che's, and even more so. From that day on, Yun Hao began to cultivate the Haoyue sect's inner cultivation techniques with Yun Che. But unlike Yun Che, having grown up with his mother, Lu Huan, Yun Hao didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Haoyue sect. Furthermore, because he lived at the foot of the mountain, Yun Hao's ability to read people's expressions was far superior to Yun Che's, who had grown up in the mountains. So, he knew from the start, Elder Lu Hua, known for her gentle and easygoing nature, never liked him. She only liked his brother Yun Che. Or perhaps, to be more precise, Elder Lu Hua liked his father, Yun Sungyin. Elder Lu Hua liked Sect Master Yun? Xiang also came to her senses and understood Yun Hao's true intentions when he shared this past event. Do you think Elder Lu Hua, driven by love and hatred, murdered sect leader Yun and ultimately pinned the blame on you and Yun Che? That's highly likely, isn't it? The story he kept secret for years was now out in the open, and Yun Hao no longer bothered to conceal his dislike for Elder Lu Hua. I heard from other elders of the Haoyue sect that when the previous sect leader passed the throne to my father, he had intended to give Lu Hua to him. But then my mother's appearance interrupted everything, and the previous sect leader couldn't force his will, so the matter fell through. If you were Lu Hua, wouldn't you feel any resentment at all? I think Yun Hao's suspicions are plausible. Given this past, Elder Lu Hua is undoubtedly the most suspicious. Without waiting for Xiang to respond, Ji Huyuan, who had been silent for a long time, echoed Yun Hao's sentiments. Even if she's not the murderer, she must know something unknown. Then let's start with Lu Hua. I try to find out if I can find anything useful from her. Xiang and Ji Huyuan agreed. Lu Hua was worth investigating. Besides that, do you have anything else to tell us? Xiang didn't believe the elders of the Haoyue sect had imprisoned Yun Hao simply for offending them. If there was something fishy about the Haoyue sect, then there must have been some other reason that compelled them to separate the twins immediately. Perhaps the Haoyue sect had always targeted Yun Hao, and Yun Che was merely a decoy. Even if they hadn't come to the Haoyue sect today, after 10 days, only Yun Hao would have been convicted. After all, who could blame Yun Che for being so much more like the gentle and devoted Yun Sungyin of the Haoyue sect? And what about the fact that he had been raised by these elders? Xiang and Ji Huyuan waited for a moment, but Yun Hao simply frowned in deep thought, not saying anything. Just as they thought they hadn't gotten any useful information and were about to leave, Yun Hao suddenly spoke. There's something I'm not sure if it's helpful to you. Chapter 430. Whether it's useful or not, just tell me first. My mother may be a mortal who can't cultivate, but my maternal grandfather was at least a minor city lord. When my parents got married, my grandfather and his family worried that my mother would be looked down upon by the Haoyue sect, so they gave her a dowry of precious treasures. I remember there seemed to be a treasure map. It said that if you can find the location marked on the treasure map, you will obtain a magical weapon that can reverse the fate of the world. Xie Ying's eyes flickered. Here it comes. This magical weapon is most likely the fragment of the Dingtian hairpin. But that treasure map belonged to my mother. My father didn't place it in the Hao Sect's treasury. After my mother's death, he buried the treasure map with her body. But few people knew about this, not even my brother. I couldn't bear to leave my mother behind, so I hid under her coffin in the middle of the night, and happened to see my father placing the treasure map inside. By the way, I'd taken a look at the treasure map. It's a simple drawing. I can still draw it if you need it. No need. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan refused in unison. Ji Heyuan solemnly warned Yun Hao, don't mention what you just said to anyone until the Hao Sect matter is resolved, not even Yun Che. Do you understand? Don't worry, senior brother Ji. Yun Hao rarely acted unreliable, but nodded seriously, I know what's going on. When Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan emerged from the cave, Jian Chu was talking to Yun Che. Seeing them emerge, he didn't ask any further questions, but simply nodded and cast the barrier again. Yun Che thanked Jian Chu profusely before leaving with Xie Ying and the others. Just then, Jian Chu suddenly called out to him. Third junior brother. Second senior sister, do you have any further instructions? You, my senior brother, and I have all grown up together. We all believe it's impossible that you killed Master. If there's anything you need our help with, don't hide it. Hearing this, Yun Che's expression immediately shifted to emotion. Yes. I know. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan exchanged a silent glance. Now they felt that Yun Che, the seemingly more stable of the twins, was the true naive one. Yun Che followed Xie Ying and the others back to their temporary guest house. After ensuring that no one was around, he spoke anxiously. How's it going, senior sister Xie? Is all how okay? Don't worry. Xie Ying, recalling the way Yun Hao had initially pelted them with rocks, reassured Yun Che with a reassurance. Yun Hao is doing very well. He's now mastering the art of throwing stones. Yun Che, ? Why would Ah Hao be practicing throwing stones when all this time was going on? Though perplexed, Yun Che didn't dwell on such an insignificant matter. So, senior sister Xie, did you find out anything useful? Of course, but Yun Che. Ji Heyuan met Yun Che's expectant gaze, but didn't directly address their conversation. Instead, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Do you remember what your mother was like? Yun Che was stunned by the words, and a smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind. My mother was a very kind and interesting person. Although I didn't spend much time with her, I know she loved me and Ah Hao very much. I still remember when he passed away, Hao and I were still very young. Hao would cry every night, begging for his mother. Master had no choice but to imitate his mother's tone and personality, hugging Hao and comforting him. Over time, Master remained the gentle and polite Master Yun in front of others, but when it was just the three of us, his temper would completely transform into that of his mother. He would tell ghost stories to scare Hao and me, and he would slack off while ordering us, still children, to do things. It was as if Master had lived his one life in two forms. Yun Che, can I ask you a question? Xie Ying had wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but had never had the right opportunity. Now was the perfect time. Master Yun is your and Yun Hao's biological father. Why does Yun Hao call him dad, but you only call him master, both in public and in private? Because it's my master's request. Yun Che looked neither sad nor angry, but calmly and objectively relayed the words Yun Sungyan had told him. Master said that cultivators must avoid being swayed by emotions. He met my mother and fell head over heels in love. He doesn't regret anything he's done, but he doesn't want me, the young sect master, to follow his path. So he hopes I can control my emotions and be a qualified young sect master. In the future, I shoulder the heavy responsibility of being the master of the Hao sect, protecting all its disciples and my only brother, Yun Hao. Yun Che said these words lightly, but Xie Ying and the other two couldn't help but frown upon hearing them. Yun Sungyan is indeed a good sect master and a good husband. But as a father, his attitude towards his children, Yun Che and Yun Hao, is clearly problematic. Yun Hao can be happy being himself, undividedly enjoying all the love from his parents. But as his older brother, Yun Che can only suppress his normal emotions and learn how to be a qualified young sect master and brother. Yun Che, don't you blame your father at all? Chapter 431. Why blame him? Faced with Ji Heyuan's sincere question, Yun Che's clear eyes were filled with confusion. Finding Yun Che's gaze, Ji Heyuan was speechless for a moment. Thankfully, Yun Che quickly grasped Ji Heyuan's meaning and waved his hand nonchalantly. Senior brother Ji, you misunderstood. This isn't the path Master has chosen for me. This is the path I want to take. Practice the way of mercilessness to the state of supreme oblivion, and then become a qualified master of the Haoyue sect. Master is simply teaching me how to better control my emotions, how to better follow the path I chosen. Yuan Che paused, then looked at the other three with great seriousness and reiterated. My master, like my mother, is a very good person. Realizing that they had misunderstood Yun Songyin, Xie Ying, and the other two felt a tinge of guilt for their earlier thoughts. It seemed that Master Yun was truly a perfect man. It's a pity that good people don't always live long. We heard everything about sect leader Yun's past from Yun Hao. Our most urgent task is to find a way to clear you of the suspicion of patricide. Xie Ying interrupted Yuan Che's reminiscence. Although she had long since learned from Saint Xuanning that the true path of ruthlessness doesn't necessarily mean a complete renunciation of love and affection, Yuan Songyin's expectations of Yuan Che were not wrong. Yuan Che was still young, and if he wanted to stay on the path of ruthlessness, he could only resort to this crude method of emotional restraint. Senior Sister Xie, have you got any clues? As expected, Yuan Che's attention was diverted by Xie Ying. A little, but not much. Xie Ying nodded, but declined to elaborate. So, the next steps will follow our previous division of labor. Leave the investigation into whether there's anything fishy going on within the Haoyue sect to me, and Xiao He. Senior Brotherson will accompany Yuan Che to investigate what's missing from the Haoyue sect treasury. But these are secondary. Protecting Yuan Che's safety is paramount. If Yuan Che and Yun Hao die, there's a high probability someone will accuse them of committing suicide out of fear of punishment. Then, the charges against them will be irreparable. Don't worry, Junior Sister Xie. Xinyu knew Xie Ying's concerns, and even without Xie Ying's words, he knew exactly what he had to do. Before leaving the Immortal Demon Alliance for the Haoyue sect, the Alliance's Grand Elder had instructed him to be extremely cautious regarding everything happening within the Haoyue sect. Even though the Grand Elder had been in seclusion for many years, the recent series of events in the world of Immortal Cultivation had all hinted at an ominous omen. Especially since the Chief Elder had just secretly assigned Xie Ying the task of finding the fissure of the heaven-fixing hairpin, and then something happened to the Haoyue sect. It was hard for the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder to not connect the two. However, the matter of the fissure of the heaven-fixing hairpin and the impending demise of the Immortal Cultivation world could not be made public for the time being, so Xinyu knew very little about the situation. Xinyu only knew that as a senior member of the Immortal Demon Alliance, he had an obligation to protect every one of his fellow disciples and sisters. He also had to complete all the tasks assigned to him by the Grand Elder. The four of them quickly discussed their next steps and prepared to leave the guest house. But as they left the courtyard, Xie Ying's expression suddenly darkened, and her sharp gaze shot towards the nearby bushes. Who is it? Xie Ying's rebuke was accompanied by a flash of green light. Xie Ying casually plucked a nearby leaf and flung it toward the bushes. Everyone heard the muffled groan of the blade piercing flesh. They rushed forward the instant they realized what was happening, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. After parting the brush, Sun Yu and Ji Heyuan saw only scattered bloodstains on the ground. As for the person hiding in the bushes, who had been watching them, they had vanished. Yuan Che's face grimaced. He knew the murderer must still be hiding within the Haoyue sect, but he hadn't expected him to be so audacious. Knowing they were investigating, he even dared to show up and spy on them. This murderer is simply too much. If we don't catch him, how can I comfort Master Spirit in heaven? Junior Brother Yun, calm down. Xinyu patted his shoulder gently in reassurance. We can't be sure the person eavesdropping is definitely the murderer who killed sect leader Yun. Even if he's not the murderer, he's definitely connected to the murderer. Yuan Che's hands, hanging at his sides, unconsciously clenched into fists. No matter how much he repeatedly reminded himself, suppress your emotions, stay calm, and don't let years of cultivation go to waste. But now, the revenge for his father's murder lay before him, and he didn't know who the culprit was. He and his only brother were even being framed as the murderer by his enemy. No matter how good Yuan Che's temper was, no matter how much he controlled his emotions, he couldn't truly remain calm. Xinyu sighed. It's a shame that Junior Brother Ji and I were a little slow just now. If only we could catch the person who eavesdropped, we could have saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Even if we caught him, it would be useless. Without evidence, if he denied everything and insisted he was only watching Yuan Che, worried he escaped, we'd still be in a passive position. In my opinion, the fact that he risked being caught to spy on us means that something we've done has made him feel threatened. Now that the enemy is in the dark and we're in the light, and the Haoyue sect clearly doesn't trust you and Yun Hao, whatever we want to do will be restricted and blocked. Rather than continue like this, we should take the initiative. What does Junior Sister Xie mean? Since this is a murky water, We might as well muddy it further. Xiaoying paused, her meaningful gaze landing on Ji Hyun. Ji Hyun, being targeted, I have a foreboding premonition. What should I do? Chapter 432. What? That murderer has appeared again? In the Hallyu sect's meeting hall, upon hearing that Yun Sungyan's killer had struck again in broad daylight, the Hallyu sect elders leaped to their feet. Their expressions varied, ranging from surprise to anger. Among them, one elder, Di Lai, had the most explosive temper. Before Yun Che could finish his words, he angrily smashed the table in front of him with a palm. This is too much. This is simply too much. What does that murderer think of our Hallyu sect? How dare he attack us again and again? Yun Che, have you seen what that murderer actually looks like? In response to Elder Di disciple, Yun Che. Before Yun Che could finish his words, Mu Qing suddenly interrupted. Did you actually see that assailant inflict harm? And are you truly certain that the person who injured someone today, publicly observed by everyone, is the same person who murdered your master? Of course, I can't be certain. After all, I wasn't there when my master was murdered. So how could I know if that person was the same person today? But the fact that someone openly committed violence within the Hallyu sect is indisputable. This was witnessed not only by Senior Brotherson and I, but also by many other junior brothers and sisters within the sect. Yun Che now viewed no one within the Hallyu sect as a good person. Therefore, while his attitude towards Mu Qing and the others remained the same, his tone was noticeably more assertive. Without even waiting for Mu Qing to ask further questions, Yun Che unfurled the entire story they had agreed upon. I was originally in the guest house describing the recent developments within the Hallyu sect to several senior brothers and sisters who had traveled from afar. Unexpectedly, upon leaving, I discovered someone eavesdropping from the shadows. Senior Sister Xia immediately attacked and injured the person, but unfortunately, he escaped. We thought the matter would end there, but who knew the assailant would be so audacious? After escaping, he secretly returned and attacked Sister Xia and the others when they were off guard. Though Sister Xia is fine, Senior Brother Ji was severely injured and remains unconscious. Master was brutally murdered, and the Hallyu sect treasure house was stolen. Completely looted. While these things are outrageous, they are ultimately internal affairs of our Hallyu sect. But now, Senior Brother Ji has been attacked and seriously injured by a thug in our Hallyu sect. They are not only members of the Immortal Demon Alliance, but also disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, a member of the Sea Immortal sect. If the elders don't give a reasonable explanation, I'm worried that Senior Sister Xia won't let it go. How arrogant! Mu Qing snorted coldly. It's still unclear whether that thug is from our Hallyu sect. Why should we rush to answer for a junior? Senior Brother Mu. As soon as Mu Qing finished speaking, Lu Hua gave him a disapproving look. After all, the Xiaoyao sect disciples were ambushed on our Hallyu sect's territory. We should have given them an explanation. But why would that thug attack Xiaoyao sect disciples for no reason? Lu Hua's face remained gentle as she looked at Yun Che and the others, but a closer look revealed a quick, cold glint in her eyes. Yun Che, what did you do before that? Elder Lu Hua, I'm a little confused. Is there any necessary connection between what we did before that and Junior Brother Ji's serious injury from the ambush? To everyone's surprise, Xin Yu immediately took a protective stance, shielding Yun Che behind him the moment Lu Hua finished speaking. And today's Xin Yu is completely different from the gentle and polite Xin Yu of before. He was like a gentle flower suddenly sprouting thorns, and even his eyes held a strategic aura that was impossible to ignore. In reality, we simply went to meet Junior Brother Yunhao and asked him a few questions about his opinions on the members of the Hallyu sect. Is this something taboo? Will visiting Junior Brother Yunhao invite a sneak attack and retaliation from the thugs? In that case, can I understand that the so-called thugs are actually members of the Hallyu sect? Xin Yu's rhetorical questions, one after another, were particularly jarring to the Hallyu sect members. How could the hot-tempered delight tolerate Xin Yu throwing such dirty water at him? He was about to explode, but was stopped by the smiling Lu Hua. Young friend Xin, you misunderstood. I'm simply concerned that the assailant who attacked the young members of the Xiaoyao sect is actually from outside, so I can't help but ask a few more questions. As for visiting Yunhao, that's certainly not a taboo. No one in the Hallyu sect has any intention of harming any of you young members. Xin Yu remained silent, standing quietly, gazing at everyone with a half-smile. He appeared nonchalant, but in reality, he was secretly delighted. He finally understood why Junior Sister Xia lived so happily. It turns out that not caring too much about others' feelings, focusing solely on one's own, and saying whatever one wants feels truly refreshing. Honestly, if Xin Yu had continued to refute them, perhaps the Hallyu sect members would have felt more reassured. But his silence, aside from a smile, inexplicably created a sense of pressure. Finally, it was Lu Hua who broke the eerie silence. The person was injured in our Haoyue sect. No matter what happens, we will take full responsibility. However, the Haoyue sect is currently facing internal challenges, and we simply cannot spare the time to track down the culprit who attacked you. If young Masterson doesn't mind, we, the elders, are willing to personally go and heal young Master G's injuries. What do you think, young Masterson? Sun Yu's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he gave Xiang a thumbs up. Junior Sister Xia had been right. The Haoyue sect elders were indeed uneasy, and didn't believe their story. What about healing? Clearly, it was just an excuse to verify whether Ji Heyuan was truly injured. Chapter 433. However, all of this was already within Xie Ying's expectations. Even if Elder Lu Hua and the others hadn't asked to see Ji Heyuan, she had already prepared a plan B to force them to meet her and Ji Heyuan. So, faced with Lu Hua's kind offer, Sun Yu smiled and accepted it without hesitation. Great. It seems I had indeed misunderstood Elder Lu Hua. He is truly kind-hearted, just as junior brother Yunche said, the kindest elder in the Haoyue sect. I will now take the elders to meet junior sister Xia and junior brother Ji. Lu Hua, it was clearly her own suggestion, so why did she feel like she'd been tricked? But the current situation was like an arrow on a string that had to be released. She had said it herself, so she couldn't suddenly go back on her word. So, Lu Hua could only temporarily suppress her doubts and, along with Mu Qing, Di Lai, and the other elders, headed to the guest house where Ji Heyuan was currently resting. By the time the group arrived, Xiang had already completed all her preparations. Ji Heyuan's serious injury by the thug in public was undeniable, but Xiang wouldn't allow him to be injured simply to muddy the waters of the Haoyue sect. This was all a co-conspirator's trick, orchestrated by her and Sun Yu. Xiang possessed the ability to empower spirits, and with her current level of cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for her to create a thug who appeared to possess self-awareness and considerable strength. When this happened, the area was surrounded by Haoyue sect disciples of lower cultivation. Xiang simultaneously cast an illusion to confuse the disciples as the thug attacked. Thus, the seemingly flawed sneak attack was seen as a genuine assassination by the disciples, who were under the illusion the murderer really existed. Ji Heyuan was stabbed through the chest by the murderer, suffering severe injuries and a life-or-death situation. No matter who asked, the disciples' stories would remain unchanged, because this was the truth they had witnessed with their own eyes. At this moment, Ji Heyuan, having been forced to drink various elixirs by Xiang through his nose, lay weakly on the bed, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Xiang, who sat beside him, playing with talismans. Junior sister, when did you start refining these bizarre elixirs? It was fine that she refined hair growth elixirs before, but now she even created a near-death elixir to disguise a severely injured physique. They clearly spent very little time apart. When they were together, Xiang was either taking them on treasure hunts or busy cultivating. He's seen Xiang swinging people around with the alchemy furnace more often than she used it to refine elixirs, so Ji Heyuan was genuinely curious about when Xiang had come up with all these bizarre elixirs and talismans. When I'm bored, sometimes at night, when I can't sleep and suddenly feel like practicing, I research new elixir recipes or talismans to pass the time. Ji Heyuan, so bored, researching new elixir recipes to pass the time. He's really not working hard enough, is he? Xiao He, don't worry. Anything Xiang produces is top-notch. Although you're the first person to take the near-death pill, I swear on my honor that it won't cause any harm to your body. Junior sister, is there a possibility that you don't have any such thing as a personality? Ji Heyuan looked at her, speechless. And have you forgotten the last time you nearly killed yourself by making a poisonous elixir? There are some things we should just keep in the loop. Why do we have to say them? Xiang smiled and covered Ji Heyuan's chattering mouth with her hand, muting the microphone. Promise you shut up now, okay? If you keep going, I get mad. Ji Heyuan, As they were talking, Xie Ying's ears twitched, and her smile faded slightly. Xiao He, the audience is here. You have to act well in this scene. Xiang said, skillfully folding the talisman she had been playing with into the shape of a rose, and pinning it to the side of Ji Heyuan's collar. The moment the rose touched Ji Heyuan, it transformed into a stream of light and sank into his heart. Ji Heyuan closed his eyes skillfully, quietly, and diligently impersonating someone about to die. Knock, knock, knock. And just as he closed his eyes, a knock sounded at the door. Senior sister Xia, elder Lu Hua, and the others heard about senior brother Ji's situation, and have come to visit. Come in. They heard her voice before they even saw her. Xie Ying's voice was different from what the Haoyue sect elders had imagined. She was clearly a young girl under 15, but her nonchalant tone was tinged with a hint of condescending disdain. It inexplicably filled one's heart with a sense of melancholy. Mu Qing was particularly displeased. Even though he had never met Xie Ying, after hearing her voice, he had lost all his favorable impression of her. He pushed Yunqi aside, past the others, and then forcefully opened the tightly closed door. Is this how the elders of the Haoyue sect treat their guests? Knowing there's an injured person in the room, they still barge in so brazenly and aggressively. Why? Is this elder worried my junior brother won't die, so he wants to personally escort him? Mu Qing was stunned before he could even utter a single word when Xie Ying barged in his face with a barrage of criticism. Chapter 434. Mu Qing, no. This is Haoyue sect's territory, right? Then where on earth did this female disciple get the confidence to speak so brazenly on Haoyue sect's territory? The first thing everyone saw upon entering the room was Xie Ying, who was propped up on the edge of the bed with one leg, toying with a dagger. The icy dagger swung through Xie Ying's hands, creating one cut after another, its icy light dancing across everyone's faces as she moved. Although Xie Ying hadn't said anything beyond the first two sentences, her entire aura radiated the message, "Don't mess with me." Senior Sister Xie. Yunqi spoke, breaking the current impasse and introducing the two parties without hesitation. These are Elders Di Lai, Mu Qing, and Lu Hua from our Haoyue sect. After hearing about Senior Brother Ji's accident, the three elders came here specifically to check on his injuries and see if our Haoyue sect could provide any assistance. So they're here to check on him. Xie Ying put away the ice dagger in her hand and looked at Mu Qing with a half-smile. If Junior Brother Yunqi hadn't said it, I would have thought Elder Mu was seeking revenge and wanted to give him a ride. After all, you all look like you have ill intentions. Even after Yunqi pointed out their identities, Xie Ying had no intention of rising to greet them. She simply sat there lazily, and despite her youth, she acted like a superior. In fact, if her usual style was anything to go by, Xie Ying, despite her arrogance, would also be courteous to the elders of high character in the cultivation world. It was just that the Haoyue sect had left a very bad impression on her, and since this was a special case and required special treatment, she was too lazy to reason with these people. In short, when you're unsure who's good and who's bad in a group, it's always a good idea to treat them all as bad. Being so slighted by a junior, Di Lai's eyes nearly flared with anger. Mu Qing's expression was also gloomy, as he pondered how to teach Xie Ying, this ignorant junior, a lesson. Only Lu Hua, though her eyes clearly showed displeasure, was clearly the only one who wasn't angered by Xie Ying's attitude. Xie Ying came to a simple conclusion: Lu Hua was incredibly patient. So, she had to add fuel to the fire. However, before Xie Ying could continue to find fault, Lu Hua simply ignored her hostility, smiled, and stepped forward. Without hesitation, she grasped Ji Heyuan's wrist, ready to channel her spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, as she lifted Ji Heyuan's wrist, Xie Ying grabbed her own wrist. What do you mean, Elder Lu Hua? Don't worry, young Master Xie. I just want to see the extent of this young master's injuries. Lu Hua's smile remained unchanged. Your junior fellow is injured in our Haoyue sect. It's neither right nor wrong for us to sit idly by. I know young Master Xie is angry and wary of us, but right now, young Master Ji's safety is paramount, isn't it? Lu Hua met Xie Ying's gaze directly, appearing completely open and honest, as if she genuinely cared about Ji Heyuan. Since things had already been said to this point, if Xie Ying continued to prevent them from seeing the injury, it would only make them appear guilty. So, almost as soon as Lu Hua finished speaking, Xie Ying let go of her hand and made way. Elder, please. Seeing Xie Ying's easy acceptance, Lu Hua's eyes flickered with surprise. Could it be true that Ji Heyuan was injured? With this doubt in her heart, Lu Hua focused her spiritual energy and probed into Ji Heyuan's body to carefully examine his injuries. But the more she looked, the more solemn her expression grew. His heart meridians were damaged, his spiritual energy was draining, his consciousness withered. Not a tenth of his vitality remained. How could Ji Heyuan be so seriously injured? Though Mu Qing didn't approach, he had been watching Lu Hua's every move. Seeing Lu Hua's expression, he knew something was wrong. Yunqi and the others hadn't lied. But this was simply not right. The Haoyue sect and the Xiaoyao sect had never had any contact. Who, with no grudges, would attack Ji Heyuan at this critical moment? Before Mu Qing could comprehend the situation, Lu Hua had already retreated from the bedside and looked at him and Di Lai. Senior Brother Di, Senior Brother Mu, can you both come and see this disciple's injuries? then we can discuss how to treat him. Li, unsuspecting, quickly stepped forward and grabbed one hand each with Mu Qing's. But when Li discovered Ji Heyuan's injuries, he was far less calm than Lu Hua had appeared. How could this be? Li's thick, caterpillar-like brows knitted together. This disciple's injuries are truly severe. We're not medical practitioners, so I'm afraid we can't heal him. But his current injuries can't withstand the rough ride. The only solution is to invite a highly skilled medical practitioner to Haoyue sect to treat him. But I don't know if this disciple can hold out until our medical practitioner arrives. Li's words undoubtedly confirmed everything Yunche had previously reported in the meeting hall. Hearing his words, Mu Qing felt his temples throbbing non-stop. Li, what an idiot! How could he just admit that Ji Heyuan was attacked and seriously injured by thugs in their Haoyue sect? Whether this was true or not, they hadn't even investigated it yet. Mu Qing simply couldn't believe such a coincidence could exist. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan had just arrived at the Haoyue sect to help investigate the Yunche and Yunhao brothers, and right after, they were attacked. This clearly told everyone. The murderer wasn't Yunche and Yunhao at all, but someone else. This seemingly unparalleled coincidence was simply an attempt to clear Yunche and Yunhao of suspicion. Mu Qing wouldn't allow this to happen. So, regardless of whether Ji Heyuan's injury was real or not, he couldn't let these youngsters succeed in their scheme. One of Yunche and Yunhao must die. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. He slowly tightened his grip on Ji Heyuan's hand, and his spiritual energy transformed into fine needles, piercing Ji Heyuan's flesh and even his bone marrow. If Ji Heyuan was faking it, he would surely be unable to endure the pain and reveal his flaws. But if Ji Heyuan's injuries were indeed real, it wouldn't matter. A normal person suffering such severe injuries would have been doomed anyway. He was merely making Ji Heyuan go faster. Mu Qing thought so, his eyes growing increasingly ferocious. But the next second, a sudden, agonizing sensation of burning flames ripped through his palm. The burning sensation seemed to penetrate his flesh and directly into his soul. The pain was unbearable, and Mu Qing instinctively let go of his hand and took a few steps back. Chapter 435. What is this? Have you seen enough, Elder Mu? Xia Ying's slightly cold voice echoed. Mu Qing subconsciously looked up, only to discover that a small cluster of azure flame had condensed in Xia Ying's palm. The flame, shaped like a 9-petaled lotus, floated quietly in Xia Ying's palm, emitting a mysterious aura. With Youlian's persistent cultivation day after day, the nether azure lotus flame, her true form, was repeatedly tempered and enhanced. Although Xia Ying had only summoned a small cluster of nether azure lotus flame, everyone could still clearly feel the noticeable change in the room's temperature. From a distance, the flame looked like an unremarkable azure lotus, but the knowledgeable Li could immediately discern the extraordinary nature of this spiritual fire. He was so surprised he cried out, "Netherworld azure lotus flame. This is one of the ancient strange fires. Elder D has good eyes. But why did you let the Netherworld azure lotus flame attack junior brother Mu Qing?" Li, having regained his composure, realized what had just happened and couldn't help but ask a question. After all, the damage done by the Netherworld azure lotus flame isn't limited to the Dao body. If the user intentionally harmed someone, the victim's soul could be seriously injured. Li saw clearly that if Mu Qing hadn't reacted quickly and stepped back, he would have been more than just burned by the Netherworld azure lotus flame. Heh! I'd like to ask what Elder Mu Qing of your Haoyue sect is planning to do. Is Elder Mu Qing planning to crush my junior brother to death? Xia Ying waved her hand, and the small blue lotus immediately transformed into a wall of fire, forcibly separating them from the others. However, despite the firewall blocking their view, it didn't prevent them from seeing clearly on both sides. Thus, Li clearly saw a circle of purple-black fingerprints on the wrist of Ji Heyuan, which Xia Ying had lifted up. It was clearly the mark of someone pinching it hard. Mu Qing. Li immediately turned his attention to Mu Qing. Are you crazy? Lu Hua also glanced at Mu Qing with dismay, but said nothing. Mu Qing felt his mind explode. How could this be? How could there be a mark? He had clearly used spiritual power to transform needles to injure Ji Heyuan. Such a method couldn't possibly leave any marks on a person's body. Even if there were any marks, they wouldn't be these pinching fingerprints. Mu Qing naturally couldn't understand what was going on. This was all Xia Ying's prearranged plan based on their personalities and possible consequences. Proof that planning ahead is always a good idea. Hadn't Mu Qing just walked right into the trap she set for them? But no matter how secretly delighted she felt, Xia Ying maintained an outward expression of righteous indignation. Elder Mu, you wouldn't have guessed this. My junior brother has a special physique, so delicate and tender that even the slightest touch would leave a mark on him. Not to mention Elder Mu taking advantage of his severe injury to do such a shameful thing to him. Mu Qing? ? What shameful thing did he do? Why did Xiaoying make him sound so perverted? Could you please not be so ambiguous in your words? Delicate and tender, but he was just pretending to be dead, but Ji Huyuan, who was actually quite lucid, said, His heart was dead as ash. His reputation, had been completely shattered by his junior sister. Ji Huyuan silently made a decision. He would never again let anyone know that he had once been the high and mighty young master of the demon sect, revered as a god by the demons. Don't ask, he simply couldn't afford to lose face. Mu Qing was also irritated and furious, but the current situation didn't allow him to offer even a single argument. His face flushed red with anger. Luhua had never felt so overwhelmed as she did today. Everything had been going smoothly as they had planned, so how could so much chaos arise after Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan arrived at Haoyua's sect? Luhua wished she could just kick these troublemakers, Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan, out of Haoyua's sect. But she couldn't, because Ji Huyuan was seriously injured in Haoyua's sect. So, whether Ji Huyuan died inside or outside the Haoyua's sect, it would be an extremely thorny problem for her. So Ji Huyuan couldn't die, and she couldn't let these two people leave the Haoyua's sect at this moment. Lu Hua took a deep breath and smiled politely. Xie Xiaoyu, I think senior brother Mu just accidentally used a little force while checking on Ji Shuyo's injuries. He didn't actually mean to harm Ji Xiaoyu. Xie Xiaoyu, why don't you remove the firewall first, and we can sit down and discuss things slowly? No. Xiaoying rejected Lu Hua's suggestion without hesitation, then sneered. Elder Lu Hua just said the same thing, but what was the result? As a result, my junior brother's hand was nearly crushed by him. If this is the good intention of your Haoyua sect, then we, my junior brothers and sisters, truly cannot afford it. I will send a message to the elders of our Xiaoyao sect, requesting that they send someone to take us back to the sect immediately. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I die without even knowing how I did it. Xiaoying said this, pretending to take out a spirit pigeon to send a message to the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing this, Lu Hua and Mu Qing's faces changed. We can't let the Xiaoyao sect come to the Haoyua sect. It's easy to fool these juniors about the Haoyua sect, but if the experienced elders of the Xiaoyao sect arrive, there's no guarantee they won't discover something wrong. At this moment, Elder Lu Hua couldn't care less and quickly interrupted Xiaoying's spell. Wait! Lu Hua softened her tone. She had always been arrogant, but this was the first time she had ever humbled herself. I know you, young friend Xia, are angry, but this is truly just a misunderstanding. Young Master Ji's injuries are so severe that it's unsuitable to move around. Young Master Xia, why don't you stay with us at Haoyua sect for now? It won't be too late to return to Xiaoyao sect once you recovered. I promise, young Master Xia, you won't come to any harm in Haoyua sect. Promise? What promise can Elder Lu Hua offer? Xiaoying retorted, you even killed your own sect leader. How can you protect us, my brothers and sisters? Enough. Xiaoying, don't go too far. Mu Qing roared, unable to bear it any longer. Look, look! Xiaoying pointed at Mu Qing, her voice unconcerned. With his attitude, how can Elder Lu Hua let me stay at Haoyua sect with confidence? I'm afraid Elder Mu Qing will silence me tonight. I think it would be better to ask the sect elders to come and make the decision for us. Mu Qing, why don't you retreat? Elder Lu Hua was practically pissed off by Mu Qing, this idiot teammate, so angry he didn't even want to call him senior brother. Xie Xiaoyu, why don't you just tell me what you want to do? Or, what exactly do you want? Chapter 436. If Elder Lu Hua had said so earlier, wouldn't we have saved ourselves a lot of unnecessary chatter? Xiaoying suddenly changed her previously tense demeanor. She leisurely sat down beside Ji Huyuan's bed and, with a wave of her hand, dispelled the wall of fire. The wall of fire transformed back into a small cluster of blue lotus flames, slowly dancing around Xiaoying's fingertips. Xiaoying looked at Lu Hua with a gentle smile. I know that my junior brother's attack within the Haoyua sect was truly an accident. The Haoyua sect members are certainly not to blame for this. But Lu Hua and the others hadn't completely let go of their worries when Xiaoying's tone changed. It's an indisputable fact that my junior brother was attacked and seriously injured within the Haoyua sect. It's understandable that I'd like to ask for an explanation. Is that correct, Elder Lu Hua? Yes. Lu Hua's heart was clenched with hatred, but she forced a smile on her face. How could she not say anything? This Xiaoying was so difficult to deal with. If anything she did fell short of Xiaoying's wishes, she would clamor for justice from the Xiaoyao sect elders. Everyone in the Immortal Cultivation world knew that the Xiaoyao sect was known for its protectiveness. If the Xiaoyao sect elders were to arrive, their tactics would be completely useless. Excellent. I knew Elder Lu Hua was the most understanding, and would understand my fears and concerns. Xie Ying applauded. Her attitude towards Lu Hua had taken a complete 180-degree turn, leaving Yun Che, who was standing beside her, stunned. How could someone change their expression so quickly? Without waiting for Lu Hua to speak again, Xie Ying went straight to the point and stated her request. Actually, my requests are very simple. There are only two. As long as Elder Lu Hua meets these two demands, I will naturally not abandon my junior brother's injuries and leave the Haoyue sect. Similarly, there's no need to seek justice from the elders within the sect. Xie, young friend, please speak frankly. First, I want you to find the true culprit who attacked my junior brother within 7 days, and give us an explanation. Second, lock Elder Mu Qing up. I don't want to see his face again in the Haoyue sect until the culprit is found. In all honesty, Mu Qing and the others aren't bad looking. Although they're respected as elders by the Haoyue sect, they haven't allowed their appearances to age over time. Thus, Mu Qing is a handsome man with a mature aura, and Lu Hua is a classic beauty. It's a pity that Xie Ying couldn't appreciate their beauty. When Mu Qing heard Xie Ying was planning to lock him up, he immediately tried to object, but Lu Hua, already terrified of his tricks, had already cast a silencing spell on him. So, Mu Qing opened his mouth. After a long struggle, she couldn't utter a single word. Although Lu Hua was angry at Mu Qing's lagging performance today, she didn't want to lock him up. After all, there were many things she couldn't handle, so she had to leave them to Mu Qing. She and Mu Qing were already tied to the same rope, inseparable. Lu Hua considered it over and over again, and decided to fight for Mu Qing's safety. Xie Xiaoyu, Mu Qing is an elder of our Haoyue sect after all. If we imprison him without any reason, we're afraid it will lead to criticism from the disciples. How about this, Elder Lu Hua? Lu Hua was interrupted by Xie Ying before she could finish her words. I think the elders don't understand what kind of person I am. Xie Ying smiled sweetly, but her words were incredibly provocative. I'm someone who will always make a difference even when I'm wrong, and even more so when I'm right. So I'm not discussing this with you, I'm telling you what you need to do to appease my anger. Of course, Elder Lu Hua is not obligated to follow my advice. After all, this is still the Haoyue sect, your territory, Elder Lu Hua. But my junior brother and I have suffered a loss, and we can't just swallow this humiliation. So I have no choice but to ask the elders of the Xiaoyao sect to come and personally demand justice from the Haoyue sect on our behalf. And as the elder said, the way to avoid criticism from within the Haoyue sect is very simple. What excuse did you use to put Yun Hao in solitary confinement before? Why not just do the same thing now? Since you can blame the sect leader's vengeance on a disciple without even investigating, then what's the big deal about casually accusing an elder? Xie Ying said this nonchalantly, but the sarcasm was carried to the extreme. I thought of all the reasons for you. As for the specific course of action, I handed the decision over to Elder Lu Hua. You can make your own decision. After that, Xie Ying fell silent, concentrating on examining Ji Yuan's injuries. She looked as if she truly didn't care what Elder Lu Hua would decide. No matter how patient Lu Hua was, she almost couldn't contain herself at this moment. Threats. Naked threats. This Xie Ying was completely arrogant. She actually dared to threaten me in front of so many people, but Lu Hua didn't dare to gamble, and couldn't. So, she had no choice but to temporarily sacrifice Mu Qing. I agree to both of your requests. Chapter 437. Hearing this, Mu Qing's face turned grim and unsightly. In stark contrast was Xie Ying's incredibly bright smile. Not only Mu Qing, who was clearly being targeted, but even Lu Hua felt deeply annoyed by Xie Ying's expression. She suppressed her chaotic thoughts and asked another important question. We will do our utmost to investigate the person who attacked you, but some things must be made clear up front. If 7 days pass, and we haven't found the murderer who harmed your junior brother, then it's not our fault. Elder Lu Hua, it's not even dark yet. Lu Hua frowned. What do you mean? It's not even dark yet, Elder Lu Hua, why are you dreaming? Xie Ying smiled at Lu Hua, but her smile didn't reach her eyes, which were filled with coldness. I told you, this isn't a discussion, it's a notification, so you must do everything you promised me. I don't care if you find the murderer or not, you must hand someone over to me in 7 days. If that doesn't work, I'm fine with you blaming Yun Che or Yun Hao for my junior brother's injury. Senior sister Xie? Yun Che looked up at Xie Ying in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Hua and the others were equally surprised. looking at Xiang and Yunche. Wasn't this Xiang here to help Yunche and the others? Junior brother Yun, I'm so sorry. People have their closeness and distance, and people's hearts are always biased. Although you and I have been fellow disciples for a few months, unfortunately, you still can't compare to the place Xiao he holds in my heart. Xiang spread her hands. She apologized, but her face didn't show a trace of guilt. Xiao he was injured at Haoyue's sect. This matter is absolutely linked to you. I don't care if the person you hand over in 7 days is the murderer or not. I just want him to be from Haoyue's sect. I have to find someone from your sect to bear the brunt of my wrath, right? At this point, Lu Hua finally understood what Xiang wanted, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had thought Xiang and Ji Heyuan had come to Haoyue's sect to support the Yunche and Yunhao brothers, but now it seemed the relationship with them wasn't particularly close. But Lu Hua was no rookie after all. She had seen all kinds of people, and naturally understood the unpredictable nature of human nature. Although Xiang hadn't shown any signs of favoring Yunche and his group, Lu Hua wasn't completely convinced by Xiang's stance. Besides, she had lost miserably in today's battle. It was already evening when Xiang and Ji Heyuan arrived at Haoyue Gate. With so much going on, it was already past 3 in the morning. Both sides knew that the matter of Ji Heyuan being attacked at Haoyue Gate had reached a point where further discussion was unnecessary. Lu Hua, after mentally preparing herself countless times, finally regained her usual composure. Rest assured, young friend Xie. We at Haoyue Gate will do our utmost to track down the perpetrators of your junior brother's murder, and will give you an explanation within 7 days. Please rest assured and stay at Haoyue Gate for the next few days. If you need anything, please let Yunche know directly. He will make all the necessary arrangements for you. It's getting late. If young Master Xie has nothing else to do, we take our leave. Elder Lu Hua, please don't forget to lock up Elder Mu Qing. Xie Ying's voice suddenly drifted from behind him. Hearing this, Mu Qing was so angry that he almost slammed the door down with his palm. This is too much. Once the matter with the Haoyue sect is over, he will make Xiang, this arrogant youngster, pay the price. As Lu Hua and the others left, the room quickly returned to its initial silence. Xiang first cast a barrier, then slowly extended her spiritual sense in all directions. After ensuring there were no unfamiliar auras, she patted Ji Heyuan's hand. Receiving the signal from his junior sister, Ji Heyuan immediately opened his eyes, as if resurrected from the dead, and sat up with a somersault from the bed. With a slight movement of Xie Ying's fingertips, the talisman that had been embedded in Ji Heyuan's heart returned to her hand. At the same time, Ji Heyuan felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing him to gasp. Hiss. What's wrong? That old bastard, Mu Qing, is truly insidious. Ji Heyuan held out his wrist for Xiang to see. While the finger marks on his wrist were Xie Ying's, the wounds that penetrated deep into the bone and blood were clearly Mu Qing's. The wounds were invisible to the naked eye, but if one used a trace of spiritual awareness, one could clearly see a circle of black blood beneath Ji Heyuan's skin, surrounding his wrist bones. Thus, Xie Ying's previous words weren't unfair. I underestimated his cunning. Xiang naturally grasped Ji Heyuan's hand, took out the Taijin water, enveloped it with spiritual energy, and passed it into his body, slowly washing away the black blood from his wrist bones. She didn't understand Mu Qing's methods, so she couldn't risk Ji Heyuan's health. Taijin water is a rare immortal treasure even in the world of immortal cultivation. Internally, it can unclog tendons and meridians, cleanse the marrow, and remove impurities. Externally, it can also accelerate wound healing and detoxify. Whatever Mu Qing had done to injure Ji Heyuan, it was a good idea for her to cleanse the wound with Taijin water first. How can this be blamed, junior sister? If anyone is to blame, it's Mu Qing's cunning and ruthless methods. In my opinion, he's most likely responsible for sect leader Yun's death. Ji Heyuan enjoyed Xie Ying's treatment, but he didn't forget to stomp Mu Qing several times. If junior sister hadn't been prepared and used a talisman to temporarily incapacitate me, Mu Qing's scheme would have succeeded. However, since we were able to force Lu Hua to cut off her own arm and imprison Mu Qing, our plan today can be considered a success. Although this plan was a spur-of-the-moment improvisation, it was clearly very effective. Not only did they determine which of the 3 elders was problematic, they were also able to imprison one of them. This was truly a pleasant surprise. But what Xiang was more worried about now was that since Mu Qing and Lu Hua, the 2 people Yunche mentioned as having the closest relationship with Yun Songnian, were both problematic, was the love that the other disciples of Haoyue's sect had for Yun Songnian truly true? Xia Ying didn't believe that Mu Qing and Lu Hua alone could have brutally murdered Yuan Songyin within Haoyua's sect without alerting anyone else. They must have had help. I just don't know if this helper is from the Haoyua sect or an outsider. Junior sister, junior sister. Xia Ying's wandering thoughts were brought back to her senses by Ji Hyun. It's getting late. We should proceed with our next plan. Chapter 438. Where's Tang Tang? Xia Ying nodded, then looked at Ji Hyun questioningly. Here. As Ji Hyun finished speaking, a small figure in a pink dress slid out from his sleeve. Although Tang Tang didn't look like Xia Ying, her demeanor and movements were identical, especially her playful energy, which she had captured to the very essence of. I know you want me to go to Yuan Songyin's room and look for any clues the murderer left behind. Don't worry, I definitely help you with this little task. Wait. Xia Ying reached out and grabbed Tang Tang by the collar, pulling her back. Besides that, you need to follow those people and see what they did and said after they left here. Tang Tang, ? Okay, but there's a different price. Xia Ying, ? We agreed this afternoon that I was the only one who would look for clues. Now you want me to do something more dangerous, so of course you have to give me more benefits. Tang Tang didn't play dumb with Xia Ying, and simply counted off her requests one by one on her fingers. After this is over, you have to make me 10 more mini dresses in different colors and styles, with matching headbands. And I want to eat the miniature candied haws you made yourself. And I'm afraid of fire, so you have to give me a few fireproof talismans for self-defense. How's that? Isn't it too much for me? Xia Ying, That's not much. Although she was shocked by Xiao Tongtong's cleverness, she wasn't about to argue with her over such a trivial matter. For example, even if Tang Tang hadn't mentioned the fireproof life-saving talisman, Xia Ying had already prepared it for her. After all, Tang Tang was born of her own, and even if Ji Hyun had always raised her, Xia Ying's feelings for her would still be different. Okay, I agree to everything you say. Xia Ying cast the long-prepared talisman on Tang Tang, and it instantly merged with her clothes. Not only that, she and Ji Hyun each cast a sword intent on Tang Tang, ensuring she would have a chance to escape no matter what happened within the Haoyua sect. Be careful, leave early and return early. Ji Hyun, like a worried old father, reiterated Tong Tong's every word, but in return, Tang Tang rolled her eyes. I know. I'm not a child. There's nothing to worry about. Tang Tang struggled to jump out of Xia Ying's grasp. Despite her small stature, she was incredibly agile, quickly vaulting through the window and disappearing into the night. Xia Ying then turned her gaze back to Ji Hyun, her eyes filled with confusion. Why is Tang Tang so annoying now? Xiohe, have you been pampering her too much? Are you serious, junior sister? A question mark silently rose in Ji Hyun's mind. He felt it was time to teach his junior sister the truth. Is it possible that her personality has always been like this, and it has nothing to do with me? Senior sister, have you forgotten that Tang Tang was created by you using the spirit-bearing technique? From the moment she was born, Tong Tong's personality has been identical to yours, the creator who gave her life, so... Okay, stop talking. Xia Ying manually muted Ji Hyun's microphone again. If you don't say anything, we remain best friends. If you continue, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Ji Hyun, Well, the wisdom of knowing when to act as a true hero never gets out of date. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, on a mission, had already caught up with Lu Hua and the others. She was petite and spiritually endowed, unlike ordinary creatures in this world. Unless someone got very close, others would simply mistake her for a dead object, completely unaware of her presence. To prevent Lu Hua and the others from discovering Tong Tong's presence, Xia Ying had also placed a spell to isolate her from the fire while giving her the fireproof talismans. Even so, Tang Tang remained cautious and didn't get too close. Seeing Lu Hua and Di Lai escort Mu Qing back to his cave and jointly set up a barrier, Tang Tang took advantage of their unpreparedness and rolled to hide in the blind spot between the barrier and the cave entrance. She knew Xia Ying could communicate with her, so she didn't need to risk getting too close to them. She just needed to make sure she could hear their conversation. However, Di Lai and Lu Hua didn't stay long with Mu Qing. They left without even saying a word. Just as Tang Tang was about to leave, wondering if Xia Ying's judgment was wrong, she caught a glimpse of a figure returning. Lu Hua. Tang Tang quickly ducked her head and hid again. Lu Hua was cautious, even before entering the cave, sending out her spiritual sense to carefully sense any nearby presence. Noticing her movements, Tang Tang subconsciously held her breath, not daring to breathe, fearing Lu Hua would discover her. Thankfully, Xia Ying's talisman was effective, and Lu Hua didn't notice Tang Tang in her blind spot. She then quickly entered the cave. Mu Qing had clearly anticipated Lu Hua's return. He showed no surprise, simply trotting towards her. "Junior sister, what should we do now? This shouldn't be difficult to handle. But how did these two Chumye agents from the Xiaoliao sect suddenly appear?" Chapter 439. Lu Hua didn't respond to Mu Qing's question, but instead turned to another question. "Senior brother Mu, in your opinion, is Ji Huyuan truly injured? His injury shouldn't be faked." Mu Qing paused for a moment before expressing his opinion. "Let's not even mention that our conclusions align with the lies. Just think about the pain I inflicted when I pierced his bone marrow with my spiritual needle. If Ji Huyuan wasn't truly seriously injured and unconscious, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure such pain without making a sound. Since Ji Huyuan's injury isn't faked, then let's not worry about what those two are going to do." After receiving Mu Qing's definitive answer, Lu Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Huyuan is so seriously injured. Whatever they originally intended to do in Haoyua's sect, they're probably unable to do it now. Seeing Xie Ying's expression today, I know she values Ji Huyuan, her junior fellow apprentice. With Ji Huyuan seriously injured and Xie Ying filled with suspicion and fear towards us in Haoyua's sect, I'm afraid she'd be constantly guarding Ji Huyuan, unable to spare the chance to disrupt our plans. In that case, Ji Huyuan's injury is actually a good thing for us. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. I just don't know if he was responsible for Ji Huyuan's injury. We find out if we try to contact him. But in today's Haoyua's sect, you and I must be even more cautious. Don't worry, junior sister. He and I have our own unique way of communicating, and it won't be known to others. But I'm more worried about Xie Ying and her group right now. Mu Qing didn't know why, but even though he was certain Ji Huyuan was seriously injured, his instincts kept telling him to be careful of Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan and the others. One of Mu Qing's gifts is his extraordinary sixth sense and instinct. Back when he was a relatively inconspicuous disciple of the Haoyue sect, who could only enter various secret realms by following Yun Sungyan, he relied on this inexplicable intuition to help him escape danger after danger. Thus, Mu Qing always believed, eyes can deceive, but intuition cannot. Junior sister, have you forgotten? That Chu girl from Shuangji Palace assured us that Yun Che and his companions were close friends with Xiang. Now, Ji Huyuan was first severely injured in our Haoyue sect for no apparent reason, and Xiang is acting as if she's unfamiliar with Yun Che and his companions. Xin Yu alone is already difficult to fool, and adding the two from the Xiaoliao sect would make dealing with them even more difficult. No matter how I think about it, something seems off. I'm worried there's a trick going on. Regardless of whether it's a trick or not, we can't afford to retreat at this point. Lu Hua dislikes Mu Qing's overly cautious nature. It makes her feel constrained, and this is what Lu Hua dislikes most about Mu Qing. I understand your concerns, but given the current situation, we can no longer be timid. We must proceed according to our original plan. As for Shuangji Palace and that place, Lu Hua and Mu Qing unconsciously lowered their voices as they discussed the specifics of their plan. Tang Tang could only hear their whispers, barely audible, and couldn't make out their exact words. She instinctively tried to sneak closer so Xiang, who was on the other side with empathy, could hear more clearly. Tang Tang paused. But as she moved, Xie Ying's voice echoed in her mind. You can't get any closer, or you'll be discovered. But don't you want to know what their plan is? I can investigate the plan myself, but your safety is more important. Listen to me. Get out of here right now. Hearing Xiang say, I'm more important than the plan, Tong Tong's heart blossomed, her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents. Then, obediently, she swiftly and cautiously stepped on the breeze and disappeared into the boundless night. What Tang Tang didn't know was that as soon as she left, several sword energies slashed towards the cave entrance. Mu Qing's slightly puzzled voice followed. Huh? There's really no one here. I told you it's time to change your suspicious nature. Lu Hua's voice followed. Don't stand around at the door. Come in, and let's continue. At this moment, Tang Tang, having narrowly escaped, had already taken advantage of the night to find Yun Sungyan's former residence. Because his first wife, Lu Huan, was a common mortal, Yun Sungyan's residence was different from that of the other elders of the Haoyue sect. Yun Sungyan didn't choose a sacred cave in the mountains for his own abode. Instead, he chose a scenic peak and personally built a quiet and elegant courtyard for his beloved wife. This courtyard held all the memories of Yun Sungyan and Lu Huan. Even after Lu Huan's death, Yun Sungyan continued to care for the flowers and trees he had personally planted for Lu Huan for 10 years. But now, less than 10 days had passed, and the courtyard, once brimming with flowers, was now desolate and dilapidated. Many of the precious flowers and trees had died, and the koi in the pond had long since died, their stomachs turned upside down. The tables and chairs in the room were scattered everywhere, and dark brown bloodstains covered the entire room. From the room to the courtyard, traces of the struggle were everywhere. Even though the Haoyue sect had briefly cleaned up the place after the incident, Tang Tang still frowned and covered her mouth and nose as she entered. What a terrible smell of blood! Even the wind was tinged with the nauseating, fishy odor of blood. Even if Tang Tang didn't know what had happened, she could tell from the lingering stench that a gruesome massacre had taken place here. She knew Xia Ying was witnessing all this through her eyes, so she wasn't afraid of her words going unanswered. Xia Ying, this sect leader Yun must have died a horrible death. Chapter 440. Yes, I heard from Senior Brotherson. It said that not only was Master Yun's blood drained from his body by the murderer, but his body was also cut into countless pieces by the sword energy, making them impossible to piece together. If Master Yun's life lamp in the Changsheng Pavilion had not been extinguished, the people of the Haoyue sect would not have been sure that the deceased was Master Yun. Because the assembled body no longer resembled its original appearance, it was clear how malicious the murderer had been when he struck. Xia Ying's voice echoed slowly in Tong Tong's mind. It was clearly a very simple account, but Tang Tang felt a chill down his spine after hearing it. Especially at this time of night, as cold as water, with occasional gusts of cold wind blowing, Tong Tong's mind uncontrollably flashed through terrifying scenes. Master Yun died so tragically. He must be harboring a deep grudge. Wouldn't he transform into a fierce ghost and seek revenge? You're so young, why not stop reading the storybook Xiao He found for you? Even if this is the world of immortal cultivation, even after death, the soul must still be reborn in the underworld beneath the 9 netherworlds. How could he transform into a fierce ghost just because he wanted to? Xia Ying was practically amused by Tong Tong's irrational remarks. Besides, even if Master Yun's grudge persists, and he transforms into a fierce ghost seeking revenge, he seek vengeance on those who murdered him. What's there to be afraid of? It must be said that Tang Tang felt a lot more at ease after Xia Ying's barrage of scolding. Well, your scolding really puts me at ease. I'm suddenly not afraid anymore. Go ahead and scold me some more. Xia Ying, is this kid really that mentally unstable? Tang Tang charged into the room with all her might, her petite stature perfectly demonstrating its advantages. Tong Tong's perspective was completely different from that of ordinary people, making it easier for her to spot details that others might overlook. On the broken tables and chairs in Yun Sungyan's bedroom, as well as on the beams corroded by sword energy, Tang Tang spotted extremely fine marks, as if cut by a hair. Unable to identify the marks, Tang Tang simply picked up a chair leg and tucked it into the ultra-small storage bag Xia Ying had prepared for her. Take the cloth off your nose and smell the room carefully for any strange smells besides the strong stench of blood. Okay. Under Xia Ying's pressure, Tang Tang had no choice but to obey, reluctantly ripping the cloth off her face. At the same time, Xia Ying, on the other side, also shared her sense of smell. The moment they activated their sense of smell, a nauseating, fishy odor suddenly rushed into her nostrils. Even though Xia Ying had anticipated it, she almost vomited. Something was wrong. This stench was deeply wrong. Even if Yun Sungyan had suffered a horrific death, a horrific demise, the amount of blood in a person's body was finite. A single person's blood volume could never have left such a bloody and stench, especially since Yun Sungyan had been dead for so long. No matter how unpleasant the odor in this room was, after being cleaned by the disciples of the Haoyue sect and blown away by the breeze for so many days, it should have dissipated considerably. But when Xia Ying smelled it now, she felt that the odor had not dissipated at all, but had become even stronger. This stench seemed to exist to mask some other odor. Xia Ying, are you okay? I'm about to pass out from the stench. You? Tang Tang, unable to bear it any longer, kept urging from the other side. Xia Ying didn't respond, but silently recited the heart purification technique in her mind, then took a deep breath. You? Tang Tang, standing opposite, couldn't help but dry heave again, but this time she did detect something unusual in the fishy stench. Fearing Xia Ying would do it again, Tang Tang quickly spoke out her assessment. Stop! I smell it. There's definitely another smell in this room. Tang Tang frowned, thinking carefully. It seems to be a very light floral fragrance, and a different odor than blood. That odor is its body odor. As Xia Ying spoke her answer, she gained a deeper understanding of the Haoyue sect's situation, the Fox clan. It seemed Helyan Yao had indeed faked his death. After all, besides that Fox Helyan Yao, Xiaoying couldn't think of another fox so idle as to meddle in everything. Seeing Xiaoying finally find a useful clue, Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly recovered the cloth. Just as she was about to leave the room to search the courtyard for clues, her eyes suddenly flashed by a light from nowhere. Huh? What's that? Tang Tang stood there for a moment, pondering before finally settling on a direction and crawling under the bed. Under Yun Songyan's bed lay a large, unwashed pool of dark brown blood. At its edge, a small golden stone lay quietly on the ground. Not knowing what it was, Tang Tang shoved the stone back into her storage bag and crawled out from under the bed. Just as she was contemplating her next move, she heard footsteps rapidly approaching. Before she could react, Xie Ying's voice echoed in her ears. Crush the teleportation talisman I gave you, and get out of here quickly. Tang Tang obeyed without hesitation. The moment the talisman shattered, two figures appeared simultaneously in her and Xie Ying's view, Jian Chu and a male cultivator they had never seen before. However, Xie Ying, judging by the man's familiarity with Jian Chu, ventured a surmise. He was Tiandong, the senior brother of the Haoyue sect whom Yun Che had mentioned but hadn't yet met. Tiandong had come with his junior sister Jian Chu to pay tribute to their mentor, Yun Songyan. Tang Tang, having retreated in time, had escaped detection. While Tiandong and Jian Chu were paying tribute to Yun Songyan, Tang Tang had already scurried back to Xiaoying, riding the night breeze. Here. This is what I brought back from the scene. See if it's useful. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to bed. Don't come to me if there's anything else. Tang Tang plucked the golden stone and the chair leg, taller than herself, from her storage bag and tossed them in front of Xiaoying. Then, with a swift, uncaring stride, she lifted Ji Heyuan's wide sleeves and slid inside. Xiaoying, Xiohe, don't you think you're doting on Tang Tang a little too much? The child was about to jump on her head and rebel, but Ji Heyuan clearly didn't realize the problem. Really? Tong Tong's still young. It's okay to spoil a little girl a little. At that moment, Xiaoying experienced the profound meaning of a loving father often spoils his child. However, she didn't want to discuss Tong Tong's upbringing with Ji Heyuan any further. After all, Tong Tong's personality was exactly like hers. Even with her bad temper, she wouldn't make mistakes on matters of right and wrong. In that case, she didn't need to worry too much. Xiaoying quickly put Tang Tang out of her mind, and picked up the chair leg, examining it carefully. Chapter 441. Xiaohe, what spiritual weapon do you think could have caused these marks? Xiaoying had many theories in mind, but she was never one to make decisions on her own. For something like this, filled with countless possibilities, she preferred to gather everyone's opinions and listen to more possibilities. You know more about the world of immortal cultivation than I do. Could these marks have been caused by some special spiritual weapon or magical instrument? If so, we can narrow down the scope. Let me take a look. Ji Heyuan took the chair leg and examined it carefully. He murmured an obscure incantation, and a ball of bright white light slowly rose from his palm. As Ji Heyuan brought his hand closer to the chair leg, the white light quickly enveloped it. Xiaoying watched Ji Heyuan's movements curiously, and only spoke after the white light completely dissipated. How's it? Did you see anything? It's neither a spiritual weapon nor a magical weapon. Ji Heyuan's eyes were clearly filled with confusion. There's not a trace of spiritual energy or residual law on it, so this mark must have been left by an ordinary mortal weapon. An ordinary weapon? Xiaoying was genuinely surprised. Could it be that there were mortals among those who murdered sect leader Yun? But a mortal entering the Haoyue sect wouldn't be possible without everyone's knowledge. I'm not sure, but this mark is definitely left by an ordinary weapon. It's probably something like steel wire, extremely thin, tough, yet extremely sharp. I don't know much about ordinary weapons, so I can't think of a corresponding weapon at the moment. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Xiaoying was very open-minded. Since it was a problem she couldn't figure out, she decided to put it aside. There were so many doubts at the moment, so it wouldn't be a problem to try another angle. Take another look at this stone. It looks to me like diamond used for sword tempering, but when I carefully detect its aura, I find it somewhat different from diamond. Ji Heyuan took the stone and examined it carefully for a moment before reaching a conclusion. This is broken gold stone. It's very similar to diamond, but it can't be used to temper swords. Besides its sparkling beauty, it only has a simple, calming effect. This is usually made into various ornaments favored by female cultivators. Tomorrow we can find an opportunity to ask Yun Che which female cultivators in the Haoyue sect appreciate these broken gold stone ornaments. Okay. Xiaoying nodded, waving her hand to gather the chair legs and broken gold stone. It's getting late. Let's rest first. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. With that, Xia walked directly to the bamboo couch across from Ji Hyun, sat cross-legged, and began to regulate her breathing. Since she was acting, she had to act it out fully. There was no reason to abandon her seriously injured junior brother and return to her room to rest. Xia was actually quite satisfied with her gains today. Although not much, it was enough to help her screen and identify several candidates. She had almost all the clues. All she needed now was a single thread that would connect them all. If she could find this thread, she would be able to roughly uncover the full truth behind the death of Master Yun of the Haoyue sect. After all, the mission the system had assigned her wasn't simply to identify the murderer. Her mission was to explore the secrets of the Haoyue sect, to uncover all the secrets and truths hidden within it. Uncovering this truth would also help resolve the mystery of why Yun Che and Yun Hao, as depicted in the original novel, had fallen into the thrall of the immortal world. Xia naturally couldn't, and wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. As the morning sun cast its first rays upon the Haoyue sect, news spread like wildfire throughout the sect that Elder Mu Qing, due to his inadequate supervision, had allowed a thug to break into the sect and severely injure a Xiaoyao sect disciple. Also spreading was the news that Mu Qing had been placed under house arrest by Lu Hua and Di Lai for this incident. Initially, Lu Hua had considered using this incident to shift the blame onto the brothers Yun Che and Yun Hao, but it just so happened that Ji Hyun had been attacked in public yesterday. At the time, Yun Hao was confined in his own cave, and Yun Che, along with Ji Hyun, Xia and the others, had nearly been injured. Under these circumstances, if she were to continue to pin the blame on the brothers Yun Che and Yun Hao, it would undoubtedly be telling everyone that something was wrong with her. Therefore, Lu Hua was forced to place all the blame on Mu Qing. After all, only if Mu Qing had made sufficiently serious mistakes would his imprisonment be more convincing. However, without Mu Qing's assistance, Lu Hua had to handle many things herself, which made her very unhappy. However, the thought that the Shuangji Palace personnel would soon arrive to lend her a hand quickly brightened Lu Hua's mood. While Lu Hua patiently waited for the Shuangji Palace personnel to arrive, Yun Che and Xin Yu arrived at Ji Hyun's room. Because of Xia Ying's provocation yesterday, Lu Hua had no time to worry about Yun Che's actions. Even the hostility of the other disciples of the Haoyue sect towards Yun Che had dissipated considerably, and Yun Che felt a rare sense of relief. As the two sides met, Xin Yu immediately produced a list. This is the list of the Haoyue sect's treasury that junior brother Yun and I found and copied from Di Lai's room after we left last night. Everything that enters the treasury is registered by Di Lai. Junior brother Yun and I have already studied it, and there are no special treasures on the list. In this case, either the looters believed rumors and believed the Haoyue sect's treasury didn't have what they wanted, or there are indeed some unknown treasures in the treasury that were not registered. In the end, it was this treasure that brought about sect leader Yun's death. Xin Yu paused at the end. But these are just junior brother Yun and I's speculations. I wonder if junior sister Xia and you found anything else last night. Chapter 442. Yes, we discovered so much. As usual, Xia cast a barrier before taking out the items Tang Tang had brought back from the murder scene yesterday and briefly recounting all their findings. However, as they listened, Xin Yu and Yun Che both fell silent. Yun Che had been feeling a bit down after seeing Mu Qing and Lu Hua's true faces, but at this moment, that feeling was instantly swept away. As Xia finished her speech, she realized how unnaturally quiet the surroundings were. She looked up, only to see Xin Yu and Yun Che staring at her intently. Xia question mark. Is there something wrong with what I said? No, senior sister Xia, the problem isn't you. Yun Che came to his senses. The problem is me. I never seen anyone find so many clues in a single night. Compared to you, senior sister Xia, I'm really not working hard enough. Don't be so self-critical. Everyone has their specialties. I just happen to be good at uncovering the truth, and you're not. Xia had meant to comfort Yun Che's fragile heart, but her words would have been fine without them. Once she did, Yun Che felt even more upset. Senior sister Xia, is there anything in this world you don't know? Yes. Xia pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. I won't tolerate bullying, and I won't endure hardship. Yun Che, He knew it. He knew that nothing in this world could stop Xia. Ji Hyun looked at Yun Che, his face nearly broken by Xia Ying's invisible blow, and felt a rare sense of sympathy. After all, when he and Xia were training together in the Xiaoyao sect, he had already deeply experienced the blissful yet oppressive feeling of having a gifted and hard-working senior sister. Honestly, Ji Huyuan hadn't expected that after leaving the Xiaoyao sect, his little senior sister's ability to subtly charm others hadn't diminished at all. Though Sun Yu remained silent, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary people the Xiaoyao sect truly was. So the Xiaoyao sect, seemingly aloof from the world's activities, and rarely participating in the various activities of the immortal cultivation world, was actually so quietly accomplishing great things? Finally, Ji Huyuan, considering his limited friendship with Yuan Che, spoke up for him. Junior sister, if you don't know how to comfort someone, you better shut up. Xia Ying, Okay, it's all her fault. Then let's get down to business. Xia Ying looked away, ignoring Yuan Che's slightly vacant gaze, and continued with the unfinished topic. Yesterday, my people overheard Lu Hua and Mu Qing's private conversation. From what they said, it seems clear that sect leader Yun's death was part of their plan. However, their exact purpose remains unknown. But they mentioned a female cultivator named Chu from Shuangji Palace. I suspect she's an old acquaintance of ours. Chu? Sun Yu immediately thought of someone, then frowned subconsciously. Could it be Chu Qiyun? It's almost certain to be her. Xia Ying nodded. What we don't know now is what role Chu Qiyun played in sect leader Yun's case, and how much the Shuangji Palace knew about their actions. Upon hearing about his master, Yuan Xingyan, Yuan Che suddenly became a different person, suddenly sober and indifferent. No matter what role Chu Qiyun plays in this, as long as she's proven to be involved in my master's death, I will never let her go. If the Shuangji Palace is also involved, I will never let them off easily. Yuan Che spoke in a perfectly normal tone, but the others inexplicably detected a hint of ruthlessness in it. Only at this moment could Xia Ying connect the delicate and elegant young man before her with the ruthless twin demons in the original novel. We can talk about Chu Qiyun later. I have another discovery related to the Fox clan. How could the Fox clan be involved in the affairs of the Haoyue sect? Sun Yu was truly surprised. The human and demon clans had always kept their distance from each other. Even though they had been at odds for years, they had maintained peace. If the murder of Master Yun of the Haoyue sect is ultimately linked to the demon race, wouldn't the hard-won peace between humans and demons be shattered? Don't worry too much, senior brother Xian. For now, we can only confirm that it's related to the foxes. Whether the demons are involved is still unclear. Besides, foxes come in many different species. We can't blame all of them for the bad things this fox did. I only know one very good fox sister. Sun Yu, I always feel like junior sister Xia, you're indirectly criticizing someone. I don't think so. It's all your imagination, senior brother Sun. Xia Ying refused to admit that she was implying that annoying fox Helian Yao. After all, in the eyes of the world, Helian Yao was already dead. Therefore, without definitive proof, Xia Ying had no intention of sharing her speculations about Helian Yao with Sun Yu. Junior sister, you strayed off topic again. Let's get down to business. Ji Huyuan, knowing Xia Ying's thoughts well, spoke up in time, turning the conversation back to the point. He pointed at the broken gold stone and the shattered chair leg. Junior brother Yuan, think about who within the Haoyue sect appreciates jewelry made of broken gold stone. Senior brother Sun, please help me figure out what could have caused this mark. Yuan Che had already been pondering the matter of the broken gold stone and the chair leg since Xia Ying first mentioned it. Unfortunately, it was all useless. There's a gold crushed stone mine a few hundred miles west of our Haoyue sect. Many shops mine and make a variety of sparkling jewelry from it. This kind of jewelry might not be common elsewhere, but in Haoyue sect, nearly everyone owns one or two items made of gold crushed stone. Trying to determine the owner of a tiny piece of gold crushed stone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can't be so absolute. Sun Yu held up the tiny gold crushed stone and examined it in the sunlight. I heard that even seemingly identical gold crushed stones can have subtle differences when made into different items. We don't know much about this, but if we go to the mountains, let's get a few knowledgeable people to take a look. They might be able to tell what this piece of gold and stone was once embedded in. Senior brother Sun is absolutely right. Ji Huyuan nodded approvingly. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, we shouldn't give up so easily. Senior brother Sun, come and take a look at this chair leg. My little sister and I can only confirm that this mark was made by a mortal weapon, but we can't imagine what kind of weapon it was. Senior brother, you're knowledgeable and might be able to tell. Mortal weapon? You said this mark was made by a mortal weapon? To everyone's surprise, before Sun Yu could even reply, Yuan Che, who was behind him, leaped forward and grabbed the chair leg. Chapter 443. Yuan Che's expression was solemn and agitated, his grip on the chair leg unconsciously tightening. The others were startled by his movements, but then quickly reacted. Junior brother Yuan, Do you know what left these marks? Yes, if you're sure they were made by a mundane artifact, then I do know. These are marks left by the thousand entwining silk. This time, without waiting for anyone to ask, Yunche took the initiative to explain the origins of the thousand entwining silk. The thousand entwined silk belongs to my mother. It was a weapon my master crafted for her personally, taking months to craft. My mother is immortal, unable to wield spiritual instruments imbued with spiritual energy, much less wield instruments imbued with the principles of the Tao. However, to acquire a degree of self-protection, my mother practiced martial arts from a young age, becoming a master of concealed weapons. To craft her a unique weapon, my master traveled across the oceans to the mortal realm, searching for a piece of fine black steel. He then spent countless hours crafting the weapon, without using any spiritual energy. Sure, you have personally crafted it into a hidden weapon capable of killing without a trace. This hidden weapon is called Thousand Threads because, when used, it ejects thousands of hair-thin steel wires. When the wires strike an object, they twist and twist, killing with ease, its lethality no less than that of an ordinary spiritual weapon. Yunche's tone grew heavier as he spoke more. His gaze fell on the imperceptible marks on the broken chair leg, his long eyelashes obscuring the obscure expression in his eyes. If these marks are caused by a spiritual weapon, then I can think of many other spiritual weapons that could be used. Yet you claim these are traces left by a mortal artifact. Therefore, I can assure you that no other mortal artifact could have created such a mark. Because in the world of immortal cultivation on the Myriad continent, there is only one such thousand entwining silk. It is one of a kind. But, Yunche's voice trailed off. When my mother passed away, Ahau and I watched Master place all of her belongings into the coffin, seal it, and bury her. This thousand entwining silk was among them. There's no way there could be another thousand entwining silk in the world of immortal cultivation, and yet, it has appeared now, right where my master was killed. Could it be that my mother isn't actually dead? If she isn't, why hasn't she appeared in all these years? And my master? Could she have killed him? Yunche found himself increasingly unable to see his biological parents clearly. In his preconceived notion, his parents were a perfectly ordinary, loving couple. But the appearance of Qian Shanxi, who had been missing for years, shattered Yunche's original impression. Seeing Yunche trapped in the dead end he had created for himself, Xiang quickly interrupted his thoughts. Junior brother Yun, don't let your imagination run wild. I think this matter may not be as complicated as you imagine. Although human nature is complex, Xiang preferred to believe in the good side of humanity among the 4 members of the Yun family. Think of adults through children. A person who could raise Yunche and Yunhao, twins with pure hearts, could never be a wicked person. Children are the most sensitive, so the love Yunche and Yunhao felt from their parents was genuine. Your mother should be buried near Haoyue Gate, right? We find out when we get a chance. No need to find a chance, we go and see now. Yunche was eager to find out what had happened. Is his mother actually still alive? Or had the 1,000 silk threads been stolen when his mother was buried? Yunche was still only a teenager. When events continued to implicate those closest to him, even if he usually appeared calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Xiang was about to say that such matters were best handled under dark and windy conditions, but before she could utter a word, she heard footsteps approaching. She immediately raised her hand to remove the barrier, and put away everything that shouldn't be there. The others, seeing her actions, guessed what had happened. Sun Yu and Yunche fell silent, and Ji Yuan, looking pale, lay back on the bed, continuing to play the role of a seriously injured and dying man. Therefore, when the disciples sent by Lu Hua arrived, they were greeted by a scene of profound silence. This disciple's name was Su Shi. She had been promoted from an outer disciple only a few months earlier. Although her aptitude wasn't enough to qualify as a direct disciple of the sect master or an elder, her diligence was well known throughout the Haoyue sect. Later, Lu Hua made an exception and accepted her from an inner disciple to a registered disciple. Su Shi was flattered and deeply grateful for her master Lu Hua's appreciation. Thus, she always spared no effort in completing anything Lu Hua instructed her to do. But despite having made countless mental preparations before arriving, when Su Shi saw the 3 people sitting across from each other in silence, her mind went blank for a moment. No, did the master misunderstand something? Could these 3 people, who didn't seem to know each other at all, plus a seriously injured and dying person, really do anything to harm the Haoyue sect? Su Shi began to have a slight doubt about her master's judgment, but she didn't forget the real purpose of her visit. Su Shi quickly regained her composure and politely greeted Sun Yu and Xiang before her eyes fell on Yunche. Senior brother Yun, Shuangji Palace has sent people to offer condolences for the sect master. Master asked me to invite you to go along. Yuan Chei's expressionless face finally softened slightly at the mention of Shuangji Palace. Who is coming from Shuangji Palace? Elder Chu and his daughter. Because of what Xia Ying had told him earlier, Yuan Chei wasn't surprised to hear that Elder Chu and his daughter had arrived. Instead, he gave off an air of as expected. Chu Qiyun? Sun Yu suddenly interrupted. That's an old acquaintance. Junior brother Yun, you don't mind if I go with you to meet an old acquaintance, right? I'd be more than happy to have senior brother Sun accompany me. How could I possibly mind such a trivial matter? The two of them chatted back and forth, not even giving Su Shi a chance to respond, before immediately agreeing that Sun Yu would accompany them. Junior sister Su, let's go. Oh. Okay. Su Shi had no idea how things had turned out this way, but she followed along obediently. Master had told her to invite senior brother Yun, but she hadn't said anything about not including this immortal Lord Sun from the Immortal Demon Alliance. So, she wasn't disobeying Master's wishes, was she? Su Shi pondered this question, not paying attention to anything else, and therefore missed the look Sun Yu exchanged with Xia Ying before leaving. Chapter 444. As soon as Yuan Chei and the other two left, Xia Ying once again plucked the snoring Tang Tang from Ji Hyun's sleeve. Xia Ying. What are you doing? Tang Tang rubbed her face sleepily. Didn't we agree not to come to me no matter what? Just one last thing for me. No. Tang Tang was about to refuse when Xia Ying raised 3 fingers. After you done this, I triple the amount I promised you. Okay. Tang Tang was instantly no longer sleepy. Her watery almond eyes sparkled like they were filled with broken stars. Just tell me what you want me to do, and I do it for you. Come here. Xia Ying held out her palm and beckoned her finger, and Tang Tang immediately jumped on it. Xia Ying whispered something quickly into her palm, and Tang Tang, after hearing it, said she'd take care of everything and slipped away. Meanwhile, Hao Yu's main hall. Yuan Songyin's coffin rested quietly in the center of the main hall. In reality, in the world of immortal cultivation, most cultivators didn't care about the rigmarole of worldly formalities. Countless disciples had died in various secret realms, or while on missions. If every one of them had to be given a grand funeral, there would be no point in continuing cultivation. At the rate of death in the world of immortal cultivation, everyone would probably see a massive funeral procession every day. So, after death, most cultivators simply had their bodies transported back to their master sect or family for a simple burial. Many independent cultivators without a sect or family affiliation were simply dead, uncaring. Yuan Songyin's lavish funeral was not just because he was the beloved leader of the Hao Yue sect. It was also because Yuan Songyin himself retained some of the customs of the mortal world. So everyone felt that he should be sent off in a way that Yuan Songyin would have liked. This led to the Hao Yue sect's grand funeral. Regardless of what the Hao Yue sect members felt about Yuan Songyin in their hearts, they made every effort to show their support. Everyone wore mourning clothes for Yuan Songyin, and the entire Hao Yue sect wore a uniform white mourning dress. Lu Hua usually stayed by Yuan Songyin's coffin when she had nothing to do. When Di Lai arrived at the main hall, he saw Lu Hua, her eyes slightly red, her fingers unconsciously stroking the coffin. In reality, Lu Hua's affection for Yuan Songyin was unknown to the younger members of the Hao Yue sect, but fellow disciples, like Di Lai, who had been with them through thick and thin, were well aware. Everyone knew Lu Hua's feelings for Yuan Songyin clearly, but because of Lu Huan's sudden appearance, they had no choice but to bury the secret deep within their hearts. Over the years, those fellow disciples of Hao Yue's sect, who had risen alongside Di Lai from youthful disciples to elders, had mostly passed away, suffering the irreversible damage sustained in that battle against the demonic tide. Later, only he, Yuan Songyin, Mu Qing, and Lu Hua remained. After Yuan Songyin's fate, Di Lai often felt a pang of sadness. This feeling was intensified when he saw Lu Hua and Mu Qing, who among the 3 of them would be the next to leave. Lu Hua had been lost in her own thoughts until she heard footsteps approaching, and she snapped back to her senses and looked towards the source of the sound. Senior brother Di? Lu Hua, he's gone, so don't dwell on him too much. There were some things Di Lai couldn't say, so he could only offer dry words of comfort. I know. Lu Hua's expression softened. It's just that seeing senior brother's coffin inevitably brings back memories of when we first began our cultivation. Actually, if you think about it, we only been elders of the Hao Yue sect for a little over 20 years, but for some reason, some of the past feels like a lifetime ago when I recall it now. Things have changed, people have changed, and everything is over. I'm about to speak, but tears already flow. Di Lai sighed, and just as he was about to reminisce about the past with his junior sister, Lu Hua interrupted him. Senior brother Di, The fellow Taoists from Shuangji Palace are almost here. I go make some preparations. With that, Lu Hua left without caring about Di Lai's reaction. Di Lai was left standing alone beside Yun Songyan's coffin, watching Lu Hua's retreating figure and shaking his head. As time passed, this little sister, Lu Hua, had finally grown estranged from him. He remembered that when Lu Hua was a little girl, she loved following him around and listening to him recite poetry. But now, never mind. As Di Lai stood alone in the main hall, reminiscing over Yun Songyan's corpse, Lu Hua was already thinking about how to convince Elder Chu and his daughter of Shuangji Palace to fully support her when they met, so that she could completely seize control of the Haoyue sect. As for the innocent and simple-minded Lu Hua in Di Lai's memory, the one who would chase him to listen to poetry and beg him to bring her candied haws at the foot of the mountain, she had long since changed beyond all recognition with the passage of time. Lu Hua now probably couldn't even remember what she looked like back then. When Yun Che, Sun Yu, and Su Shi arrived at the main hall of Haoyue sect, the people from Shuangji Palace had only just arrived. In addition to Elder Chu and Chu Qiyun, who were leading the charge, Shuangji Palace had also sent a dozen or so young disciples, making for a rather large group. The first thing Yun Che saw upon entering the main hall was Lu Hua, dressed in mourning, chatting cheerfully with Elder Chu from Shuangji Palace. An uncontrollable wave of disgust quickly crossed his heart. Lu Hua's words and actions made it seem as if she were Yun Songyan's widow. But in Yun Che's heart, no one could replace his biological mother. Furthermore, Lu Hua had participated in the plot to kill Yun Songyan, and now she acted so heartbroken for him, truly sickening Yun Che. It's no exaggeration to say that just as much as Yun Che once loved Elder Lu Hua, so much so did he now loathe her. But at this moment, he couldn't let Lu Hua see anything wrong, because Yun Hao's life was still in the hands of the Haoyue sect, and he had yet to find evidence to prove his and Yun Hao's innocence. So Yun Che had no choice but to continue his patience. Lu Hua had clearly seen Yun Che coming. Although her feelings for Yun Songyan were complicated, the joy in her eyes the moment she saw Yun Che was genuine. Lu Hua waved at him, her voice gentle. "Ah Che, come here." Yun Che lowered his eyes, suppressing the swirling hatred in his heart. When he looked up again, his eyes had regained their usual gentleness and grace. He walked forward slowly, approaching Lu Hua and the others, and bowed. Disciple Yun Che, greeting the elders. No need for formalities. Elder Chu smiled and raised his hand to support Yun Che, then gently twirled his beard, his eyes filled with joy. Shuangji Palace and Haoyue sect will soon become one family, so it's okay to be a little casual. Chapter 445. Family? Yun Che raised his head, questioning what family. Seeing his reaction, Di Lai was also taken aback, then looked at Lu Hua. Lu Hua, didn't you tell Yun Che about this? I've been a bit busy lately, and I haven't had the chance yet. Unlike Di Lai's excited reaction, Lu Hua's expression was calm, as if she didn't care. But it's not too late to tell now. Yun Che. Lu Hua's gaze fell on him. Although her tone sounded gentle, everyone could tell it wasn't a negotiation, but a unilateral notification. When our master was alive, he arranged a marriage for you. It was with Chu Qiyun, the beloved daughter of Elder Chu of Shuangji Palace. Elder Chu and the others have come this time to pay their respects to our master, and to discuss your marriage with Qiyun. Hearing Lu Hua's words, Yun Che found them utterly absurd. There was no way his master would have taken it upon himself to arrange such a messed-up marriage for him, even if his master, after drinking too much Jinhua wine, had a sudden change of heart and confused him with Ah Hao and arranged a match. He wouldn't have chosen a ruthless woman like Chu Qiyun for the two brothers. Even Sun Yu, an outsider, found this matter absurd upon hearing it. His gaze lingered uncontrollably between the two, his thoughts drifting off. Yun Che and Chu Qiyun? Surely this wasn't wrong. How could these two be so compatible? And if he remembered correctly, wasn't Yun Che cultivating the way of mercy? If a ruthless cultivator married, what difference would that make him or her deliberately harm a woman? I never could have guessed that the Haoyue sect hated Chu Qiyun so much, even going to great lengths to kill her. Impossible. The gentle expression on Yun Che's face grew colder by the second. This couldn't possibly be the engagement master arranged for me. Yun Che, I know it's sudden to bring this up, but Lu Hua wasn't lying. This engagement between our Haoyue sect and Shuangji Palace was indeed arranged by your master. Seeing the tension building, Di Lai quickly stepped in to mediate. Previously, Di Lai would never have imagined that he, the most fiery of his fellow disciples, would find himself in a position of peacemaker. Although Di Lai felt Yun Songyan was being foolish about this matter, the engagement was already made. While the Haoyue sect wasn't a prominent figure in the world of immortal cultivation, They couldn't afford to betray their trust. Seeing Yun Che's expressionless expression, Di Lai offered further advice. This is the last major event your master set before his death. Even if it's not for the sake of Hao Yue's sect's integrity, we must consider your master's wishes. Elder Di, there's no need to elaborate. I believe my master's final wish would never be for me to go against my will, and do something I don't want to do. Furthermore, the path I cultivated since childhood is the path of mercy. How can a ruthless person marry? This is simply absurd. Yun Che, although you practice the path of mercy since childhood, to this day, you haven't even crossed the threshold of the first level. This shows that you don't have much talent for the path of mercy. You haven't even formed your core yet, and your path is fundamentally unstable. Even if you abandon the path of mercy and cultivate another path now, it won't significantly impact your immortal path. Lu Hua casually demanded that Yun Che abandon his years of cultivation and foundation, completely disregarding the hardships Yun Che had endured to get to where he was today. She simply took it for granted, even hinting at a hint of favor. If our Hao Yue sect could form a marriage alliance with the Shuangji Palace, it would be a mutually beneficial opportunity. I think Qi Yun is young and promising, more than enough for you. What else are you dissatisfied with? Ha! I'm dissatisfied with absolutely everything. Yun Che sneered. Since this is such a great opportunity, and Elder Lu Hua is so pleased with Chu Qiyun, why doesn't Elder Lu Hua let this happen to your own disciple, instead giving it to an outsider like me, someone who hasn't even cleared himself of murder? This is unbearable. There's no need to endure it any longer. Yun Che was simply fed up with these people's expressions. He had known Xia Ying for so long, and apart from anything else, he had secretly learned a bit of Xia Ying's infuriating tongue. After thoroughly berating Lu Hua, Yun Che didn't forget to turn his attention to Chu Qiyun. And fellow Daoist Chu, I might as well tell you something clearly today. No matter who arranged this engagement, I will never be your Taoist partner. Marry whoever you want, but not me. Oh yes, I think Elder Lu Hua is very pleased with you, so it's not impossible for you two to be a couple. The Immortal Cultivation world has always been very tolerant of this, and we at Hao Yue's sect are no exception. Di Lai, who had never seen this side of Yun Che, was stunned. Is this really Yun Che? Could Su Shi have brought Yun Hao here by mistake? Chu Qiyun, who had originally come to Hao Yue's sect hoping to see a good show, never expected that instead of a good show, she would be humiliated by the very Yun Che she despised. Chu Qiyun was furious. Feeling humiliated, Elder Chu swung a palm at Yun Che without a word. How dare you, arrogant child, insult my Shuangji Palace? The pressure of a nascent soul powerhouse instantly swept over Yun Che, crushing him. However, before it even reached him, it was dissipated by a gentle force. Yun Che, whose face had been pale from the pressure a moment before, slowly recovered. It was Xin Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, who took action. Chapter 446. We were talking peacefully, but Elder Chu suddenly attacking, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xin Yu stood before Yun Che with a smile on his face. His every move made it clear to everyone present, Yun Che was under his protection. Although Xin Yu looked young, he was one of the most prominent figures in the Immortal Demon Alliance. He had broken through the Dan and formed a nascent soul stage several years ago, but for several years, he had been unable to find the opportunity to break through, and his cultivation and strength had stagnated at the nascent soul stage. If the person standing before Xin Yu today was a powerful figure from the Shuangji Palace, who had already entered the spiritual transformation stage, Xin Yu would have been hesitant to attack. However, with Elder Chu, who was also at the nascent soul stage, he had nothing to fear. Xin Yu, I respect you as a member of the Immortal Demon Alliance, so I won't bother with you. This is a matter between my Shuangji Palace and the Hao Yue sect. Yun Che has the audacity to insult my Shuangji Palace and my father and daughter. I must teach him a lesson today. I certainly won't get involved in the feud between the Hao Yue sect and Shuangji Palace, but I can't ignore Yun Che's affairs. Xin Yu didn't back down in the slightest at Elder Chu's words. The aura of a senior disciple, under the Grand Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance, was fully revealed. He curled his lips slightly. Elder Chu, don't you know that Yun Che and Yun Hao have already joined the Immortal Demon Alliance? Now, they are not only disciples of the Hao Yue sect, but also disciples of my Immortal Demon Alliance. Since they are disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance, I can't just sit back and watch. Tensions flared between Xin Yu and Elder Chu, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The young disciples dared not speak, and could only cast their gazes on the elders of their respective sects. The gentle smile on Lu Hua's face vanished the moment Yun Che bared his fangs at her. Her tone remained unchanged, yet everyone sensed a hint of coldness in it. Ah Che apologized to Elder Chu of Shuangji Palace. Once again, To everyone's surprise, Yunche seemed to calm down. He stopped arguing with Lu Hua, and instead sincerely apologized to Elder Chu. But everyone soon realized their joy was premature. Elder Chu, I was wrong just now. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me. Of course, I know Elder Chu is a magnanimous person, and will surely not quibble over such a trivial matter. Elder Chu, ? So if I quibble, I'm being magnanimous, right? But before Elder Chu could speak, Yunche's annoying voice echoed in everyone's ears once again. But I still say the same thing. I will not abandon my ruthless path, nor will I become a Taoist partner with Chu Qiyun. After saying this, Yunche turned and was about to leave, not giving Lu Hua or Di Lai the slightest bit of face. Lu Hua had never imagined that the usually gentle and easy-to-control Yunche could have such a stubborn side. She even had a vague feeling that Yunche's temper wasn't much better than Yun Hao, who was a carbon copy of Lu Huan. Could it be said that they were the bloodline of Yun Song Yin, and that woman Lu Huan? No matter how kind she had been to Yunche in the past, he was still an ungrateful person, completely unaware of the meaning of the phrase repaying a favor. Especially when it came to betraying her, Yunche and Yun Song Yin were truly alike. Yunche. Lu Hua was furious. This was the first time any of the Haoyue sect disciples had seen Lu Hua angry, but Yunche remained unmoved. He simply paused, turned, and looked at Lu Hua, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Elder Lu Hua, do you have any further instructions? Are you saying that my actions today were truly rebellious, and that you want to lock me and Hao up together? It doesn't matter. Whether you want to beat us, kill us, or lock us up is up to you. After all, the charges of patricide and treasure theft have already been placed on Hao and me. Now, I'm charged with insulting my elders and disrespecting them, which isn't a big deal. Yunche's words were hardly polite. In fact, they were no different from a direct confrontation with Lu Hua. Everyone was surprised by Yunche's sudden change. Even Lu Hua hadn't expected Yunche to be so determined to disobey her this time. By the time she realized what was happening, Yunche was nowhere to be found in the hall. Lu Hua's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and Xinyu, who had witnessed Yunche's rise to prominence, seemed unable to understand how gloomy Lu Hua's expression was. His eyes swept over the people of Shuangji Palace and Haoyue sect one by one, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Actually, there's something I really don't understand. Haoyue sect has no shortage of talented young men. Since this is a marriage contract between Haoyue sect and Shuangji Palace, and junior brother Yunche has clearly told everyone that he cultivates the way of ruthlessness, it could ruin fellow Taoist Chu's life. Why didn't those elders simply choose someone else, insisting on Yunche fulfilling this marriage contract? Could it be that Haoyue sect couldn't find a disciple better than Yunche? Or was there something about Yunche that both Shuangji Palace and Haoyue sect were coveting, making this marriage contract so necessary? Yunche couldn't fulfill his promise? Of course, it's possible I'm overthinking everything. Perhaps you simply want to push fellow Chu into a fire pit. After all, the story of the ruthless Dao killing his wife to attain the Dao is no secret in the world of immortal cultivation. Now it seems I misunderstood fellow Chu. I didn't realize he was such a selfless person. He was willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill junior brother Yunche's ruthless Dao. Such a spirit truly earns my admiration. After saying this, Xinyu smiled and walked away, unconcerned with their reactions. His words left Elder Chu and his daughter completely at a loss for words. Although Elder Chu had privately reached some deals with Lu Hua, Yunche, and Xinyu had insulted him so much. Even a clay man would have some temper, not to mention he wasn't a clay man. Humph. Elder Lu Hua, since your young sect master doesn't agree, I think the engagement should be called off. Father, you can't. Chapter 447. Elder Chu had barely begun to speak when his daughter hurriedly interrupted him. He glared at Chu Qiyun with a look of disapproval. Yun, are you? Father! Chu Qiyun knew her reaction was somewhat demeaning, but she did have a reason why she absolutely had to marry Yunche. It was just that she couldn't say it in front of everyone, so she could only play the role of someone blinded by love, despite her conscience. Back in the mustard seed secret realm, I fell in love with senior brother Yun at first sight. Even if he were a ruthless cultivator, I would have married him. As soon as Chu Qiyun said this, many disciples in the hall cast complicated glances at her. Chu Qiyun, sensing these glances, knew what they were thinking, but there were some things she simply couldn't say in front of so many people. Chu Qiyun hadn't expected Yunche to be so opposed to the marriage proposal. She only regretted not explaining the pros and cons to her father on the way here. Thankfully, Lu Hua also knew what could and couldn't be made public. She quickly shook off her anger and quickly returned to her usual calm and composed demeanor. Senior brother D, please take the disciples and leave first. Che has been too willful today. This engagement was personally arranged by the sect leader. How can he just say no? Please persuade him for me. As for the details of the engagement, I'd like to discuss them with Elder Chu and his daughter. How could Li not see that Lu Hua was trying to get him out of the way? But his talents were never the best among his fellow disciples. Now that Yun Songyun was dead, Lu Hua, the daughter of the former sect leader, was more popular than she was. No matter how he calculated it, the Haoyue sect wouldn't fall into his hands. So Li had a clear vision and chose not to question Lu Hua's affairs, simply turning a blind eye. Soon, the disciples of the Haoyue sect and Shuangji Palace, led by Li, left one after another. Only Lu Hua, Elder Chu, and Chu Qiyun remained in the hall. Because of what had just happened, Elder Chu now had a profound dislike for Lu Hua. He snorted coldly, ignoring Lu Hua and looking directly at his daughter. Yuner, now that there's no one else around, can you tell me why you insist on marrying that boy Yunche? It's simple. Chu Qiyun and Lu Hua's voices echoed almost simultaneously. Because Yunche possesses the extremely rare pure moon sacred body. Yunche, impulsively arguing with Lu Hua, felt a wave of regret after regaining consciousness. He wondered if his impulsiveness would affect the plan senior brother Sun and senior sister Xie had prepared for him. Yunche was just regretting his lack of patience when he turned around and saw the ethereal Tsinyu slowly approaching, his expression relaxed and content, as if he hadn't taken the previous incident to heart at all. Senior brother Yunche wanted to ask if he had gotten into trouble, but worried about someone listening, so he could only shake his head. It's okay. Let's go check on senior sister Xie and the others. The two of them walked back to the guest house in silence. Xie Ying was sitting by the window, reading the storybook she looted from Ji Heyuan and cracking some spiritual melon seeds. Looking up, he saw Tsinyu and Yunche walk in, one after the other. Tsinyu looked content, while Yunche frowned. This stark contrast in expression made Xie Ying curious about what was going on. Senior brother Sun, what are you doing? Junior sister Xie. Tsinyu couldn't help but smile upon seeing Xie Ying. I finally understand your joy in being unreasonable and unyielding. Xie Ying, shock. So you went to Lu Hua and the Shuangji Palace people and made a scene? I never thought. The gentle and calm senior brother Sun actually had a rebellious heart. It wasn't a scene. Tsinyu coughed softly, as if finally realizing how refined and easygoing he had once been. It was just that junior brother Yuan and that hypocritical elder Lu Hua had a falling out, and I took the opportunity to taunt them a few times. So, Yunche didn't win the argument? Xie Ying pointed at the displeased Yunche. Otherwise, why would I see him looking so gloomy? Not winning. Impossible. Tsinyu dismissed Xie Ying's speculation without a second thought. Junior brother Yun nearly pissed Lu Hua off to death, didn't you? Tsinyu paused, then suddenly thought of another possibility. He tentatively asked, could it be that the scolding just now wasn't enough, and you want to go back and scold him some more? Xie Ying nodded in agreement, and Yunche even saw a hint of appreciation and approval in her sparkling eyes. Yunche, ? Senior brother Sun, senior sister Xie, I think you have some misunderstandings about me. I'm not really good at cursing. We understand. Xie Ying picked up the conversation with a smile. Of course you're not good at cursing, because the people you're cursing aren't even human. Yunche was speechless for a moment. As expected, when it comes to cursing, senior sister Xie is the one to look up to. The others weren't worried about others overhearing their words. After all, Xie Ying had long since developed the habit of setting up anti-spying barriers whenever she arrived in unfamiliar places. However, after being interrupted by Xie Ying and Tsinyu, Yunche's regret faded somewhat. He followed Tsinyu into the room, and upon seeing Ji Heyuan, who was lazily leaning on the bed, pretending to be injured, he felt a wave of guilt. Ji Heyuan, perceptive to Yunche's shifting mood, said, ? No Yunche, what's that look in your eyes? I just feel a little sorry for senior brother Ji. Ji Heyuan was even more bewildered. What could you possibly do to make me feel sorry for you? Several of my senior brothers and sisters bravely came to my aid for Ahao and me, but I lost my temper and messed things up. Now that Lu Hua and I are at loggerheads, even if I apologize, she won't believe me. How can I possibly get any useful clues from her? Chapter 448. Is this something you're taking so seriously? Ji Heyuan breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't think it was a big deal. Junior brother Ji is right. Tsinyu smiled at him, but there was no disappointment or blame in his eyes. Junior brother Yun Che was indeed well protected by sect leader Yun in the past. This is just a small matter. There's really no need to take it too seriously. If I were in that situation just now, I wouldn't have tolerated it. You just followed your heart and did what you wanted to do. What's there to feel guilty about? But our previous plan. Plans are fixed, but people are alive. If this plan doesn't work, let's try another one. No one says we have to die in the same dead end. Xia Ying interrupted Yun Che directly. She had discovered a major flaw in Yun Che. He always tended to find fault with himself. Being humble and self-reflective is a good thing, but being too self-reflective is not. What's the difference between this and a small bitter melon? Junior brother Yun, don't let the fixed ideas of this world constrain you. Life is inherently flawed and imperfect. We can't change what has already happened, but we can learn to accept all the unexpected, regretful, and imperfect things that happen in life with a peaceful mind. Xia Ying paused, then gently patted Yun Che's shoulder. Junior brother Yun, you're actually quite capable, so have some confidence in yourself, okay? Don't always think it's your fault. As long as you haven't harmed anyone and haven't violated your own wishes, then you're not at fault. No one in this world is perfect, so we should allow for and accept our own imperfections. Because that's the truest version of myself. Yun Che knew Xia Ying's words were always laced with poison, the kind that wouldn't stop until she poisoned someone to death. But today, she offered such profound words to comfort him, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Senior sister Xia truly is a kind person. Ji Hyun, who had initially thought nothing of it, felt a pang of regret after seeing Yun Che's moved expression. No way, no way. It's fine if junior sister's charm could captivate men, women, humans, and demons. She couldn't possibly have slain even the ruthless cultivators, could she? Although the possibility was low, Ji Hyun, alarmed, calmly stepped forward to separate the two and skillfully change the subject. Now that junior brother Yun Che has fallen out with Lu Hua, our previous plan is naturally scrapped. So, shouldn't we discuss our next steps? After all, the Hallyu sect doesn't have much time left for Yun Che and the others. Xiao He is right. Xia Ying, oblivious to Ji Hyun's subtle thoughts, nodded in agreement. Senior brotherson, why don't you tell us what exactly happened over there? This is what happened. Sun Yu's thoughts were clear, and having witnessed such a farce as a bystander, his recounting of the scene was not only clear and objective. After hearing his retelling, Xia Ying and Ji Hyun didn't immediately respond. Yun Che, on the other hand, remained indignant. Lu Hua must have lied. My master wouldn't have arranged this engagement for me. But if Sect Master Yun hadn't said this himself, even if Lu Hua had won the hearts of the Hallyu sect disciples, she probably wouldn't have been able to win over the entire Hallyu sect to her will, right? Ji Hyun pointed out what he thought was amiss. Not to mention Di Lai. Di Lai isn't on the same page with Lu Hua, but he hasn't disputed this. I'm afraid the engagement wasn't faked by Lu Hua. But, Yun Che frowned, about to retort, but Xia Ying spoke before him. Since the engagement wasn't fake, then sect leader Yun definitely didn't intend to make it happen. Perhaps Lu Hua and the others' plan against sect leader Yun was already unfolding long ago, but none of you in the Hallyu sect noticed. Perhaps sect leader Yun was already under Lu Hua's control when you were engaged. There's just one thing I can't understand. Xia Ying spoke, her gaze naturally falling on Yun Che. Why do they insist on you becoming a couple with Chu Qiyun of Shuangji Palace? I don't know much about Chu Qiyun, but I can tell from her actions that she's not one for mere romance. So what is it about you that would warrant Chu Qiyun being labeled a love-brained woman and marrying you? I don't have anything valuable. Yun Che was also bewildered, for he didn't think he had anything worthy of Lu Hua and Shuangji Palace's schemes. But the other three were clearly thinking deeper than he did. Sun Yu's gaze roamed over him. It's not necessarily the possession of valuable treasures that attracts covetousness. After all, some people may themselves be truly unique treasures. Ji Hyun's mind shifted slightly, and he instantly understood what Sun Yu meant. Senior brother Sun is saying that junior brother Yun Che might have a unique physique, 1 in a million, in the world of immortal cultivation, which is why he's been plotting against us. It's just my guess. Sun Yu wasn't used to making promises without proof. It's a pity the Hallyu sect doesn't have any treasures that can test a cultivator's unique constitutions. Otherwise, we could have tested this idea. It doesn't matter. We don't have any treasures, but we have people. Just ask someone who knows the inside story. Xia Ying smiled. Don't worry, I find a chance to talk to Chu Qiyun. Then, the mystery surrounding junior brother Yun Che will naturally be solved. Talk to Chu Qiyun? I'm afraid she won't say anything. Don't worry. Xia Ying's smile widened, a thought coming to her. She'd definitely tell you. Although they didn't know what Xie Ying had planned, seeing her so confident, they didn't ask any further questions. Xin Yu and Yuan Che, who didn't know Xie Ying very well, didn't know what Chu Qian would face in the next few days. And Ji Huyuan, who knew Xie Ying intimately, sighed softly. The next unlucky person after Lin Yuexiang, the perfect candidate has finally arrived. Chapter 449. 2 hours had passed when Yuan Che and Xin Yu left Xie Ying and the others' residence. To protect Yuan Che's safety, Xin Yu had been living with Yuan Che since Yun Hao's confinement, and the two were practically inseparable. But Xin Yu had other matters to attend to, so Yuan Che had to return to his cave alone. On his return, Yuan Che suddenly remembered that he still had the broken gold stone in his possession, and had forgotten to give it to Xin Yu. He hurriedly grabbed the broken gold stone and rushed out, sending a message to Xin Yu, who knew that upon exiting, he would run into Su Shi, who was peeking outside. Junior sister Su, what are you doing here? Thinking of Su Shi's relationship with Lu Hua, Yuan Che's attitude towards Su Shi naturally soured. Could it be that Elder Lu Hua was afraid that my escape would hinder her plans to curry favor with the Shuangji Palace, so she specifically sent you, junior sister Su, to keep an eye on me? Senior brother Yuan. You cannot insult my master like this. Su Shi instinctively shouted back at Yuan Che, but remembering how Lu Hua had previously pressured Yuan Che to fulfill his engagement, her confidence gradually weakened. It's true that master mishandled the matter of forcing senior brother to fulfill his engagement with the Shuangji Palace. However, senior brother Yun has been away from the Haoyue sect for a long time, and isn't familiar with the situation within. Although we don't understand why, this engagement was indeed arranged for senior brother by the sect master himself, and it was announced to the entire Haoyue sect personally. If that's all you came here to say, then you can go back. I won't believe a word of it. I know senior brother Yun doesn't believe me, but I have to tell you the truth. Master has always loved senior brother Yun. It's morally and logically impossible for us to see senior brother Yun and master become enemies over this matter. Su Shi stubbornly blocked Yuan Che's path. So, I'm actually here to apologize to senior brother Yun on master's behalf. Apologize? The coldness in Yuan Che's eyes faded slightly, a flicker of doubt flashing across his face. Yes, it was indeed master's fault for forcing senior brother to cultivate a new path and fulfill the engagement. But I believe it was also because the sect leader passed away so suddenly, and master was so preoccupied with trivial matters that she made a confused decision. I believe that given master's love for senior brother Yun, she will definitely change her mind after she thinks it through. To this day, Su Shi still firmly believed that her master, Elder Lu Hua, had made such a foolish decision out of grief over Yun Songyun's passing. She had no idea that this was Lu Hua's true self. Yuan Che couldn't tell if Su Shi's words today were a sign from Lu Hua, but he was certain of one thing. Su Shi intended to mend their relationship. So, he could completely take advantage of the situation, and use this opportunity to see what Su Shi was really up to. If necessary, he could even use Su Shi to pass on false information to Lu Hua. I understand what you mean. If it's alright, I have other things to attend to. Please return. Though Yuan Che's attitude remained cold and abrupt, his tone had softened considerably. Su Shi, noticing the change in his tone, naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. She racked her brains to say something else to Yuan Che, but suddenly her sharp eyes caught sight of the light reflecting off the broken stone in Yuan Che's hand. Brother, what's that in your hand? Yuan Che instinctively put his hands behind his back and made up a story. It's a diamond I found in the Haoyue sect. Perhaps one of the sword cultivators accidentally left it behind. I was just about to take it to the lost and found office at the mission hall. Really? But I don't think that light looks like sword tempering diamond. Su Shi herself was a sword cultivator, and not to mention her familiarity with diamonds. What impoverished sword cultivator would be so careless as to lose a diamond? Even a piece of ordinary diamond, used to temper a spirit sword, would cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones would take an outer disciple of the Haoyue sect 2 months' salary to acquire, let alone those independent cultivators without a sect or family to rely on. Sword cultivators are truly poor. Su Shi assumed Yuan Che wasn't a sword cultivator, and therefore didn't know much about diamonds, so she sighed softly. Brother, if you don't mind, could you let me take a look? I just saw the flash of light from that stone, and it looked a bit like broken gold stone. Broken gold stone and diamond are similar in appearance, but their value is vastly different. Perhaps fearing Yuan Che wouldn't believe her, Su Shi added, I just heard that senior brother Tiandong's sword tassel of broken gold and stone seemed to have been damaged a few days ago, with several broken gold and stone pieces missing. Perhaps the broken gold and stone senior brother Yin found is senior brother Tiandong's. Yuan-Che swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. The next second, he opened his hands and presented the broken gold and stone to Su-Shi. Su-Shi, after a careful glance, smiled and concluded. Senior brother Yun was mistaken indeed. This is the broken gold and stone, and it must be the one senior brother Tiandong lost. Oh! How can you be so sure? Yuan-Che quietly probed, trying to determine whether Su-Shi's statement was true or false. Su-Shi didn't notice the deep meaning that flashed in Yuan-Che's eyes, and simply smiled and explained it for him. Senior brother, you're a male cultivator, so naturally you don't know this. Jewelry made from broken gold and stone is exquisite and affordable, and one of our female cultivators' favorites. Since you're interested, I naturally want to study it a bit. Senior brother Yun, take a look. Su-Shi said, casually pulling off a hairpin from her hair and placing it alongside her sword tassel for Yuan-Che to see. Gold and stone used as hairpin beads is usually specially carved into various beautiful shapes, but when used as sword tassels, every effort is made to preserve the original appearance of the stone. The one in your hand, senior brother Yun, is even easier to recognize. This is a new sword tassel launched 3 months ago by the Lishu Tower down the mountain. Each piece of golden stone on this sword tassel is polished into a diamond shape of equal size. I bought this sword tassel at the Lishu Tower at that time. Senior brother Yun, if you compare them, you find that this piece of golden stone is identical to the ones on my sword tassel. Indeed, they are identical. Yuan-Che lowered his eyes. He hadn't expected to learn the origins of this piece of golden stone from Su-Shi, and he wanted to use this opportunity to learn more from her. But I remember senior brother Tiandong never liked these. Why is he so? Senior brother Tiandong doesn't like them, but this sword tassel was a gift from senior sister Weisher. I remember senior sister Weisher bought 5 tassels. She kept one for herself, gave one to each of her junior brothers and sisters, and the remaining 2 were given to senior brother Tiandong and senior sister Jianchu. So that's how it is. Yuan-Che took Su-Shi's sword tassel, carefully comparing it, and returned it. Thank you, junior sister Su, for telling me this. Su-Shi was flattered, and waved her hands repeatedly. Senior brother Yun, there's no need to be so polite. Since it's senior brother Tiandong's, I don't need to bother sending it to the mission hall. I can just return it directly. Yuan-Che suddenly changed his tone, locking his gaze with Su-Shi and smiling. However, if junior sister Su is free, how about you come with me? Su-Shi was stunned, seemingly confused as to why Yuan-Che, who had previously acted so distant towards her, would suddenly invite her to meet Tiandong. Although she couldn't understand it, she still nodded gently in agreement, having already wanted to mend her relationship with Yuan-Che. Okay. Chapter 450. Yuan-Che was a man who, after being bitten by a snake, became afraid of the rope for 10 years. Even if Su-Shi appeared to be perfectly normal, given their master-disciple relationship, Yuan-Che wouldn't easily trust her. This broken gold stone was left under his master's bed, most likely dropped by the murderer during their fight. And he clearly remembered that after his master's accident, senior brother Tiandong, who was away on a sect mission, returned to Haoyua's sect a day later than he did. Either Su-Shi was lying, this broken gold stone wasn't senior brother Tiandong's. Or, senior brother Tiandong had actually returned to Haoyua's sect long before then, and appeared in his master's room the night he was murdered, and then deliberately pretended to be back a day late to clear himself of suspicion. After all, when his master was murdered, even though he and Yun Hao weren't at Haoyua's sect, they were still suspected of being the murderers. So, wouldn't it make sense for Tiandong to return early, kill someone, and then pretend to have just returned? At this moment, Su-Shi, walking beside Yuan-Che, simply wanting to help her master repair his relationship with Yuan-Che, had no idea that Yuan-Che had already calculated everything in his mind. She naively believed that Yuan-Che still had feelings for Elder Luhua, and that her words had worked. She had no idea that Yuan-Che was simply trying to figure out who in the Haoyua sect was a bad person. The two, with different thoughts, walked side by side towards Tiandong's residence. Most of these direct disciples and inner disciples had their own personal caves, but Tiandong, having spent the longest time with Yun Sungyan, had the deepest feelings for him. So, after successfully establishing his foundation and needing to build his own abode, Tiandong, following Yun Sungyan's example, built a bamboo courtyard for himself on the mountainside. For this very reason, Yuan-Che secretly didn't want Tiandong to be involved in this matter. But Yuan-Che soon learned what things going against one's will meant. When Yuan-Che and Su-Shi arrived at Tiandong's residence, they discovered Jianchu was also there. Seeing Jianchu, Yuan-Che was visibly stunned. Second senior sister, if you're here, what about a how? Don't worry. Jian Chu had already guessed Yun Che's concerns before he finished. Elder D has arranged for senior sister Wei Shi to take my place. Fourth junior brother still has someone to look after him. Wei Shi was Li's direct disciple. Honestly, Yun Che would feel more at ease if she were watching over Yun Hao. So, he didn't dwell on the topic any further and, instead, took out the broken gold stone and got straight to the point. Big brother, I found a piece of broken gold stone. Junior sister Su said your sword tassel was damaged a while ago. Can you see if this is the same piece of broken gold stone from your sword tassel? Tian Dong was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled out a sword tassel that was clearly missing a few pieces of broken gold stone for comparison. Then, smiling, he took the broken gold stone from Yun Che's hand and agreed without hesitation. It's indeed mine. To be honest, I don't even know when I lost it. I never thought I'd find it again. Yun Che's smile remained, but his heart grew colder. It was actually him. Yun Che stared at Tian Dong intently, trying to find even the slightest hint of guilt or uneasiness in his face. In the end, he only saw a flawless face. In contrast, Jian Chu, after seeing the broken gold stone, asked, "Where did you find it, third junior brother?" A broken gold stone is so small, if it fell to the ground you might not even notice it. I didn't expect junior brother to be so lucky as to actually pick one up. I found it in the bushes not far outside Master's yard. Yun Che didn't intend to tell them the truth, so he just started making up a story. It's quite a coincidence. Although it's small, it's quite shiny. When its brilliance dazzled my eyes, I thought it was a diamond. Thankfully, I just ran into junior sister Su. She reminded me that it was actually a broken gold stone from a sword tassel. Senior brother never pays attention to these details. Perhaps he left it in the bushes during one of his visits to Master. Yun Che slowly fabricated his lie while observing Tian Dong's expression. He noticed that Tian Dong's expression froze for a moment when he said the last sentence. Yun Che's heart sank even more. The four of them sat together and talked for a while, but Tian Dong, who seemed to be lost in thought, seemed to be distracted. So, upon realizing this, everyone quickly bid farewell. However, Yun Che did not immediately seek out Xiaoying and the others to inform them of his discovery. Instead, he returned to his cave abode and took out the communication jade slip to send messages to Xiaoying and Xinyu separately. Soon, Yun Che's communication jade slip lit up again. On seeing the reply, Yun Che finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the contact information they had agreed upon not long ago. After all, Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan had resorted to self-harm to distance themselves from Yun Che. If Yun Che frequently visited them, Lu Hua would likely refuse to believe that there was nothing between them. Thus, the communication jade slip became the best means of communication. And the new plan proceeded smoothly under their arrangements. Xinyu stayed at the foot of the mountain until dusk before returning to Haoyue Gate. But he did not immediately return to Yun Che's side. Instead, he went to Lu Hua and Elder Chu and his daughter from Shuangji Palace. Xinyu's goal was simple, to persuade them to give up on Yun Che fulfilling his engagement. But after half a day of secret talks, the three, having reached a complete consensus, were unwilling to give Xinyu face. The two sides were deadlocked, neither willing to give in. Just then, Su Shi's anxious voice echoed from outside the door. "Master, something bad has happened. Junior brother Yun is in trouble." Chapter 451. The four people's expressions changed upon hearing this. Elder Chu and his daughter instinctively assumed that Yun Che was in trouble, and they hurried out, Lu Hua following closely behind. But Xinyu, who was carefully observing the three people's reactions, clearly noticed that Lu Hua's initial expression upon hearing the news wasn't shock, but joy. It was as if she had known that Yun Che would be in trouble. A faint suspicion arose in Xinyu's mind. Could it be that Lu Hua had also sent someone to assassinate Yun Che? He calmly and quickly followed the others in front of him, just in time to overhear Lu Hua's question. "Why are you so flustered? Explain clearly, what's going on? Who's in trouble?" "It's senior brother Yun Che. He's..." "What did you say?" Lu Hua instinctively asked back. "The one in trouble is Yun Che, not Yun Hao." Su Shi hadn't realized what was wrong yet, and subconsciously explained. "Senior brother Yun Hao's cave is safe with senior sister Wei Shi guarding it. However, senior brother Yun Che was ambushed by assailants on his way to visit him. Fortunately, senior brother Tian Dong and senior sister Jian Chu, along with several other disciples, were passing by and intervened in time to save senior brother Yun's life. But senior brother Yun remains unconscious. Elder D has already rushed over upon learning of this, and I, the disciple, have come to report this to Master." "Okay, we discuss this later. Let's go check on Yun Che's injuries first." Lu Hua, no longer interested in Su Shi's further words, walked out. Elder Chu and his daughter followed silently, the three of them looking extremely concerned for Yun Chei's safety. It was Lu Hua's reaction that made Sun Yu realize that Lu Hua had arranged for someone to deal with Yun Hao tonight, which was why she had been so delighted. After all, to her, Yun Hao was not only the son of her love rival, but also a completely useless person. How could she not be happy to get rid of Yun Hao? But what Lu Hua never expected was that Yun Hao, whom she hated, survived, while Yun Chei, who was of immense use to her, was in trouble. So Lu Hua panicked. Because she knew Yun Chei couldn't die. If he died, the cooperation she had secretly reached with Luyun Palace would be ruined. At that point, Luyun Palace would no longer provide her with any assistance, and she, Mu Qing, and the others alone would not be able to completely control the entire Haoyue sect. In that case, all her plans of all those years would be in vain. Lu Hua would never allow such a thing to happen. She didn't even have the time to think about why another murderer had appeared within the Haoyue sect, and why this murderer had targeted Yun Chei. When Lu Hua and her group arrived at Yun Chei's cave, they saw Yun Chei lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his breathing almost weak. The pristine white robe was stained bright red, and the large patches of blood on his chest clearly demonstrated the danger of the situation and the severity of Yun Chei's injuries. Lu Hua struggled to suppress her inner anger, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone present before settling on Tian Dong. What exactly happened? How serious is Yun Chei's injury? To answer Elder Lu Hua, I don't know either. At that time, I was passing by with my fellow disciples, and happened to see third junior brother engaged in a fight with a black-robed man. The black-robed man had considerable cultivation, and with his strength, killing third junior brother would be a piece of cake. But that person seemed to have some deep grudge against junior brother, unwilling to let him go. It was only when he saw us rushing over, worried something might have happened, that he struck the killer. Although we acted promptly, we were still a step too late, allowing that person to pierce junior brother's chest with his sword, severely wounding him. Luckily, junior brother survived. The longsword missed his heart by a mere inch. If that thug had truly stabbed third junior brother's heart, even a deity would have been unable to save him. Third junior brother's injuries are serious, but with proper care, I believe he recovered quickly. Lu Hua breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yun Chei's life was not in danger, and finally had the heart to inquire about the assassin. Have the assassins who tried to assassinate Yun Chei been apprehended? I was incompetent. Third junior brother was in imminent danger at the time, and I couldn't bear to leave him behind while I tracked down the assassin, so I let him escape. That's all. At this point, Lu Hua knew there was no point in pursuing the matter further, so she simply stopped talking. But the constant glances from the other disciples were too much for her to ignore. Lu Hua raised her eyes to look at the most direct gaze. Just say what you want to say. We, the disciples of the Haoyue sect, shouldn't act so timidly, as if we can't be in public. Yes. When senior brother fought that thug, we, the disciples, saw it clearly. The thug used our Haoyue sect sword technique. Lu Hua's expression suddenly changed. Is what you say true? I dare not lie to the elder, especially since we all witnessed it. The disciple had originally wanted to say that he thought the thug's figure resembled Elder Mu Qing, who was currently imprisoned, but upon seeing Lu Hua's terrifying expression, he swallowed his suspicions. However, whether he said it or not didn't matter much. After hearing all this, Lu Hua herself began to suspect Mu Qing. At that moment, she finally understood the pain of having a fire in the backyard. Not wanting to expose her loss of composure to more people, she waved her hand for everyone to leave. You all may withdraw. I will personally monitor Yun Chei here to ensure he doesn't get into any more trouble. Yes, disciple, I take my leave. The disciples all left, leaving only Sun Yu behind. Lu Hua knew she couldn't do anything to Sun Yu, so she pretended not to notice. But she never imagined that even more troublesome matters lay ahead. Chapter 452. After the incident, Di Lai led the elite disciples of the Haoyue sect to search the entire sect for any traces of the culprit. He focused his search on the Haoyue sect members, but ignored Xiang. According to the disciples who witnessed the incident, the man who severely injured Yun Chei and nearly killed him was clearly a male cultivator in the nascent soul stage. None of Xiang and Ji Heyuan met these criteria. After all, you can't lie with your eyes open and expect someone who's already seriously injured and near death to kill someone, right? Furthermore, that person possessed the Haoyue sword technique, a technique never passed down by the Haoyue sect. So, like Lu Hua, Di Lai suspected Mu Qing. Even though he hadn't found anything suspicious in Mu Qing's cave, and Mu Qing had acted completely honestly, Di Lai still harbored suspicions. While Di Lai searched the entire sect for the culprit, Ji Heyuan, The culprit, who had caused the entire Haoyuan sect to panic, leisurely leaned back in a chair and cracked melon seeds. Xiang listened to the commotion outside. You made quite a commotion this time. Combined with what Senior Brotherson did down the mountain today, Haoyuan sect can no longer conceal this. After all, Yuan Chei's situation is different from mine. Lu Hua and the others are too familiar with him. If he wants to deceive Lu Hua, he can't pretend he have to get hurt. But don't worry, junior sister. I be careful. Junior brother Yun has suffered greatly, but his life will not be in danger. Xiang nodded, her face full of trust. Of course I trust you to do this. What about Tang Tang? Don't worry. She has the 2 sword wields we gave her. As long as she doesn't face a powerful spirit transformation stage expert, with her agility, it won't be difficult for her to escape unscathed. Xiang relayed the situation with Tang Tang and Yunhao. And I just received a message from Tang Tang. Lu Hua indeed sent people to Yunhao's cave tonight in an attempt to abduct him. But the cultivator wasn't very powerful, just a gened-on stage fog demon. Tang Tang repelled it with just one of the sword wields we inherited. A fog demon? Helian Yao once had a fog demon named Grey Robe under his command. Ji Heyuan immediately thought of Grey Robe. It seems the Haoyuan sect incident is indeed related to him. I just don't know where he's hiding now after faking his death. Don't worry. Helian Yao is extremely ambitious. Even if he goes dormant for a while, he won't give up on causing trouble in the world of immortal cultivation. Xiang patted his shoulder and said soothingly, as long as he doesn't give up causing trouble, one day I grab his fox tail and chop it off one by one. Although Ji Heyuan had no tail, only tail feathers, Xia Ying's expression still made his scalp clench. Junior senior sister is really becoming more and more like a villain. Lu Hua stayed in Yuan Chei's cave for an entire night, willingly expending her spiritual energy to save Yuan Chei's life. Thanks to her unremitting efforts, Yuan Chei's pale face finally began to redden, but he remained unconscious. Lu Hua reached out to check his pulse again, and only after confirming that Yuan Chei's life was no longer in danger did she truly breathe a sigh of relief. However, she had just left Yuan Chei's cave, and before she could even return to her own cave to rest for a moment, she received another piece of devastating news from her own disciples. Word had spread that Yuan Chei had been seriously injured. Furthermore, the most ferocious rumor circulating below the mountain is no longer that Yuan Chei and Yunhao colluded with outsiders to kill their father and steal the treasure, but rather that elder Lu Hua, in an effort to seize power within the Haoyuan sect, murdered her senior brother and framed her nephew. Upon hearing this devastating news, Lu Hua felt her eyes darken and she nearly collapsed. She knew perfectly well that this wasn't a rumor, it was the truth. Although she hadn't personally killed Yuan Songnian, it was indeed because of her orchestration that Yuan Songnian's death was so smooth. She didn't know why such a rumor had suddenly spread below the mountain, but her intuition told her that the rumor's rise was inevitably linked to the news of Yuan Chei's serious injury. But how could it be such a coincidence? According to her original plan, Yuan Chei and Yunhao would have no way of clearing themselves of suspicion. She would have someone produce evidence at the right time to prove that it was all Yunhao's doing, clearing Yuan Chei's name, and then elevating him to the position of Haoyuan sect's next leader. Although Yuan Chei was the sect leader, his strength wasn't enough to convince the crowd. Therefore, Mu Qing and she would then be able to naturally control the entire Haoyuan sect from behind the scenes. After all, as long as they had Yunhao firmly under their control, they wouldn't have to worry about Yuan Chei disobeying them. But now, their plan had barely begun when a series of unexpected events shattered it. And now, it was completely ruined. It was all Mu Qing's fault. It was all his fault for being too impatient. Lu Hua grew increasingly angry as she thought about it. She headed straight for Mu Qing's cave. Her disciples followed closely, not daring to breathe. You don't have to follow. Lu Hua's voice was carried to their ears by the breeze. Go inform Jian Chu and tell her to wait in my cave. I have something important for her to do. Although Mu Qing was confined to his own cave, Yuan Chei's serious injury was no secret within the Haoyuan sect, and he had been uneasy ever since he learned the news. After all, harming Yuan Chei had never been part of their original plan. Just as Mu Qing was tossing and turning, anxious and restless, an enraged Lu Hua burst in. Lu Hua had cast a barrier nearby, so she wasn't worried about anyone overhearing their conversation. So, before Mu Qing could even begin to speak, she barked at him fiercely. Mu Qing, why did you attack Yuan Chei? Don't you know he's the pure moon saint body, and that it's because of him that we're able to collaborate with Floating Cloud Palace? What good would killing him do you? Chapter 453. You suspect me? Mu Qing looked at her in shock. I didn't do this. If not you, who else could it be? Lu Hua, already overwhelmed by the string of events of the past few days, had had enough. She simply didn't believe Mu Qing's explanations. In the entire Haoyue sect, you're the only one who hates senior brother the most. You're the only one who wants Yunche dead the most. Lu Hua, calm down. If I wanted to kill Yunche, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until today? You and I are on the same side. Lu Hua, believe me. No matter what happens, I won't do anything to harm you. Mu Qing stared at Lu Hua with deep affection, but Lu Hua subconsciously looked away, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. What do we do now? Our original plan has been completely disrupted, and the evidence we prepared earlier is useless. She didn't say whether she believed Mu Qing's words or not, but simply changed the subject. And what about the floating cloud palace? Didn't they agree to attack Yunhao last night, kidnap Yunhao, and then kill Weisher, thus concluding that Yunhao is the murderer? Why didn't Yunhao disappear, and even Weisher is still alive and well? How exactly do the people at the floating cloud palace operate? Lu Hua's question mirrored Mu Qing's own. In fact, as soon as he learned of Yunche's misfortune, he had sent a message to the gray-robed members of the floating cloud palace, inquiring, but there was no response. Now that Lu Hua had asked, he didn't hide anything. Lu Hua's brows knitted together. Can't get in touch. How could that be? Could something have gone wrong at the floating cloud palace? I will continue to try to contact the gray robe, but Lu Hua. Mu Qing paused, looking at her seriously. Our plan is likely to fail, so it's time to find a way out. Even if we can't blame Yunche and Yunhao for Yun Songyin's death, we can't let this fire spread to us. After all, as long as there's green mountains, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. When Lu Hua left Mu Qing and returned to her cave, Jianchu had already been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Lu Hua enter, Jianchu's expression remained calm, unchanging. He simply bowed respectfully. Elder. The next second, there was a crisp snap. 5 distinct fingerprints immediately appeared on Jianchu's fair face. Waste. Lu Hua cursed coldly. You can't do anything I assigned you. I really don't know what you can do. Does Yunche's injury have anything to do with you? Hearing Lu Hua's cold voice, Jianchu slowly raised his head and twitched his lips. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. You repeatedly warned me not to harm Yunche. How could I dare disobey you? Are you right, mother? Shut up. Who told you to call me that? I told you you're not my daughter. The moment she heard Jianchu call her mother, Lu Hua's eyes widened, disgust filling her. She looked at Jianchu as if she were looking at something disgusting and filthy. Your existence is the biggest stain on my life. You better keep your mouth shut. Don't let anyone know about our relationship. Jianchu stood there indifferently, feeling the disgust her biological mother displayed towards her, her beautiful face expressionless. She had clearly long since grown accustomed to Lu Hua's attitude. Lu Hua felt a pang of anger at Jianchu's impassive demeanor. Jianchu's cold attitude towards her was identical to Yun Songyin's, and this was what infuriated Lu Hua the most. You truly are Yun Songyin's descendant. Deep down, you're just as treacherous and ungrateful as he is. I know you're not convinced by me, but it hasn't been easy for you to reach your current position within the Haoyue sect over the years. You wouldn't want the news of you being Yun Songyin's illegitimate daughter to spread throughout the Haoyue sect, and even the entire cultivation world, right? Don't worry, mother. No one outside this sect will know about our relationship. Jianchu's face remained expressionless, but she couldn't hide the hatred she harbored. She resented Lu Hua and Yun Songyin for giving birth to her, but not raising her. She hated Lu Hua for telling her the truth in order to bring Yun Songyin down, shattering the image of her master she had held in her mind. She hated that Yunche and Yunhao had their parents' love, while she had been bullied and wandered the mountains since childhood. But Jianchu hated Yun Songyin even more. She hated that Yun Songyin refused to acknowledge her existence until his death. Though the world was vast, there was no place for her, Jianchu. After all, even her biological parents refused to acknowledge her, and even considered her a stain. Jianchu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the hatred surging in her heart, making her voice sound calm and natural. But I think, more important now than our relationship, is how to extricate ourselves from this matter. I always forgotten to tell you, mother. The night master died, I went to see him, and the broken gold stone from my sword tassel was left there. But yesterday, Yunche found that broken gold stone. Lu Hua's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this. Does Yunche know you're involved in all this? Don't worry, mother. He hasn't yet suspected me. When I discovered the sword tassel was damaged, I found an excuse to exchange it with senior brother, so Yunche suspects senior brother. But senior brother isn't stupid. I think he's probably already suspecting me. So, rather than waiting for him to expose everything, why not strike first? Anyway, someone has to take the blame for this matter. Mother must be having a headache choosing the scapegoat, right? What do you think, Mother? Is letting senior brother Tiandong be the scapegoat? Chapter 454. Even though Lu Hua had long been a ruthless person, she was stunned by Jian Chu's proposal. You want Tiandong to be the scapegoat? You're willing to let Tiandong die in your place? Before you joined the Haoyue sect, Tiandong was your family member. So what if we once had a bond of mutual dependence? In the heart of the eldest brother, I'm ultimately no more important than his mentor. Besides, Jian Chu suddenly curled his lips into a smile, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Didn't I learn all this from you? My biological father was a hypocrite, and my biological mother was a ruthless and vicious woman. So it stands to reason that I should be a heartless and ungrateful person who would harm others for my own selfish gain, isn't it? That's what they call a family tradition. Lu Hua was furious at Jian Chu's words, but she couldn't refute them. What Jian Chu said was exactly what she had been thinking for years. She took a deep breath and said nothing more, only dropping a single sentence. Do this beautifully. This time, I don't want any more accidents. As the two were talking, a streak of light suddenly rushed into the cave, heading straight for Lu Hua. Lu Hua quickly reached up and grabbed it, and the streak of light transformed into a paper crane in her palm. As the crane's beak moved up and down, Delai's voice emanated from it. Brahma Temple, people from the Five Element Sword Sect are coming. Come quickly. Lu Hua's expression shifted again and again. What were Brahma Temple and the Five Element Sword Sect doing here? They had no connection with the Haoyue sect. In a flash, Lu Hua suddenly thought of someone. Xia Ying. It was Xia Ying. Xia Ying must have provoked them. She had long heard that Xia Ying had close ties with Guankong, the Buddhist disciple of Brahma Temple, and Xia Jiuzhou, the chief disciple of the Five Element Sword Sect. Aside from Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, Lu Hua couldn't think of another reason why Brahma Temple and the Five Element Sword Sect would suddenly visit Haoyue Gate. Lu Hua hurried out, thinking of Jian Chu, but she didn't forget to give him instructions. Clean up the marks on your face, and make arrangements with Tiandong immediately. We're running out of time. Lu Hua had always been well aware of her own abilities, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to board the Luyun Palace. But now, this ship clearly couldn't sustain her against the two waves of attacks from Brahma Temple and the Five Element Sword Sect. So, she couldn't advance, she could only retreat. If Lu Hua had previously harbored hopes of a comeback, those hopes had vanished completely. Especially after arriving at the main hall and seeing the cold, steely swordsman Xie Jiuzhou, clad in black robes and clutching a long sword, the compassionate look on the face of the Buddhist disciple Guankong, and the other swordsmen and gleaming bald heads behind them. Lu Hua felt incredibly grateful for the right choice she had made not long ago. Buddhist disciple and fellow Taoist Xie have come from afar, and I apologize for not personally welcoming you. Lu Hua's face wore a gentle, courteous smile, a stark contrast to the ferocious expression she had earlier in the cave. I wonder if you all come so far to discuss the death of our Haoyue sect's leader? Amitabha. Buddhist disciple Guankong's expression was compassionate as he slowly stepped forward and chanted a Buddhist verse. This monk and senior brother Xie have indeed come for sect leader Yun, but we've been invited by junior sister Xie of the Shaoyao sect to perform a ritual to liberate your leader from the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, I also heard that junior brother Ji was seriously injured. So, as master instructed, I have brought elixirs from the Brahma Temple to treat junior brother Ji's injuries. I have just viewed Master Yun's remains, and calculated the date and time for his reincarnation. For now, please, elder, send someone to take me and the others to junior sister Xie and senior brother Ji, so as not to delay the best time for treatment. Buddhist Guankong seemed easygoing, but once he opened his mouth, he didn't give anyone else a chance to speak. Baba Ba, a barrage of words, made Lu Hua's arrangements crystal clear. The implication was almost outright. They had no interest in the Haoyue sect, and were only here because of Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan. Lu Hua almost couldn't keep her smile to herself, but Delai didn't think much of it. He was truly grateful to Xia Ying for inviting the people from Brahma Temple and the Five Element Sword Sect. After all, Brahma Temple's ability to help people transcend and reincarnate was well known throughout the world of immortal cultivation. Although Yun Songyan was dead, he also hoped Yun Songyan could live better in the Nine Netherworld and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation sooner. Ji Heyuan's serious and incurable injuries, and the elusive thug within the Haoyue sect, who was wreaking havoc everywhere, were Delai's two biggest headaches. The arrival of Brahma Temple and the five-element sword sect undoubtedly resolved these two major issues. Thus, Delai's attitude towards everyone was completely different from Lu Hua's. Delai didn't feel offended at all. He even felt that every word Guankong Buddha's words resonated deeply. As soon as Guankong finished speaking, Delai volunteered to step forward. "Let me take Buddha and fellow Daoist Xia to meet young friend Xia and the others." "Thank you, Elder D." Lu Hua, ignored by both parties, was about to follow when Xie Jiuzhou, who had barely spoken since arriving, suddenly turned and glanced at her. "Junior brother Ji is still recovering from his serious injuries. Too many people going there would disturb his recovery. Elder Lu Hua, please help arrange a place for my sword sect disciples and the Brahma Temple Buddhists." Lu Hua, shock. This group clearly wanted to get rid of her, and Xie Jiuzhou left immediately after he finished speaking, clearly viewing this as a notification rather than a discussion. The remaining sword sect and Brahma Temple disciples also stepped forward and surrounded Lu Hua. "Thank you, Elder. Please lead the way for us." Chapter 455. Elder Lu Hua, forced into a difficult position, had no choice but to reluctantly lead the disciples to the Haoyue sect's guest house. But after leaving the main hall, Lu Hua suddenly realized, aren't Xiang and the others also staying in the guest house? If so, they were all traveling together. As expected, they were just trying to get rid of her. Realizing her folly, Lu Hua quickly quickened her pace, trying to catch up with Delai and the others. Unexpectedly, a handsome Buddhist cultivator with rosy lips and white teeth suddenly burst out from the ranks of the Brahma Temple's Buddhist cultivators. The cultivator passed by like a gust of wind, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood, and stood directly in front of her. "Elder Lu Hua, please stay." Lu Hua still had some impression of this Buddhist cultivator. She remembered that he had always stood behind Guankong Buddha, while the other Buddhist cultivators had consciously kept their distance from him. Therefore, Lu Hua suspected that this Buddhist cultivator must have a high status within the Brahma Temple. So, although Lu Hua felt somewhat unhappy, she maintained a relatively good attitude towards him. "I wonder what advice this master has for you." I just sensed a hint of resentment. The Buddhist cultivator's expression was impassive. "I heard that Master Yun of your sect suffered considerable torture upon his death. I suspect this resentment stems from Master Yun. So, I have the audacity to ask Elder Lu Hua to lead us to the place where Master Yun died. If it is indeed the lingering resentment from Master Yun's death that is causing this, I can dispel it promptly to prevent it from causing disaster if left unchecked." Lu Hua, ? You are a master of the Brahma Temple, not a charlatan, you know. If she hadn't recognized Guankong Buddha's face, Lu Hua would have thought the Buddhist cultivator before her was a fraud, using the name of the Brahma Temple to deceive her Haoyue sect. Lu Hua took a deep breath, trying to keep her expression as gentle and natural as possible. "Master, could you be mistaken? The head brother treated everyone in the Haoyue sect extremely well. Even if he died tragically and harbored resentment, I doubt he would attack them. After all, nothing strange has happened to us in the past few days. Amitabha, monks don't lie. How could I dare to bring this up without absolute confidence? Elder Lu Hua, you don't know that even if a soul corrupted by resentment doesn't do anything to harm the Haoyue sect, there's no guarantee it won't attack the innocent people below the mountain. Could it be that Elder Lu Hua only cares about the safety of the Haoyue sect, and not the innocent people below the mountain? Are you endangering the lives of innocent people? What's more?" The Buddhist cultivator paused. "I heard that less than 2 weeks after Sect Master Yun's death, 2 people were injured in the Haoyue sect. They were all seriously injured by someone who appeared out of nowhere, and your Haoyue sect has yet to find the person who injured them. Elder Lu Hua, don't you think this is strange?" The Buddhist cultivator spoke with a beguiling tone. Lu Hua was already mentally exhausted from the events of the past few days, and as she listened to his words, she unconsciously felt a sense of conviction, and a trace of fear slowly crept into her heart. But she was still resolute, and after a moment, she shook off the inexplicable fear. "Master, you're joking. Even if a cultivator has shed their mortal body, they cannot escape the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. After death, the soul returns to the 9 netherworld. Even if one wishes to cultivate the ghost path, they must start over in the 9 netherworld. Even if the headmaster suffered a great injustice after his death, he cannot remain in the human world. Otherwise, why didn't he reveal his spirit and tell us the truth? Elder Lu Hua is right. If we can temporarily recall sect leader Yun's soul from the 9 netherworld, perhaps the problems that have plagued the Haoyue sect for so long could be resolved. It's a pity that only a handful of people in the world can perform such a heaven-defying secret technique." Lu Hua's body stiffened subconsciously, only relaxing after hearing the second half of the sentence. However, The Haoyue sect is fortunate that senior brother Fozi happens to possess this soul-calling technique. Furthermore, our Brahma temple has long had connections with the Nine Netherworld. If senior brother Fozi is willing to perform this secret technique for the Haoyue sect, the truth the elders have been so desperately pursuing can finally be revealed to the world. Luhua's sigh of relief was lifted again by these words. But before she could ask further questions, the Buddhist cultivator spoke again. Speaking of what just happened, I did indeed offend. Since Elder Luhua doesn't believe there's resentment within the Haoyue sect, I will say no more. Please continue leading the way. The Buddhist cultivator's actions also drew curious glances from the Five Elements Sword sect disciples. Is this mage deliberately teasing Elder Luhua? So there's such an interesting monk in Brahma temple? They were deeply curious about this unique Buddhist cultivator and tried to inquire with other Brahma temple Buddhists, but all they received in return were cries of Amitabha. The Five Elements Sword sect disciples, The group continued to follow Luhua towards the guest house. However, Luhua, leading the way, was more restless than ever, her mind replaying the words the Buddhist cultivator had just spoken. Brahma temple enjoys an excellent reputation in the world of immortal cultivation. While not every Buddhist cultivator in Brahma temple is a highly virtuous and accomplished monk, they have always done a great deal to save the world. Moreover, the Buddhists at Brahma temple held themselves to the highest standards, and Luhua didn't believe they would deliberately lie to her. Thus, she was particularly worried that Di Lai would ask the Buddhist disciple Guankong to summon Yun Sungyun's soul from the Nine Netherworld back to the world of cultivation. After all, no one knew better than she how deeply Di Lai wanted to know the truth about Yun Sungyun's death. Thinking of this, Lu Hua's pace quickened. The Buddhists, who were leisurely following behind her, saw this and curled their lips into a mocking smile. Anxious, Lu Hua led everyone to the empty guest house, and then hurried non-stop to Xia Ying and Ji Huyuan's residence. As she reached the door, before she could utter a word, she heard Di Lai's rough, impulsive voice echo from within. Please, Buddhist disciple, help our Haoyue sect uncover the truth behind our leader's death. Lu Hua's eyes darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Chapter 456. Lu Hua pinched herself hard to prevent herself from collapsing. She appeared calm, but only the trembling hands hidden in her sleeves revealed her deepest anxiety. What are senior brother Di and the Buddhist disciple talking about? As soon as she finished speaking, an eerie silence descended. Lu Hua didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Di Lai's gaze was not right. But when she looked again, she found that Di Lai was still the same as always, his gaze unchanged. So Lu Hua could only suppress the uneasiness deep within her heart and comfort herself. It was an illusion. Nothing much. Di Lai began. I just heard that the Buddhist disciple Guankong can temporarily recall the souls of the deceased from the Nine Netherworld back to the world of immortal cultivation. So I took the liberty of asking for his help to see if I could bring back the soul of our sect leader from the Nine Netherworld. Junior Sister Lu Hua, you arrived just in time. The Buddhist disciple has just agreed to my request. Now, our Haoyue sect owes Brahma temple a great favor. Junior Sister, you and I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the Buddhist disciple Guankong. Junior Sister, why are you standing there in silence? Could it be that you've been so overjoyed by the news that you lost your composure? Yes. Lu Hua spoke with difficulty, her smile uglier than tears, though she was completely unaware. I'm truly happy. Xiang observed the scene with a cold gaze, almost unable to suppress her laughter. When she first met Di Lai, the hot-tempered elder, she had only thought him impulsive and irritable. Now, it seemed that he was unusually lucid and strong-willed. Not only did he so quickly accept their speculation based on recent events and a series of clues, but he was also able to so calmly prod Lu Hua with his words. What a talent! Since Junior Sister is so happy, why don't we discuss what kind of thank you gift we should prepare for Brahma temple? The Buddhist disciple said that based on the sect leader's birth date, the optimal time for summoning souls is at twilight hour the day after tomorrow. Also, judging by what has happened in recent days, Yun Che and Yun Hao are truly innocent. Yun Hao was originally confined because he was suspected of murdering the sect leader and had attacked me. Now that the matter is clearly unrelated to him, I don't think his confinement needs to continue. How about I have Wei Shi release him from confinement right now? Lu Hua wanted to say no, she didn't want Yun Hao hanging around her at all. But Di Lai's words were clearly a notification, not a negotiation. Besides, she had no reason to refuse. Okay. Senior brother Di, please take care of the arrangements. Since you, Junior Sister, agree, let's go ahead and make the arrangements first, so as not to interrupt the Buddhist disciple's reminiscence. Lu Hua actually wanted to stay and listen to what Xia Ying and the others had to say, but Delai clearly didn't want to give her the chance. Without even waiting for Lu Hua to respond, he grabbed her arm and half-dragged her away. Only when the two figures were completely out of sight did Xie Ying's broad smile fully reveal itself. They had already largely reminisced about the past before Lu Hua arrived. Now that Delai had not only released Yun Che but also helped them tie up Lu Hua, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to get down to business. After all, their time was precious, and they couldn't afford to waste too much time in the Haoyue sect. Fozi and Xiahe will stay here, in case anyone from the Haoyue sect comes looking for trouble. Xie Ying naturally arranged the tasks among the others. As for senior brother Xie and I, we go pick up Yunhao. Xie Ying and Xie Jiuzhou walk side by side on the road. Xie Jiuzhou, always aloof and disdainful in front of others, was a completely different person in Xie Ying's presence. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. After all this time, junior sister Xie finally remembered that she had such a skilled fighter like him. I wonder who junior sister Xie wanted him to fight this time? Xie Jiuzhou pondered this in his mind and asked directly. Junior sister Xie, who do you need me to beat up this time? Are you talking about Lu Hua and Mu Qing, whom you mentioned in your letter? Or do you want to take down everyone in the Haoyue sect? Xie Ying, ? Senior brother Xie, have you forgotten? You are the Five Elements Sword Sect's head disciple, and I see that senior brother has already successfully achieved dam breaking and infant formation. A disciple who has reached the nascent soul stage should be able to establish his own sect and recruit disciples. But senior brother, why are you still rushing to be my thug? What's the big deal? It's not something that's against the will of heaven. Xie Jiuzhou raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Being a thug is fun for a while, and it's always fun. Besides, if it weren't for the time when we were in Tian, even if I could earn so many spirit stones by being a thug for my junior sister in this realm, I might not be able to break free from my shackles and advance to the nascent soul stage so quickly. Xie Jiuzhou's eyes lit up. He looked at Xie Ying not as if he were looking at a junior sister reunited after a long separation, but as if he were looking at a giant, glittering, self-moving spirit stone. Xie Ying couldn't help but touch her arm under Xie Jiuzhou's explicit gaze. Senior brother Xie, if I hadn't known you were deeply in love with my spirit stones, based on the burning look in your eyes right now, I would have mistaken you for being in love with me. Junior sister Xie. Xie Jiuzhou sighed in disapproval. How can the matter of spirit stones be linked to something as vulgar as love between men and women? This is a blasphemy against spirit stones. Junior sister Xie, I won't allow you to insult my precious spirit stones like this. Xie Jiuzhou said, but then changed his tone. But if junior sister Xie doesn't need a thug this time, and instead wants to play with my feelings, then I can cooperate for the sake of the spirit stones. Xie Ying, that's not necessary. Senior brother Xie, just stay focused on being my thug. As for the reward, how about doubling it from last time? Chapter 457. Junior sister is truly generous. Xie Jiuzhou's eyes lit up with excitement. How could Xie Ying be his junior sister? She was clearly his god of wealth. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, Xie Jiuzhou's natal sword needed further maintenance and refinement, but the spirit stones provided to the disciples by the Five Elements Sword Sect were simply insufficient. And the spirit stones he earned from following Xie Ying through the secret realm, including robbing Lin Yuexiang, had long since been spent. Who understands? Sword cultivators are truly expensive, yet it's so hard to earn money. Just as Xie Jiuzhou was fretting over a few spirit stones, Xie Ying's message came like a timely rain. It instantly saved Xie Jiuzhou's meager spirit stone storage bag. Following a god doesn't necessarily guarantee immortality, but following Xie Ying will definitely bring you riches. So, upon learning Xie Ying needed help, Xie Jiuzhou, without hesitation, brought his fellow apprentices and sisters across 1,000 miles to help Xie Ying. As a qualified chief disciple, how could he not think of his fellow apprentices and sisters who were equally in need of money, given the opportunity to earn spirit stones with just a few punches? Without waiting for Xie Ying to speak again, Xie Jiuzhou, well versed in his duties as a thug, expressed his loyalty once again. Don't worry, junior sister Xie, I will definitely live up to your payment. Xie Ying, actually, it's okay if I let you down a bit. Xie Ying, with a rare moment of self-doubt, cued the system in her mind. Inin, how do you think senior brother Xie has become like this? He used to be such a cold and distant immortal lord, but now he's so down to earth. Inin, you're asking me? I'm just an emotionless child, how would I know? And shouldn't the host reflect on this issue? After all, it was because of the host that senior brother Xie went from a flower of the mountain to a miserable swordsman now, bowing down to half a bucket of spirit stones. You're right, It's all my fault. Xia Ying nodded seriously. I'm such a good person. Just as Yin was about to agree, she stumbled and nearly fell from the air in the system space. Then she heard her host's even more shameless remarks. If I hadn't hired senior brother Xia as a thug, he probably wouldn't have thought of this method of making a fortune. The flower of the mountain may be beautiful, but it's all for show. Who in the world of immortal cultivation would hand you spirit stones just because you're handsome and cool? Even if you have the ability, you still need the opportunity. No wonder senior brother Xia looked at me with such fiery passion. It turns out he's my 1,000-mile horse, and I'm his bull. Yin, what 1,000-mile horse and bull? She really wanted to grab her host's shoulders and wake her up. Host, do you truly feel no guilt at all for turning a high-class beauty like Xie Jiuzhou into a thug who can be called upon at any time? But after seeing her host's heartless smile, and the eager look Xie Jiuzhou gave her as a god of wealth lady, Yin instantly calmed down. Forget it, it's a matter of two minds. Why would a child like her join in the fun? She should return to the system space and continue her cultivation and leveling up. As long as she can't kill him, she kill him. Her host is so strong, she must become the strongest in the system. By the time Xie Jiuzhou and Xia Ying, the half-siblings, reached the mountain gate, Yun Hao, who had been released, had been waiting there for a quarter of an hour. Seeing the two approaching, Yun Hao took off and rushed over. Senior sister Xia, I heard my brother was seriously injured. How is he now? Don't worry, senior brother Sun Yu has been with him the whole time. He be fine. Yun Hao didn't believe what others said. Only Xia Ying's own words could reassure him. So what do we do now? Your suspicion was cleared so quickly, I think it's thanks to our ancestors. Naturally, we should go burn some incense for your mother. Xia Ying curled her lips in a half-smile. Although she didn't elaborate, Yun Hao, the clever little guy, understood her meaning and immediately led the way. Senior sister Xia is right. I go right away. The three of them quickly reached a picturesque valley in the mountains behind Hao Yue's sect, where a lonely grave stood. Near the grave, large tracts of unknown flowers and plants were planted. It was March, the season of spring, and the flowers in the valley were in full bloom. The three of them felt as if they had stepped into a magnificent and peaceful garden. This was the burial place of Lu Huan, the final resting place chosen by Yuan Songyan for himself and his beloved wife. After 3 months of studying the profound arts with Saint Xuanning, Xia Ying could now see things that ordinary cultivators could not. At this moment, Xia Ying gazed at the wisps of purple air swirling above the valley, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Yuan Songyan truly loves Lu Huan. She shook her head, clearing her mind of these irrelevant thoughts, and quickly walked towards Lu Huan's grave. Yun Hao had been imprisoned, so he was unaware of many news and clues from the outside world. He stared at Xia Ying with confusion and curiosity, but all he saw was Xia Ying circling her mother's grave 3 times. Then, she gave him a sighing look and said, Junior brother Yun Hao, I have some unfortunate news for you. Your mother's grave has been robbed. Chapter 458. Yun Hao slowly typed a question mark. The next second, his reaction erupted in anger. Which damn thief dared to rob my mother's tomb? If I catch him, I scatter his ashes. Not only did this thief rob your mother's tomb, she also likely took your parents' token of love, the 1,000 threads of silk, and used them to kill your father. Xia Ying spoke calmly, as if recounting a perfectly ordinary incident. But hearing this, Yun Hao was completely enraged. He lost all composure, and shouted that he would kill the tomb robber. It was precisely at this moment that Xia Ying and Xie Jiuzhou simultaneously witnessed countless sword energies emanating from Yun Hao's body. His eyes blazed red like a feral beast, as countless sword energies, too numerous to be seen with the naked eye, raced through his body, threatening to pierce Yun Hao into a sieve in the next second. Not only that, the two keenly noticed that Yun Hao's eyes had turned a dazzling golden color. Xia, brother Xia. Xia Ying shouted, and Xie Jiuzhou reacted instantly. The two of them leaped forward, grabbing Yun Hao's arms on either side. 2 distinct yet equally powerful sword energies surged into Yun Hao's body, suppressing the remaining sword energy with unstoppable force. The sword energies and sword energy mingled and surged, crumbling beneath the destructive force of the sword energy. Birds in the forest flew up in fright. By the time the surging and rampaging sword energy in Yun Hao's body had completely subsided, he was sweating profusely, his black hair stuck tightly to his scalp, and he looked extremely disheveled, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His pupils also returned from gold to their normal color. As Xia Ying and Xie Jiuzhou released their hands, Yun Hao knelt on the ground, gasping for air from exhaustion. As for the sword energy, it had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the traces of broken flowers and trees destroyed by the sword energy, clearly revealing what had just happened, they would have thought it was a dream. Just now. What was going on? Yunhao touched his chest as if waking from a dream. How could there be so much sword energy in my body? You don't know? I don't know. Even though he had calmed down now, the memory of that loss of control still lingered in Yunhao's heart. This was the first time Xiaoying had ever encountered such a situation, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing that Yunhao didn't know what was going on, she called out to Yin in her mind. Yin. Yin, who was upgrading the system, was driven out by the ghostly, life-threatening sound. Seeing the devastation around her, she couldn't help but stare wide-eyed and utter the words national quintessence. What the hell? What have you done? Didn't you come to see if little Yunhao's mother's grave had been robbed? What's going on? Did you dig up Madame Yun's grave? Huh? Yin's clamoring echoed in her mind, and Xiaoying couldn't help but frown and rub her ears. Keep it down. You're almost deafening me. This isn't something senior brother Xia and I did. This is all Yunhao's doing, okay? Yin was silent for a second, then asked uncertainly. Host, you mean Yunhao, that filial son, dug up his mother's grave? It hasn't even been dug yet. Xiaoying shrugged. Oh, I came to you with a question, which is... Xiaoying succinctly described everything that had just happened. What's going on with Yunhao? Don't tell me, I can't even tell you. Originally, I couldn't tell you, but since you, the host, have triggered this, it's a different matter. Yunhao has a sword body. A sword body. Xie Jiuzhou's voice echoed almost simultaneously with Yin Yin's. Xiaoying looked up in surprise, and Yin Yin's praise soon filled her ears. Senior brother Xia, not bad. Then let him tell you first. I fill in if there's anything I missed. Yunhao's eyes lit up when he heard Xie Jiuzhou's words. Brother Xia, do you know what this means? So, this sword body, could it be that I'm born a sword cultivator? Silly boy, what are you thinking? The usually cold and stern Xie Jiuzhou gave Yunhao a rare look of pity. This isn't a good thing. Although the difference between innate sword body and sword body may seem like only 2 words, the difference between the two is worlds apart. Xie Jiuzhou spoke slowly, and Yunhao and Xiaoying didn't rush him, simply listening quietly. But Xiaoying, having seen the dark side of many people since entering the world of immortal cultivation, quickly formed some suspicions. The innate sword body is a darling favored by heaven, a natural sword cultivator. But the sword body is a man-made sword, a vessel that holds countless sword energies, ultimately destined for human sacrifice. Yunhao's face paled upon hearing this, as if all color had been drained away in an instant, but Xie Jiuzhou's voice continued. Legend has it that there's a method of forging a sword through human sacrifice that can forge the world's strongest sword. But to put it simply, this method involves nurturing a sword with a human. First, a child with pure spiritual roots is selected. A secret elixir, crafted from various natural treasures, is then used to silently transform the child's constitution. Then, different sword energies are slowly injected into the child's body, allowing countless sword energies to clash within him until the strongest sword energy emerges. Or, through years of continuous battle, the countless sword energies merge into one. Under the influence of the secret elixir, even if the sword energy constantly slashes the child's internal organs, the child will not feel any pain. The presence of the sword energy will not even affect or delay his cultivation. But as the child's cultivation continues to improve, his body will be able to absorb and contain more sword energy, and the clash of sword energies will become more intense. When the countless sword energies decide the outcome, the sword energy will devour the child's entire consciousness. At that time, throw the person into the sword forge, and you will obtain a powerful sword that is alive and knows only to kill. Chapter 459. In short, junior brother Yun, you've been tricked. The person behind this wants to use your life to forge the world's most powerful sword. Humph. If this sword is forged, it will definitely be a killing sword, but whether it's the strongest is hard to say. Xiaoying snorted coldly. How can a sword forged with human lives be any good? Junior sister Xie is absolutely right. This method is actually a forbidden evil technique in the world of immortal cultivation. For years, I only heard of this evil technique, but I never thought I actually see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. And judging by the sword energy that just emanated from junior brother Yun's body, junior brother Yun has been nurturing this sword for at least 3 years. Looking at Yunhao's pale face, Xie Jiuzhou offered a rare, compassionate reassurance. But don't worry, junior brother Yun. Fortunately, this was discovered early. You still have plenty of sword energy within you, and you're only at the foundation establishment stage. It's still a long time before you can retire as a sword cultivating vessel. And your recent loss of control, which caused the sword energy to overflow, has also drained a lot of it from your body. You'll be fine for the time being. Yun Hao, receiving Xie Zhou's affirmative answer, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Knowing Yun Hao was safe, Xie Ying stopped paying too much attention to him and instead followed Xie Zhou, asking, "But according to what you said, junior brother Xie, junior brother Yun's sword energy should be difficult to detect. At least, it won't go out of control just because of his emotional outburst." As she spoke, a thought suddenly struck her. Is it because of that secret medicine? That should be it. Xie Zhou's tone was uncertain. I know this because it's recorded in the ancient texts of the five-element sword sect. But as to what happened to junior brother Yun, I think only the one who used him as a vessel for the sword knows. It must have been Lu Hua and Mu Qing. Yun Hao gritted his teeth in hatred. Apart from them, I can't think of anyone else in the Haoyue sect who would be so cruel as to use me as a vessel. Xie Ying looked at him with pity. Poor child, there are so many things you don't know. But I've always been wary of them. I'm always extra cautious with anything they handle. How exactly did they do this to me? After his furious outburst, Yun Hao quickly calmed down and began to recall what had happened to him. Could it be senior brother and second senior sister? I'm sorry, but your guess is most likely correct. Yun Hao, shock. They actually betrayed my father and became Lu Hua and Mu Qing's lackeys? Does that mean my father's death is also connected to them? Calm down, junior brother Yun. Perhaps you can remove that character. Between your senior brother and second senior sister, there must be only one traitor. Xie Ying's hand, slender and boneless, seemed to contain boundless strength. The moment it rested on Yun Hao's shoulder, it calmed him. Senior brother, senior sister, what should I do now? Don't do anything. Just wait. Wait. Yes. Xie Ying's tone was firm, as if she had everything firmly under control. In 2 days at the latest, I will give you the complete truth. Night fell. The weather wasn't great today. There was no moon, but the wind was incessant. Only a few scattered stars shone in the inky black sky. On this dark, windy night, a monk draped in a cassock tiptoed into Xie Ying's courtyard. His shiny head stood out against the darkness. With a swift flip, she leaped through the window and embraced Xie Ying in a huge bear hug. Then her voice, the deep, masculine one of daytime, instantly transformed into a charming one. Xie Ying. I missed you so much. Sister Yun Mei. Xie Ying was equally thrilled to see Yun Mei, but even more thrilled was Yun Mei's current attire. For Yun Mei was now dressed like a Brahma temple Buddhist monk, even her once charming face transformed with a disguise pill. If it weren't for that voice, as distinctive as Yun Mei's face, Xie Ying might not have recognized her immediately. In fact, the moment Ji Heyuan realized he wasn't waiting for the person he was waiting for, and instead saw a large monk hugging his youngest sister, he whipped out his frust-breaking sword. If Yun Mei hadn't spoken in time, Ji Heyuan's frust-breaking sword would have mercilessly severed her hands. Xie Ying was equally amused and confused by Yun Mei's current attire. She knew Yun Mei had disguised herself and joined Guan Kong and Xie Zhou's group, but she hadn't expected Yun Mei to disguise herself as a monk. Who would dare recognize me if I walked out like that? Sister Yun Mei, why did you come dressed like this? Didn't you always love beauty? I love beauty now too. Yun Mei gave her a sullen look. But life is more important than beauty, isn't it? In the eyes of Luyin Palace and Helyanyao, I'd long been dead. I didn't have to worry about anything while I was at Brahma Temple. But after leaving Brahma Temple, I might run into someone from the old Luyin Palace or Helyanyao's men, so I have to disguise myself. Besides, the treasure you lent me, which can conceal a monk's aura, is a cassock. Wouldn't it be even more strange and conspicuous if I were to walk around wearing a cassock instead of dressing as a monk? Xie Ying was stunned. Huh? Didn't I tell you that this cassock can actually transform into ordinary clothing? Yun Mei was also stunned, then smiled and asked in return. What do you think? Chapter 460. Xie Ying felt a little guilty under Yun Mei's gaze. She feigned indifference, avoiding his gaze, rubbing her nose, and finally, quite naturally changing the subject. So Helyanyao isn't dead after all, is he? What are you thinking? How could something like that, a 1,000-year-old scourge, die so easily? Yun Mei's tone was laced with ruthlessness. Whenever she mentioned Helyanyao, Yun Mei recalled the hatred of her Red Fox clan's annihilation, and the unbearable times when she, like a fool, was manipulated by Helyanyao, even willingly serving him. If he were truly dead, would I still be so cautious? Helyanyao died at the first watch. I can't wait until the third watch to expose his secret to the world and pulverize him. But it's clear that the constraint he placed on me still exists. This proves that he's still alive somewhere in this world, and doing very well. Sister Yunmei's words reassure me. Xiaoying knew Helian Yao wasn't dead, but she had no proof. The existence of the constraint within Yunmei was the best evidence. Once the Haoyue sect incident is over, perhaps Sister Yunmei will need to accompany Senior Brotherson to the Immortal Demon Alliance to inform the Chief Elder and several Supreme Elders of Helian Yao's situation. Don't worry, Sister Yun. Senior Brotherson will protect you. It's okay. I'm not that weak. I learned a lot of new skills during my time practicing at Brahma Temple. Even the headmaster praised me as a fox with a strong affinity for Buddhism. In fact, Yunmei would take the initiative to do anything that could harm Helian Yao, even if Xiaoying didn't mention it. Moreover, she had truly learned quite a bit of true Buddhist skills. It was well known that Buddhist teachings and Taoist methods were the most effective against evil ways. Xiaoying, Jihiyuan, look. Yunmei wanted to show them the fruits of her months of diligent cultivation. The moment she mobilized her spiritual energy, 3 fiery red fox tails unfurled from behind her, swaying endlessly. But a closer look revealed that far from possessing a trace of demonic energy, the tails were bathed in tiny specks of golden light. And this golden light was clearly... Is it the Buddha's light? You practice Buddhism? Jihiyuan gazed in amazement at the scene before him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that there were actually demons in this world capable of practicing Buddhist techniques. Yunmei smiled triumphantly. Didn't expect it? I know so much more now. She formed hand seals and muttered a series of mantras. Countless Sanskrit characters, composed of Buddha's light, poured out from her fingertips, eventually converging into a shimmering golden whip. Not only Jihiyuan, but even Xiaoying was equally stunned. Amazing, my sister. She gave Yunmei a thumbs up, praising her wholeheartedly. You're truly amazing. Want to learn? I can teach you. Really? Xiaoying's eyes lit up, clearly interested. Yunmei didn't hide anything. Of course. What I'm learning isn't something that Brahma Temple can't teach outsiders. If you can master it, then I'd be spreading Buddhism. Then, after the Haoyue sect incident is over, Sister Yun, please teach me. Okay. The two of them chatted back and forth, happily reaching a consensus. Jihiyuan, standing nearby, saw the atmosphere was perfect and finally asked the question he wanted to ask from the beginning. Yunmei, I want to ask you something. Your hair. Jihiyuan's gaze fell on her shiny forehead. Is it really all shaved off? Yunmei, shock. She smiled and turned to Xiaoying. If I kill your junior brother, will you break up with me? Xiaoying, How about we get down to business first? It was the third watch of the night. Yunmei, now transformed into her original form, followed Xiaoying. The two of them, as silent as ghosts, entered the courtyard of Elder Chu and his daughter. Xiaoying, dressed in azure, stood in the night, holding an exquisite, hollow, silver thread incense ball. With a wave of her hand, wisps of fragrance rose from the ball, silently drifting in all directions, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Even though the moonlight made it difficult to see everything around them, Yunmei could still see a thin layer of mist enveloping this small world. It felt like being in a dream, a constant illusion of unreality. Let's go and find Chu Qian. Is that all? Well, using incense as a medium for illusion is the fastest way. Besides, most people are resting at this hour, so they're even less likely to be on guard. Xiaoying explained softly, but Yunmei, perhaps also influenced by the incense, now felt a shroud of mystery shrouding Xiaoying's words. I call this incense a dream. Anyone under the spell of this incense will unknowingly enter a beautiful dream, filled with everything they most desire in life. The more beautiful the dream, the harder it is to escape. As long as the incense persists, the dream will continue. Only when sunlight descends to dispel the mist will the bewitched slowly awaken from the dream. Actually, this incense isn't very useful. It can only knock someone unconscious, buying us some time. Let's go find Chu Qian and get down to business. Xiaoying grabbed Yunmei's arm and headed straight for Chu Qian's room. The moment her skin touched Xiaoying's, the chaos in Yunmei's mind vanished, and her mind instantly became incredibly clear. She twitched her lips. Useless. If being able to silently defeat a nascent soul elder is still considered useless, Yunmei was truly curious what kind of skill Xiaoying considered useful. Chapter 461. Yunmei didn't have time to dwell on this question, as Xiaoying had already dragged her to Chu Qian's room. She saw Chu Qian, whose smile was evident even in her deep sleep, thanks to her sweet dreams. She's also been affected. How do we ask her? That's easy. Just wake her up. Xiang slowly walked over to Chu Chiyun, reached out, grabbed a handful of air in front of her, and softly snapped her fingers. Almost instantly, Chu Chiyun, immersed in her sweet dream, suddenly opened her eyes and woke. Yunmei raised her hand and waved it gently. Buddha's light and demonic energy intertwined, centered around her, then spread out in all directions like spider silk, instantly filling the room they were in. Ah! Chu Chiyun's scream echoed as she opened her eyes and saw Xie Ying's smiling face. She leaped up from the bed and backed into a corner, nearly losing her soul at the sudden appearance of the face before her. Wasn't she dreaming? How could such a pesky Xie Ying even be in her dream? But Chu Chiyun quickly realized it wasn't a dream. Not only had an uninvited guest like Xie Ying barged into her room, but even the female cultivator behind her had a seductive look on her face, not looking like someone she could easily befriend. Xie Ying? What are you doing in my room so late at night? I haven't done anything to offend you, have I? Chu Chiyun loosened the covers, stood up, and stared directly at Xie Ying. Although she and Xie Ying had indeed had many disagreements during their time in the mustard seed secret realm, Chu Chiyun was certain she had never directly grudged Xie Ying. Even if Xie Ying was mentally unstable and wanted to go crazy in the middle of the night, she should have gone to Lin Yuexiang from the Yutian sect. Why would she go to her? Even so, Chu Chiyun felt a little flustered under the pressure of Xie Ying's silent gaze, which only smiled at her. And just as her thoughts were swirling, Xie Ying's smiling voice rang in her ears. Don't panic, fellow Taoist Chu. You certainly haven't offended me in any way, so I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I'm just here to ask you a question. If you tell me the answer honestly, I leave immediately and won't touch a hair on your head. How about that? Chu Chiyun instinctively asked back, what if I don't answer honestly? Ha! Fellow Taoist Chu, you really have a personality. Xie Ying smiled, a brilliant smile, and then gently placed her hand on Chu Chiyun's shoulder. Xie Ying's hand didn't seem to exert any force, but Chu Chiyun felt her shoulder blade nearly crack with pain. She tried to break free, but found herself unable to move an inch. Her face was a mask of agony, but Xie Ying seemed oblivious to her pain. Xie Ying continued to exert force, speaking slowly. I like people with individuality like you, so naturally, I have unique methods at my disposal. But the exact method you choose is entirely up to fellow Taoist Chu. Speak. I tell you everything, isn't that enough? Just let go. Xie Ying knew Chu Chiyun wasn't so docile, but she didn't say anything more. She chuckled and released her hand. The moment Xie Ying let go, Chu Chiyun felt as if the invisible mountain pressing down on her had finally been lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Xie Ying with a stern tone. Tell me, what do you want to know? My questions are simple, just two. First, what kind of secret deal did Shuangyi Palace and Haoyue sect reach? Or should I say, what kind of secret deal did you and your daughter reach with Lu Hua? Second, why are you so determined to force Yun Che to fulfill this engagement? Yun Hao is a man-made sword body, so what is Yun Che? What did you do to Yun Che? Xie Ying noticed that Chu Chiyun's eyes flickered when she mentioned Yun Hao's sword body. It was clear that Chu Chiyun was aware of Lu Hua's shameful deeds, but faced with Xie Ying's questioning, Chu Chiyun clearly had no intention of truly answering. What deal? What sword body? I don't understand anything you're talking about. As for why I'm forcing Yun Che to fulfill the engagement, it's naturally because I fell in love with him at first sight, and he's the one I have. Chu Chiyun said this as she calmly moved toward the door. Before she could finish her words, she seized the opportunity and dashed towards it, opening it while shouting, Dad! Dad! Come save me! Help me! But what Chu Chiyun never expected was that as soon as her hand touched the door, it was instantly deflected by a flash of golden light. Then, something soft yet furry wrapped around her waist, suspending her in midair. Chu Chiyun looked down and saw it was a huge, fluffy red fox tail, and the source of the fox tail was none other than the other female cultivator who had come here with Xie Ying. Great, so Xie Ying was secretly hanging out with the Fox clan. Chu Chiyun thought she had caught Xie Ying's trick, but before she could say a word, Yun Mei's charming voice echoed through the room. Xie Ying, this guy is so dishonest. It's okay, he'd be quiet in a moment. With a wave of her hand, Xie Ying swarmed with countless blood vines like tentacles from behind her. The overwhelming dark green vines resembled dancing ghostly hands. Following the will of their master, Xie Ying, they swarmed forward, replacing Yun Mei's fox tail and dangling Chu Chiyun upside down in midair. Chu Chiyun's world instantly turned upside down, but Xie Ying's smiling face remained clear. Xie Ying, what are you going to do? When my father gets here, he won't let you go. Oh. Then why don't you think about why your father hasn't come to save you in all this time? Wake up. Even if you scream your heart out today, no one will come to save you. Chu Chi-yun's face darkened. You attack my father too? Yunmei didn't bother to talk to such idiots, and Xiang merely raised an eyebrow without directly responding. But Chu Chi-yun saw their reactions as tacit approval. Chu Chi-yun didn't know if it was her imagination. She only been hanging upside down for a short time, yet she felt an indescribable dizziness, as if she lost too much blood. Xiang watched her face gradually turn pale, and kindly reminded her. I forgot to tell you, fellow Taoist Chu, that the vines binding you are called phantom blood vines. They're very gentle, but they have a few minor quirks. I wonder if you can handle them. What quirks? Chu Chi-yun asked subconsciously. They're bloodthirsty. Chapter 462. Xie Ying's smile seemed bright and radiant, but the words that emanated from her mouth were filled with the aura of the underworld. Chu Chi-yun, whose blood had already been drained by the phantom blood vine, felt her dizziness intensify, so much so that Xiang now appeared as a double image to her. She hadn't interacted with Xiang often, but she was well aware of the tactics of the youngest champion in the sect competition. Chu Chi-yun knew that if she continued to remain silent, Xie Ying's personality might actually kill her. But she remained clenched her teeth and said nothing. Deep down, Chu Chi-yun was jealous of Xiang. It could be said that in the entire world of immortal cultivation, very few could resist their envy of Xiang. After all, Xie Ying's existence shattered the pride of nearly every chosen one. Who could tolerate an orphan girl with all-powerful spiritual roots suddenly gaining power and completely crushing them? Thus, the more Xiang sought to understand Yunchei's secret, the more Chu Chi-yun wanted her to avoid it. At worst, death was a threat. She wasn't afraid. As long as her spirit remained immortal, her father would surely find a way to save her. But what Chu Chi-yun didn't know was that her own thoughts were now clearly visible on her face, clearly observed by the intrigued Xiang. Xiang and Yunmei stood for a long moment, admiring Chu Chi-yun's monologue, before slowly speaking. Fellow Taoist Chu, I have no grudge against you, and I don't really want to use any cruel means against you. I give you one last chance to answer my question. I don't know. Good. You have guts. Xiang clapped enthusiastically. I admire your courage. Chu Chi-yun, whose head was congested from being hung upside down, and whose blood was drained by the phantom blood vines, causing her to bleed excessively, couldn't help but curse. Xiang, are you sick? Hit me, kill me, as you please. I didn't say I wanted to hit you or kill you. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Xie Ying's attitude was calm, and there was even a faint smile at the corners of her eyes. This calm demeanor made Chu Chi-yun look strangely ridiculous. The prolonged congestion in her head had slowed Chu Chi-yun's thinking ability. Before she could figure out what Xiang was going to do to her, Xiang herself spoke the answer. But since fellow Taoist Chu is so uncooperative, I have to fend for myself. I just hope your soul is as tough as your words and can withstand the soul-searching technique. Otherwise, you can't blame me if you become a fool after the soul-searching technique is over. What? Soul-searching technique? Why would a righteous disciple like you know how to do it? And why do you feel so comfortable using it now? Chu Chi-yun's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. The next second, Xie Ying's fingertips touched her forehead. A stream of white light transformed into an incredibly sharp axe, slicing through Chu Chi-yun's sea of consciousness and violently searching through her memories. Chu Chi-yun never expected Xiang to act so swiftly, not giving her any chance to react or hesitate. The physical torture wasn't hard to bear. The most unbearable was the pain in the soul. Damage to the soul is irreversible, and the pain felt is 100 times, if not more, than that inflicted on the body. The moment Xie Ying's consciousness forcefully broke through her sea of consciousness and burst in, Chu Chi-yun couldn't help but cry out in pain. She felt as if 10,000 blunt knives, each soaked in strong liquor, were slicing through her soul. The intense, oppressive pain felt like a giant hand covered in thorns and poisonous stings, clutching her heart with all its might, making it extremely difficult to even breathe. The thorns and poisonous stings sank into her heart, and the boundless, dense pain surged like waves, each higher than the last, never stopping. If her sea of consciousness could be compared to a piece of brocade, then, under Xie Ying's destruction, it had now become a tattered piece of fabric with countless holes. Chu Chi-yun's eyes and ears slowly oozed blood, unable to withstand the ravages of her soul. If she had known Xiang would make her life worse than death, she would never have been so stubborn. Chu Chi-yun regretted it. She wanted to beg Xiang for mercy, but the pain was so severe she couldn't utter a single syllable. Found it. Amidst the boundless pain beyond words, Xie Ying's voice was like a timely rain showering Chu Qiyun's long-dried sea of consciousness, giving her a moment's respite. But just as Chu Qiyun's heart was about to settle, Xie Ying's next words lifted it again. Huh? Someone's actually placed a restriction on this memory. What restriction? Hearing Xie Ying's words, Yunmei took a few steps forward and, using her spiritual power, quickly drew a nine-tailed fox totem in midair. Is it exactly the same as this? Yes. This is one of Lian Palace's restrictions, but luckily, I know how to remove it. Yunmei cupped Xie Ying's face, gently pressing her forehead against hers. A gentle pink glow instantly sank into Xie Ying's brows. This is the method to break the restriction. The solution isn't difficult. Xie Ying pondered it briefly before grasping it. Then, suddenly, she looked at Chu Qiyun and smiled. It just means fellow Taoist Chu will have to suffer even more. Chu Qiyun, no. Chapter 463. No, I can't take it anymore. Xie Ying, stop. I tell you everything you want to know. Isn't it just the deal with Lu Hua and Yunchei's secret? I tell you everything. After a brief rest, Chu Qiyun finally found her voice. She had barely survived this wave of soul searching. If it happened again, Chu Qiyun wasn't sure she could survive it. Not to mention, she had heard everything Xie Ying and Yunmei had just said. Although she didn't know why a mysterious restriction had suddenly appeared on her soul memory, it sounded incredibly dangerous. What if Xie Ying accidentally lost control while removing the restriction, turning her into a fool? She could live a life worse than death, or die, but she couldn't lose her dignity and linger like a fool. Chu Qiyun didn't even care about the lingering pain in her sea of consciousness. Fearing that if she spoke too slowly, Xie Ying would try to remove the so-called restriction, she hurriedly revealed everything she knew. Yunchei is the unawakened pure moon sacred body. The pure moon sacred body is the purest being in the universe. Therefore, even if those who possess it don't bother cultivating, the spiritual energy of the world will continuously flow towards them. If others can cultivate with someone who possesses the pure moon sacred body, they will be influenced by their constitution and receive the same spiritual energy, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. My father, and I didn't know about this at first. The reason we agreed to the marriage proposal from Lu Hua of the Haoyue sect was because Lu Hua promised to support Yunchei, the young sect master, after sect leader Yun's death. By then, I would be the legitimate wife of the Haoyue sect's leader, and could openly draw upon Haoyue sect's resources to help my father maintain his position in Xuanji Palace. It wasn't until later, when I visited Haoyue sect, that I stumbled upon Lu Hua interacting with someone from Lian Palace. That's when I realized Lu Hua's attack on sect leader Yun wasn't just driven by old feelings, but also because sect leader Yun had discovered Lu Hua's manipulation of his sons. So, to protect herself, Lu Hua had no choice but to kill sect leader Yun beforehand. As for the pure moon sacred body, Lu Hua also told me that time. Everyone knows the benefits of the pure moon sacred body, but Yunchei, who possessed it, remained undiscovered for years because his pure moon sacred body had never awakened. Lu Hua told me that if someone with the pure moon sacred body doesn't awaken it at birth, then awakening it later comes at a great cost. Under Xie Ying's gaze, Chu Qiyun spoke slowly but meticulously, detailing every detail. Clearly, she didn't want Xie Ying to have any excuse to use her soul-searching technique again. What's the price? Yunmei was curious. She had heard a few stories about the pure moon sacred body before at Lian Palace, but not nearly as detailed as Chu Qiyun's. One must experience every kind of suffering in this world. Hearing this, Xie Ying and Yunmei responded with a question mark. Is it something wrong? Forcing yourself to endure hardship? But Chu Qiyun didn't understand their frustration and continued to speak to herself. Lu Hua said that the pure moon sacred body is the purest and most innocent being in the world. To awaken it, one must use the most evil and sinister power in the world to stimulate it, prompting it to strike back. So they temporarily spared Yun Hao's life. According to Lu Hua and the others' original plan, the ultimate blame for sect leader Yun's death would be placed solely on Yun Hao. But they wouldn't kill Yun Hao. Instead, they would keep him alive to control Yunchei and use him to stimulate the awakening of Yunchei's pure moon sacred body. They intended for Yunchei to witness firsthand how Yun Hao suffered utter torture, ultimately losing his self and being refined into a sword for them to wield. Once Yunchei fully awakened, Lu Hua and the others would be able to cultivate dual cultivation with him and reap the benefits of the pure moon sacred body. They? Xie Ying caught the word sharply. Besides you and Lu Hua, who else has coveted Yunchei's pure moon sacred body? Of course, it was the people of Lian Palace. Luoyuan Palace told Lu Hua about the pure moon sacred body, and the method of using a human to nurture the sword. In their eyes, Yunche is nothing more than an exceptionally useful cauldron. Chu Qian curled her lips, her attitude completely indifferent. Countless people in the world of immortal cultivation have been transformed into cauldrons, so it's no surprise that Yunche was used as one. Our deal with Lu Hua is even simpler. We help her complete these plans, and once they're accomplished, my father and I will share in the benefits of the pure moon sacred body. Although it was all for cultivation, the idea of a father and daughter sharing a man still slightly jarred Yun Mei and Xie Ying's perspectives. Xie Ying had finally uncovered the source of the darkening of the Yunche and Yunhao brothers in the original novel. After Chu Qian finished her story, Xie Ying remained silent, and she felt a little uneasy. I told you everything you want to know. Can you let me go now? Xie Ying's slightly raised tone was like a hook gently hooking Chu Qian's heart, causing her to feel even more panic. It's still dark, why are you daydreaming? I said I wouldn't kill you. When did I ever say I'd let you go? Xie Ying, you. Besides, how do I know if you're lying? Fellow Daoist Chu's credibility is quite low, so to verify the truth of what you're saying, I need to see your memories with my own eyes. Chu Qian's eyes widened like bells, but before she could react, a sharp pain shot through her sea of consciousness. This time, she fainted. Chapter 464. Xie Ying snapped her fingers, and the phantom blood vines binding Chu Qian loosened their grip. Pa! Chu Qian fell directly to the ground. Yun Mei looked at Xie Ying curiously. Why don't you remove the mark on her soul and see for yourself? She's not an honest person. Who knows if what she said was half-truths and half-sincerities. Everything Chu Qian just said is true. Xie Ying raised her hand, and the candle on the table suddenly flew into her hand, transforming into a small, delicate octagonal palace lantern. The lantern's light was bright and soft, and the moment it appeared, the entire room seemed to brighten considerably. What is this? The Mingxiao glazed lamp. It can illuminate the way for those lost and expose those with ulterior motives. So, in front of the Mingxiao glazed lamp, no one can lie. Then you were just deliberately trying to scare her. Yun Mei raised an eyebrow. Xie Ying, you're getting worse and worse, but I like it. Actually, I don't care if Chu Qian becomes stupid. Xie Ying's eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth, as she looked at Chu Qian. Then I'm not sure if breaking the restriction will alert Helyan Yao. I finally managed to seize the initiative in this How You Sect incident, and I don't want anything else to go wrong. Chu Qian got lucky this time. Then what should we do with Chu Qian? Kill her? Sister Yun, you trained at Brahma Temple, so why are you still so murderous? Xie Ying gave her a disapproving look. We have no deep hatred for her, so it doesn't matter how we beat or torture her, but if we kill her, we will be involved in unnecessary karma. Do you think it's worth it for Chu Qian? Of course not. That's fine. Let's find a place to hide her, and prevent her from ruining our plans. Once this is over, someone will naturally settle accounts with her. There's really no need for us to dirty our hands. Yun Mei had only mentioned it casually. Whether Chu Qian was dead or alive didn't matter to her, she simply didn't care. But when she looked down and saw Chu Qian's beautiful, well-maintained long, jet-black hair, Yun Mei suddenly clutched her chest. Xie Ying, noticing her movements, was startled. Sister Yun, what's wrong with you? Yun Mei, oh no! I'm feeling a flutter. You said if I cut off Chu Qian's hair and used it myself, it wouldn't be contaminated by karma, right? Xie Ying, question mark. What kind of devilish statement is that? I'm just torturing her soul, and you're going to shave her head. Sister Yun, I beg you to. Be a human being. To this, the little fox Yun Mei confidently replied, I'm a fox spirit to begin with. Why should I learn to be a human? Xie Ying couldn't bear to watch the scene that followed. Alright. My new hair is perfect. When Yun Mei's joyful voice echoed again, Xie Ying turned around and saw she had a new hairstyle, clearly created using Chu Qian's hair. As for Chu Qian, Yun Mei, considering she was a girl, showed some mercy. She didn't shave Chu Qian's head, but only gave her a buzz cut. Xie Ying, do you think it looks good? Xie Ying admired it carefully and commented earnestly, it's beautiful. Much more natural than anything conjured by magic. Sister Yun, you have good taste in hair. Now that you have new hair, what about my hair growth pill? I want the hair growth pill too. Yun Mei spoke hastily, don't go back on your word. Don't worry. I don't have much else to offer, but I provide you with plenty of elixirs and talismans. As soon as she finished speaking, a large bottle of hair growth pills was tossed into Yun Mei's hands. Xie Ying leaned over and lifted Chu Qian onto her shoulders. I take her away and hide her first. Sister Yun, don't forget to act like a decent person while you're with the people at Shuangji Palace. Do you still doubt my acting skills? Yunmei glared at her, her figure and appearance slowly changing as she spoke. But in a moment, the Yunmei standing before Xiaoying looked completely like Chu Chiyun, even her voice becoming indistinguishable from hers. Our fox clan can acquire as many faces as we grow tails, so our disguise techniques are incredibly advanced. It's not easy for anyone other than a cultivator above the divine transformation stage or one of our own clan to detect our disguises. Go on with your business. Leave Shuangji Palace to me, and nothing will go wrong. With the illusion covering her, Xiaoying left without alerting anyone. She cast over 20 sleeping spells on Chu Chiyun, ensuring she would sleep for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Then, she carried her to an abandoned cave in the back mountains. Early on, when she decided to have a good chat with Chu Chiyun, Xiaoying had Tangdang take time to survey the area. This abandoned cave was the shelter Xiaoying had chosen for Chu Chiyun. After all, she was a cultivator, and there were no dangers within the Haoyuan sect besides humans. Therefore, Xiaoying wasn't worried about leaving Chu Chiyun there. After dealing with Chu Chiyun, Xiaoying slowly walked back through the night. The mountains were completely silent in the dead of night, and with no one to disturb her, Xiaoying finally had the chance to ask Yinin about the events that happened to the Yun brothers in the original novel. Yinin, I almost uncovered all the secrets hidden within Yun Che and Yun Hao. Now, can you tell me what they went through in the original novel? Hasn't the host already guessed what they went through? Chapter 465. Yinin's rhetorical question didn't elicit an answer from Xiaoying, but as a system, she didn't care. Host, sometimes I really think you humans are strange creatures. You clearly know something, but why don't you believe it until you see it with your own eyes? But who made me the master who dotes on you? Since you want to know, I let you see the story with your own eyes. Yinin spoke as she quickly manipulated the system space. A flash of electricity flashed through her mind, and Yinin's voice rang out again. Ding dong. Twin Demon story loaded. Host can watch it anytime. After saying this, Yinin logged off and remained silent. In front of Xiaoying, a transparent box, visible only to her, floated. The transparent box contained a simple option, watch now. Xiaoying, never one to hesitate, decisively clicked yes. The moment she made her choice, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. When it returned to normal, Xiaoying found herself in an extremely unfamiliar place. From the surroundings, it was clear that this was a secret room. The light within was extremely dim, with only a few night-shining pearls embedded in the stone walls emitting a faint glow. But in the dim light, Xiaoying still saw a man with his limbs completely chained within the room. It was Yun Che. And another man, Yun Hao, huddled in a corner. However, they could neither see nor sense Xiaoying's presence. Because Yin had presented the stories of Yun Che and Yun Hao from the original novel to her in the form of holographic images, what she was witnessing was precisely their experiences from the original novel. As Yin had said, the story of Yun Che and Yun Hao wasn't much different from Xiaoying's conjectures. The only difference was that the story was far more humiliating and painful than Xiaoying had imagined. Xiaoying saw Yun Che, forced to awaken his pure moon sacred body, and Yun Hao, unable to control his sword energy, imprisoned in a darkened chamber. Lu Hua and his men removed his parents' remains and crushed them to powder before their eyes. Then, mixed with the blood of the two brothers, they set up a sinister formation beneath the chamber. This formation used the thoughts and obsessions of deceased loved ones to imprison the movements of the living. Thus, trapped within this sinister formation, unable to escape, were only Yun Che and Yun Hao. Xiaoying didn't know if the flow of time in this story matched that of the outside world, but in just an hour, she saw no fewer than 4 people entering and leaving the chamber. They had a single purpose, to cultivate dual cultivation with Yun Che and thereby advance their cultivation. Poor Yun Che, who looked no more than 16 or 17 at this moment, yet there wasn't a single piece of flesh left on his body. Everywhere the naked eye could see were the marks of lovemaking. To maximize Yun Che's usefulness, Lu Hua and the others hadn't even given him a single decent piece of clothing. Yun Che was draped in nothing but a thin, almost impervious gauze. Such an outfit was clearly more humiliating than wearing nothing at all. But Yun Che had no choice. Xiaoying also tried to leave the secret room to see more of the scene, but every time she left, she was back inside. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiaoying gave up the futile effort and simply remained in the room to watch the unfolding story. As time passed, more and more unfamiliar faces entered the secret room to inflict violence on Yun Che. They ranged from men to women, young and old. Lu Hua was clearly no longer content with Yun Che sacrificing solely for the Haoyue sect. She sold him to whoever needed her, extracting the benefits she desired from them. In their eyes, Yun Che was no longer a human being, but a tool to be used at any moment for personal gain. And Yun Hao, the sword-raising vessel, was clearly no better. Lu Hua, on some advice, believed that the greater the resentment a sword-raising vessel harbored, the more violent the sword forged in the forge would be. Similarly, the sword would become more powerful. Thus, whenever Yun Che suffered humiliation, someone would hold Yun Hao nearby, forcing him to witness his brother's dignity being torn away and trampled into the mud time and time again. Lu Hua threatened Yun Hao's life, forcing Yun Che to cling to life, unable to find release through death. She also used Yun Che's pain to irritate him, hoping to forge the world's strongest sword. Even though Xiaoying was only a bystander to this story, even though she knew none of this had yet to materialize, she could hardly contain her rage after witnessing the suffering of the Yun Che and Yun Hao brothers. But fortunately, fate has its eyes. Not all members of the Haoyue sect are as heartless as Lu Hua and Mu Qing. Despite his temper, Di Lai was truly a good elder. After accidentally learning of Lu Hua and Mu Qing's secret dealings, he constantly sought to rescue Yun Che and Yun Hao. Later, Di Lai, along with Wei Shi, Tiandong, and others, stormed into the secret chamber, destroyed the evil formation that had trapped the brothers, and rescued them. However, Di Lai's actions not only affected Lu Hua and Mu Qing's interests, but also jeopardized the interests of those who had benefited greatly from Yun Che's physique. This was not a glorious act, so they could not allow Yun Che and Yun Hao to leave the Haoyue sect alive. But since Di Lai dared to save them, he must have made every possible effort. At the end of this short story, Yun Che and Yun Hao finally escaped the infernal den of the Haoyue sect, but at the cost of the lives of Di Lai and all the other disciples who had come to their aid. Chapter 466. As for what happened next, it was what Xiaoying had initially known. The two brothers, harboring a grudge, fell into demonic power and slaughtered the entire 3 cities. But after reading the entire story, Xiaoying realized that falling into demonic power was merely their last resort. Yun Che and Yun Hao, one spiritual home had long since collapsed, his body like a broken bellows, unable to absorb spiritual energy but unable to retain it. The other was being cultivated as a mere vessel, and there was no telling when the sword energy within him would rob him of his consciousness and transform him into a monster obsessed with killing. If they wanted revenge, they had to survive. But to survive, they had to fall into demonic power. The Haoyue sect was also destroyed by Yun Che and Yun Hao. Their first act after falling into demonic power was to attack the Haoyue sect and Shuangji Palace. Everyone in these two sects who had not bullied or even rescued their brothers was already dead, so they had no need to hesitate. They're all enemies. They all deserve to die. As for the 3 cities they massacred, the truth wasn't quite as exaggerated as it seems. They only killed those who had bullied Yun Che in the secret chamber. But the twin demons' reputation spread throughout the world of Immortal Cultivation. Gradually, no one remembered the 2 brothers who had been imprisoned and tortured in the secret chamber. The world only remembered the twin demons, the ruthless killers. By the time Xiaoying finished watching everything and returned to reality, only a few minutes had passed. To others, Xiaoying had simply stopped and stared blankly while walking. No one knew what she had witnessed, nor did anyone know how difficult the fates of Yun Che and Yun Hao would be. After reading this far from happy story, one whose tragic protagonist was her friend, Xiaoying's mood was far from pleasant. Although most of the events she witnessed hadn't yet occurred, Xiaoying knew in her heart that they were the result of both the Immortal Demon Alliance and her involvement. If the Immortal Demon Alliance hadn't asked Sun Yu to accompany them back, and if she and Ji Heyuan hadn't rushed over upon learning of this, Yun Che and Yun Hao would have undoubtedly followed the path laid out for them in the original novel. TSK. How frustrating. Just as Xiaoying was considering whether to take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak into Lu Hua and Mu Qing's cave and teach them a lesson, a mountain breeze blew past, ruffling her hair. Xiaoying paused, then raised her gaze toward a certain direction within the mountains. The wind had carried a strong scent of fresh blood. This proved that someone in the mountains was seriously injured, but judging by the current situation, not yet dead. Xiaoying paused for a moment, then immediately turned and rushed towards the source of the blood. Meanwhile, Tiandong, his white robes stained crimson with blood, stumbled through the forest. His robes had long lost their protective function, and his body was covered in deep sword wounds that exposed the bone. Half an hour ago, Tiandong would never have believed that his junior sister, who had grown up with him, could be so cruel and ruthless, attacking him without hesitation. Because of the broken gold stone Yunche had found, Tiandong had indeed suspected Jianchu. But Jianchu was, after all, his most beloved junior sister, the two of them having grown up together. Without solid evidence, Tiandong was unwilling to believe that Jianchu had anything to do with his master Yun Sungyan's death. But Tiandong never expected that Jianchu would come to him before he even went to find him, and he was determined to kill him. Tiandong had always known that among his 4 fellow disciples, he had the least talent and aptitude, and therefore was no match for Jianchu. If it weren't for his usual caution and his suspicion of Jianchu, which had led him to prepare for what had happened today, he would have been killed by Jianchu by now. But even though Tiandong had tried his best to escape, hoping for a chance of survival, he couldn't change the fact that he was seriously injured and powerless. He could even feel Jianchu's murderous intent drawing closer from behind. Finally, exhausted, Tiandong could no longer move forward, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Just then, light footsteps approached. His vision had already blurred, and he couldn't see who was coming, but the girl's clear voice gave Tiandong an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Do you need help?" Before completely losing consciousness, Tiandong used his last bit of strength to grab the skirt of the girl in front of him. "Save me." The person who came was no one else, but Xiaoying, who had followed the scent of blood all the way here. She lightly lifted Tiandong onto her shoulder with one hand, then plucked a strand of his hair, and wrapped it around the small paper figurine she had just cut. With a soft incantation from Xiaoying, the strand of hair completely merged with the paper figurine. The moment Xiaoying threw the paper figurine to the ground, it transformed into Tiandong's image, a puppet. But hair is a person's essence, energy, and blood. By possessing Tiandong's hair, the paper figurine possessed Tiandong's exact aura. So Xiaoying wasn't afraid anyone would recognize it as a puppet. At least, someone from the Haoyue sect who wasn't familiar with puppetry wouldn't be able to tell it was a puppet. Xiaoying carried Tiandong like a sack, slowly and leisurely leaving the area just before Jianchu arrived in pursuit. When Jianchu arrived and discovered Tiandong's body, she indeed had no suspicions. Soon, she, along with the body, also disappeared into the night. By the next morning, the news that Yun Sungyan's killer had been found spread throughout the Haoyue sect. Chapter 467. Lu Hua had the ancient bell rung early in the morning, summoning everyone to the main hall. Thanks to Guan Kong and Xie Zhou's timely arrival, Ji Heyuan was finally able to appear, though he still looked pale and frail, as if he were about to collapse. But Yunche now looked even weaker than him. After all, Ji Heyuan's injuries were fake, while Yunche had truly been through the gates of death. To prevent Ji Heyuan's seriously injured persona from being tarnished, Xie Ying had specially used the phantom blood vine to build him a wheelchair for easy travel before leaving. As Xie Ying's heavily paid thug, Xie Zhou couldn't possibly let his employer personally handle the physically demanding task of pushing a wheelchair. So Lu Hua and the others, who had been waiting in the main hall for a long time, saw Xie Ying, dressed in a green dress, slowly walking ahead, fanning herself. Xie Zhou, with a stern demeanor, diligently pushed the half-dead Ji Heyuan from behind. As for Yuan Che, who was also seriously injured, he had already been carried here on a stretcher. Although his serious injury was a pre-planned incident, Yuan Che couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart the moment he saw Ji Heyuan. No, he must never offend senior brother Ji again. That sword strike was too painful. As soon as Xiang entered the hall, she saw Mu Qing standing next to Lu Hua, and the smile on her face immediately faded. Didn't Elder Lu Hua promise me that as long as I stayed in Haoyue's sect, I wouldn't see Elder Mu Qing's face again? Could it be that Elder Lu Hua, a beloved elder of Haoyue's sect, was actually a man who went back on his word and broke his promise? Even before Lu Hua saw Xiang, her right eyelid had already begun twitching, and now it was throbbing furiously. As expected, she knew Xiang would find trouble the moment she arrived, but Lu Hua hadn't expected Xiang to be so inconsiderate, asking questions without even asking anything. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. "Xia, you misunderstood. I asked Elder Mu Qing to come here to make an announcement, and it requires the full presence of the Haoyue sect. Elder Lu Hua, you made such a fuss. Aren't you trying to tell us you found the murderer of sect leader Yun?" Xie Ying's half-smile made Lu Hua panic. How could she know what he was going to do? But Lu Hua quickly suppressed her uneasiness and spoke with a feigned smile. "Young friend Xie is right. We have indeed apprehended the murderer of our sect leader. This also proves that Yun Che and Yun Hao had nothing to do with the sect leader's death. In fact, it's all thanks to Yun Che. If he hadn't found the lost gold fragment outside our sect leader's courtyard, we wouldn't have been able to identify the murderer so quickly. And in this mission to track down the murderer, I think, Elder Lu Hua, Lu Hua was just halfway through her impassioned speech when Xiang interrupted her again, tactlessly. Can you save these polite remarks about what you think, and what I think for later? I don't think anyone wants to hear your meaningless remarks right now. They should all be more interested in knowing who the murderer is, right? Junior sister Xie is absolutely right. Xie Zhozhou echoed his words enthusiastically, and the 5 Element Sword Sect disciples standing behind him echoed him. Although the others remained silent, their expressions clearly indicated that they believed Xie Ying's statement was correct. All right, junior sister. Even Di Lai stood beside Xie Ying, impatiently urging Lu Hua. Everyone's waiting. You can talk about those irrelevant things later. First, tell us who the murderer is. All right. Lu Hua, barely able to maintain her expression, clapped her hands softly. Bring the person up. Before she finished her words, Jian Chu, her arm heavily bandaged, emerged from the back hall. Behind her, 4 disciples carried a person covered in a white sheet. The stretcher was placed in the center of the hall. Without hesitation, Jian Chu lifted the sheet to reveal Tian Dong's already pale face. Brother Tian Dong. How could it be? No, I don't believe Brother Tian Dong is the sect master's murderer. The disciples of the Haoyue sect were buzzing with discussion, most refusing to believe Tian Dong was the murderer of Yun Sungyan. Jian Chu had anticipated this from the beginning, so she remained calm and composed, recounting her fabricated lie. Like all of you, I'm reluctant to believe this, but senior brother is indeed the master's murderer. My suspicions grew when 3rd junior brother returned the broken gold stone to senior brother that day. I've been secretly investigating ever since, until last night when I saw senior brother taking out the 1,000 threads of silk once owned by master's wife. Seeing his secret exposed, senior brother disregarded our fellow disciples and murdered me. The wound on my arm was inflicted by senior brother, but fortunately, I managed to outmaneuver him and kill him. Unfortunately, the situation was critical, and I couldn't spare senior brother's life. I couldn't find out who he had colluded with to commit such a heinous crime, but I did manage to get one thing out of him. The eldest brother admitted that he colluded with outsiders to murder master because of a relic of master's wife. Lu Hua's face darkened upon hearing this. She tried to stop him, but it was too late. She could only let Jian Chu continue. Xie Ying, standing aside, observing everyone's expressions with a cold gaze, for once didn't interrupt. She simply chuckled and fiddled with a hollow incense ball at her waist. A colorless, odorless fragrance slowly emanated from the incense ball, but no one present noticed. Jian Chu continued to recount the so-called truth. The eldest brother learned from someone he was collaborating with that when master's wife married master, the Lu family had included a treasure map in her dowry. That treasure map could lead others to a peerless treasure. The Dingtian hairpin. At the mention of the words Dingtian hairpin, even Xie Ying and Sun Yu's expressions changed slightly. Although the chief elder had secretly assigned Xie Ying the task of finding the Dingtian hairpin fragments, everyone knew that one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. Thus, disciples like Sun Yu, Wu Huan, and Zhuang Zhehuan, who had long since become independent within the Immortal Demon Alliance, were already aware of the Dingtian hairpin's existence. Across the crowd, Xie Ying exchanged a glance with Sun Yu. Sun Yu then moved his fingers within his sleeves and crushed a 1,000-mile sound transmission sound. He relayed Jian Chu's words back to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Chapter 468. What is the Dingtian hairpin? But clearly, not everyone knew what the Dingtian hairpin was. At least not the fledgling disciples present. However, Jian Chu seemed to enjoy the excitement and the drama. She knew the secret of the treasure map was the one Lu Hua and Mu Qing wanted to hide, yet she still revealed it in front of everyone. When Jian Chu saw Lu Hua's look of surprise and a hint of exasperation, she felt a pang of revenge. To make this pleasure last longer, Jian Chu chose to add fuel to the fire. Legend has it that the Dingtian hairpin is a divine artifact left behind by the goddess of creation, Niwa. However, millennia have passed, and with Niwa's death, the Dingtian hairpin has long since shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the world. But even if it's just fragments, it's still a divine artifact owned by the goddess of creation. How could its usefulness be affected by its incompleteness? Eldest brother said that Niwa created the world and humanity, and she deeply loves all living things. So, whoever can obtain the Dingtian hairpin fragments is also the chosen one. The Dingtian hairpin fragments will cleanse this chosen one's sins, and help them be reborn. Do you know what this means? This means that whoever obtains the Dingtian hairpin fragments has the opportunity to directly escape this small world and ascend to the upper realm. Jian Chu's words were like a huge rock dropped into a lake, stirring up a turbulent wave in everyone's hearts. Although no one spoke, Jian Chu knew from their expressions that they were all tempted. Even Elder Chu glared at Lu Hua several times after hearing this, clearly resenting her for not telling him about the Dingtian hairpin. Jian Chu's words clearly shifted everyone's attention from Yun Songyan's murder to the Dingtian hairpin. Thankfully, Yun Che and Yun Hao were more concerned with the truth behind Yun Songyan's death than with the divine artifact that could aid in ascension. Second senior sister, I have a question. Senior brother's strength has always been inferior to yours. If he can't even defeat you, how could he possibly be a match for master? Yun Hao's voice shattered everyone's fantasies about the Dingtian hairpin, and finally brought their thoughts back to reality. Even in the face of Yun Hao's questioning, Jian Chu's face didn't betray a trace of guilt or remorse. Senior brother alone is naturally no match for master, but doesn't he have help, given master's level of trust in senior brother? If he wanted to take advantage of master's usual drinking to temporarily disable master, it wouldn't be difficult. No! No! Seeing that the blame for Yun Songyan's murder was about to be pinned squarely on Tiandong, Su Shi, who had been standing among the disciples, finally couldn't help but run out. I saw it. I went to senior brother Tiandong last night to discuss how to help senior brother Yin repair his relationship with master, but as soon as I walked outside senior brother Tiandong's courtyard, I saw him arguing with senior sister Jian Chu. Then, they started fighting. But the truth is not what senior sister Jian Chu said at all. It wasn't senior brother Tiandong who colluded with outsiders to kill the sect leader. It was her. Senior sister Jian Chu. The broken sword tassel and the fallen gold and stone fragments belonged to senior sister Jian Chu. She secretly exchanged the sword tassel with him the day he returned. That's why she had to kill senior brother Tiandong. Su Shi struggled with her conscience for a long time, but in the end, her sense of justice and conscience prevailed. Although she had already vaguely suspected that even her own master might be dishonest after last night's events, she ultimately chose to speak out. She wanted the deceased to rest in peace, but she also didn't want the living to be wronged. Most importantly, she didn't want to disappoint senior brother Tiandong, who had risked his life to save her. She could live a life of mediocrity, but she couldn't become the kind of conscienceless person she once hated. At the end, Su Shi's voice visibly choked, tears welling in her eyes. Senior brother Tiandong could have escaped. He spotted me eavesdropping as he rushed out. He knew I was no match for Jian Chu, so he gave me his only remaining teleportation talisman, allowing me to leave. But senior brother Tiandong. The rest of the sentence needed no further explanation. Everyone understood. Everyone exchanged complicated glances, but tacitly agreed not to voice their opinions at this point. Clearly, they weren't sure who was lying, Su Shi or Jian Chu. Even more uncertain would there be a bigger twist later. No one noticed the faint flicker of admiration in Xie Ying's eyes. Tiandong hadn't misjudged Su Shi. This Su Shi still had a conscience. From this, it seemed that not all of Elder Lu Hua's disciples were as dark-minded as she was. Previously, in the original novel story, Xie Ying had wondered why she hadn't seen Su Shi. Now she understood. As ruthless and conscienceless as Lu Hua was, she wouldn't tolerate anyone with a conscience surviving under her control. So, Su Shi's fate is predictable. However, what Xie Ying hadn't expected was Jian Chu's reaction. Even with Su Shi pointing fingers at him and exposing everything, Jian Chu didn't show any sign of panic. She simply glanced at Su Shi with a half smile, then raised her eyes and looked directly at Lu Hua. Where's Elder Lu Hua? I wonder what the elder thinks of this. Does Elder Lu Hua also believe what junior sister Su said, that I'm the master's murderer, and that I'm so ruthless in covering up my crime that I even spared my own senior brother? What's the point of you arguing here? Who's lying? Wouldn't it be clear if we just summoned Tiandong and ask him? This time, Xie Ying didn't even give Lu Hua a chance to speak. She had enough of this farce, so it was time to close the net. Chapter 469. When Xie Ying said this, everyone, unaware of the truth, looked at her in surprise. Mu Qing retorted without hesitation. Are you kidding? How can you ask questions when the person is dead? Ah. Xie Ying sighed. Elder Mu Qing, it's not your fault that you're uneducated, but it's your fault that you insist on showing off your knowledge. Don't you know, Elder Mu Qing, that there's a secret method in the Brahma temple that can summon and condense the souls of the dead? From Elder Mu Qing's expression, it seems you really don't know. But it's okay. Ignorance isn't your fault. Xie Ying acted as if she was concerned for Mu Qing, which infuriated Mu Qing to the point of boiling with anger. If looks could kill, Xie Ying would have been hacked to pieces by Mu Qing long ago. But Mu Qing's ferocious gaze had no effect on Xie Ying at all. Xie Ying seemed to see him completely in her eyes. Xie Ying even kindly offered a reminder. But Elder Mu Qing, You must express your sincere gratitude to Guankong Buddha later. After all, of all those present, only Guankong Buddha possesses this secret technique, which can reunite the souls of the deceased. As Xia Ying finished speaking, everyone's expressions varied, with Lu Hua and Mu Qing looking the most displeased. This time, Xia Ying didn't need to say anything else. Li stepped forward and bowed to Guankong Buddha. Please assist us, Buddha. The entire Haoyue sect would be deeply grateful. But can you truly summon Tiandong's soul? Don't let it fail, and make a fool of yourself. Mu Qing was truly panicking at this point, and began to attack indiscriminately. Though the Buddhists of Brahma Temple kept silent, a hint of displeasure crept into their hearts at Mu Qing's words. Guankong's position in their hearts was as unshakable as that of the abbot and others within Brahma Temple. They could tolerate others slandering and belittling them, but they could not tolerate anyone looking down on him or the entire Brahma Temple. A young Buddhist cultivator, newly initiated, even sneered. How could a Buddhist cultivator's abilities be understood by some fame-seeking people? As long as this person has been dead for no more than 12 hours, with my abilities, gathering his soul wouldn't be difficult. Amitabha. As if to verify the cultivator's words, Guankong stepped forward, clasping his hands together and chanting a Buddhist verse. Since Elder D trusts me, I will do my best to not disappoint you. Guankong's face was incredibly convincing. He would doubt his inability to summon Tiandong's soul, let alone his ulterior motives. This was precisely why Lu Hua and Mu Qing were so worried. Who knows if Jian Chu said anything he shouldn't have said yesterday when he killed Tiandong, or if he even hinted at their presence. But in this situation, they had no reason to stop Guankong. To do so would be a confession. Guankong didn't care what Lu Hua and Mu Qing were thinking. He walked directly to the corpse and sat cross-legged, gently fingering his rosary. The obscure scriptures, as he chanted and resonated with the crowd, took on an inexplicable Zen quality. As he continued to chant, a gigantic, shimmering golden swastika slowly emerged behind Guankong. The swastika slowly rose to midair, and a warm, golden Buddha light shone down, enveloping the entire hall. Countless Sanskrit characters formed a path winding out of the temple into the distance, and the hall was slowly shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Where did the white fog come from? Why can't I see you? What's going on? The fog wasn't actually thick, but the moment it appeared, everyone could only hear voices and no longer see anyone except themselves. And for some reason, everyone felt a constant sense of inner darkness, exposed, trapped within it. This wasn't the effect of Guankong's secret Buddhist technique, it was Xia Ying's illusion. From the moment she found the half-dead Tiandong last night, Xia Ying knew they had to start their plan against Lu Hua early. In that situation, she could have had the real Tiandong reveal himself to prove everything, but even that would only have brought down Jian Chu. Lu Hua and Mu Qing, the true masterminds of all this, faced no punishment. And this was not the outcome Xia Ying desired. She wanted those who had committed sins to confess their crimes firsthand. She wanted to make scum like Lu Hua and Mu Qing lose all hope of recovering. Xia Ying's illusions had quietly begun the moment she entered the hall. Even the secret Buddhist techniques performed by Guankong Buddha were part of her sleight of hand. And it was the most crucial part. At this moment, Xia Ying lazily sat on the Bai-Bo fan, floating in midair, fiddling with an incense ball in one hand and holding a recording stone in the other, recording the faces of Lu Hua and the others. As she channeled her spiritual energy into the incense ball, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. Everyone saw the figure approaching from afar, and subconsciously assumed that Guankong Buddha's soul-gathering technique was taking effect. Until the figure approached, revealing its true form, everyone was filled with horror. Because the deceased who appeared in the mist was not Tiandong as they thought, but someone no one expected. The leader of the Haoyue sect, Yun Songyin. Chapter 470. How could it be sect leader Yun? Oh my god! What did sect leader Yun experience before his death? How could his soul be so dilapidated? Yun Songyin, now before everyone's eyes, retained the horrific appearance he had in death. His limbs were broken, held together only by a thin layer of white mist, giving him a particularly awkward and uncomfortable appearance. The originally pure and flawless white mist turned a bright, glaring scarlet when it touched Yun Songyin's wounds. Even Yun Songyin's face was disfigured, but those familiar with him could still barely recognize him from the small, intact portion. As Yun Songyin slowly moved, his flesh peeled off piece by piece, only to be clung back to his body by the mist. Yun Songyin had died a horrible death. Everyone had heard this before, but few had actually witnessed Yun Songyin's tragic final moments. Only now, after seeing Yun Songyin's spirit with their own eyes, did everyone truly understand the meaning of misery. At the same time, Everyone couldn't help but wonder, what kind of deep hatred did the murderer have for Yun Sungyin to cause him to endure such torture before his death? Was it really just for the treasure map? They didn't believe it. At this moment, everyone began to doubt Jian Chu's earlier words. Lu Hua and Mu Qing, who had done so many bad things, froze the moment they saw Yun Songyin's spirit, their eyes wide with horror at what was unfolding before them. Why was it Yun Songyin? With Yun Songyin's spirit now present, could they still keep their deeds secret? Lu Hua and Mu Qing weren't afraid of Yun Songyin's ghost seeking their lives. Their only concern was that if the truth were revealed, they would lose their place in the world of immortal cultivation, much less be able to ascend to the immortal realm through Yun Che and Yun Hao's cultivation. They had invested so much effort in Yun Che and Yun Hao, how could they fail just when they were so close to success? If only there were a way to dissolve Yun Songyin's spirit before he could speak. Even though Lu Hua and Mu Qing couldn't see each other now, they shared a common desire to eliminate Yun Songyin once and for all. They almost simultaneously recited a spell, intending to dissolve Yun Songyin's spirit with a single blow. Since no one besides Yun Songyin could be seen in the current situation, if they struck quickly enough, no one would even know it was their doing. But soon, their spells paused, and a look of fear crossed their eyes. Where's their spiritual power? Where's their spiritual power? Why can't they use their spiritual power? At the same time, Yun Songyin had already approached Lu Hua and Mu Qing. Lu Hua, Mu Qing, why did you harm me? As soon as these words fell, everyone's mind pounded like a hammer. Could it be that Master Yun was actually implying that Lu Hua and Mu Qing were the true murderers? And just as Yun Songyin finished speaking, the figures of Lu Hua and Mu Qing emerged from the mist. Not only that, everyone noticed that the mist that had obscured their vision was gradually dissipating. In the end, they could clearly see each other, and they could also see the look of surprise on each other's faces. What the hell is this? So Master Yun was murdered by his own fellow disciples and sisters? And what about the earlier rumors circulating within the Haoyue sect that Yun Che and Yun Hao murdered their father to steal the treasure? That's just the thief crying stop thief. The Five Elements Sword Sect disciples were buzzing with discussion, and De Lai's fury burned upon hearing these words. But his rage was directed at Lu Hua and Mu Qing. Lu Hua! Mu Qing! What on earth did you do to our senior brother? But everyone soon realized that Lu Hua and Mu Qing didn't respond at all. It was as if they and Yun Songyin were in a separate dimension, so they could only see the spirit form before them. Those who came to their senses cast admiring glances at Guankong Buddhist. As expected of a disciple of the Brahma Temple, the Dharma is so profound. With that, everyone stopped talking and simply watched the next developments. Shrouded in layers of white mist, Lu Hua and Mu Qing clearly couldn't remain as calm as they had imagined when facing Yun Songyin. Lu Hua's fingertips dug deep into her palms, oozing blood without her realizing it. She fought to suppress the fear within her, her voice sounding flawless. Senior brother, I don't know what you're talking about. I know you're resentful of being murdered by a villain, but I had nothing to do with it. Did someone misunderstand you before your death? Rest assured, I will avenge you, and you finally rest in peace. If you truly want me to rest in peace, then commit suicide before me. As Yun Songyin finished his words, a long sword materialized before Lu Hua. Lu Hua's face froze again, but Yun Songyin refused to say anything. He simply stared at them, tears streaming down his face. Xia Ying, perched on the bibbo fan, couldn't help but frown at this scene. She hadn't expected Lu Hua to have such a strong mental frame. She could lie openly to someone she had murdered herself. Xia Ying's eyes flickered, her gaze fixed on Mu Qing, who hadn't uttered a single word since Yun Songyin's opening words. With a slight flick of her wrist, the incense ball she'd been toying with was flung into the air. The delicate silver ball spun endlessly in midair. Xia Ying formed hand seals and, with her spiritual energy, enveloped a new incense ball within. With the addition of a small cluster of nether azure lotus flames, crimson smoke wafted from the incense ball, curling into the air before gradually condensing into a massive mandala. The mandala's petals slowly unfolded in the air, their enchanting petals sprinkled with specks of incense powder. These incense powders were made from mandala, invisible to the naked eye. Even a tiny bit of them seeped into the skin and blood, awakening the truest side of a person and infinitely magnifying their deepest desires. The more unattainable something is, the deeper its roots take root in the heart. Since Mu Qing and Lu Hua felt no guilt or fear, she would take a different approach. All she wanted was for Lu Hua and Mu Qing to personally confess their crimes before everyone. As for their feelings and thoughts, Xia Ying didn't care. Not everyone has the unwavering willpower to withstand the combined effects of the mandrake powder and the illusion, and Mu Qing wasn't one for determination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have embarked on this path of no return. When Xiang saw Mu Qing's dazed expression, she knew the matter was settled. As expected, the next second, Mu Qing's utterly triumphant voice echoed in everyone's ears, and even his handsome face took on a sinister, ferocious expression. Why would we harm you? Ha ha ha. Don't you know why we're harming you? Yun Songyan, you're already dead, so why are you still pretending? You lie, and I all joined the Haoyue sect at the same time. Why are you the eldest brother, and I'm only third? In terms of talent, I'm just as talented as you, and even more hardworking. But whether it's master or my fellow disciples, their eyes only linger on you. And no matter how hard I try, I always be your foil. It's fine that junior sister Luhua, whom I fell in love with at first sight, likes you, but I'm just as talented as you, yet master still wants to pass on the Haoyue sect's leadership to you. Why? Why do you win everyone's love without doing anything, while I get nothing in return no matter how much I work? Why can't I be the one to sit on the throne of the sect leader? Am I, Mu Qing, unworthy? Mu Qing seemed to be in a state of hysteria, completely delirious. Lu Hua couldn't stop him, could only watch him commit suicide, and then she spilled everything. As for why Lu Hua wanted to harm you, the reason is even simpler. She loves you, yes, but can any love compare to her love for herself? You publicly rejected her marriage proposal for a mortal, who can't cultivate, and has a short lifespan. Do you really think she has no grudges? Oh, and Lu Huan's death? Lu Hua was also involved in that, didn't you know? Chapter 471. Lu Hua closed her eyes in despair. At this moment, she only wished she hadn't strangled Mu Qing, this troublesome person. Sooner, it would have been fine if he just gotten himself killed, but he dragged her down with him. Lu Hua didn't even have time to argue before Mu Qing's words crushed her to the ground. And Mu Qing, under the dual influence of the Mandragora incense powder and the infernal illusion, was oblivious to Lu Hua's murderous gaze. At this moment, Mu Qing simply wanted to get the words he buried deep in his heart for years out loud, unconcerned about the consequences. Xie Ying's lips moved as she spoke, and Yun Songyan below her immediately followed suit. How did Lu Huan die? What did you do to her? Yun Songyan, don't take my words for granted. I didn't attack that fragile mortal. Mu Qing scoffed, full of disdain. Lu Huan's death was entirely Lu Hua's fault, but that's not Lu Hua's fault. The only thing to blame is her lofty ambitions and fragile life. She was clearly immortal, yet she aspired to connect with the immortals. All they did was add a little bit of the internal destroying soul-breaking grass to her medicine, and she died. Who else can be blamed? Damn it! I killed them to avenge my parents. Yun Hao, standing outside the mist, saw Mu Qing's expression, and could no longer contain his anger. With a flash of cold light in his hand, he charged forward with his sword. But the moment he passed through the mist, he was back to where he was. No matter how many times he repeated this, it was as if an invisible barrier had separated two separate dimensions. So, no matter how hard Yun Hao tried, he couldn't land his sword on the two men. Why? Why won't you let me kill them? Junior brother Yun, calm down. Seeing Yun Hao about to lose control again, Xie Jiuzhou intervened, restraining him and showering him with heart purification technique after heart purification technique. Lu Hua and Mu Qing committed such a heinous act. Even if the Haoyue sect tolerated them, the fellow cultivators and the Immortal Demon Alliance wouldn't let them off lightly. Calm down for a moment. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Yun Che. Ji Heyuan, at this moment, summoned the phantom blood vine to Yun Che's side and offered words of advice. Neither you nor Yun Hao should be too emotional right now. Trust us, no one whose hands are stained with the blood of your parents today will escape this place. Yun Che's hatred was no less intense than Yun Hao's, but he was known for his restraint. He also knew that Xie Jiuzhou and Ji Heyuan were right. No matter what, Lu Hua and Mu Qing had confessed their crimes before everyone's eyes. Escape was impossible. So, revenge wasn't something they needed to rush into. Yun Che and Yun Hao both slowly calmed down, coldly watching Mu Qing, who was still brimming with pride in the mist. He had already recounted how he had killed Yun Songyan that night, and though Lu Hua stood beside him, she made no attempt to stop him, clearly having given up and refusing to struggle. The entire hall echoed only with Mu Qing's arrogant and triumphant voice. Yun Songyan, even if you trampled on me for years while you were alive, what would it matter? Now it's a life or death struggle, so I'm still the winner. Ha ha! Wouldn't it be unpleasant to be torn to pieces and tortured to death? Speaking of which, you really should thank your good disciple Jian Chu. If she hadn't tampered with the tranquilizing soup you take daily, causing you to suffer backlash whenever you use a lot of spiritual energy, I wouldn't have been able to kill you so easily. So you deserve all of this. You deserve to die. Now that you're dead, stay in Joyo and don't even think about causing trouble for me and Luhua again, otherwise. Humph. If I could kill you once, I can kill you again. Mu Qing's expression at this moment was truly disgusting. Not to mention Yun Che and Yun Hao, who were already blood relatives of Yun Songnian and Lu Huan, even the other disciples of the Haoyue sect, as well as those from the Five Element Sword sect and Brahma Temple who had arrived later, were eager to rush in and give them a good beating after hearing Mu Qing's words. Who could have imagined that Lu Hua, the Haoyue sect's most amiable and kindly person, and Mu Qing, the usually fair and just, could secretly commit such an outrageous act? Shortly after Mu Qing confessed this, everyone suddenly heard a crisp snap of fingers, followed by a breeze from nowhere. The breeze not only dispelled the layers of mist that separated them, but also the fog that enveloped them. Everyone suddenly felt that something was amiss with Yun Songnian before them. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed above their heads. Everyone, did you hear everything Lu Hua and Mu Qing just said? Everyone looked up, surprised to find Xie Ying had been sitting right above them, completely oblivious. Seeing everyone had recovered from the illusion, Xie Ying lightly leaped and landed as gracefully as a fluttering butterfly. At the same time, the Yun Songnian figure that had been floating in front of Lu Hua and Mu Qing exploded with a snap, leaving only a small paper figurine on the ground. Mu Qing, belatedly awakening, looked extremely distraught. He couldn't understand why he had spontaneously spilled all that information. But Lu Hua, always known for her exceptional intelligence, immediately realized, "You're deceiving us? Is this Yun Songnian a fake?" "Yes. Surprising or not, I'm deceiving you. Actually, you should be thankful. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't necessarily be willing to lie. After all, I don't like to overthink things that can be resolved." Chapter 472. Ji Heyuan and the others, familiar with Xie Ying's style, responded, You didn't attack them directly because you liked them? You were clearly deliberately trying to tease and humiliate them." They all tacitly remained silent, but how could the ever-smart Lu Hua not guess Xie Ying's true intentions? She was practically amused by Xie Ying. "So shouldn't we thank you?" "You're welcome. It was all my duty." Xie Ying's eyes curved in a smile, and Lu Hua felt like she punched cotton, unable to advance or retreat, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable. Xie Ying was a skilled talker, and Lu Hua knew that even if she were 100 years her senior, she wouldn't be able to outwit her. After all, talent is key. So, she stopped targeting Xie Ying and turned her attention to Guankong Buddha's disciple. If her reputation is ruined, she will be ostracized by the world of immortal cultivators. Guankong and Xie Ying, the perpetrators of her misfortune, will have no hope of escaping this situation. Master Guankong, a disciple of Brahma Temple, constantly claims that monks do not lie, yet now he's colluding with Xie Ying to defraud me. Is this the Brahma Temple monk's way? Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. I didn't lie. It was junior sister Xie who lied. I was just reciting Buddhist scriptures. How can that be considered a lie? Lu Hua, ? Spinning your arguments. Sophistry. Even if you didn't lie, you can't bring it back. Guankong smiled silently, then silently took out his wooden fish and made a gesture to chant. The other Buddhist cultivators at Brahma Temple saw this, their expressions suddenly becoming subtle. One of the older ones immediately stepped in to mediate. Junior brother Guankong, the Buddha said that laying down the butcher knife leads to immediate enlightenment. Even if you wish to liberate this fellow Taoist, you should give her another chance to mend her ways. Master, it's useless to give such a sinner any number of chances to mend his ways. But, Buddhist disciple, I also don't approve of your personal salvation for them. After all, people like them deserve to be thrown directly into the 9 netherworlds abyssal hell, where they suffer eternal torment. How could they be worthy of your personal salvation? Xie Ying half smiled. As for why you didn't summon Tiandong's spirit, it's because he's still alive. Everyone was stunned by these words. Jian Chu, who had personally killed Tiandong, remained impassive, seemingly unsurprised. Before anyone could react, a sudden rumbling sound like something heavy stomping could be heard outside the hall. Then, an 8-star red crab spider, as massive as a small mountain, appeared before them. To gain entry to the hall, Juju shrank to a smaller size and clattered towards Xie Ying. Only then did everyone realize that the spider actually had a person sitting on its back. And that person was none other than Tiandong, the one who was supposed to be dead. Juju placed Tiandong on the ground, then he shrank to the size of a fist, transformed into a streak of red light, and landed on Xie Ying's outstretched palm. Then, in a few seconds, he crawled up her sleeve and onto her shoulder, watching the show unfold. Although Tiandong had repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xia Ying last night, he still bowed solemnly upon seeing her. "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist, for saving my life." "You're welcome. It was just a small favor." The corpse, originally covered in white cloth, transformed back into its original form, a small paper figurine, the moment the real Tiandong appeared. "Brother Tiandong, I'm so glad you're not dead." Su Shi looked at the newcomer with surprise, genuinely happy that Tiandong was still alive. At this point, how could Lu Hua and Mu Qing still not understand that all this had been a plot set against them by Xia Ying from the very beginning? Lu Hua's face darkened. "When did you start to doubt us?" "Suspect?" Xia Ying tilted her head and chuckled. "We never believed you." Although they already knew the answer, hearing Xia Ying's words in person still made their hearts sink. Who could have imagined that their years of planning, two old men, would ultimately be thwarted by a mere figure, Xia Ying? "So you were acting from the beginning. Ji Heyuan and Yuan Chei's injuries were fake, and asking the Buddhist cultivators from Brahma Temple to summon Yuan Songyan's soul was also fake. You did all this to let everyone know that Yuan Songyan's murderer was someone else, thus clearing Yuan Chei and Yuan Hao of suspicion. And also to throw us off balance and expose our flaws? Xia Ying, you're amazing. You managed to trick us so thoroughly." Lu Hua sneered, showing no trace of guilt or unease after being exposed. "But so what? If I dared to do all this, wouldn't I have left myself a way out? You really underestimate me, Mu Qing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you act now?" As soon as Lu Hua finished speaking, Di Lai and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, Xia Ying showed no sign of panic, maintaining her relaxed demeanor and a half-smile as she looked at Lu Hua. A moment later, realizing she was still standing there, a hint of embarrassment slowly crossed Lu Hua's face. "Mu Qing. Lu Hua, we can't leave." Mu Qing's face was so gloomy it looked like water could drip from it. Even before Lu Hua could even speak, he had already tried to contact someone from Luyin Palace for help. But all the messages they sent fell on deaf ears, with no response. Even the teleportation talismans Luyin Palace had given them, which could have instantly transported them to the vicinity of Luyin Palace's current location, had lost their effectiveness. Lu Hua's first reaction was that Luyin Palace had abandoned them. Just then, Xia Ying's voice rang out again. "Are you waiting for someone named Grey Robe to come and rescue you? Then I have some unfortunate news for you. That Grey Robe was severely injured by my and my junior brother's sword energy not long ago, and he's currently hiding somewhere recovering. Of course, there's a chance he could succumb to his injuries. But even if he manages to survive and return to Luyin Palace, do you think Luyin Palace will go to the trouble of sending someone to rescue you after learning all this and realizing you're likely to be exposed? Don't forget, Luyin Palace is now an organization targeted by the Immortal Demon Alliance. How shameless are you to allow them to risk their own men to rescue you?" Shortly after Xia Ying finished speaking, another group hurried in, led by none other than Zhuang Xiaohuan. "Senior Sister Zhuang, you arrived just in time. Lu Hua and Mu Qing of the Haoyue sect colluded with Luyin Palace to murder sect leader Yuan Songyan. They are also suspected of using sorcery and using humans to raise swords. Senior Sister Zhuang and Senior Brother Sun will be required to escort these two back to the Immortal Demon Alliance for punishment." Zhuang Xuan nodded coldly. With a wave of her hand, two streams of light shot out from her sleeves and landed directly on Lu Hua and Mu Qing. At the same time, Zhuang Zhuan's hands also contained two slender chains. These chains were specially forged by the Immortal Demon Alliance to punish those found guilty. They could directly reduce the cultivation level of cultivators below the spiritual transformation stage to less than half. Lu Hua and Mu Qing knew their situation was hopeless, so they made no attempt to resist. Even if they lost, they would do so with dignity. But when she looked at Xia Ying, the deep resentment in her eyes could not be concealed. Xia Ying, noticing Lu Hua's gaze, looked back openly, even offering a defiant smile. "By the way, Elder Lu Hua, actually, you're mistaken about one thing. It's true that Buddhist disciples can temporarily summon Master Yun's spirit back to the mortal realm. But after discussing it, we decided it's unnecessary. Why should perpetrators continue to flaunt their atrocities even after their victims' deaths? You don't deserve to see Master Yun again. Even if you reach the netherworld, your crimes will only lead to suffering in the Avicii hell. For eternity, you don't deserve to see Master Yun and his wife again. Because rotten fish like you deserve to be locked up in a stinking ditch for eternity." Chapter 473. Xia Ying didn't know what she had said that had touched Lu Hua's delicate nerve. The once respectable Lu Hua suddenly erupted like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, cursing at her. "Xia Ying, who are you humiliating? What kind of good things do you think Yoon Sung-yin is? All those nice things he said are fake. Fake. He's a hypocrite. What's with all that unrepentant love? He's nothing but a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and daughter. Lu Hua had truly loved Yoon Sung-yin. And precisely because she had truly loved him, she couldn't accept his disdain for her, and she couldn't accept that the gentleman she had always admired was actually just a despicable villain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she swept over everyone present. Then she burst into laughter, and as she laughed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Why do you think I hate Yoon Sung-yin so much? Is it really just because he rejected me and married that Immortal Lu Huan instead? Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. No matter how deplorable I am, Lu Hua is the daughter of the dignified leader of the Haoyuan sect. I have every man I want. Why must I hang myself on Yoon Sung-yin? He was the one who seduced me, and after cultivating with me and becoming my wife, he abandoned me and married someone else. I actually don't mind marrying him along with Lu Huan. After all, Lu Huan is just a mortal, with a lifespan of only a few decades. She poses no threat to me at all. But Yoon Sung-yin, in order to maintain his image as a loving wife to the world, flatly denies everything that happened between us. He even cruelly disowns his own flesh and blood. Yoon Sung-yin, that shameless villain, not only toyed with my feelings, he also trampled underfoot my dignity. How can I not hate him? Shouldn't I hate him? After hearing this story, everyone's expressions were mixed. They had obviously not expected Lu Hua and Yoon Sung-yin to have such a hidden connection. But a few noticed the noticeable flicker in Mu Qing's eyes as Lu Hua recounted this past, and this aroused a certain suspicion. And Xia Ying, after hearing Lu Hua's heartfelt words, remained unmoved, simply stating a harsh truth. The person you had a relationship with, and even had a child with, was not Yoon Sung-yin. My father is not Yoon Sung-yin. The moment Xia Ying spoke, another voice rang out. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on the source of the second voice, revealing it to be Jian Chu. Aside from Xia Ying and the others, who had already guessed the truth, the rest of the group looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Ah, Jian Chu is elder Lu Hua's daughter? But wasn't Jian Chu the orphan that sect leader Yin brought back from the bottom of the mountain? How could she now be elder Lu Hua's daughter? How many secrets were hidden within the Haoyuan sect that they didn't know about? Although no one said or asked anything at this critical moment, the glint in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. They were like wild badgers hopping around in a melon field, devouring melon after melon, yet never fully understanding any of them. If everything Lu Hua said was a lie, and Jian Chu was Lu Hua's daughter, then who was Jian Chu's father? Everyone was filled with curiosity, but fortunately, Jian Chu quickly took the initiative to resolve this confusion. Mom, you've been deceived. Yoon Sung-yin isn't my father, Mu Qing is. Impossible. Lu Hua glared at Jian Chu fiercely. What do you know? You're talking nonsense. Who was I in love with? And who had you with? Don't I know better than you? I don't know how Mu Qing tricked you into thinking he was your master, but it was Mu Qing who toyed with your feelings and made you have me. Because Mu Qing told me this himself, right before I attacked my eldest brother. Jian Chu didn't care about Lu Hua's feelings, nor did she care about the impact of sharing these things on herself. She simply didn't want to make things easy for Lu Hua, or Mu Qing. Mu Qing really enjoys toying with both you and Master. After all, one of you has never even looked him in the eye, while the other has been towering over him his entire life. Think carefully. Was the person you spent so much time with, day and night, really my master? Could my master really be so frivolous and irresponsible? In fact, if you think carefully, you notice something's wrong with many details, but you don't, because you can't accept that the person you've been with so many times isn't your master. So you deceive yourself, to the point where you even believe it. You can't accept your own misjudgment and a single misstep, so you blame all your mistakes on your master. You resent and hate your master because that's the only way you can feel better. You never consider your own mistakes. Why would you just blindly blame others for your mistakes? You say my master is an irresponsible hypocrite, but a gentleman's deeds are judged, not his heart. It's true that he has diligently taught and cared for his disciples for decades, and it's also true that he persisted in helping the poor people living in the mountains. I wonder how many people within 100 miles have benefited from my master's kindness. But what about you? What have you done for the Haoyuan sect and the people? You are so high and mighty, you look down on mortals. But what's the difference between you and them besides having more spiritual roots? If my master is a hypocrite, then what about you, who attack mortals, and abandon your own daughter? Actually, what Xia Ying said is true. Rotten fish and rotten shrimp should be locked together. You and Mu Qing are truly a perfect match. Jian Chu spoke the words that touched Lu Hua's heart in the calmest tone. Every word she said was a disparagement of Lu Hua, but she didn't discredit Yun Sungyin in the slightest. It was then that Lu Hua finally realized something she had been deliberately ignoring from the beginning. You hate me? You actually hate me? Chapter 474. Yes, I hate you. Shouldn't I hate you? Jianchu openly admitted her hatred, even finding it laughable when she saw Lu Hua's incredulous expression. You keep saying you hate the person who abandoned you, so why shouldn't I hate you, someone who also abandoned me? Jianchu, already knowing Lu Hua's true character, didn't want to waste any more words. What she regretted most now was believing Lu Hua's words, mistaking her for hating her master. She tampered with her master's medicine day after day, giving Lu Hua and Mu Qing the opportunity to exploit her, becoming accomplices in her master's death. Elder D, Yun Chei's marriage to Shuangji Palace was not arranged by my master's will. It was all caused by Lu Hua and Mu Qing using evil magic to control my master. I was also implicated in the death of the Haoyue sect's leader. I also intended to kill senior brother Tianong. I know everything Lu Hua and Mu Qing did. So, please Fairy Zhuang, take me back to the Immortal Demon Alliance to face punishment. Zhuang Zhaohuan swore that since she joined the Immortal Demon Alliance's law enforcement department, this was the first time she had encountered a sinner as cooperative as Jianchu. For a moment, she didn't know how to handle the situation, so she could only act coldly again and instruct the disciples behind her. Take them away, and keep watch. I bring them back to the Immortal Demon Alliance after I discuss this with Senior Brotherson. Yes. A disaster secretly plotted by Luyun Palace had finally come to an end. The unique qualities of Yun Che and Yun Hao meant they could no longer remain safely within the Haoyue sect. Whether it was Yun Che's pure moon saint body or Yun Hao's artificial sword body, the only way to resolve it was to return to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Although the Immortal Demon Alliance hadn't yet discovered the identity of the culprit, it was still safer than the now destroyed Haoyue sect. Yun Che and Yun Hao would wait until Yun Sungyin was buried before returning to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Therefore, after discussing with Zhuang Zhaohuan, Xinyu decided that Xinyu would stay and wait for them. As for Zhuang Zhaohuan, she escorted Lu Hua and the other two back to the Immortal Demon Alliance. That evening, as the Haoyue sect incident came to a close, the system notification sounded in Xie Ying's mind, signaling mission completion. Ding dong. The system detected the completion of the delayed mission exploring the Haoyue sect. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the truth and preventing the birth of the twin demons. Rewards are now being distributed to the host. Ding. One random 5-element spirit bead, fire spirit bead, has been distributed. One fragment of the Immortal Realm truth has been distributed. The host can check back at any time. Xie Ying wasn't particularly interested in the remaining 5-element spirit beads. She was more interested in understanding the true story behind all of this. She then shifted her focus to examine the fragment of the truth about the world of cultivation, but the holographic projection she imagined didn't appear. Instead, a small lucky bag slammed into her arms. Xie Ying? Question mark. Yining, are you serious about putting the fragment of the truth about the world of cultivation in a lucky bag? Host, don't you think this adds a touch of ritual to opening a blind box? This is the distribution method I specially chose for you, Yining. Surprising or not, Xie Ying, Thank you so much. You're welcome. Host, please open it and take a look. Yining's urging tone left Xie Ying momentarily dazed. Why was Tongzi even more excited than her? Could there be a trick? Xie Ying opened the lucky bag with a mixture of anticipation and suspicion, then saw a beam of light burst forth from it. Xie Ying's heart surged with excitement, but that excitement quickly turned to silence once she saw the true nature of the white light. The white light emanated from the air, forming a single sentence. This world is real, and you already belong to it. Xie Ying, Her silence was deafening. Xie Ying lowered her head and silently shook the lucky bag in her hand, only to find it completely empty. Not only that, the next second, the lucky bag, along with the words in the air, vanished completely. She closed her eyes, afraid to open them, hoping it was just an illusion. Host? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy? Heh! Xie Ying was so angry at Yining's outrageous behavior that she burst into laughter. Which eye of yours saw me happy? Do I even look happy? Your main brain system should have a complaint channel, right? Send it to me. I want to complain. I want to complain about you for lying and deceiving me, the host. Hey! Host, how could you do this? Yining was furious. You can take any pills, but you can't say anything you want. I'm a system with unified qualities. I absolutely won't cheat. Then what is this? If the lucky bag hadn't completely dissipated, Xia would have wanted to throw it directly at Yinin's face, even though Yinin, the unified entity, was nothing but a ball of light. I worked so hard on the mission, and you're just giving me a once-over? You're trying to get rid of me with just one sentence? Yinin felt a little guilty, but she insisted. These are the rules from above, and Yinin can't change them. Furthermore, since this fragment of the truth about the world of immortal cultivation was obtained by the host, its contents must be related to the host. As the host collects more fragments, the truth they desire will naturally surface. Xia knew that most of what Yinin said was true, but the disparity between the rewards before and after was too great. She would feel very frustrated if she didn't get something out of Yinin. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xia had no choice but to let Yinin go. But upon opening the door and seeing who it was, Xia was somewhat surprised. Senior Sister Zhuang? What's up with you so late at night? Jianchu wants to see you. Jianchu? Xia didn't recall that she knew Jianchu very well. Why would she want to see him out of the blue? Before Xia could reply, Zhuang Zhaohuan's slightly cold voice rang out again. I hope you can go see her. She must have something to ask of you. Lu Hua and Mu Qing are being uncooperative. Even if we take them back to the Immortal Demon Alliance, we probably won't get any useful information. But Jianchu is clearly communicable. The matter of the Dingtian hairpin can no longer be concealed, so we must seize the initiative and prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives. I hope you can help her find the whereabouts of the treasure map. Consider it a favor, okay? Chapter 475. Senior Sister Zhuang, that's being a bit too formal. Everyone hopes the world of immortal cultivation will improve, and I'm no exception. Since Jianchu wants to see me, I go see what she has to say. Xia lazily leaned against the doorframe, fiddling with a strand of hair. A smile graced her eyes, and the light from the lanterns in the corridor shone into them like tiny stars. Even Zhuang Zhaohuan was momentarily dazzled by Xia smile. She pursed her lips. Xia is truly too bright. Zhuang Zhaohuan, who had been saying she didn't like Xia, averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly. Then come with me now. Hurry! We're leaving for the Immortal Demon Alliance tomorrow. Okay. I do as you say. Without a word, Xia followed Zhuang Zhaohuan to the dungeon within Haoyue Gate. Zhuang Zhaohuan had already arranged everything, so when Xia arrived at the dungeon, she only saw Jianchu. Jianchu sat cross-legged in her cell. Although her limbs were bound by chains, she appeared incredibly calm and composed. Xia didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Jianchu, now quietly sitting in the dungeon, looked much more pleasing to the eye than before. Xia made no effort to conceal her presence, so the moment she stepped down from the dungeon, Jianchu, sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened his eyes. Fellow Daoist Xia, you're finally here. Fellow Daoist Jian, just say whatever you want to say. Xia wasn't one to dilly-dally, but fortunately Jianchu was quite efficient. Seeing Xia directness, she also stated her request directly. I'd like to make a deal with fellow Daoist Xia. I know the Immortal Demon Alliance is also secretly investigating the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin. I can not only reveal everything I know, including the treasure map, but I can also provide a list of all the people I know who have had private contact with the Luyan Palace. I just need fellow Daoist Xia to do me a favor. Since this is a deal, it would probably be easier for you to negotiate directly with the Immortal Demon Alliance. Xia offered a rare, kind reminder, but Jianchu shook his head calmly. Only fellow Daoist Xia can help me with this. What do you want me to do for you? Tell me first. If I can do it, I wouldn't mind making this deal with you. Fellow Daoist Xia can definitely do it. Jianchu spoke with conviction, seeming to believe in Xia abilities even more than she did herself. I want to see my master again. I can see that while Guankong Buddha has profound Buddhist knowledge, he operates according to his own principles and rules, and not just anyone can ask him for help. I know that fellow Daoist Xia and Buddha are very close friends. If fellow Daoist Xia is willing to ask Buddha for help on my behalf, I believe he won't refuse. Of course, although this is a deal between fellow Daoist Xia and me, I won't let him suffer any loss. Over the years, I explored many secret realms and accumulated a considerable fortune. I'm willing to give all of this to Guankong Buddha as a token of my gratitude for his assistance. Hearing this, Xia frowned. To be honest, she hadn't expected Jianchu's offer to be just a chance to see Yin Songyan again. Although it was a simple matter of words, she wouldn't overstate it. I can help you raise this matter with the Buddhist disciple Guankong, but you must understand that the soul summoning technique inherently carries risks. Even the Buddhist disciple can't guarantee 100% success. If sect leader Yun refuses to come forward or fails for some other reason, that's none of my business. I understand. Jianchu lowered her brows to hide the flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Man proposes, God disposes. As long as the Buddhist disciple and fellow Taoist Xie are willing to help me, this deal will stand, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Once we reach the Immortal Demon Alliance, I tell them everything I know and everything they want to know. Okay, that's what you said. The two quickly reached an agreement, but as they left, Xie paused and glanced back at her. Since we already said so much, would fellow Taoist Jin mind answering one more small question? Fellow Taoist Xie, please feel free to ask. You knew from the beginning that the body wasn't Tiandong, right? Or, in other words, you never truly intended to take Tiandong's life from the beginning? Although it was a question, Xie Ying's tone was incredibly certain. However, Jianchu didn't directly answer this, simply smiling faintly. It doesn't matter anymore. Indeed? Xie Ying smiled knowingly. The matter has been clarified and settled. There's really no point in dwelling on these details now. I go talk to the Buddhist disciple about this right now. Fellow Taoist Jin, just wait for the news. The transaction went unusually smoothly. Xie Ying wasn't present when the Buddhist disciple Guankong summoned the soul, and no one knows what Yun Sungyan's soul said to Jianchu after it emerged. It was only later, from Guankong's account, that Xie Ying learned that Yun Sungyan had initially been reluctant to accept the summons back to the human world. Yun Sungyan had always been a law-abiding person, believing that after death, one should go to their proper place. It was only after Guankong conveyed Jianchu's wish that Yun Sungyan finally accepted the summons. Regardless, the trip to Haoyue Gate was a complete success. Not only did they foil another plot by Liyun Palace, but they also prevented a tragedy from happening. Xie Ying didn't linger at Haoyue Gate for long, quietly departing the next morning for her next destination. But this time, two more people joined their original group. Guankong and Xie Jiuzhou. Chapter 476. A small group of four walked along a forest path. Xie Ying and Guankong Buddha walked in front, chatting, while Ji Heyuan and Xie Jiuzhou followed closely behind. Ji Heyuan, concerned about the addition of two people to the original group consisting of just him and his junior sister, said, "It's fine if Guankong Buddha comes along, but why did Xie Jiuzhou have to join in the fun? Isn't Xie Jiuzhou the chief disciple of the five-element sword sect? Shouldn't chief disciples be very busy, with endless tasks to deal with every day? But why is Xie Jiuzhou so idle? Senior brothers Xie, your junior brothers and sisters have all returned to the five-element sword sect. Why haven't you gone back yet?" Because of this, Xie Jiuzhou patted the bulging storage bag at his waist. It was filled to the brim with the reward Xie Ying had given him. "Junior brother Ji, you don't know that it's precisely because I'm the five-element sword sect's head disciple that I have to work so hard to earn spirit stones to support my hungry brothers and sisters." Xie Jiuzhou and his brother immediately put their arms around Ji Heyuan's shoulders, their faces filled with emotion. Thankfully, junior sister Xie is as generous as ever. Not only is she willing to hire me as a thug, she's also paying me this time in advance. That's great. The sect can now purchase a batch of high-quality sword hardening and sword maintenance supplies for our disciples. Senior brother Xie, your five-element sword sect is one of the 9 great sects in the world of immortal cultivation, after all. How did you become so broke? Junior brother Ji, you're truly ignorant of the hunger of the hungry. Xie Jiuzhou gave him a sullen glance. What kind of place is the sword sect? It's a place for only swords and sword cultivators. The meager monthly salary our sword sect pays its disciples isn't even enough to buy a single batch of hardening materials. Moreover, with such a large sect comprised entirely of sword cultivators, you can only imagine how many spirit stones it would take to sustain the entire sect. Besides, who says that a sect ranked among the 9 great sects is necessarily wealthy and powerful? Xie Jiuzhou thought of the Yutian sect at this point, and then lowered his voice and whispered to Ji Heyuan. Didn't you see the Yutian sect was still eyeing junior sister Xie's belongings? We sword cultivators aren't like those alchemy cultivators, talisman cultivators, or weapon cultivators who can make a killing with just one move. We're truly broke. But fortunately, compared to the shameless schemes of the Yutian sect, who try to defraud others of their belongings, we, the sword sect, still have our own limits and advantages. Ji Heyuan instinctively chimed in. For example? We're good fighters. Super good fighters. The best fighters. Xie Jiuzhou flashed a supremely confident smile. Otherwise, how could you say junior sister Xie has a keen eye for talent? If you don't want to punish your enemies yourself, you won't suffer any loss if you turn to our sword sect. Ji Heyuan, It sounded like Xie Jiuzhou was using this opportunity to promote himself. the two of them chatted in the back, unknowingly falling behind. It wasn't until Xie Ying's voice rang out in front that they hurried to catch up. Xiao He, senior brother Xia, what are you talking about behind our backs? Hurry up and follow me, I have something important to tell you. Ji Heyuan and Xie Jiuzhou had just stepped forward when they saw a flash of green light in Xie Ying's hand, revealing a thin scroll. What is this? It's the treasure map that Lu Hua and Luyun Palace have always wanted. The three people present were all highly trusted by Xie Ying, both in character and ability, so she didn't hide anything. However, the real treasure map had already been set out of Haoyue Gate by Lu Hua and the others, and it must have fallen into the hands of Luyun Palace by now. The one I have in my hand was drawn overnight by Yun Hao before leaving Haoyue's sect. As soon as the treasure map was brought out, the other three gathered around, their heads huddled together, studying its mysteries. As Yun Hao had said before, this so-called treasure map was actually just a drawing. Xie Ying didn't know if it was the original drawing's appearance, or if it was Yun Hao's lack of skill, but it looked very difficult to evaluate. If Xie Ying had to give a comment, she could only come up with two words: abstract. The white paper was covered in chaotic, disorganized black lines. Even a simple sketch would be easier to understand. To be honest, Xie Ying really didn't understand the clues hidden in the treasure map. How's it going? Did you see any useful clues? Xie Jiuzhou, who was more skilled with his hands than his brain, instinctively asked, what should I see? Junior sister, you're really putting us in a difficult position. Even Ji Heyuan thought Xie Jiuzhou's reaction was perfectly normal, as he couldn't discern anything special about this painting after examining it from left to right. If Xie Ying hadn't brought this painting out, Ji Heyuan would have dismissed it as a collection of scribbled characters. But just then, Guankong's voice, tinged with surprise, echoed among them. Don't you understand? Isn't this a beautiful painting? The other three simultaneously cast him puzzled and shocked glances. Beautiful? What on earth could possibly be called beautiful about this painting? There was confusion in their eyes, and Guankong's was equally perplexed, for to him, the painting was nothing more than a beautiful ink and wash flower forest. Xie Ying and the others belatedly realized that this might be the painting's secret. Although they didn't know why Guankong was the only one who could understand it, their understanding was already a pleasant surprise, so they naturally stopped dwelling on such minor details. Xie Ying spoke first, then, Buddha's disciple, please tell me what's in this painting? Flowers and trees. This is an ink painting of a flower forest. Guankong didn't hesitate, even kindly pointing to the seemingly messy lines in the painting and patiently explaining. These are the branches of the tree, and these are the petals. The painter has shown great ingenuity, making this flower forest come alive. Buddhist disciple Guankong was delighted to appreciate the painting, completely ignoring the increasingly puzzled looks of the three people around him. Thankfully, he did provide a very useful clue. From my humble opinion, the painting depicts crabapple trees, so our next destination should be a crabapple forest. A crabapple forest? Xie Ying's mind suddenly flashed back to the crabapple forest she had glimpsed when she left Yujing City after the auction. She was busy heading to the trial tower at the time, so she didn't linger there for long. But the vast sea of pink stretching for dozens of miles left a deep impression on Xie Ying. Could the place indicated in the treasure map be the crabapple forest outside Yujing City? Determined to leave no stone unturned, Xie Ying decided to take a look. Everyone, let's go to Yujing City next. Chapter 477. Just as Xie Ying and the other three set off for Yujing City, the Luyun Palace, far away in the underground city of the Central Realm, also made new moves. Although Helian Yao had led Luyun Palace into a period of retreat, he had been stirring up trouble within the world of immortal cultivation for some time. Helian Yao had lived for over 100 years, secretly pursuing his plan to erode various factions for his own benefit, ultimately unifying the demon race, and ultimately the entire world of immortal cultivation. Aside from reclusive sects like the Shaoyao sect and Buddhist sects like the Brahma Temple, which were less accessible, he also had hidden pawns planted within the remaining smaller sects, the 9 great sects, and even the Immortal Demon Alliance. Most of these pawns were planted from the outset, but a few were developed later. Although some of these pawns were not highly placed, it was precisely because of these hidden pawns that Helian Yao was able to keep abreast of all matters, both large and small, in the world of immortal cultivation, without leaving his home. The changes at the Haoyue sect today were also the work of Helian Yao. However, Helian Yao initially only had a liking for Yun Hao's physique, intending to transform him into a sword form, so that when the time was right, he could forge a supremely powerful sword for himself. As for the treasure map containing the location of the Dingtian hairpin, it was a pure unexpected surprise. If it weren't for the existence of the treasure map, Helian Yao wouldn't have wanted to attack Yun Sungyan so quickly and draw attention to himself. But once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. After all, who wouldn't want a divine artifact like the Dingtian hairpin? In the past, the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin were unknown, let alone its existence. Now that the treasure map was right in front of him, he naturally couldn't let it go. But Helian Yao hadn't anticipated that the HALUSX plan would fall apart at the last moment. Not only was his trusted lieutenant, Hui Bao, severely injured and nearly killed, but even Lu Hua and Mu Qing, two hidden chess pieces, were lost. Most importantly, the sword body he had painstakingly cultivated for years with Lu Hua was gone. If the sword body fell into the hands of the Immortal Demon Alliance, what difference would it make? For the past few days, Helian Yao had been in a very bad mood. As a result, everyone in Lian Palace was extremely cautious, not daring to utter a word, fearing that they would displease their palace master and ultimately lose their lives. Helian Yao was an extremely cautious person. Even within Lian Palace, which he had founded, he always wore a mask, never revealing his true face. Only subordinates like Grey Robe, whom he trusted deeply, or Yun Mei, whom he once held firmly under his thumb, could possibly know his true face and true identity beneath the mask. And Grey Robe's loyalty to Helian Yao was truly evident. Grey Robe had previously suffered severe injuries at the hands of Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, and now, having recovered somewhat, he had struggled back to serve Helian Yao. Master, I have good news to report. Grey Robe knew Helian Yao had been deeply troubled, so upon hearing the good news, he hurried to tell his master. I just received word from spies outside that Fairy Lin and Immortal Lord Wang have entered the Middle Realm. I believe Fairy Lin will arrive at our Luyan Palace soon. Although Grey Robe couldn't see anything special about Lin Yuexiang, after all, his master loved her. So, even though Grey Robe didn't understand, he still loyally acted according to Helian Yao's preferences. But to Grey Robe's surprise, Helian Yao wasn't particularly happy to hear about Lin Yuexiang this time. He could even say he wasn't very interested. After Grey Robe shared this news, Helian Yao didn't respond for a long time, so he could only muster up the courage to ask cautiously. Master? Send a message to our spies, have them find Wang Qing, and tell them not to come to Luyan Palace to look for me yet. Grey Robe? ? Has his master changed his ways? Without waiting for Grey Robe to ask further questions, Helian Yao immediately began making arrangements. Also, have our people limit contact with Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang for the time being. The Immortal Demon Alliance has been searching for us everywhere. Who knows? Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang might just be their bait. No sooner have they entered our Luyan Palace than the Immortal Demon Alliance arrives. We suffer truly devastating losses then. The Grey Robe man's expression froze upon hearing this, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Your Majesty is wise. I make the arrangements right away. Wait. Does your Majesty have any further instructions? Haven't you discovered the secret of the treasure map? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Grey Robe man bowed deeply. Ziying and the others have been studying the treasure map, but unfortunately, they haven't found any useful information yet. Then tell them to stop their research. Helian Yao, wearing a golden mask, sat high on the throne, his slender, white fingers slightly bent as he slowly tapped the table before him. The Grey Robe man lay on the ground, as quiet as a chicken. Just when Grey Robe thought Helian Yao would severely punish Ziying and the others for their incompetence, Helian Yao finally spoke again. Tell Ziying and the others to leave Lian Palace, and keep an eye on Xia Ying's every move. Master? Didn't you say you saw Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan at Haoyue Gate? How could the treasure map and the Dingtian hairpin be hidden from their eyes and ears? At this, a sneer crept across Helian Yao's face beneath his mask. Do you think Xia Ying won't search for the Dingtian hairpin after learning this? If that's the case, there's no need to waste time on that so-called treasure map. Just have someone follow Xia Ying closely, and we naturally find the Dingtian hairpin's hiding place. Grey Robe certainly didn't doubt Helian Yao's judgment, but he couldn't help but remind him, but Master, Xia Ying and the others don't have the treasure map. Helian Yao choked. If it weren't for Grey Robe's loyalty, he sometimes wanted to chop off Grey Robe's head. Let's see what's inside. Is it because Grey Robe is a fog demon that even his mind is foggy? If Xia Ying doesn't have the treasure map, won't you find a way to get it to her? Forget it. You don't need to get involved in this matter anymore. Just convey what I just said to Ziying. He naturally know what to do. Yes. Grey Robe obediently complied, and turned away to arrange the matters Helian Yao had instructed. He felt as if his master had disdained him, and he felt a little aggrieved, but he kept silent. Facts proved that Ziying was indeed somewhat cleverer than Grey Robe, but not by much. With a clear goal in mind, Xia and the other three arrived at a small town outside Yujing City in just 3 days. The more prosperous a city, like Yujing City, is, and the more powerful its cultivators are, the stricter its defenses are. Xia and the others traveled day and night, arriving at this small town at midnight. It was already past the time to enter the city, so the four of them could only rest in the town and wait until dawn the next day before entering the city. The treasure map that Helian Yao had specifically requested for Xia appeared in her room at the moment Xia checked in. Chapter 478. Honestly, when Xia first saw the treasure map, she was a bit bewildered. But when her eyes fell on the message next to it, she was filled with a deep sense of speechlessness. Xia didn't touch the treasure map, or even anything else in the room. Instead, she turned and went out to call the other three over. Things left behind by someone of unknown origin, who knows if they've been tampered with, the safest course of action was, of course, to leave them alone. The three people who arrived upon hearing the news quickly saw the treasure map, and the message on Xia Ying's desk. At that moment, they shared Xia Ying's speechless expression. The message read, "I have always admired the fairy's grace, and only regretted not being able to share her worries. Now, having heard that she has been searching for the treasure map without success, I have specially retrieved this item for her, hoping it will alleviate her worries." The chivalrous thief left. Xiao He, I always wanted to ask you, what are Helian Yao's criteria for accepting followers? Xia Ying's expression was serious at this moment, for she was genuinely confused. Helian Yao seems quite calculating, but why do his subordinates seem less intelligent? Though Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong Buddhist didn't say anything, the look they gave him clearly betrayed the same confusion as Xia. Ji Huyuan was also helpless. Why was he constantly asking him about Helian Yao? He wasn't even close to Helian Yao. However, he happened to know something about Xia Ying's question, so he spoke up to answer for the three of them. Perhaps it's because these subordinates were among the first group of demons he recruited when he joined the demon sect. While they might lack wisdom, they're incredibly loyal. After all, for an ambitious man like Helian Yao, loyalty is what he values most. The person who delivered the treasure map here tonight must be one of Helian Yao's shadow demons. Shadow demons are adept at concealing their presence, able to conceal their presence and hide in any shadow. However, since he clearly knew where we were staying and each person's resting room, and had already set down his belongings before we entered, this is sufficient evidence that he followed us all the way. Xie Jiuzhou frowned. So wouldn't that mean the shadow demon is also capable of? Could it be lurking in the shadows, lurking for us? Brother Xie, don't worry. Although the shadow demon can conceal itself in any shadow, it will reveal its flaws if we get too close. Otherwise, wouldn't the shadow demon be without rivals? Furthermore, this shadow demon clearly doesn't want us to discover its identity, let alone its connection to Flowing Cloud Palace. So, it should be long gone from the inn by now. Of course, I don't know if it sneak back and follow us later. The thought of being followed all the way made everyone uncomfortable. But this shadow demon followed them, but didn't attack them. Finally, he found an opportunity to deliver the treasure map to them. His intentions were clear. Everyone, it seems that Flowing Cloud Palace can't decipher the secrets of the treasure map this time, so they want to use us to find the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin. You're just being ugly, but you have a nice idea. Xia snorted. They want to stalk the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. How can they know who is the mantis, and who is the oriole? But since they delivered the real treasure map, Buddha's disciple, take another look at the difference between this one and the one we had earlier. Xia spoke, not forgetting to wrap her hands with spiritual energy to ensure she wouldn't touch the map directly. She was adept at assuming the utmost malice towards Helian Yao. After all, this wasn't a game. She only had one life. If she lost it, there would be no chance to start over. So, she cherished her life more than anyone else. Buddhist disciple Guankong carefully examined the map as Xia held it up, and finally came to a positive conclusion. If this map is genuine, then it's no different from the one we have. The other three breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and Xie Jiuzhou even took the initiative to inquire about tomorrow's itinerary. Junior sister Xia, where is that crabapple forest you mentioned earlier? Are we going there directly tomorrow? I'm afraid we can't go directly there. I'm afraid we'd be captured before we even get close. So we have to go and see someone first. What's so mysterious about this place? The crabapple forest might sound unfamiliar to you, but it has another name I think you all heard of. It's called Half Spring Rest. Half Spring Rest? Isn't that the small secret realm that the residents of a half-step god-transforming master transformed into after his death? Xie Jiuzhou was the first to react. After all, For a sword cultivator without spirit stones, the fastest way to obtain them or sword cultivating materials is to enter a secret realm. So, as a sword cultivator, he was also the one most knowledgeable about the various secret realms in the world of immortal cultivation. But I remember that no one has found the entrance to this secret realm in years, and it's even been seized by the Lord of the Black Market. If our final destination is truly mid-spring break, not only will we find the entrance, but we'd be unable to even get past the Black Market. That's why I said we need to pay a visit first. Hearing this, Ji Hyun's heart skipped a beat. Junior sister, who are you talking about? Xiang smiled brightly. Of course. It's Xie Zan, the Lord of the Black Market. Chapter 479. Appearance. Xie Jiuzhou, question mark. Junior sister Xie, you actually know the Black Market Lord? You even know his name? Xie Jiuzhou simply didn't know how to describe his astonishment. Your last name is Xie, and so is his. Could it be that you're actually family? No wonder. Excuse me, senior brother Xie, your last name is Xie too. Xie Ying interrupted Xie Jiuzhou's wild imagination with amusement. Can't the three of us be family? Xie Jiuzhou, I do think. But remembering how Xie Zan always looked through her to someone else every time she saw her, Xie Ying became a little unsure, so she added. But he can certainly be considered an elder of mine. As for whether he's a blood relative, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. As long as Senior Xie is willing to let us spend half of our spring break, nothing else matters. The next day, dawn broke. Xie Ying and the other three entered Yujing City at dawn and headed straight for the Yujing auction house. Over half a year later, the Yujing auction house was as bustling as ever. It wasn't even 12 a.m. when they arrived, but the line at the entrance stretched from end to end. The moment Xie Ying and the other three appeared, they attracted considerable attention. They were handsome men and beautiful women, each possessing a striking aura. Even Guan Kong, a Buddhist cultivator, possessed a look that would draw the wrath of heaven and man. There are no ugly people in the world of immortal cultivation. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the more remarkable their aura and appearance. This is because their mortal bodies, tempered and nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, undergo a qualitative transformation from the inside out. This is also the most obvious difference between a powerful person and an ordinary person. Xie Ying and the others ignored the stairs and walked straight to the door, where they immediately saw a familiar crimson figure. Xu Yiben was standing at the door, explaining something to the children at the auction, when he suddenly felt several burning gazes on him. He turned sharply to meet those eyes, and the coldness on his face melted away like ice upon seeing Xie Ying, a smile breaking through. Thank you, fairy. Zhu Yi knew how important Xie Ying was to his master, Xie Zan, so upon seeing Xie Ying, he decisively handed over his work to his subordinates and greeted her with a frivolous smile. How did Fairy Xie find the time to visit the Yujing auction house? This auction has brought in quite a few great items. Are you interested in taking a look? Then let's take a look. Xie Ying agreed with a smile, then took out a bag of spirit stones and placed it on a tray beside her. Manager Zhu, let's stick to the old rules. I like a private room. Fairy Xie, please. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the four were personally ushered into the auction house by Manager Zhu. The crowd outside, witnessing this scene, could not help but chatter. Some were envious, while others, naturally, felt jealous and spoke bitterly. Who are those four people? How could Manager Zhu personally receive them? Look at that young female cultivator, who's incredibly skilled yet manages to maneuver among three cultivators with ease. Even the Buddhist cultivators were caught off guard. The speaker was a thin, long-faced male cultivator with flabby cheeks and a crooked, sinister mouth, giving him a sarcastic look. Though he didn't say it directly, everyone could hear the slander in his words. However, as soon as he said this, some people who disliked his face spoke out in his defense. Stop your lies and spouting nonsense. Didn't you see that Manager Zhu only saw that little fairy, and those three immortal kings were just a passing mention? Who doesn't know who Manager Zhu is? If he weren't a truly powerful person, how could beauty and wealth impress him? Besides, just because you have poor eyesight doesn't mean everyone else does. That little fairy is no unknown figure. She's the beloved disciple of Xiaoyao Sect's elder Long Xiaoying, the winner of the sex competition. Even the head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance admires her. Where do you get the confidence to spread rumors about her? Xiaoying? Is that the fairy Xiaoying, who reached the Golden Course stage at the age of 13? Some people are just like that. They want to criticize anyone who's better than themselves. After all, admitting someone's excellence is harder than practicing. Ha ha ha. At this remark, everyone burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist, What you said makes perfect sense. After Xie Ying's identity was revealed, the slanderous words against her vanished without a trace. Xie Ying's reputation had truly become incredibly famous within the world of immortal cultivation. Putting aside her own strength, the fact that she dared to openly challenge the former Yutian sect leader, Mu Chen, and the current spiritual sound fairy, still the foremost in the divine transformation realm, clearly showed that she couldn't possibly rely on her beauty to please male cultivators. The thin-faced male cultivator hadn't anticipated the collective attack stemming from his mere sarcastic remarks. He immediately retreated, embarrassed, and said nothing more. However, he hadn't noticed that a young male cultivator with deer eyes and an innocent face in the crowd had gently moved his fingers, and a beam of light quietly landed on his shoulder. This innocent male cultivator was none other than Xuya, the seven-colored deer, who had a karmic connection with Xie Ying in the Mustard Seed Secret Realm. Xuya had left the secluded paradise of the Mustard Seed Secret Realm, the tribe he had lived with since childhood, and had come alone to the world of immortal cultivation to find Xie Ying. He had heard that as long as he could afford the spirit stones, he could buy all the information he wanted on the black market in Yujing City. Xuya had originally intended to go to the black market to get information on Xie Ying, but unexpectedly, he ran into her right after arriving. Unfortunately, Xie Ying didn't notice him, which still left Xuya a little disappointed. But then he thought, Sister Xie doesn't like me anyway, so it's normal that she hasn't noticed me. But it doesn't matter. Sincerity can move mountains, and I believe that one day, Sister Xie will fall in love with me. Just as Xuya had tried to calm himself down, he heard the thin-faced man speak disparagingly of Xie Ying. Xuya was about to strike, but someone else got there first. Even though the thin-faced man didn't succeed, Xuya was still deeply upset. So he made a minor move on the thin-faced man's body. It wouldn't kill him, but it would bring him bad luck for 3 to 5 days. Everyone knows that the seven-colored deer is a symbol of good fortune, but they forget that misfortune often leads to misfortune, and misfortune is inseparable. The seven-colored deer can bring good fortune, but naturally, it can also bring disaster. Xuya gave the thin-faced man a haughty look. Whoever dares to bully his sister Xia, he will make them suffer. Chapter 480. However, by this time, Xie Ying had already followed Manager Zhu to the private room of the auction house, completely unaware of the controversy and turmoil she had stirred up outside. Similarly, Xie Ying was unaware that a little peach blossom had pursued her all the way from the Mustard Seed Secret Realm to the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Her mind was now preoccupied with the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin and half of Chuanxiu. Before, outside, amidst the clamor and chatter, she hesitated to bring up Xie Zhan, the Lord of the Black Market. Now that she was inside the auction house and alone, Xie Ying no longer concealed her purpose and spoke directly. Manager Zhu, may I know if Senior Xie is in Yujing City? I have something very important that I would like to see him about. Zhu was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded. The master is in the other courtyard. I take the ferry there right away. But these few. They are my junior apprentices and friends, and the ones I trust most. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought them here to meet Senior Xie. Okay. Since Xie Ying had said so, Zhu Yi naturally didn't bother to persuade him further, and immediately agreed. Then please follow me. Thank you, Manager Zhu. You're so polite, fairy. This is my duty. Zhu Yi led Xie Ying and the other three into the auction hall, where a small teleportation array stood quietly. After everyone was inside the teleportation array, Zhu Yi took out several high-grade spirit stones and placed them inside to activate the array. Xie Jiuzhou's breath hitched when he saw Zhu Yi consume several high-grade spirit stones without blinking, and he felt dizzy. Rich. The black market is so rich. There are so many wealthy cultivators in the world, why can't he have one more? However, in the blink of an eye, they were transported directly from the Yujing auction house to a completely new location. But after they stopped, they saw not the quiet and elegant villa in front of them, but rather a vast grove of pink crabapple trees not far away, resembling the sunset glow on the horizon. Pink petals fluttered down like snowflakes, covering the ground in a thick layer, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. This is Half-Spring Rest. Seeing Xie Ying and the others' eyes fixed on Half-Spring Rest, Zhu Yi didn't press them, but simply explained in a gentle voice. I know there have been rumors that the secret realm of Half-Spring Rest was forcibly seized by the Master. But what they don't know is that the owner of Half-Spring Rest is an old friend of the Master. Fairy, please don't listen to those nonsense. The Master has never intended to seize Half-Spring Rest. The Master simply doesn't want his old friend's property to be seized by those with ill intentions. For all these years, the Master has been guarding Half-Spring Rest, hoping to one day hand it over to its rightful owner. Xiang also came to her senses and retracted her gaze. Manager Zhu, don't worry. I naturally trust you, senior. The fact that Xia Zan handed her the key to the trial tower without hesitation showed that Xia Zan was not a greedy person who would do anything to obtain cultivation resources. And before, she hadn't thought anything of it, but now, having approached Half Spring Rest up close, Xiang suddenly had a false impression. A false feeling that this secret realm was inextricably linked to her. But whether the Half Spring break had anything to do with her would only be known after meeting Xia Zan. Xiang suppressed her thoughts and followed Zhu Yi. She had a feeling that after resolving the issues of this mid-spring break, she might finally understand who she truly was. However, as the four of them entered the courtyard, a sharp sword energy struck them head-on. A flicker of helplessness crossed Xie Ying's eyes. Why again? Xie Jiuzhou, a self-conscious thug, was about to attack, but fortunately, Xie Ying's voice spoke first. Don't interfere, I can handle this myself. Even before she finished her words, the Qianquan spear had already unleashed itself, responding to its owner's wishes. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sound of swords clashing echoed through the air. Xie Ying's spear swung like a dragon, the long spear seemingly growing from her palm, perfectly aligned with her, truly moving at the speed of her heart. However, the ghost-faced man Xia Ying was battling was clearly no pushover. At least Ji Yuan and the other two couldn't discern the ghost-faced man's true cultivation level, which meant he was at least at the level of a spiritual transformation. Even so, Xia Ying didn't suffer a noticeable disadvantage during their clash. The ghost-faced man's moves were fierce, his angles were tricky, and his attacks were endless. His sword intent was rich, mature, and varied, quickly trapping Xia Ying. Xia Ying remained unfazed. She thrust her spear in a beautiful arc through the air, and blazing flames erupted, transforming into dragons of fire that charged directly at the ghost-faced man's sword intent. Without waiting for the ghost-faced man to strike again, Xia Ying thrust her spear again. However, it was a feint. As she thrust, the Qianquan spear instantly transformed into twin swords, landing in Xia Ying's hands. Xia Ying swung her sword in a flower pattern, simultaneously unleashing two completely different sword techniques, one on the left and one on the right. A vibrant green light shone from the Qianquan sword, a vibrant spring-like energy. A thin layer of lightning enveloped the Kuan sword, its aura of destruction palpable. Two distinct sword beams, one blue and one purple, simultaneously surged from his body, disintegrating into countless sword energies as they struck the ghost-faced man. The Qian sword's energy condensed into lush green vines that bound the ghost-faced man's hands and feet, while the Kuan sword's energy transformed into a mighty thunderbolt, striking the man's face without hesitation. With a fleeting thought, the man's sword intent severed the vines. Even so, the domineering lightning ripped a large hole through his expensive robes. Interesting. The ghost-faced man abandoned his urge to fight. His movements were as swift as lightning. No matter how formidable Xia Ying's moves were, he shattered them with his sheer strength. In a split second, he was in front of Xia Ying, his sword, gleaming with a cold gleam, resting directly on her neck. You lost. At the same time, the Qianquan spear, having merged into one again, struck the ghost-faced man's back with lightning speed. Yes, I did lose. With the sword at his neck, Xia Ying smiled slyly. But you didn't win either, senior. Chapter 481. Ha! This time, the ghost-masked man actually laughed out loud. Even though he was wearing a demon mask, everyone could hear his joy from his tone. Shu Yi, standing beside Ji Yuan and the others, was even more pleased upon seeing this. Master, it's been ages since you laughed so happily. The other three, ? Why did Manager Zhu's words always sound so strange? However, from Manager Zhu's words, they were certain that the man before them, wearing a demon mask and radiating a cold aura, was the true master of the black market. Xia Zan. At this point, Xia Zan and Xia Ying had also ceased fighting. Xia Zan simply waved his sleeve, and the furnishings in the courtyard, damaged by their clash, were instantly restored to their original state. Not bad. Xia Zan was generous with his praise for Xia Ying. It seems you haven't slacked off in your training while you were away from Yujing City. Your current strength is far greater than I imagined. It's thanks to Senior, who bestowed upon me such a rare opportunity as the trial tower, that I made such rapid progress. Xia Zan chuckled. If you don't work hard, even if I pile up a mountain of opportunities and magical treasures before you, it will be useless. But you're so popular now, it seems you didn't take my warnings to heart. Senior, that's really unfair to me. I did take your warnings to heart, But it's not that my strength forbids me from being low-key. Hearing Xia Zhan's slightly cold tone, Xia Ying remained calm. Although she hadn't interacted much with Xia Zhan, she had always been an accurate judge of people. She had long recognized his propensity for intimidation, and so she didn't take it seriously. But senior, you won't want to fight me every time you see me from now on, will you? Of course. Xia Zhan glanced at her matter-of-factly. How can I know if you made any progress without fighting you? How can I tell if you've been slacking off in your practice lately? Xia Ying, Senior Xia is a true practice fanatic. Xia Zhan didn't care what Xia Ying thought of him. He glanced at Xu Yi, motioning him to leave, before turning back to Xia Ying. Don't you have something important to discuss with me? Bring your friends in first. Xia Zhan led the four of them to a small attic, from where they could clearly see what was happening across the street at half-spring break. The attic's decor was a departure from the extravagant, ornate style of the auction house. A small sandalwood table, a plain gauze curtain, everything exuded a fresh and elegant air. Through the lowered gauze, Xia Ying could vaguely make out a scroll hanging on the wall. Although the contents of the scroll were unclear, it was easy to discern the outline of a woman. Xia Ying's gaze lingered on the painting for only a moment before quickly shifting away, noticing the 2 cups of spiritual tea still steaming on the table. Senior, were you entertaining guests just now? No, I'm just used to serving 2 cups of tea. With a wave of his hand, he replaced the spiritual tea on the table with 5 cups and gestured for everyone to sit down. Tell me, what's the unsolvable problem? Seeing that Xia Zhan clearly didn't want to dwell on the previous topic, Xia Ying sympathetically shifted the conversation and followed up on the thread he had given her. Senior Xia, we like to begin our mid-spring break. The moment the words fell, silence fell. Ji Heyuan and the others had no personal connection with Xia Zhan, so they naturally wouldn't take the initiative to speak at this moment. They simply sat quietly around Xia Ying, silently expressing their support and attitude. And Xia Ying continued to speak. Senior, I heard from Manager Zhu that this half-spring rest is owned by an old friend of yours. We know this request is presumptuous, but we have compelling reasons to enter. Senior, with your control of the black market, must have long known the truth behind the Hao USX leader's tragic death. You also know that it all stems from a treasure map that records the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin. The Dingtian hairpin possesses immense power and cannot fall into the hands of others, especially those of the Luyin Palace. We must act quickly and seize it before they do. Now, by chance, the treasure map has come into our possession. After studying it, we suspect the location it points to as half-spring rest. I can assure you, Senior, that we will only take the Dingtian hairpin and will not touch anything else in half-spring rest. Your guess is correct. The Dingtian hairpin is indeed in half-spring rest, but what's in half-spring rest is only a fragment, not the entire thing. Xia Zhan suddenly spoke, startling everyone for a few seconds. Senior, are you saying you already knew the Dingtian hairpin fragments were hidden in the half-spring rest? Xia Ying, there's no need to be so surprised. Xia Zhan, who was typically as cold as ice in front of others, was surprisingly warm and approachable when it came to Xia Ying. He looked at her with the same gaze he gave his own junior. Not only have I long known the whereabouts of this fragment of the Dingtian hairpin, but I also had the so-called treasure map given to the Lu family. Someone had predicted that you would one day find this place because of this treasure map, and this also means that the day has come for half-spring rest to see the light of day. So, there's no need to worry, because the secret realm of half-spring rest awaits you. For years, countless people have tried every possible means, but failed to find the entrance to half-spring rest. It's not because they lack the ability. It's because they don't have the key, and therefore, they can't open the entrance. How can they enter the secret realm? So, the key to half-spring rest has always been with me? No, your very existence is the only key to the secret realm. Xia Ying was a little stunned by this string of information. Wow. So her origins are so impressive? No. If what Xia Zhan said is true, then is she still a person, even if she holds the key to the secret realm? Chapter 482. It was clear that Xia Ying wasn't the only one whose thoughts were being distracted by Xia Zhan's words. Xia Ying was at least just thinking about it, but Xia Jojo blurted out the question without even thinking. So junior sister Xia, is it actually a human? Xia Ying, Xia Jojo, senior brother Xia, you sound like you're scolding me. Ji Heyuan helplessly held his forehead, unable to bear the sight. Guankong Buddhist's hand, moving his rosary beads, paused for a moment, then moved noticeably faster. Xia Zhan, infected by the joyful atmosphere among them, smiled. Of course you're human, but your bloodline is a little unusual. But I don't really know the specifics. I brought half of Spring Rest into my sphere of influence, and guarding it for years was simply a matter of loyalty. Xie Zan lowered his eyes, to conceal the expression in his eyes. You find the answers to your life story after you enter the half-spring break. Having spent so much time in the world of immortal cultivation, Xie Ying had grown accustomed to the way these senior masters often left their stories unspoken. Fortunately, while she had always harbored doubts about her own life story, she hadn't expected to learn too much from Xie Zan. Now that Xie Zan had taken the initiative to discuss his entanglement with half-spring break, Xie Ying was rather surprised, and naturally, she wouldn't press the issue with questions she couldn't possibly answer. Then, Senior, when would it be convenient for us to enter the half-spring break? No rush. Xie Zan fiddled with the teacup in his hand, then suddenly looked at Xie Ying and said, Do you want to earn some more spirit stones? Xie Ying, ? Xie Jiuzhou, shock. Senior, what do you mean? Since half-spring break is set to open, and there are many who want to enter, why don't we take this opportunity to earn some spirit stones from others in the cultivation world? Xie Ying understood immediately. Xie Zan had only just started the conversation when she immediately grasped his intention. Senior, do you mean to sell the tickets to the secret realm just like selling seats at an auction? In this case, the tickets to the secret realm would have to be priced higher or lower. After all, scarcity makes things valuable. The rarer something is, the more people will scramble for it. Xie Ying not only understood Xie Zan's intention, but also thoughtfully offered her own suggestion. Tickets? That's a novel idea. Xie Zan's eyes lit up at the thought. Xie Ying, if you hadn't joined the Xiaoyao sect, you would have been well suited to join my black market. Listening to them discuss how they could profit from others' spirit stones, even making a killing, Ji Heyuan and the other two had only one thought in their minds. Profiteers. These two were definitely profiteers, one large and one small. The sale of entry points for the half-spring break was thus jointly agreed upon by Xie Zan and Xie Ying. With Xie Zan's signal, the news quickly spread from Yujing City to the surrounding cities. The black market has long been entrenched in Yujing City, a formidable force that other factions have longed for but dared not. Now that the black market has suddenly released news of the upcoming half-spring break, it has indeed attracted the attention of many in the cultivation world. Half-spring break has never been open since its inception. As the former residence of a half-step divine transformation master, half-spring break might not contain many natural treasures, but it will certainly have a wide variety of magical weapons, elixirs, and talismans. But what attracted everyone even more than these material possessions was clearly the inheritance left behind during half-spring break. It was common knowledge that the secret realms left behind by fallen masters were completely different from naturally occurring small secret realms. In these secret realms, magical weapons were secondary, while inheritance was paramount. Thus, when the black market released 100 tickets for half-spring break through Shaoshang Tower, the cultivators who flocked there, hearing about the fame, practically crushed the threshold of Shaoshang Tower. The black market's reputation in the cultivation world had long been ingrained. After all, even entering the black market required a ticket, so upon discovering that even a rare small secret realm like half-spring break required a ticket, everyone accepted this fact with equanimity. Their only complaint was that the black market offered too few tickets. Some people missed out entirely by arriving just half an hour late, leaving them furious. After all, when it came to secret realm inheritances, the earlier they arrived, the more advantageous it was. Who knows when the half-spring break will reopen next? The Luyan Palace disciples, under Helian Yao's orders, who were lurking within Yijing City, immediately bought several tickets on their own initiative, just in case. In addition, Dai Tian and Lin Yuexiang, who had already arrived in the Central Realm, also snatched up 2 tickets. Even Suya, desperate to stay by Xie Ying's side, bought a ticket without hesitation. The former naturally didn't want to miss any opportunity, while Suya felt Xie Ying would certainly not miss such a golden opportunity, so he couldn't afford to miss out either. While Yujing City and its surroundings were abuzz with news of the impending half-spring break, Xie Ying and the other 3, temporarily residing in Xie Zan's villa, were unusually relaxed. Xie Ying didn't want anyone to know about her connection to half-spring break, so Xie Zan simply had 4 tickets left for them. They only had to wait 3 days for the half-spring break to officially open, and then they could enter openly with the others. During their temporary stay at the villa, Xie Zan would offer guidance whenever he felt like it. Xie Ying, Ji Heyuan, and Xie Jiuzhou were not to be mentioned, and even Guan Kong, a Buddhist practitioner whose cultivation method was completely different from that of ordinary people, found it immensely beneficial. Senior Xie is truly knowledgeable. I debated with you last night, and felt unsatisfied. I wonder who your master is. As Guan Kong finished speaking, the other two's eyes fell on Xiaoying. Xiaoying stared up at the sky in silence. Why are you looking at me? I'm not his master. Junior sister, we all know you can't be Senior Xia's master. We just want to know, Senior sister, if you know who Senior Xia's master is? Well, facing Xia Jiuzhou's expectant gaze, Xiaoying drew out her words with a malicious tone. I really don't know. Actually, I'm just as curious as you all about where Senior Xia learned all these skills. But unfortunately, even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me. Why? Xia Jiuzhou was puzzled. Because I can't defeat him in one move yet. The other three? Question mark. Is there a direct connection between the two? Of course there is. I was curious at first, and asked Senior why he was helping me so much, but he just told me not to ask any more questions. He'd tell me everything when I could defeat him in one move. No wonder Senior Xia fought with you the moment he saw Junior Sister Xia last time. Guan Kong's expression dawned on him. Xiaoying was also frustrated by this. Senior Xia's expectations of her were truly too high, but this was also a good thing for her. This way, she would only push herself day and night to become stronger and never slack off. But I have a feeling that I gain a lot from this mid-spring break. Maybe then, I know what's going on without Senior telling me. So let's just wait patiently for the mid-spring break in 3 days. But Xiaoying suddenly frowned as she spoke. What's wrong, Junior sister? I feel like I've forgotten something. Ah! I remember. I left Chu Chiyun in the abandoned cave in the mountains behind Haoyua's sect. I need to send a message to Senior Brother Sun and Senior Sister Zhuang. Don't let them miss Chu Chiyun when they're trying to catch those colluding with Lian Palace. The other three, Okay, actually, they hadn't forgotten either. Chapter 483. Open. Xiaoying quickly spread the news. She knew full well the saying, if you don't root out the grass, it will grow back in the spring breeze. In short, Xiaoying didn't want to see the Chu father and daughter stirring up trouble again. So Chu Chiyun couldn't be allowed to escape, but forgetting this incident was indeed her fault, so Xiaoying had already made a secret decision. If Chu Chiyun, this hidden danger, really escaped due to her negligence, she would chase her to the ends of the earth and bring her back. Thankfully, the worst didn't happen. It was all thanks to Yunmei's sudden inspiration that night to cut Chu Chiyun's hair, leaving her hair looking like a dog's gnaw. So, when Chu Chiyun woke up after 3 days of coma and noticed something strange about her hair, she didn't leave the cave hastily. Instead, she sent a message to her father, because she was embarrassed. Chu Chiyun had always been very particular about her appearance. She couldn't bear to appear in public with such a messy head of hair. So she hoped her father would come and take her away without alerting anyone. But what Chu Chiyun didn't know was that during her 3 days of coma, the outside world had undergone tremendous changes. Even her father had been detained by people sent by the Immortal Demon Alliance for his involvement in colluding with Lian Palace to murder the leader of the Haoyua sect. At first, Elder Chu was still rejoicing that Chu Chiyun had escaped, and he still held out hope that Chu Chiyun would find someone from Lian Palace to rescue her. But before he could celebrate for long, Chu Chiyun herself fell into the hands of the Immortal Demon Alliance. So, by the time Xiaoying sent them a message alerting them to Chu Chiyun's hiding place, the Chu father and daughter had already fallen under the control of the Immortal Demon Alliance. After receiving the reply and learning this story, Xiaoying finally felt relieved. 3 days passed in a flash. The half-spring holidays soon arrived. Outside the pink crabapple forest, a dense crowd of people stood, waiting for the moment the secret realm would officially open. But at this moment, Xiaoying, the key to the secret realm, was still sitting across from Xia Zan. Senior Xia, at this hour, you should at least tell me how to open the secret realm. Are you wearing a pink jade pendant? Pink jade? Xiaoying quickly realized what was happening and pulled a pink crabapple jade pendant from her neck, handing it to Xia Zan. Is that it? Well, when you get close to half-spring break, find an opportunity to inject a drop of your heart's blood into the jade pendant, and the entrance to the secret realm will naturally open. Xiaoying, is this method, which sounds so much like a novel, real? Xiaoying didn't actually ask this question, but Xia Zan's eyes told her clearly, it's real. To be honest, when Xiaoying saw the popularity of half-spring break, she had considered turning this secret realm into a sustainable profit-making venture. But now that she knew the method to open the secret realm, Xiaoying decisively discarded the idea. You're kidding. If opening a secret realm required a drop of her heart's blood, she'd go from being healthy and strong to severely anemic. Who could withstand that? After silently making her decision, Xiaoying said goodbye to Xia Zan and headed straight for half-spring break. The four of them moving together would have drawn too much attention, so Ji Hiyuan and the other two went ahead and waited at the half-spring break area. After leaving Xia Zhan's place, Xia Ying didn't go looking for Ji Hyun and the others. Instead, she found a quiet, unobserved corner and followed Xia Zhan's instructions. And at the moment, her heart's blood was completely absorbed by the pink crabapple jade pendant, the tranquil flower forest before her finally began to transform. A sudden gust of wind swept through the crabapple forest, stretching for dozens of miles. The wind swept the delicate petals, transforming them into vines that swept towards the group. The moment the vines wrapped around her wrists, Xia Ying felt a powerful pull. Then, her body lightened, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing in the flower forest. The vines that had previously pulled her in vanished without a trace. Xia Ying instinctively looked behind her. The attic courtyard and the noisy, crowded crowd had vanished, leaving only a vast, pink sea of flowers. Apparently, she had already entered half-spring break. Being truly immersed in the flower forest felt completely different from looking at it from the outside. From the outside, it looked like a beautiful, normal flower forest. But once inside, Xia Ying realized the trees were incredibly tall, almost ridiculously tall. The sky above was completely filled with clusters of blossoms, leaving only a sea of pink. Unable to see the sun's position in the sky, and with no other reference points besides the crabapple trees, Xia Ying couldn't even determine the basic direction. But at this moment, Inin's system notification sounded inopportunely. Ding dong. The system has detected a new side quest. The host can choose whether to accept it. Xia Ying was surprised and puzzled. Why have you suddenly become so humane? You're even giving me the right to choose independently. Didn't you always give me direct orders before? Don't tell me you're setting me up for something. Inin, Host, although I'm not human, I also hope to maintain the most basic human trust with you. As the host completes more and more tasks, the system's permissions will naturally increase. So, the ability to choose whether to accept side quests is a right that all current hosts already have. Will the host accept this side quest? Chapter 484. Xia Ying didn't say either accept or reject, simply saying, first, tell me what the new side quests and rewards are, and then I consider it. Ding dong. Side quest. Refine the secret realm, half-spring break. Host, please successfully refine this secret realm before leaving, and it will be yours. Reward for success. 1 self-selected reward. Xia Ying was about to complain about the absurdity of this side quest, but the next second, the self-selected reward captivated her. Inin, does the self-selected reward mean I can get whatever I want? That's a nice thought, host. I'm not some idiot in a wishing well. How can I possibly give you whatever you want? A self-selected reward means the host can choose any of the existing system rewards. Or, if Inin can do something for the host within her ability, that's fine too. Host, are you willing to accept this side quest? Based on the host's special connection to this secret realm, the system has calculated a 90% chance of successfully completing this quest. Please make your choice quickly. The 3-minute countdown begins now. As soon as Inin finished speaking, Xia Ying gave her answer. I accept. She wanted to see what treasures Inin's system space contained. After issuing the quest, Inin vanished once again, leaving no trace. Xia Ying paid no mind, choosing a random direction and heading straight ahead. Oddly enough, Xia Ying had assumed this secret realm, home to a legacy, would be filled with dangers, but she encountered no danger at all. It wasn't until a shrill scream pierced the air that Xia Ying finally grasped a specific direction and sped towards the source of the sound. Unlike Xia Ying's calm and composed presence, the others encountered various dangers almost the moment they entered the secret realm. Some were dragged directly into the endless swamp and struggled to climb out. Some fell directly into a swarm of demonic beasts and were nearly torn to pieces. But many more were dragged directly by the flower vines into an unprecedented formation. Ji Hyun, Xie Jiuzhou, and Guan Kong were also there. Guan Kong had extensive research on formations and discovered that while this formation was dangerous, it could be safely exited by following a specific footwork without triggering it. There were too many people drawn into the formation, and not everyone was willing to listen to Guan Kong's advice. In the midst of the arguing and shoving, someone accidentally triggered the formation. Guan Kong had clearly warned everyone from the outset. This formation poses no danger before activation, but once activated, it transforms from a simple trap into an incomparably dangerous killing array. The scream Xia Ying had just heard was the result of someone triggering the formation and being instantly strangled. After witnessing their companions being slain by flower vines that materialized from the formation, everyone finally realized the true danger of the formation and finally believed Guan Kong's words. They began to seek Guan Kong's help, but it was too late. Master, didn't you just say you had a way to get us out? Please help us. When I tried to persuade you, you refused to believe me. Now it's too late. Guankong, holding a 12-ring staff, slashed through an oncoming flower vine with one blow, his expression expressionless. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Just fend for yourselves. They say monks are supposed to be compassionate. If you stand by and watch someone die without helping, what kind of monk are you? Seeing Guankong refuse to help, the man, his defense broken, launched into a moral blackmail. Shut up. Have some shame. Even the inexperienced Suya was disgusted by the man's demeanor. A mage's willingness to save us is a sign of kindness, unwillingness is human nature. How dare you let someone set aside past grudges and save you? Suya whipped away several vines that were attempting to attack him, panting exhaustion, but still insisting on continuing his attack. I always heard that humans are often cunning and shameless, but now I truly been enlightened. Your shamelessness truly astounds me. You're not human, boy. What do you care if I'm human? I'm not as shameless as you. Suya's repeated shameless utterances completely enraged the cultivator. The cultivator hadn't entered the secret realm alone. He was Ningyu, a disciple of the Ning family's branch in Yubao City, the central realm. While not as prestigious as the main family's disciples, he was often the center of attention. How could he have ever been humiliated like this? Suya's actions had clearly aroused Ningyu's murderous intent. He didn't care that he was still trapped in the killing array and vulnerable, and immediately called his companions to attack. Kill him! Suya's face changed, although he wasn't particularly weak. Trying to deal with these killer vines while also dividing his attention to deal with Ningyu and the others was clearly a bit of a stretch. Luckily, Ji Hiyuan and the others were observing Suya's altercation with Ningyu and the others. Suya's righteous stance on Guankong's behalf had provoked Ningyu's retaliation, and Ji Hiyuan and the others naturally wouldn't sit idly by. But before Ji Hiyuan and the others could react, a streak of light flew from the horizon, knocking the sword from Ningyu's sneak attack directly to the ground. Chapter 485. A group of people committed shameless acts, and are not allowed to speak out. Is this what you, the Ning family of the Central Realm, teach your disciples to do? A teasing voice echoed, and the streak of light that had struck down Ningyu flew back into the sky, landing steadily at Xie Ying's feet. A young woman, dressed in a turquoise dress, stood amidst a forest of pink blossoms, her bright smile as dazzling as peach blossoms in the spring moon. Just standing there, she captivated everyone's attention. Junior senior sister, Sister Xie. Ji Hiyuan and Suya, upon recognizing the incoming person, spoke simultaneously, then glanced at each other, a sense of crisis rising. Suya, something's wrong. There's something wrong with the way this brother looks at Sister Xie. Ji Hiyuan, where did this little brother come from? We talk later. You should first find a way to escape this killing array. Xie Ying didn't seem to have any intention of helping. She flew directly onto a nearby blossoming tree, and found a comfortable position to sit down. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Why didn't the crabapple trees attack her? You know, not that many people were initially drawn into the formation. Most people accidentally touched nearby blossoms later, only to be attacked and dragged into the formation by the suddenly appearing flower vines. But why wasn't this female cultivator dragged in? They didn't know, but Ji Hiyuan and the other two knew. After all, Xie Zhan had clearly stated that the person half of the spring break was Xie Ying. So, it made sense that everything in the secret realm treated Xie Ying particularly well. And the crowd didn't have time to dwell on it, because the formation's power was clearly stronger than before. If they didn't focus their full attention on dealing with the murderous vines before them, they would soon become nourishment for the secret realm. Even Ningyu, intent on finding trouble with Suya, had no time to worry about the momentary grudges at this moment, and simply focused on slashing the vines. But the vines within the formation were like a bottomless pit, they could never be completely eradicated. If one vine was cut in half, the two halves would quickly come alive again, attacking them with even greater force. The crowd had considered using fire, but perhaps these vines, nurtured by the secret realm for years and blessed by its owner, were unable to be harmed by the spiritual fire. Though Xie Ying sat in the tree, seemingly unconcerned, her eyes were constantly examining the formation and the vines that had materialized from thin air within it. These vines were clearly completely different from the ones that had brought them into the secret realm in the first place. The vines in the formation weren't so much flower vines as they were man-eating vines, as Xie Ying had noticed that the center of the flowers wasn't a stamen, but rather rows of sharp serrations. So, even the slightest contact with one of these vines would result in a savage tear of flesh from the teeth hidden within the flower's core. And these vines possessed a certain sinister nature. Once stained with blood, they were noticeably more ferocious than the other vines. But perhaps because bystanders often see more clearly than those involved, Xie had discovered some weaknesses in these vines through observation. However, whether they would actually work or not would require testing. Don't use fire, try water. Ji Heyuan and the other two trapped in the formation were stunned, evidently having heard Xie Ying's secret message. The three of them obeyed without hesitation. Sometimes, what's needed between companions isn't sheer strength, but absolute trust. Ji Heyuan was carrying a handful of various talismans given to him by Xie Ying. He quickly dug out all the water talismans and distributed them to Guankong and Xie Jiuzhou. The three of them leaned back against each other and simultaneously unleashed their water talismans. The talismans, once released, transformed into a torrent of surging water that poured down upon them. Those in the formation, already engaged in a desperate fight, were caught off guard and drowned. Even the three who cast the spells were inevitably affected. Xie Jiuzhou vigorously wiped the remaining water from his face. Junior brother Ji, where did you get these water talismans? Why are they so powerful? Ji Heyuan's expression was expressionless. My junior sister drew them. Guankong Buddhist calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped the water off her face. As expected of junior sister Xie. The others, inexplicably caught in the water, were about to attack the three of them when they noticed that the previously arrogant, murderous flower vines had temporarily lost their ability to attack and were limply falling to the ground. Water couldn't kill them either, but it clearly incapacitated them. Now, the flower vines, all on the ground, twisted wildly. From a distance, they looked like a bunch of spotted snakes. Xie Ying got goosebumps after just a moment of watching, and then she averted her gaze. This scene was too unpleasant for someone with trypophobia. Everyone realized belatedly, could it be that these vines are afraid of water? They wanted to ask Guankong and the others for confirmation, but discovered that even while they were stunned, Guankong and the other two had already reached the edge of the formation, but they had tried from the beginning, and no matter what they did, they simply couldn't escape the circle of vines. But now, although they couldn't see Guankong's steps clearly, they could clearly see them getting further and further away from the formation. Everyone exclaimed, "Wow!" So the monk's promise of a way to get them out was true. Chapter 486. Everyone regretted not following Guankong's advice sooner. If they had, they might have escaped this strange formation without a fight. But now, they could only watch helplessly as Guankong and the other two retreated further and further away from them, finally exiting the formation unharmed. Ningyu's face turned pale, then pale again. After all, it was he who had warned the others not to trust Guankong's words. The Ning family was a renowned family of formation masters in Yunbao City, the Central Realm. Who didn't know that the great demon that escaped from 10,000 demons' gorge 1,000 years ago was captured by a formation created by their ancestors? Even the monk who claimed to have a way to break a formation he couldn't even discern, so it was understandable that he would be suspicious of the monk. Ningyu didn't feel he had done anything wrong, because he didn't believe a layman monk could understand how to break a formation better than himself, a disciple of a noble family who had studied hundreds of formations since childhood. So the monk's escape must have been an accident. While Ningyu and the Ning family might think so, the others might not. Although they now knew that water could temporarily disable the killer vine's attack capabilities, the vines wouldn't die, but their spiritual energy would be depleted. Even if they cooperated, what would they gain? As long as they couldn't figure out how to escape this formation, they would be trapped here forever, even if they didn't die. Besides, this was half-spring vacation, a private secret realm, and there was no way they could be escorted out on time. When the secret realm closed, their fate would be only one, death. Xie Ying, however, showed no concern for the others' lives. Seeing Ji Heyuan and the other two emerge, she decisively jumped down from the tree, intending to take them with her. Suya, who had been hoping to be recognized by Xie Ying, was visibly disappointed. But before he could say anything, the others trapped in the formation were already restless. Master, please stay. Fellow Taoists, please stay. Anything else? I know we were wrong to question you earlier, but could you please forgive our mistakes and teach us how to escape the formation? Amitabha, monks are supposed to be compassionate. Guankong slowly chanted a Buddhist verse, his expression compassionate, yet his words were heartless. It's a pity that I don't cultivate the path of compassion. The implication was clear. He wasn't bothered to help them. Everyone in the formation paled at this, and Ningyu snorted coldly. Humph. Why are you still begging him? This monk doesn't have the slightest compassionate heart of a monk. It's obvious at first glance that he's just some sleazy, fame-seeking monk who just popped up out of nowhere. No need to beg him. I'm Ningyu of the Ning family in Yunbao City, a city in the Central Realm. My Ning family is a family renowned for its formations. Give me time, and I definitely break this formation and lead you all out. Ningyu had barely finished speaking, and before anyone could respond, Xie Ying, who was outside the formation, burst out laughing. But her laughter wasn't directed at Ningyu and the others, but at Guan Kong. Buddhist disciple Guan Kong, are you so unknown in the world of immortal cultivation? Why do people always call you a sleazy monk? Perhaps this is what Master always means by cultivation, right? If I hadn't been misunderstood, how could I have known that the world's impression of Buddhist practitioners is so stereotyped? The two spoke without deliberately lowering their voices, so every word reached everyone's ears with unmistakable clarity. A Buddhist disciple? Guankong? Could this monk actually be the one from Brahma Temple? The already deeply regretful crowd was now infuriated. If they had known the monk before them was a Brahma Temple Buddhist disciple, how could they have ever questioned his words? Even Ningyu, so arrogant not long ago, now tactfully stopped talking. A Brahma Temple Buddhist disciple was not someone a mere disciple of a side branch could afford to offend. Although they didn't know Guankong, they had heard of his ways. Rumor had it that he had the appearance of a bodhisattva, but the heart of an asura. He couldn't be judged by the standards of ordinary Buddhists. So, everyone knew Guankong wouldn't be able to help them again. Just when they had almost given up, Xie Ying's smiling voice was like a ray of sunshine in the darkness, instantly bringing them new hope. Buddha Guankong doesn't want to help you, but I do. As long as you're willing to pay me a small fee, I don't mind helping you break this formation. So do you want to give it a try? When Guankong led Ji Heyuan and the others out, Xie Ying could already tell he was using the 7-star Heavenly Gang step. The 7-star Heavenly Gang step is indeed miraculously effective in breaking this kind of trapping formation. But her method is simpler and more direct. She can directly dispel the formation. This trapping formation is new to others, but she had seen it in the compendium of formations in the immortal world given to her by Yin when she first started learning formations with her second senior brother, Mo Yin. So when she said she could break the formation, she wasn't lying. Xie Ying's eyes curved with a smile, looking confident. Everyone trapped within the formation was also very tempted. They had no other options, so if paying a reward meant saving their lives, then it was a win-win situation. Although Ningyu still didn't trust Xie Ying, he didn't dare speak rashly, mindful of the experience with Guankong Buddhist disciple. Furthermore, Xie Ying had previously revealed his identity as a Ning family disciple, so Ningyu instinctively felt wary of her. Without Ningyu and the others disrupting the situation, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Fellow Taoist, please lend a hand. Of course. As long as the reward was paid, everything was negotiable. And so, under everyone's expectant gaze, Xie Ying formed a seal with her left hand, and tapped the air with her right hand a few times, and the formation was easily broken. Before they could react, they were already safe. ? So simple? This really makes them look useless. Chapter 487. But no matter what, everyone was grateful to have saved their lives. So when Xie Ying held out her hands, signaling for their reward, everyone readily handed over their spirit stones or magic weapons. When it came to Shuya, the innocent little deer unhesitatingly placed all of her belongings in Xie Ying's hands. Sister, all yours. My things are yours. I give you all the good stuff. Xie Ying paused after taking the storage bag. She looked at Shuya suspiciously. Why did she feel familiar? Not sure. Let me take another look. You are? Her eyes widened. The little deer from the valley? Yes, yes. So you remember me, sister? I'm so happy. Shuya's bright eyes were filled with joy, but at that moment, a soft snort came from the side. Heh. Several people turned around at once, only to see Ji Heyuan looking away with a haughty expression. Xie Ying rubbed her nose uncomfortably, but she didn't accept Suya's storage bag. She only took out one magic weapon and returned the others. Let's catch up later. I need to get down to business first. As Xie Ying spoke, her eyes naturally fell on the remaining Ningyu and his companions. Ningyu, however, didn't want to hand over his belongings so easily, as it would have felt like his dignity was being trampled upon. However, since he didn't know Xie Ying's identity, he remained polite. Fellow Taoist, I never asked for your help, so we won't offer any compensation. Give me enough time, and even without you, I can still unlock the formation and save myself. Good. Fellow Taoist Ning is truly a man of integrity. Hearing this, Xie Ying, far from being angry, clapped her hands in a gesture of respect. Since fellow Taoist Ning is so courageous, it would be my fault if I didn't fulfill your wish. Ningyu and the others suddenly felt a bad premonition. Before they could say anything, Xie Ying raised her hand and waved it. Then, beneath their feet, an almost identical formation appeared, The only difference was that this formation didn't contain endless, murderous flower vines, but only Xie Ying's sword energy. Ningyu cried out in frustration. What are you doing? Of course, I'm fulfilling your wish. Don't worry, my formation is not only identical to the one just now, but it won't actually kill you. You have plenty of time to slowly break the formation. It's just a small favor. There's no need to thank me. Xie Ying interrupted Ningyu, her expression as if to say, although I helped you, you really don't need to thank me. This angered Ningyu and the others, who wanted to tear her smiling face apart. Oh right, after all this talk, I haven't even had time to introduce myself. I'm Xie Ying, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect from Qibao Island. If you want to thank me, make sure you don't find the wrong person. With that, Xie Ying walked away, leaving Ningyu and the others no chance to regret. After hearing Xie Ying introduce herself, the others also distanced themselves from her. It turned out that she was a disciple of Xiaoyao sect. No wonder she could walk together with the Buddhist disciples of Brahma Temple. From this, it seems that the other two must not be unknown people. This suggests they could easily break or set up formations. After all, they were disciples from major sects, so these independent cultivators couldn't compare. Some recalled Xie Ying's recent refusal to be attacked by the flowers and trees in the forest, and wondered if Xie Ying possessed some rare treasure or secret trick. But when everyone thought about it and decided to ask Xie Ying for advice, Xie Ying and her companions were nowhere to be found in the flower forest. Even the little demon deer, who had been calling her sister, had vanished without a trace. As for Ningyu and the others, they remained trapped in the formation, a joke, as they had hoped. While the joke was certainly amusing, the Ning family of the Central Realm was formidable, and these independent cultivators didn't want to be blamed by Ningyu, so they all left. Only Ningyu and his companions remained in the formation, racking their brains to break the formation while also dealing with the sword energy left by Xie Ying. Meanwhile, Xie Ying and the others continued their journey through the crabapple forest, but this time, no mysterious flower vines appeared to attack them. Xie Ying's brows remained furrowed. Junior sister, is there something wrong? I feel like there's a pair of eyes watching me from behind. They must be the inhabitants of this secret realm, but I don't sense any ill intent, so I don't know what they're up to. Junior sister Xie is closely connected to the secret realm. Perhaps the creatures there has sensed a familiar aura about you. Buddha is right. Xie Ying nodded in agreement. Forget it. Since it doesn't mean any harm, I leave it alone for now. It's not too late to figure out the situation in this secret realm first. Oh right. Xie Ying finally realized the fawn, Xuya, who had been following them. She turned around and waved. Xuya, come here. Chapter 488. Sister. Xuya excitedly jumped in front of Xie Ying. Sister, is there anything you want me to do? I knew you wouldn't forgive me so quickly. Why did you come out? Did the Shook clan leader really let you venture out alone in this world of immortal cultivation? Because I came to repay you. Xuya, with that innocent face, spoke with the most sincere words in the most innocent tone. As long as I stay by my side, she won't care about my life or death, and Grandpa will definitely be relieved. Also, time flows differently in the mustard seed secret realm than outside. To my sister, it's only been a few months since we last met, but to me, it feels like I haven't seen her in 8 whole years. For these 8 years, I've been diligently cultivating, never slacking off, so I can become stronger sooner, leave the mustard seed secret realm sooner, and see my sister sooner. So, even without my sister's protection now, it doesn't matter. I already have the ability to protect myself. Xie Ying listened to Xuya's words, and as expected, she thought of his recent one-on-many encounters, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. You definitely made significant progress. You seem much more mature than before. Xie Ying looked at Xuya with the same eyes and attitude as a sister would look at her brother, but Xuya's feelings for Xie Ying were clearly more complex. Even Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong could see through Xuya's thoughts, let alone Ji Heyuan, who paid close attention to Xie Ying's every move. Xie Jiuzhou, a man standing nearby, found Xuya's honeyed sister incredibly touching, let alone Xie Ying. At that moment, he broke into a sweat for his good brother, Ji Heyuan. Little dear, this is not a good thing. Given their bond of having shared countless life and death experiences, Xie Jiuzhou took the initiative to inquire about Xuya's identity. Junior sister Xia, won't you introduce us to this person? Xuya. Xie Ying introduced him to the other 3 with grace and grace. Xiao He should know that Xuya is a descendant of the 7-colored deer clan from the Mustard Seed Secret Realm. Back when I was in the Mustard Seed Secret Realm, I struck a deal with their leader to obtain their antlers. It was a strange coincidence that helped Xuya survive the most dangerous period of his advancement. I know. Ji Hyun naturally took over. Junior sister, you mentioned back then that the seven-colored deer clan wanted to repay you, but you refused. So why did this brother Suya still come after me? Sister Xia, you're a noble woman, not wanting my gratitude, but I can't be a deer who doesn't know how to repay a favor. Suya spoke righteously. Besides, my grandfather also said that because of my sister's help, I also been tainted by the karma outside the mustard seed secret realm. Even if I don't come out to repay her, I can't stay in the mustard seed secret realm any longer. So now that you're out, can you still go back? No. For us demon beasts, the mustard seed secret realm is a place where we can only leave but not enter. Suya's voice trailed off, and he looked a little disappointed, but he quickly composed himself and smiled broadly. But it doesn't matter. The great path is lonely. As long as our goals are shared, one day I will meet my people at the pinnacle. Suya, seemingly innocent and untouched by the harshness of the human world, could utter such words, truly impressing the other four. He comforted himself without needing any comfort, and even took the time to present specialties from the mustard seed secret realm to the others from his storage bag. These spiritual plants and crystals were specially collected after I left the mustard seed secret realm. They're not found elsewhere. I don't know if they be of any use to you. But they're all for my heart, so I hope you won't despise them. Except for Xiaoying, who received a bit more, the other three received Suya's gifts equally. These were rare treasures in the world of immortal cultivation, yet Suya grabbed a whole bunch of them without a care. They couldn't believe how wealthy this little deer truly was, especially Xiejiojo, a sword cultivator who had always been accustomed to poverty. He was holding the ice drop plum, a fairy plant that could fetch 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per plant in the world of immortal cultivation. Xiejiojo now had only one thought: Junior brother Ji, you're in danger. This little deer brother's rank was truly high. Whether junior sister Xia was tempted or not, he didn't know, but he was. Can I join everyone? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Several people, with the treasure already in hand, how could they refuse? So everyone readily agreed to Xuya's joining. Even Ji Hyun didn't object. The group continued on their journey, Xuya still following Xiaoying closely, while Ji Hyun and Xiejiojo lagged behind. Junior brother Ji. Traitor. You promised to always support me? Xiejiojo, having earned the nickname traitor right after starting, rubbed his nose guiltily. Junior brother Ji, you really can't blame me. Xuya simply gave you too much. Heh. Ji Hyun rolled his eyes gracefully. Men are always good at making excuses. Chapter 489. Xiejiojo, He automatically ignored Ji Hyun's sarcastic tone, and continued to hold Ji Hyun's shoulder in a friendly manner. To be honest, junior brother Ji, this brother Xuya from the seven-colored deer is no ordinary person. You better be careful that junior sister Xia falls for him. Although he's certainly generous, don't worry, I still support you. Don't worry, he's not the type that junior sister likes. Although Ji Hyun was annoyed that Xuya kept clinging to Xiaoying, he wasn't worried that Xuya alone would win her heart. He understood her. The man junior sister likes can't be weaker than her. She always yearns for equal strength. Xuya. He's far from that. Elsewhere. Long after Xiaoying and the others left, Ningyu, trapped in the formation, was unable to free himself. Ningyu's talent wasn't bad, but he was too arrogant. He could never ignore the gazes of others and focus on the task at hand. In addition, Xiangdan's ability to easily break and re-establish the formation with a single command had deeply wounded Ningyu's pride. Thus, Ningyu's original 60% chance of breaking the formation was now reduced to less than 30%. The anxiety of being unable to break the formation for so long, combined with the previous disdain he had received, further fueled resentment towards Ningyu among the other disciples trapped within the formation. Ningyu! What would have happened if you had just handed over the spirit stones? Those who had offered to pay have likely already found more treasures in the secret realm. You're such a show-off. You insisted on showing off. Now, we're trapped here with no idea when we'd be able to escape. Even if we get out, who knows? Those good things might have already been snatched up by others. What do you mean? Ningyu, already fuming, threw the compass to the ground. You're blaming me now. Why didn't you try to stop me when I was doing all that? Everyone's got a few nice words to say afterward. If you got the guts, just break this formation. Okay, we're all brothers from the same bloodline. Why get sour over such a small matter? Seeing the two men about to fight, the others rushed to intervene, when a cold voice rang out. Ningyu, Ningyan, what are you doing? The two men, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, suddenly came to their senses. They quickly turned around and saw a man and a woman wearing Ning family disciple uniforms walking towards them. Their features bore a striking resemblance, their auras mirroring each other. The man, as inaccessible as the pristine white snow atop a mountain, the woman, as radiant and unrivaled as the moonlight amidst the clouds. These two were none other than the two most gifted disciples of the main branch of the Ning family in Yunbao City, a city in the Central Realm. Ning Yuchao and Ning Mingshu. They were siblings from the same mother, yet they were also contenders for the position of young master of the Ning family. Thus, their status within the Ning family far surpassed that of Ningyu and the others. Ningyu hadn't anticipated being caught by Ning Yuchao and the others, and just as he was about to explain, Ning Yan beside him interrupted him. Senior brother Ning, this is what happened. Ning Yan recounted the events that had occurred, word for word, detail after detail, neither embellishing nor concealing anything. Even so, Ningyu broke into a cold sweat. Ningyu knew he was going to leave a bad impression with these two. As expected, Ning Yan had barely finished speaking when he heard Ning Yuchao's cold rebuke. Stupid! Before entering the secret realm, I repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble. Did you ignore my words? Now you're trapped in the formation. This is a disgrace to our Ning family. Brother, it's already happened. There's no point in talking about this. Let's find a way to rescue Ningyu and the others first, Ning Mingshu suggested softly from the side. Actually, Ningyu and the others' loss to Fairy Xia the Xiaoyao sect isn't shameful. I heard that Immortal Imo, renowned in the cultivation world for his formations, is Fairy Xia's second senior brother. With a formation master like Immortal Imo teaching them, it's only natural that Ningyu and the others can't match Fairy Xia. Ning Mingshu's tone was like a gentle breeze, easily soothing the restlessness of the group. Ning Yuchao knew his sister was right, so he said nothing more and focused on studying the formations beneath Ningyu and the others' feet. He was indeed quite talented, it only took him a quarter of an hour to rescue them. From now on, follow Mingshu and I. Yes. In the secret realm, nothing could be seen except the overwhelming sea of flowers overhead. Therefore, those in the half-spring break had no way of determining how much time had passed since they entered. Worse still, apart from this vast expanse of flowers, the secret realm seemed to be empty. Everyone had already experienced the strangeness of those flower trees, so no one dared to approach the trees rashly to look for useful clues. But someone, unknown to everyone, had spread the news of Xie Ying's earlier rescue. Soon, everyone in the secret realm knew Xie Ying had a way to stop the flowers and trees from attacking them. Stop attacking the flowers and trees was undoubtedly everyone's wish. After all, without approaching the flowers and trees, how could they possibly know what secrets lay hidden within the forest? So, everyone quickly began searching for Xie Ying within the flower forest. At this point, Xie Ying was unaware that she had been targeted by a pack of wolves and tigers. She relied on the 3 fragments of the Dingtian hairpin in her possession to locate the fragment within the secret realm. As the temporary holder of the Dingtian hairpin fragments, Xie Ying felt a faint call the moment she entered the secret realm. Her sixth sense told her that it was the guidance of the 4th Dingtian hairpin fragment. Thankfully, though the call was weak, Xie Ying, holding the remaining 3 fragments, was able to determine the general direction. Especially as they ventured deeper into the flower forest, the feeling of bond grew stronger. This proved that their direction of travel was correct. But Xie Ying never expected that before she could even find the fragment of the Dingtian hairpin, she would be cornered by the group seeking her help. Xie Daoyu, we finally found you. Chapter 490. What do you want me for? Do I know you well? Xie Ying stared at the group of unfamiliar faces blocking her path, her face full of confusion. She pondered over it, finally coming to a conclusion: no one. But the people blocking her way didn't seem awkward at all, and even continued to try to establish a friendly relationship. We know you don't know us, but we've long heard of you. Xie Ying was actually quite annoyed by this kind of roundabout way of speaking, and immediately frowned and interrupted them. No need to beat around the bush, just speak directly. Well, I'm sure you're aware of the dangers of this crabapple forest. We heard you have the ability to control these blossoms and trees, so we like to ask for your advice. You've been deceived. I'm not a tree demon. How could I possibly control these blossoms and trees? Although she carried the token given by her godmother Chuanhe, she also carried a hint of her godmother's aura. But Xie Ying knew clearly that her immunity wasn't due to these external factors, but rather to her bloodline's power. So she couldn't tell anyone else, and it wasn't possible for her to tell anyone else. Everyone, please seek help from others. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Xie. But it was clear that this group didn't believe Xie Ying and the others, nor did they intend to let them off easily. The eyes of Xie Ying and the others grew colder. It seems you're going to resort to force when soft tactics don't work. Fellow Taoists, yeah, there are many more people who have seen you resist the attacks of the flower tree. It's a bit unreasonable for you to deny it now. It's understandable that fellow Taoists wants to keep your unique skills to yourself, but this is such a vast, ownerless secret realm, you can't keep it to yourself. Why don't you share the clues you discovered with everyone? Are you human? Fellow Taoists, why are you cursing? I'm not cursing you, I'm asking sincerely. After all, how could a human not understand what a human says? Xie Ying's smile faded. I said no, so no. If you want something, just go get it. Don't bother me here. Let's go! Fellow Taoists, The leader shouted, and the others immediately surrounded Xie Ying and the other 5. At the same time, another group, having received the message and rushed over, joined the attack on Xie Ying without hesitation. Xie Ying glanced around and noticed quite a few familiar faces, the very people she had helped break the formation and rescued not long ago. TSK. Human nature is truly ugly. Xie Ying sighed softly. The story of Mr. Donghua and the wolf is truly true. The faces of the others, understanding Xie Ying's sarcasm, changed. They wanted to say something to atone for themselves, but Xie Ying didn't give them the chance. Xie Ying's pretty face turned cold. You want to snatch something from me? Then show me your true abilities. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying, Ji Yuan, and the others attacked in unison. A phantom blood vine, like a sea monster's tentacles, flew out from behind her, accurately whipping the nearest individuals away. She raised her hand, and the nether azure lotus flame leaped from her palm, transforming into a long whip. A wall of cyan flames rose from the ground, blocking the approaching forces. Xie Ying stood leisurely, whipping away those who attempted to charge one by one. Those touched by the nether azure lotus flame instantly erupted in an inextinguishable flame, the searing pain piercing their very souls, leaving them rolling on the ground. Xie Ying wouldn't let such people increase her bloodlust, but the suffering they deserved would only increase. As for the other 4, their methods varied. Ji Yuan, who had long been eager to strike, didn't need Xie Ying's words before charging into the crowd and slaughtering them. As for Xie Zhouzhou, hired by Xie Ying for a large sum of money, he felt as if his employer was being bullied. Without even drawing his sword, he struck down each one. Ji Junior brother. This man is mine, so don't fight me for it. I already taken the money. Ji Yuan, Because Xie Zhouzhou was such an aggressive thug, Xie Ying didn't even have a chance to strike. She simply stood there quietly, while Xie Zhouzhou swept away all obstacles. Next time you try to bully the weak with your numbers, think about your strength. Just because you're in numbers doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I teach you a lesson this time. If we meet again, humph, I wouldn't mind a few more lives. Xie Zhouzhou coldly declared, sword in hand, before he and Xie Ying and the others departed. When the other accomplices arrived, they saw a group of people lying on the ground, wailing. Xie Ying, who had already left, had already forgotten about these people. Suya, however, was still visibly angry, defending Xie Ying the entire way. Those people are such ungrateful bastards. I just helped them, and they turned around and colluded with others to ambush me. How can people be so shameless? People are just so shameless. Guan Kong suddenly added, a warning, as you spend more time in the world of immortal cultivation, you realize, human nature is the most complex thing in this world. Sometimes, those you love hurt you the most. But the ones who lend a hand in times of need are often strangers. But when your kindness is betrayed, aren't you all angry? What's there to be angry about? Xie Zhouzhou glanced at him, as if he were looking at a child. We didn't help out of kindness, but out of self-interest, so we're not surprised by what happened. As for getting angry at those people, that's completely unnecessary, it's a waste of time. Suya's face was clear. The human world is truly complex. Xiaolu doesn't understand, but he learned from it. As the group walked deeper into the forest, the flower forest finally began to change. Chapter 491. The light in the forest gradually dimmed, and the sea of flowers that had always covered everyone's heads finally slowly withdrew. The branches seemed to come alive, beginning to retreat in an orderly manner in all directions, revealing the true appearance of this world. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, its cool moonlight pouring down, coating everything in the secret realm with a silver glow. The surrounding crabapple trees had somehow returned to their normal size, and everyone finally saw, beneath the crescent moon, a floating pavilion in the sky. The pavilion was half hidden in the clouds, its eaves seemingly touching the sky. Moonlight poured down, enveloping it in a cold silver light, a dreamlike illusion permeated with a sense of unreality. At the same time, Xie Ying felt a powerful call. Others couldn't see it, but Xie Ying could clearly sense a white spiritual thread stretching from her body to the sky, its end point being the floating pavilion. Moreover, the moment she saw the pavilion, Xie Ying's heart began to race uncontrollably. Hurry, her intuition told her that besides the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin, the pavilion also contained something that belonged only to her. She had to obtain it. Ji Huyuan noticed Xie Ying's gaze and understood. Is the thing we're looking for in the sky-high pavilion? Well, it seems the pavilion only appears at night. During the day, a vast flower forest blocks the way. We won't even be able to see the pavilion, let alone its existence. Hurry, go over and see what's going on before we discuss our next steps. The flower forest itself was actually a maze, but now that the blossoms had faded, revealing the true nature of the secret realm, Xie Ying was glad she hadn't used the Mingzhao glass lamp from the beginning. The sky-high pavilion was clearly deep within the flower forest. If the Mingzhao glass lamp had led them out of the maze, it would have completely defeated their original goal. And now, with the guidance of the white spiritual thread, visible only to Xie Ying, the group reached the sky-high pavilion even more swiftly. Even so, by the time the 5 of them arrived at the pavilion, they were already surrounded by a crowd. But perhaps having received a message from their companions, they didn't approach Xie Ying and the others recklessly to cause trouble. Lin Yuexiang, not far away, saw Xie Ying, and her eyes lit up slightly. Xie Ying had actually entered this secret realm. That meant it must contain many valuable treasures. Lin Yuexiang knew how much Xie Ying disliked her, so her first reaction upon seeing her was to hide herself. She didn't want to be lectured by Xie Ying in front of so many people. Lin Yuexiang's every move was naturally observed by Dai Tian standing nearby. Dai Tian had gone to great lengths to hide in a jade bracelet and come to Lin Yuexiang's side, so that she could be trained from a young age to suit their needs. So that Lin Yuexiang could successfully succeed Xie Ying and simultaneously plunder the luck of the most fortunate in the world of immortal cultivation. But now, it seemed that, let alone replacing Xie Ying and gaining access to her resources, even when it came to plundering others' luck, Lin Yuexiang was becoming increasingly incompetent. Originally, the 4 brothers of the Yutian sect were all blessed with great luck, and Lin Yuexiang was initially adept at managing them. But after the incident with Xie Ying, everything changed. Not only did the amount of luck he plundered fluctuate, but with the deaths of Gu Qinghuai, Wang Qing, and Yi Qianshao, their luck completely dissipated and returned to the world. As for the amount that flowed to Lin Yuexiang, it was even less. Of the 4 people he had chosen for Lin Yuexiang long ago, only Di Qinghua remained, the most difficult to capture. Dai Tian had considered leaving the Yutian sect to find other candidates for Lin Yuexiang, but He Lianyao was already one of them, and his previous arguments were merely excuses to keep Lin Yuexiang in check. As for the remaining individuals with great luck, they were none other than those in the 9 great sects and the Immortal Demon Alliance. Unfortunately, most of these people were close friends with Xie Ying, making it impossible for Dai Tian to target them. He had to settle for disciples from renowned immortal cultivation families. If Dai Tian had followed his original plan, Lin Yuexiang should have already accumulated sufficient luck by this time, and then leveraged her status among the elite disciples of various sects to eliminate those in the immortal cultivation world who might pose a threat. But the reality was that not only had they failed to stir up much trouble within the immortal cultivation world, but they were nearly crushed to the ground by Xie Ying, a young and inexperienced person. Dai Tian was deeply depressed, especially now that he had seen Xie Ying again during his half-spring break. He felt deeply that his prediction from 100 years ago had been correct. Xie Ying truly was their nemesis. As Xie Ying approached the sky-high pavilion, she felt 2 burning gazes fixed on her, but when she followed their gazes, she saw only a crowd of heads. What's wrong, junior sister? Nothing really matters. Xie Ying's gaze reached the pavilion in midair, its carved railings and painted buildings resembling a celestial palace. The question now is how to get inside. When she arrived earlier, she had noticed someone attempting to fly up to the pavilion on a sword. But once they actually took flight, they realized that no matter how high they flew, they were always just a fraction away from the sky-high pavilion. It seemed so close, yet it was actually so far away. They speculated that an invisible barrier stood between them and the sky-high pavilion, preventing them from getting even a single step closer, no matter how hard they tried. But after careful observation, Xie Ying had a different theory. Perhaps they and the pavilion weren't even in the same space. Chapter 492. Xie Ying shared her speculation with the other 4 via telepathic communication, and they quickly confirmed it. Junior sister Xia's words make sense. That possibility can't be ruled out. But if we're not in the same dimension as the Sky Castle, how can we get in? Suya is young, after all, and hasn't experienced much. so it's natural for him to be hesitant. Also, I noticed that the people who tried to rob Sister Sia earlier glanced at us repeatedly. I suspect they're waiting for us to retrieve the treasure from the Sky Castle before joining forces to rob us. There weren't many of them just now, but if the rest of them all ganged up on us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't worry, I already considered this, so I tampered with them a little bit before whipping them. What tampering? Suya asked subconsciously. Xiang raised her lips slightly, not afraid to tell Suya. I cast a spell on him. If they had remained quiet and refrained from provoking me, then nothing would have happened. But if they dared harbor even the slightest ill intention towards me, I wouldn't have to do anything. The curse within them would have activated, and I would have taught them a lesson. Xiang didn't say much, but the others weren't surprised. They were clearly already familiar with Xiang's ways. Though Suya was somewhat shocked, he wasn't a blind believer, and he naturally understood that Xiang's actions were not wrong. To put it bluntly, Xiang had already given them a chance to choose again. As long as those people stopped targeting Xiang, the curse would naturally have little impact on them. But if they harbored ill intentions and suffered the curse's backlash, it would be their own fault and no one else's fault. Xiang and the other four stood in a corner, forming their own group. The others, unaware of the situation, refrained from any rash action. Ning Yuchao and his group, who arrived later, also spotted Xiang and the others in the corner. Ning Yuchao was actually a capable man who valued talent, but due to the previous incident with Ning Yu and the others, he still had some preconceived notions about Xiang. So, in comparison, Ning Mingshu's attitude was noticeably friendlier. Although Ning Mingshu was interested in getting to know Xiang, she knew now was not the right time, so the Ning family members also stood still and did nothing. Everyone waited, waiting for the next person to take the initiative. Knowing that flying swords couldn't reach the Sky Tower, no one would be foolish enough to waste spiritual energy on a futile attempt. As time passed, more and more people gathered there. When everyone arrived at the Sky Tower, the silent secret realm finally underwent a new transformation. It was like a long-dormant forest suddenly awakening. The chirping of insects and birds, the gurgling of water, the rustling of branches in the mountain breeze. These tiny yet vibrant beings slowly emerged from the secret realm. Only then did this secret realm truly come alive. Look, what's that? A cry of surprise caught everyone's attention. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he pointed. They saw a tiny black dot in the crescent moon, high in the sky, rapidly approaching them. As the dot drew closer, everyone realized it was a girl, no more than 10 years old, with a pair of dreamy purple wings and twin buns. Along with this little girl came the devastating pressure of a fusion stage cultivator. Nearly half the people present were crushed to their knees by this terrifying pressure. A few, like Xiang, with strong cultivation, remained standing, but their pale faces showed they were merely holding on. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly horrified. This seemingly ordinary little girl was actually a fusion stage cultivator? Could such a thing actually exist? You must understand that due to the fading spiritual energy in the cultivation world, those who had already reached the fusion stage have been secluded, attempting to find ways to reach new heights. The highest level of combat power currently active in the cultivation world is only at the divine transformation stage. Most importantly, the current world of cultivation is no longer as strong as it once was. Even fusion stage cultivators, who remain in seclusion, are still few and far between. But now you tell them that this secret realm actually hides a powerful fusion stage cultivator? And the girl's appearance clearly shows she's not human. If she's not human, then she can't be the lingering consciousness of the secret realm's owner, yet she's clearly guarding this place. This means she's most likely the owner's former spirit pet transformed into a human form. Those who figured this out felt they'd fallen into a massive trap. Who told them the half-spring rest secret realm's owner was only a half-step divine transformation? What half-step divine transformation could convince a fusion stage expert to willingly stay here and protect the secret realm after their own demise? Their misjudgment of half-spring rest had left everyone's desire for treasures extinguished, leaving only fear and submission to the powerful. Some wanted to beg for mercy, but found themselves unable to even speak. Just when most people were extremely panicked, the little girl with a pair of dreamy purple wings finally spoke the first words after seeing them. Chapter 493. Are you the destined ones the master spoke of? A bunch of weaklings, how dare you covet the treasures my master left behind? The girl's tone was clearly filled with annoyance, as if she were ready to wring their necks at any moment to send them to accompany her master. The crowd was on the verge of tears. If they had known the half-spring break would be so absurd, they wouldn't have even thought of coming here to hunt for treasure. Back then, they practically fought tooth and nail to get a ticket to the Shaosheng building, but now it seemed like they were rushing to die. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, the girl suddenly withdrew her imposing aura and snorted coldly. Go, let me see how capable you are, and whether you're worthy of the treasures my master left behind. As the girl finished her words, the moonlight shrouding the sky-high tower solidified into a series of white jade steps that stretched down the stairs. The castle in the sky, seemingly unreachable, suddenly seemed to have landed on reality. The distance between them was no longer an insurmountable chasm, but hundreds of moonlit steps. Climb these steps and enter the tower on your own merit. All the treasures within the tower, if you are capable of taking them, are yours. But if you are greedy and attempt to take more than you deserve, you will pay with your life. The little girl didn't want to engage in any further conversation. Having said what was necessary, she flew aside, remaining silent and staring coldly at the group. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one knew whether the little girl's words were true or false, and even less whether the steps before them were a new trap. Therefore, no one wanted to be the first to try. The young girl glared coldly at what she considered a group of cowardly yet greedy people. Just as she was about to offer a sarcastic remark, she saw Xiaoying swiftly ascend the stairs, followed closely by Ji Heyuan and the others. Seeing this, the young girl reluctantly swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ning Yuchao pondered for a moment, but decided not to follow. Instead, he bowed to the young girl and tentatively asked, "Thank you, senior, for your mercy. I'm just wondering if there are any rules for climbing these stairs? If you want to climb, go ahead. If you don't, get out. Stop testing the waters." Ning Yuchao's smile faltered after being directly rebuked. For a moment, he was unsure how to react. Finally, Ning Mingshu gently tugged on his sleeve, offering him a step. "Brother, go up first. We're almost out of sight." The others had already followed Xiaoying after seeing her ascend the stairs without incident. No one wanted to be left behind and miss out on an opportunity. Ning Mingshu felt the same way. If Ning Yuchao hadn't been so clever as to insist on testing this senior, with their speed, they might have already caught up with Xiaoying. But now? Ning Mingshu didn't want to say more. Ning Yuchao knew he had wasted considerable time, so without waiting for his sister Ning Mingshu to urge him, he took the lead and headed up. Meanwhile, Xiaoying and the other four were only a few steps away from the sky-high pavilion. The staircase totaled only a few hundred steps, a mere fraction for those who had long since transcended the mortal realm. Xiaoying had initially shared Ning Yuchao's suspicions, believing the staircase must hold some hidden secret. However, upon ascending, she discovered the path was surprisingly easy. The moonlit staircase offered no resistance at all, and instead, brought peace of mind to those who walked upon it. Until Xiaoying reached the last step and stood before the sealed palace gate, she encountered no danger. This unexpectedly smooth progress gave Xiaoying and the others a sense of unreality. We arrived so smoothly? Why does it feel so unreal? What fellow Taoist he has said is exactly what I'm thinking. Guan Kong nodded in agreement. It feels a little too unnatural that this is all going so smoothly. So what should we do? Suya looked up innocently. Are we still going in? Of course we are. Ji Heyuan turned to look at him. We come this far. Should we stop for something that hasn't happened yet? Xiaoying, on the other hand, didn't even bother to say a word. Her actions immediately demonstrated her resolve. She pushed open the immensely heavy palace gate before her. A dazzling, multicolored light rushed forward, obscuring their vision. Xiaoying took a step forward and then tripped and fell. Colorful light surged from all directions, enveloping everyone and swallowing them unconsciously. Before she was forced to pass out, Xiaoying felt not panic but rather relief. That's right, this is the way it should be. She knew they wouldn't be able to obtain the treasure so easily. Danger was only natural. After Xiaoying and the other five were engulfed by the colorful light, the heavy palace gates closed again, until the next group pushed them open again. When Xiaoying opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a dilapidated temple. Because she and Ji Heyuan and the others had stepped into the colorful light together, they hadn't been separated even after falling into their current location. When she awoke, the other four were still unconscious. Xiaoying checked their pulses, confirming they were merely drowsy and not seriously injured, and she dismissed them. Instead, she took the opportunity to call out to Yinin. Yinin, what's going on? A crackling sound of electricity filled her mind, as if the signal was poor and unreceiving. After a long moment, Yinin finally responded. However, she screamed like a groundhog in Xiaoying's mind. Ah, host! What have you done? How did you end up in the Wanxiang continent 300 years ago? Chapter 494. Xiaoying's ears hurt from the howling, and it took her a long time to react. What do you mean? I traveled through time again? This isn't some illusion or some secret realm conjured by obsession, But the real Wanxiang continent from 300 years ago? She rubbed her forehead speechlessly. Why didn't I have this kind of guaranteed winning lottery ticket before I traveled through time? I don't think I'm a Chaos Saint body with incredibly fast cultivation speed. I'm probably a transmigration saint body, a saint body that's highly likely to fall into a space-time gap wherever I go. You mean, Host, this is really hard on you. You're still in the mood to tell jokes at this critical juncture. What else can I do? Xiang rolled her eyes, looking like she was throwing a tantrum. I already traveled through time. Can my crying, raging, and impotent rage just cause another space-time rift to appear and send me back? And I never seen a group of people travel through time and space and arrive at the same place in perfect unison without missing a single person. So I suspect it wasn't a coincidence that we fell through the space-time rift and traveled back 300 years. Perhaps there was already a space-time tunnel in that castle in the sky that went back 300 years. No matter who opens that door, they fall into the space-time tunnel and be sent back 300 years. Xiang didn't wait for Yin to speak before voicing her own speculations and opinions. I heard that once a cultivator reaches the tribulation crossing stage and successfully crosses the tribulation crossing lightning tribulation, there's a certain chance they awaken a talent and master some of the power of the laws. Although rumors spread that the owner of Half Spring Rest is only a half step into the divine transformation realm, if this senior is deliberately concealing his strength, no one else will know. After all, even those who guarded this secret realm for her after her death were powerful cultivators at the fusion stage, so this senior should be at least at the tribulation crossing stage. But whether they're at the tribulation crossing stage or the strongest Mahayana stage, they're highly likely to have mastered the power of the laws. Who knows, perhaps the senior mastered the laws of time and space. After hearing Xia Ying's analysis, Yining couldn't help but give her host a thumbs up. Host, you're truly clever. Yining couldn't give a definitive answer as to the true strength of the owner of Half Spring Break, or whether he truly mastered the power of time and space. But Yining's recent investigation revealed that the space-time tunnel at the castle in the sky was indeed laid long ago. So now the host has both good news and bad news. The good news is that this is likely a test set by the senior for those entering the secret realm. Only those who pass this test have a chance to receive the inheritance she left behind. Since the senior had already set up the time-space tunnel, the host should be transported back to their original time and space after passing the test. The bad news is, if the host fails the test, they will be stuck in this time and space 300 years ago. 300 years ago, the world of immortal cultivation was far from the straightened state it is today. Furthermore, if the host is unable to return to their own time and space, after 300 years, they will most likely be wiped out by the laws of nature. Because there shouldn't be two identical Xia Yings in the same time and space. After all, she is their host, and Yining doesn't want Xia Ying to remain stuck 300 years ago, unable to return to her own time and space, ultimately being rectified and wiped out by the laws of nature. With the death of Xia Ying, the host, her system would be more than a simple mission failure. So this time, Yin didn't offer the usual vague explanations, but instead laid out the pros and cons clearly, lest Xia Ying accidentally end up in an irreversible situation. And host, you must avoid any involvement with the karma of this space-time other than the master of the secret realm. Love and hatred are easy to break, but karma is hard to erase. The more unwarranted karma you rub shoulders with here, the harder it will be to escape this space-time in the future. I understand. Xia Ying nodded earnestly without further questioning. The facts were before her, and there was no other way but to face them head-on. Having understood most of what she needed to know, Xia Ying didn't intend to waste any more time. With a slight flip of her wrist, for nightmare talismans appeared between her fingers. With a flick of her wrist, they were accurately placed on the foreheads of Ji Hiyuan and the other three. As a cultivator, she didn't know how to handle her blows, and she was afraid to injure them with a single slap. So, she decided to give them a nightmare. I hope Xiao He and the others wake up soon, so I can discuss the next steps with them. Xia Ying sat on the threshold of the dilapidated temple, bored and waiting for them to wake up. Thankfully, the nightmare talisman never failed her. Just minutes after it was affixed, a shrill scream echoed through the sky above the dilapidated temple. Ah! My spirit stones? Xie Jiuzhou, his face shrouded in fear, sat up with a somersault. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was all a dream, though the reality of the dream still lingered in his heart. Xie Jiuzhou patted his chest in fear. Fortunately, it was just a dream. My spirit stones are still there, not a single one missing. Xia Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Xia, you truly love your spirit stone. Of course. Xie nodded without hesitation. My greatest love is my sword. Besides that, only spirit stones can move me. While the two of them were saying these words, the other three woke up one after another. Guankong was a highly accomplished Buddhist practitioner. Even after waking from a nightmare, his expression remained calm, clearly unperturbed by the events of the dream. As for Jihayuan and Suya, while their reactions weren't as intense as Xie, their faces weren't particularly pleased. Jihayuan sat up and saw the still ineffective nightmare talisman that had fallen on him. He immediately understood the nightmare. However, he didn't think Xie would be so idle as to use the nightmare talisman to play a trick on them. His immediate reaction was that the situation was not good. Especially after taking in the surrounding scenery, this thought became even more certain. Jihayuan went straight to the point. Junior sister, have we fallen into some difficult illusion again? Chapter 495. No, this is far worse than an illusion. Xie flatly denied it, unconcerned with their thoughts, and simply told them the truth. We must have fallen into a time tunnel, and been transported back to the Vientiane continent 300 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Xie Ying's words were clearly too unexpected. Even if everyone had been mentally prepared, they would never have imagined they would actually be transported back 300 years. Xie knew that this was absurd and outrageous. If she hadn't had the experience of time travel before, she wouldn't have accepted the truth so quickly. This is just my analysis and conjecture based on the current situation. She unloaded all her previously prepared thoughts, including her speculation about the strength of the half-spring break master and her suspicion that this senior might possess the power of the laws of time and space. She naturally ignored Enin's existence, simply telling them that she possessed a special secret treasure that could determine the exact time and space they were in. Who in the world of immortal cultivation doesn't have a few unspoken secrets? Even the closest of hearts aren't necessarily completely open with one another. They've known each other for a long time, and they're all extremely measured people. They wouldn't rashly cross each other's boundaries simply because of their close relationship. On the contrary, it's precisely because of their close friendship that they're reluctant to pry into their companion's secrets. Everyone has the right to keep their secrets. And they all trust Xie wouldn't joke about such a thing, so no one would doubt her. Jihayuan was the first to recover. Whether this is a time and space from 300 years ago or not, our being sent here is definitely not an accident. As junior sister said, this is a test that the senior has given to all who enter the secret realm. Sitting here and discussing for any longer won't yield any results. Why not go out and search for clues and find out what this test is? But after all the effort it took to send so many people here, this test definitely can't be easy. What do you all think? I have no objection. You decide. Xie unconditionally obeyed all decisions made by their team. Suya, the least knowledgeable of the five, naturally didn't act smart and make rash comments. He decisively followed Xie lead. Buddhist Guankong pondered for a moment. I think junior sister Xie's analysis makes sense. But if this is truly the Vientiane continent from 300 years ago, then to avoid any unwarranted karma, it's best not to use our real identities when traveling. That's not difficult. Just make up a pseudonym. Let's go out and see where on the Vientiane continent we've been transported. The group discussed the next steps and prepared to leave. But just as they stood up, a gentle breeze blew from nowhere, blowing away the tattered curtains hanging from the dilapidated temple, revealing the statue that had once been enshrined there. Everyone was stunned when they saw the statue. The statue had a human head and a snake body, majestic and holy, its brows and eyes full of gentleness and compassion. It was actually a statue of Nuwa. The temple had long been neglected and no one had worshipped or cleaned it, so the statue was covered in dust. Only Nuwa's brows and eyes remained gentle and compassionate, as if no matter what she had experienced, she would not bear the slightest resentment towards the children she had created. Xie didn't know why, but when she saw the Nuwa statue, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the bottom of her heart. Buddhist disciple, is there any place in the Wanxiang continent dedicated to the goddess Nuwa? I'm not entirely sure. But after careful consideration, Guankong Buddhist disciple shook his head. The Wanxiang continent is divided into the mortal world and the immortal world. The mortal world has numerous temples. People pray for good weather, family harmony, and official success. Therefore, temples dedicated to various deities, and Buddhas are constantly emerging in the mortal world. In the immortal world, everyone has their own way and doesn't believe in gods. Aside from Buddhist temples dedicated to the Buddha, it stands to reason that few people would build temples dedicated to a particular deity. Besides, even in the mortal world, few people worship the goddess Nuwa. And since this temple is so dilapidated, I imagine this Niwa temple has been abandoned for years. Xia Ying nodded. She knew what Guankong Buddhist disciple said made sense. Although she did have some concerns about the Niwa statue, now was not the time to dwell on it. Let's forget about that for now. Let's go out and look for clues. The secret realm is in the crabapple forest outside Yujing City. Even if that senior used the rift in time and space to teleport us back 300 years, I don't think it should be too far from Yujing City. The five of them quickly reached a consensus and turned to leave the ruined temple. But this time, Xia Ying's judgment was gravely wrong. Until then, their attention was completely absorbed by the fact that they had fallen into the time tunnel and returned 300 years ago, and no one noticed the changes in the spiritual energy around them. It was only after they left the ruined temple that they realized how pitifully thin the spiritual energy available for them to absorb and utilize was. The air was filled with a foul aura woven from the intertwining of various desires. This wasn't outside Yujing City, nor was it the realm of immortal cultivators. It was the mortal realm, separated by a boundless ocean. Everyone stood in the wind, their hearts agitated. Being sent back 300 years was one thing, but being sent back to the mortal realm was another. What on earth was this senior trying to test them on? Thankfully, they were adaptable and quickly accepted the situation and headed for the nearest city. Although the mortal and immortal realms were separated by the Wanxiang continent and didn't interfere with each other, both sides were well aware of each other's existence, so the appearance of a few cultivators from the mortal realm wasn't surprising. However, it's worth noting that not everyone in the mortal realm welcomed the arrival of the immortal cultivators, and their attitude towards them was far from friendly. Especially since this was 300 years ago, the relationship between cultivators and mortals was tense to the point of being on edge. Younger disciples like Xia Ying didn't know much about what had happened. They only knew that it seemed like the mortal world had suffered a major catastrophe at that time, and thanks to the assistance of the immortal world, they were able to survive it safely. Relations between the two realms began to ease since then. Every few years, the Immortal Demon Alliance sends members to the mortal world to select children with spiritual roots capable of cultivating immortals and good character to return to the immortal world for careful training. Could it be that the Elder's test was related to the catastrophe that befell the mortal world back then? This thought crossed the minds of several people, but they could only roughly confirm that this happened in the mortal world 300 years ago, but they couldn't be sure of the exact time frame. So, to be on the safe side, they unanimously decided to conceal their identities as cultivators and discuss their next steps after determining the nature of the test. Compared to the ease of these 5 individuals, the others, who had been randomly transported to other locations and were completely unaware of their current situation, appeared far more miserable. Chapter 496. Ning Yuchao and his companions were stranded in a suburban compound. It happened that flower thieves were rampant recently. After waking up, the few of them were spotted by the servants of the compound before they could even introduce themselves. They were then chased for 2 miles. As candidates for the next head of the Ning family, Ning Yuchao and Ning Mingshu naturally acted with greater caution than the average person. Noticing that the servants and others in the compound were dressed differently from them, Ning Yuchao became suspicious and immediately stopped Ning Yu and the others from attacking. After fleeing the compound and making repeated inquiries nearby, he finally confirmed that this was not the familiar immortal realm, but the mortal realm beyond the sea. Even the impassive Ning Yuchao could barely contain his anger. However, the Ning family members were fortunate. At least they encountered no danger and quickly determined their current location. Of all those who entered the secret realm of Half-Spring Break and became the one who stepped into the castle in the air, Lin Yuexiang was undoubtedly the most unfortunate. The others landed in different locations, but fortunately, whether it was the slums or the beggar's den, they were all easy to escape from. However, Lin Yuexiang's own luck had been significantly affected by her repeated failures in plundering others' luck. So, she landed not elsewhere, but in the city's largest brothel, Wan Inn Pavilion. Lin Yuexiang was naturally beautiful, with a natural, pitiful charm between her features. Her aura was indescribably ethereal even in the mortal world. For such a beauty to land in a brothel was like a sheep entering a den of wolves. Moreover, how could the madam, who had built such a brothel into such a large and powerful business, be a kind person? Wan Inn Pavilion's madam, revered by the brothel's inhabitants as Hua Mama, knew the moment she laid eyes on Lin Yuexiang that she would become her new cash cow and immediately ordered her to be captured. Hua Mama didn't care how Lin Yuexiang arrived. She knew only that once she entered Wan Yin Pavilion, she was hers. Lin Yuexiang was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Seeing the opponent preparing to attack without any reason, she summoned her spirit sword with a wave of her hand. The spirit sword swung out, its energy sending the thugs charging forward flying. Wow! You're a cultivator! Hua Mama, upon seeing Lin Yuexiang conjure a sword from thin air, instantly guessed her identity. However, far from being intimidated by the immortal before her, the glint in her eyes only grew brighter. Girls from the immortal cultivation realm are even more valuable. Go! Bring me the holy water I beg from the Grand Master. You must capture him today, no matter what. Lin Yuexiang still couldn't comprehend what was happening, but her intuition told her that this holy water was definitely not something good, and just as she swung her sword, she felt a resistance, as if some mysterious force was preventing her from using her spiritual power. The experience she gained from being beaten so many times by Xiang told her to flee now. So, without hesitation, Lin Yuexiang crushed the only remaining top-grade teleportation talisman. Mother Hua clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuexiang to be so different from the casual cultivators she encountered and manipulated in the past, possessing a teleportation talisman. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuexiang vanished from sight. As for Dai Tian, who had entered the Sky Tower with Lin Yuexiang, he wasn't trapped in the space-time tunnel like the others, but was instead directly excluded. This was because Dai Tian was a possessed person, and the master of the secret realm clearly couldn't tolerate any injustice. She wouldn't hand over the inheritance and opportunities she left behind to a wicked cultivator who possessed another's body. Lin Yuexiang was transported directly outside the city by a teleportation talisman. Even so, she still couldn't recover from her shock. Thankfully, the feeling of spiritual power being blocked disappeared once they reached the city, and Lin Yuexiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to use her unique connection with Dai Tian to locate him, but to no avail. Just as she was debating whether to enter the city again to investigate, she happened to encounter Ning Yuchao and his group, who were also planning to enter. The Ning family of the Central Realm had always been reclusive, rarely interfering in outside affairs. So, despite knowing of the feud between Lin Yuexiang and Xiang, Ning Yuchao didn't deliberately target Lin Yuexiang. On the contrary, Ning Yuchao, upon seeing Lin Yuexiang's bewildered expression, considerately explained that this was the mortal realm, vastly separated from the realm of immortal cultivators. After her experience at Wanyan Pavilion, Lin Yuexiang no longer wished to act alone. She wanted to form a temporary alliance with Ning Yuchao and the others, so she proactively informed them of the unusual situation in the city. After a brief discussion, the group made the same decision as Xiang and the others: conceal their cultivator identities and enter the city to investigate. Just as Lin Yuexiang encountered Ning Yuchao and the others, Xiang and the others had already arrived outside the city. Cultivator's sixth senses were superior to those of ordinary people, allowing them to clearly see what was happening at the city gates without even approaching them. The first thing that caught their eye was the three ancient, majestic characters on the city gate: Jinong City. Jinong City, it seems, is the capital of Yuehua, one of the 5 nations in the mortal realm? Young senior sister, I'm not mistaken. Thanks to their junior brother Song Xiushi, who came from the mortal realm, Xiaing and Ji Heyuan had some basic knowledge of the mortal realm. I remember Six's junior brother once said that the Yuehua kingdom is the most xenophobic, and especially repulsive to cultivators. 300 years ago, when relations between the mortal and immortal realms were still stagnant, the Yuehua kingdom was the most violent, even with unknown sources of support. They actually used their capital as a formation, with a century of national destiny as the center, to construct a formation specifically designed to suppress cultivators beneath the capital Jinong City. Back then, many independent cultivators, unaware of this, met tragic deaths at the hands of the ordinary mortals of Jinong City. This incident has become a scandal that no one in the immortal realm wants to mention. Hiss. Suya gasped. So, isn't Jinong City extremely dangerous? Danger is inevitable. If it weren't, how could it be considered a test? Xie shook his head, his eyes scanning the few people. However, since Jinong City is so hostile to cultivators, we must make some preparations before entering. Our current attire doesn't look like that of ordinary mortals. That's easy. Our robes can generally be customized to suit our tastes. I also have talismans to conceal our aura and appearance. We can use them together to avoid being discovered. Right now, the more important thing is how to enter the city without arousing suspicion, Xiang said, her gaze falling on the people queuing at the city gate. They then saw Xiang apply an invisibility talisman to herself and head towards the gate. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Chapter 497. Although they could indeed use invisibility talismans and teleportation talismans to enter Jinong City unnoticed, they would have to stay in Jinong City for another day if they didn't find out what the test set by the Secret Realm Senior was. Under such circumstances, obtaining an identity that allowed them to move around the city openly was not only important, but also convenient. Xia Ying didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble due to her unclear identity. She strolled around the city gate and returned with 5 more passes and identity documents. I copied these from what those people had. Just come up with a pseudonym and fill it in. Xia Ying handed the passes and identity documents to several people, then without hesitation, filled in a pseudonym, Yin Xiaowei. Yin is the radical of Xia. Xiaowei means star, just like the firefly in her name, whose light, though small, still shines and warms, illuminating her own world. Even before her time travel, Xia Ying had been using Yin Xiaowei as her alias on various social media platforms. Now that she needed a fake identity, she naturally continued using it. Soon after Xia Ying filled in her own name, the others followed suit. Xie Jiuzhou, too lazy to think, followed Xia Ying's lead and simply filled in Yin Xiaojiu. Ji Huyuan changed his name to Suyu. Suya changed his name to Suya. As for Guan Kong, he simply returned to his original family name and took the name Su Guan. After all, they didn't intend to attract attention, so a more normal name would leave less of a mark on people's minds. Xia Ying and Xie Jiuzhou's pseudonyms were similar, so they simply addressed each other as brother and sister. Having easily resolved their identity issues, the 5 people changed their attire in a flash and calmly headed towards Jinyang City. Despite Jinyang City's massive formation designed to counter cultivators, and the mysterious individuals behind it aiding and abetting the persecution of cultivators, the soldiers defending the city were all ordinary people. Thus, they simply affixed their seals and let them pass, oblivious to any flaws in the pass and identity documents. As for the cultivators already within the city, after a brief overview of the situation, they naturally understood that the crux of the matter lay within Jinyang City, and therefore would not voluntarily leave. Those outside the city, like Ning Yuchao, had employed various deceptive tactics to infiltrate, though they had to carefully conceal their identities. Although most of them were still unaware of Jinyang City's strangeness, their treatment of the cultivators within the city made them aware that they were not easy targets. After only half a day in Jinyang City, they had already gained a profound understanding of the hardships the cultivators endured. In Jinyang City, there's a place similar to the black market of the Immortal realm, called the Dark Market. Here, all sorts of transactions are conducted that aren't allowed to be seen in public. While some of the transactions on this black market are shady, they always adhere to the rules established by Xia Zhan, and nothing has gone wrong in all these years. But the Dark Market is different. It's a place where people are trafficked, specifically cultivators from the Immortal realm. Jinyang City is the imperial capital of Yuehua. With the support of the emperor and a Grand Master proficient in immortal magic at its helm, the people of Jinyang City are increasingly unfazed. The people of Jinyang City only knew their Grand Master as a supremely powerful being from the realm of immortal cultivation, willing to stand against them for the sake of mortals like them. Under the scheming of the revered Grand Master, those wandering cultivators, who had traveled across the ocean from the realm of immortal cultivation would be unnoticed by the formations, their spiritual power locked away, and ultimately sold into the Dark Market. The Dark Market was reserved for cultivators, who would use the Grand Master's methods to strip the spiritual roots and bones of temporarily incapacitated wandering cultivators, then sell them at a high price and transplant them into other bodies. In this way, mortals without the aptitude for cultivation could also gain the opportunity to cultivate immortality through the purchased spiritual roots and bones. Despite the numerous drawbacks of this method, countless people would spend their entire fortunes to acquire a share of these spiritual roots and bones. After all, for the wealthy and powerful, immortality allowed them to create greater wealth and enjoy greater happiness in this mortal world. Therefore, the Dark Market never lacks business. The only thing it lacks is commodity like cultivators. Cultivators stripped of their spiritual roots and spiritual bones receive no mercy. They are sold a second time by the Dark Market. Male cultivators are sold to the lowest levels, doing the hardest and most exhausting labor. Female cultivators are sold to the major brothels in Jinyang City, becoming tools for these brothels to make money. One in Pavilion is the brothel with the most transactions with the Dark Market. After only half a day in Jinyang City, everyone gradually learned of the existence of this Dark Market. The reason they were able to obtain such crucial information so quickly wasn't because of their exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities. It was because the existence of the Dark Market and its activities were no secret in Jinyang City. Far from being a secret, it was something the people of Jinyang City were proud of, boasting about to outsiders. Look, what good was it for an immortal who was so high and mighty outside, able to call the wind and rain, once in their Jinyang City, wouldn't they become stepping stones under their feet, ultimately having to wag their tails and beg for mercy like dogs just to survive? It's no exaggeration to say that, regardless of their past grudges, upon learning of the existence of the dark field and what transpired within, the nearly 100 people who had fallen into Jinong City all felt an unspoken surge of inexpressible rage. Who, born into the world of immortal cultivation, didn't possess a measure of pride? They could accept failure, they could accept death, but they could never accept being trampled upon in such a humiliating manner. Many began to speculate whether the test given to them by the master of the secret realm was to rescue the innocent cultivators trapped within the dark field. Suya shared the same suspicion. Sister, these mortals in Jinong City have gone too far. How can they treat us so poorly? Should we charge into the dark field and rescue the surviving cultivators? Perhaps this is a test set for us by that senior. It's not that simple. Xie glanced up at the innocent Suya, ruthlessly shattering his speculation. Don't forget, this isn't some recreated illusion. It's the very reality of 300 years ago. We must be extremely cautious in every move. If we accidentally taint the karmic consequences of 300 years ago, that's fine. But if we accidentally alter the past and alter the future situation on the Wanxiang continent, that's a fate you and I can't afford. Even if the test is truly to rescue those trapped in the dark field, I don't support acting rashly without first figuring out who that Grand Master is and how to break the formation in Jinong City. Chapter 498. We still need to find a way to approach the Grand Master to learn more useful information. Besides that, we also need to find a way to confirm that Senior's identity and locate him. Ji Heyuan expressed his support for Xie Jiuzhou's opinion. Guan Kong remained silent, but his expression clearly supported Xie Jiuzhou's side. Suya wasn't angry when his proposal was rejected. Although he was naive and often said inappropriate things, he was tactful and obedient. Since he knew he was wrong, he wouldn't insist on arguing with others about who was right or wrong. This was what his grandfather Shuku taught him. Talk less, watch more, learn more, listen more, and do more. Let's find an inn to stay in first, and then slowly plan. Xiang said, pulling out a bulging purse and pouring out a pile of silver to share among the group. We only accept silver, copper coins, and banknotes here. Don't bother with spirit stones. They're nice, but using them would be like exposing your identity. The other four, question marks. No, we understand the principle, but where did you get all that silver? Junior sister Yin, this silver is... Oh, this? Xiang waved her hand nonchalantly. I just stole it on the street. Remember that idiot on the street, who was bragging about the dark scene? I see he admires the dark scene so much, so he must have made a lot of money there. So don't worry. We're just robbing the rich to help the poor. We're upholding justice. Xiang spoke with a clear conscience, leading the four to the largest and most luxurious inn in Jinong City. Her life motto was, living over again wouldn't be easy, and she wouldn't let herself suffer, no matter what. Having barely spent the purse she just grabbed, Xiang was already thinking about where to make a bigger fortune. What? You're going to Wanyan Pavilion? Yes. That brothel owner there has done a lot of evil. She's got a lot of money, so I'm going to borrow some from her. Having transformed her cassock into a nightgown, Xiang stretched her muscles and strapped a simple whip around her waist. We don't know how long we'll be staying in Jinong City. This is at the foot of the Imperial City, where every inch of land is worth a fortune. The little silver we have today is only enough for us to stay in this inn for 2 days. If we want our identities to remain undiscovered, we must have sufficient silver. In the mortal world, silver is as valuable as spirit stones. Don't worry. I know my limits and won't lend too much. After all, if you pay back what you borrow, it's easy to borrow again. Several people, Young senior sister, are you borrowing? You don't plan on paying it back, do you? Why wouldn't I? On the 7th day after Mother Hua's death, I definitely pay her back 100-fold in paper money. Xie Ying's eyes curved with a thoughtful and well-behaved smile. Just wait for my good news. With that, she ignored what the others had to say and simply opened the window, clambered out, and quickly disappeared into the night. Xie Jiuzhou, about to follow, turned around and saw Xie Ying disappear. Question mark. Has she forgotten she has me as her thug? Junior brother Su. This is the first time I felt so incompetent as a thug. Ji Heyuan, Forget it, don't drag us down. Without using your spiritual power, even 10 of you wouldn't be enough for senior sister. Ji Heyuan looked at Xie Jiuzhou dimly. Junior sister is a physical cultivator. With her strength, it's no exaggeration to say she could kill a cow with a single punch. Amitabha. Guankong silently moved his prayer beads. I will first observe a moment of silence for the people of Wanyan Pavilion. Meanwhile, Wanyan Pavilion was at its busiest at night. The pavilion was filled with singing and dancing, and lewd music blared incessantly. Countless dignitaries and nobles enjoyed themselves with several dancers. Clad in nightgown, Xie Ying slipped silently into the backyard of Wanyan Pavilion with her agility, without alerting anyone. At this moment, she was crouching on the corridor, completely concealing herself in the shadows, observing the every move of Hua Mama, the madam of Wanyan Pavilion. After confirming the location of Hua Mama's room, she took advantage of an unnoticed moment to hop to the ground, her nightgown transformed into the attire of a Wanyan Pavilion tea maid. Wanyan Pavilion was bustling with people, so no one would notice a small tea maid. Thanks to her superb disguise, Xie Ying made her way unimpeded to Hua Mama's door, and slipped in with a flash. Xie Ying had assumed that someone as greedy as Hua Mama would have a room filled with treasures and magnificent. However, upon entering, she found it surprisingly elegant and quiet. It didn't look like the room of a brothel madam, but rather the residence of some renowned hermit. Xie Ying's intuition told her that Hua Mama must have many secrets, but she had no intention of exploring them right now. She simply wanted to make a fortune. Without hesitation, Xie Ying rushed to every possible hiding place in the room and began searching. Strangely, neither the makeup box nor the wardrobe contained any valuables, nor were there any hidden compartments in the walls. Just as Xie Ying was wondering if Hua Mama had taken the banknotes and run away, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the room. Judging from the footsteps, there was clearly someone else besides Hua Mama. Without hesitation, Xie Ying rolled under the bed, applying a concealing talisman to herself. Soon, the door opened, and Hua Mama's voice echoed from within. However, unlike the sweet and flattering voice from before, this voice was indescribably pleasant. "Why are you here at this hour? Does the Grand Master have any instructions? Are you not satisfied with the shipment you sent earlier?" "The shipment is fine. It's Jinyang City that's having problems." A deep male voice followed Hua Mama's. This man and Hua Mama were not only old acquaintances, but also clearly had a good relationship. Therefore, he didn't hold back and went straight to the point. "The Xi Nan in the Imperial Master's mansion has been vibrating continuously today, indicating that many cultivators from the Immortal realm have sneaked into Jinyang City. Right now is a critical juncture, and yet, so many cultivators have suddenly flooded into Jinyang City. This is clearly not a good thing. The Grand Master has petitioned the Emperor of you to conduct a thorough inspection of the city starting tomorrow. Any unidentified individuals found will be subdued with divine water and taken into custody. I come here specifically to inform you that Wanyan Pavilion is a mixed bag, making it extremely easy for someone to exploit loopholes. You must keep your subordinates on high alert, lest any problems arise, and the Grand Master reprimands them, blaming me for not notifying you in advance." Chapter 499. Hearing the man's remark, Mother Hua immediately thought of Lin Yuexiang, who had mistakenly entered her Wanyan Pavilion earlier that day and had managed to escape. Come to think of it, a female cultivator actually came to my Wanyan Pavilion today. Unlike the wandering cultivators of the past, she was dressed in remarkably luxurious clothing and even possessed a treasure that allowed her to teleport. Otherwise, I would have captured her and taken her to the dark field. Why didn't you report such an important matter to the Imperial Master's mansion immediately? It happened so suddenly. How could I have imagined that the cultivator might be anything more than simple? Mother Hua wasn't at all frightened by the man's attitude. Instead, she lazily admired the bright red nail polish she had just made. Besides, haven't there been enough cultivators who have intruded upon my Wanyan Pavilion for no apparent reason in the past? How could I possibly connect this incident to the unpredictable movements in the city's formation? Most importantly, in the eyes of the world, Wanyan Pavilion is just a brothel that makes money through shady dealings. It has nothing to do with the Imperial Master's mansion, let alone the virtuous Grand Master. Wanyan Pavilion's reputation doesn't matter, but if I were to send someone to the Imperial Master's mansion in broad daylight to seek an audience with the Grand Master, how would the people of Jinyang City view their beloved Grand Master? Mother Hua spoke slowly and thoughtfully, choking the man. He spoke for a long moment before resuming his conversation. "All right, I tell the Grand Master about this when we get back." "No need. I go with you to the Imperial Master's mansion now." Mother Hua's expression grew more serious, brushing off the non-existent dust from her skirt. "I'm not worried anyone will cause trouble in Wanyan Pavilion anyway. The sudden appearance of so many cultivators of unknown origin and possessing valuable treasures in Jinyang City might be related to Xieyutong. When it comes to understanding Xieyutong, you and the Grand Master can't compare to me. Thanks to the invisibility talisman, Hua Mama spoke to the man without reservation. Neither of them knew their conversation was being clearly overheard by Xia Ying, who was hiding under the bed. Long after the two men, who had reached a consensus, had left the room, Xia Ying cautiously crawled out from under the bed. But she didn't leave, continuing to search the room. Yin, witnessing all this in the system space, was at a loss for words, and couldn't help but offer some advice. Host, you're not really short of money. Shouldn't you follow Hua Mama, and see what they, and the Grand Master are up to? Who said that? I'm really short of money. Xia Ying's hands kept moving, but she didn't forget to explain. It's certain that Mother Hua and the Imperial Preceptor's mansion are engaged in shady dealings, but without knowing the Grand Preceptor's true identity, my rash pursuit would be like a pebble against a rock. You know, the Grand Preceptor was able to set up such a massive formation to restrain cultivators in Jinyang City. Do you think his Imperial Preceptor's mansion wouldn't have even more elaborate arrangements? Now that we're here, there's no point in rushing. It's most important to deal with the immediate situation. Yinin's mouth twitched. From her host's perspective, the most important task right now was to steal Mother Hua's hidden stash. God bless those who work hard. Xia Ying finally got what she most wanted. Who would have thought that Mother Hua didn't hide all her treasures, but instead exchanged them for banknotes and spread them directly on the bed? Xia Ying lifted the top layer of mattress and saw a dense, neatly arranged stack of banknotes. These notes were a full 10 centimeters thick, and the smallest denomination was 500 taels. A brothel madam possessed such staggering wealth. One could only imagine how much blood of innocent women and monks Hua Mama had stained her hands over the years. So, without hesitation, Xia Ying simply raised her hand and tucked all the banknotes into her storage bag, leaving only the thin layer at the top. As for the banknotes below that layer, Xia Ying replaced them with blank sheets of paper. Although this small action didn't consume much spiritual energy, Xia Ying still keenly sensed a momentary stagnation of spiritual energy within her. She sighed inwardly. This formation is truly powerful, so Xia Ying didn't linger any longer. After obtaining the banknotes she wanted, she quietly returned to the inn, just as she had on her way there, without alerting anyone. Now in the mortal world, since the five of them had decided to pretend to be mortals, they naturally had to observe certain mortal rules to avoid being noticed. When Xia Ying returned, her room was already empty. However, since they now possessed travel permits and identity documents, they were not afraid of the so-called inspection by the city's imperial guards. Thus, Xia Ying was in no hurry to share the information she had received from Wanyan Pavilion. Instead, she waited until the next day, just before the group set out to search for clues, to share these matters. But there were actually only two key points. One was that the Grand Master's mansion contained a treasure that could detect the presence of a large number of cultivators in Jinyang City. The other was the person Xia Yutong mentioned by Hua Mama. From Hua Mama's tone and words, it wasn't hard to guess that this person named Xia Yutong was a rival to the Grand Master and his companions. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Xia Ying and the others absolutely needed to find out who Xia Yutong was, and see if they could form an alliance. After discussing their plans, they left the house and, as expected, discovered that Jinyang City was much tighter today than it had been yesterday. Soldiers in Imperial Guard uniforms patrolled the streets everywhere, frequently demanding identification documents and travel permits. Even Xia Ying and the others had only been out for half an hour when they had already had their identification documents checked 3 times by the patrolling Imperial Guards. However, this was considered perfectly normal by the people of Jinyang City. No one saw anything wrong with it, and they even cooperated fully with the Imperial Guard's interrogations. This suggests that such incidents were likely a common occurrence in Jinyang City. Suya didn't really understand the thinking of these mortals. Even if cultivators from the immortal realm came to the mortal world for some reason, cultivators, always mindful of the entanglements of cause and effect, would never unnecessarily harm mortals with whom they had no grudges. He simply couldn't understand why the mortals of Jinyang City harbored such deep malice toward cultivators. But he had a good point. If he didn't understand something, he asked. However, the reactions of several people to his question were mixed. Xie Jiuzhou's expression was stern. Xie Ying's composure was calm. Guan Kong sighed softly, and it was Ji Huyuan who spoke up to clear his confusion. Because of jealousy. Because human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The poor want to get rich, the rich want fame, and those who have achieved fame aspire to a position above everyone else. Even the emperor desires immortality. Few mortals can live to be 100 years old. Living to 70 is considered a long life. But in the world of immortal cultivation, Even ordinary chi cultivating disciples have a lifespan of 120 years, not to mention those at the foundation establishment stage and above. How many people can accept such a disparity? Chapter 500. Ji Hiyuan's words were exactly what Xiaoying and the others were thinking. Suya, after hearing this, seemed lost in thought and didn't ask any further questions. Xiaoying distributed the purses that had been distributed to them long ago. The group then split up and headed to various locations in Jinyang City to gather useful information and, by the way, see if they could encounter the other cultivators who had been sent there with them. Unlike the leisurely Xiaoying and the other four, the others, who hadn't prepared their identification documents beforehand, were practically hiding in Jinyang City. Since they could afford the expensive spirit stones for the entrance tickets, even as casual cultivators, they were certainly quite wealthy. Thus, none of them had been discovered by the Jinyang City guards until now. However, everyone knew that this wasn't a long-term solution. They were here to participate in the trials and claim the inheritance, not to commit any thieving or other crimes. Hiding like this was truly oppressive, but as soon as they used their spiritual power, they could feel a noticeable blockage, as if bound by an invisible chain. The moment they used their spiritual power, the chain tightened. Everyone knew they would be safe if they left Jinyang City, but even a blind man could tell that the trials left by the master of the secret realm were inevitably connected to the events in Jinyang City. What difference would there be between leaving Jinyang City now and voluntarily withdrawing from the trials? Luckily, everyone had a wealth of magical weapons and talismans to conceal their presence, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by these heartless mortals for the time being. But if they wanted to obtain more useful clues, they had to step out in front of others, not just hide. Among the crowd, those like Ning Yuchao, who formed their own small team, quickly thought of forging identification documents. However, they knew little about the mortal world, not to mention that the information on identification documents and travel passes all had sources. Falsifying them would only bring disaster upon themselves. Just as Ning Yuchao, using a magical weapon to temporarily shield everyone from view and hiding in an alley, was about to discuss his next move with the others, Lin Yuexiang suddenly stared intently at something. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what's wrong with you? Look, isn't that Xiaoying?" Several people immediately followed Lin Yuexiang's gaze and saw Xiaoying, dressed in a green kimono and a bun, obediently submitting to interrogation by the imperial guards. Although Xiaoying appeared incredibly well-behaved and dressed like an ordinary mortal woman, anyone familiar with her would have recognized her identity. Lu Shan also revealed a look of immense surprise. Fellow Taoist Xie is here too, so their safety is guaranteed. As one of the most valued disciples of the Northern Lu clan, Lu Shang had purposely left the Northern Territory with several of his fellow disciples for training. When they first saw Xiaoying during their half-spring break, they hadn't taken the initiative to engage her, fearing her past tactics. Later, upon arriving in this haunted place, with Lin Yuexiang acting as a matchmaker, Lu Shang and the other two naturally formed an alliance with Ning Yuchao and the others. However, at the time, Lu Shang hadn't known the situation within Jinyang City was so complex. Had he known, he would have risked his dignity to find a way to form an alliance with Xiaoying. After all, everyone had witnessed Xiaoying's abilities during the trip to the snowy mountains. Although Xiaoying's temper was a bit erratic and her methods were a bit brutal and bloody, she was capable. Seeing Xiaoying again now, Lu Shang was even more thrilled. Didn't he see how Xiaoying had survived the Imperial Guard's interrogation unscathed? This proved that Xiaoying must have a perfect way to conceal her identity. He didn't care what Ning Yuchao and the others thought. He was afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he'd never find another. As soon as the Imperial Guards had left, Lu Shang immediately revealed himself and called out warmly, "Xia Dao, miss." Hearing the voice, Xiaoying turned and saw Lu Shang's face, beaming with joy. She didn't immediately recognize Lu Shang's identity, but from his clothing, she remembered that he must be from the northern border Lu family. Then, slowly, she remembered Lu Shang's name. Although the Lu family was Lin Yuexiang's maternal family, Xiaoying had always been a person who kept her grudges clear. She didn't really dislike Lu Shang, with whom she had previously faced a life-or-death crisis in the snowy mountains. So, after a brief moment's deliberation, she quickly walked over. "What do you want to talk to me about?" It was only after entering the alley, and Ning Yuchao intentionally including Xiaoying in the protection of her magic weapon, that Xiaoying realized there were other people here. Even Lin Yuexiang was there. Caught by Xiaoying's gaze, Lin Yuexiang instinctively shrank behind one of the Lu family disciples. However, Xiaoying merely glanced at her and looked away without saying anything. Lin Yuexiang felt relieved, yet a sense of resentment lingered. Was she now so insignificant in Xiaoying's eyes? In the past, Xia Ying would have given him a hard time seeing him, but now she didn't even bother to spare him a glance. You have nothing to say? If not, then I'm leaving. Xia Ying didn't care what Lin Yuexiang was thinking. Seeing Lu Shang call her over but remained silent, she turned and was about to leave. In the end, Lu Shang quickly stopped her and spoke. Fellow Daoist Xia, I just saw you successfully evade the Imperial Guard's inspection, so I'm assuming you have some trick up your sleeve. Oh. So you're after the travel permit and identity documents. Xia Ying's expression suddenly dawned with realization. She crossed her arms over her chest and glanced at everyone with interest. I do have a way to get the travel permit and pass, but why should I tell you? Everyone was stunned. Ningyu, who had suffered a setback at Xia Ying's hands before, was furious. However, since Ningyu Chao and the others didn't say anything, he could only hold it in. Lu Shang, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. He had long been familiar with Xia Ying's style. The more calm and composed Xia Ying appeared, seemingly indifferent to them, the more reassured Lu Shang felt. No matter what, he had Xia Ying as his support today. Fellow Daoist Xia, as long as you can get us a pass and identity documents that can pass inspection, I'm willing to pay you with anything, whether it's a magic weapon or spirit stones. You're getting it. Xia Ying smiled. She knew Lu Shang was as clever as ever, and happily patted him on the shoulder. Since we've been through thick and thin together, I give you a fair price. How about 100 mid-grade spirit stones in exchange for a pass and identity documents? Chapter 501. Lu Shang's eyebrows lit up with joy, and just as he was about to say okay, he was interrupted by an angry voice. You're charging 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a travel permit and identity document. Why don't you just go and rob? Ningyu couldn't hold it in any longer and leaped out in anger. However, his action had no effect on Xia Ying. Instead, it frightened the people around him. Compared to his outburst, Xia Ying remained calm, even somewhat speechless. You're truly the eunuch who's more anxious than the emperor. Didn't I say I sell it to you? Ningyu paused, and before Xia Ying could even begin to speak, Lu Shang, fearful of ruining the deal, spoke hastily. I can. I'm willing. Even if it's just 100 high-grade spirit stones, I'm willing. Before he could finish his words, Lu Shang hurriedly pulled out 300 mid-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into his pocket. Xia Ying wasn't shy either. With a flick of her wrist, she produced 3 blank travel passes and identity documents. Seeing Lu Shang's quick payment, she kindly offered a reminder. Right now, there are Imperial Guards checking identities everywhere in Jinan City. This is because the magical artifacts within the Imperial Master's mansion have detected the sudden influx of cultivators into Jinan City, and they're conducting searches to apprehend them. If you want your identities to appear more secure, not only should you change your attire, but it's best to leave the city once more and pass through the initial inspection at the city gate. Xia Ying stopped short. She believed that Lu Shang, who had been rapidly promoted and trained after the Lu family's original young master was deposed, wouldn't be a fool. After saying this, Xia Ying turned and was about to leave. Ning Yin carefully observed Ningyu Chao's expression and spoke decisively. Fellow Daoist Xia, could you sell us a few too? We're willing to pay for them in spirit stones. Sure. Xia Ying never had a problem with spirit stones. Her half-smiley gaze lingered on Ningyu for a moment before quickly shifting away. Ning Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pay for all the spirit stones, Xia Ying's smiling voice rang out again. But you have to raise the price. 500 medium-grade spirit stones per piece. Why? Ningyu's defenses were broken again. Because I have no friendship with you, and because you repeatedly irritated me. I don't mind you barking at me like a mad dog, and I'm willing to sell you things. Just be happy. How dare you jump up and down in front of me? Xia Ying's disdain for Ningyu completely snapped the last string of reason in Ningyu's mind. He sneered and forcefully held down Ning Yan's hand as she tried to take the spirit stone. Thank you, Daoist, for your generous tone. We're both cultivators in the immortal realm. Even if we had no prior friendship, now that we're facing this kind of situation, shouldn't you lend a hand? It would be fine if Daoist didn't offer to lend a hand, but you're actually taking advantage of the situation. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame upon the Xiaoyao sect? I'm taking advantage of the situation. What can you do to me? Xia Ying looked at him lazily. As for the so-called shame upon the Xiaoyao sect, she didn't care at all. Didn't she see that her master, uncles, and other uncles had no objections? Then why should she care about the barking of a mad dog? Thank you, Daoist. Ningyu's eyes were already red with anger, his face grim. Leave some room for error, so we can meet again in the future. You've done it so thoroughly today, cutting off our escape route. Aren't you afraid of being cornered? Don't forget that although you may be immortal now, you're still a cultivator like us. If you push me too far, I reveal your true identity and make life miserable for everyone. Oh! Threatening me? You want to expose me? Then go ahead and do it now. Xiang narrowed her eyes, her smile still lingering, but the smile clearly didn't reach her eyes. Or do you need me to call someone over for you? Xiang, unconcerned with Ning Yu's response, turned and went to get them. Now, whether familiar with Xiang or not, everyone could tell she wasn't trying to intimidate them. Ning Yu regretted his words after seeing Xiang's reaction. He hadn't expected Xiang to be so stubborn, unable to move forward or retreat. Thankfully, Ning Mingshu saw that the previously harmonious atmosphere had been disrupted by Ning Yu, and her brother didn't even bother to stop her. She didn't care whether her brother Ning Yuchao would be pleased afterward, and she took the initiative to stop Xiang. Fellow Taoists, yeah, my junior brother's poor manners have offended you. I hope you won't blame me. Regarding the travel permit, we follow your advice. We have absolutely no objection. As she spoke, Ning Mingshu realized Ning Yu's words were excessive, so she added, this jade bracelet is a top-grade storage bracelet. While not as refined as your magical treasure, it's my way of apologizing. I hope you won't refuse. Xiang wasn't actually angry, she simply disliked being bullied. Ever since she cultivated the way of depravity, she rarely let her emotions falter over the words or actions of others. She wasn't a completely charitable person, and certainly didn't care what others thought of her. She simply wanted to clarify what she truly wanted, and what she intended to do, and then unwaveringly pursue the path she had chosen. As for other matters, other people's opinions, they were unimportant to her. Now that Ning Mingshu had taken the initiative to soften her stance and offer a way out, Xiang naturally wouldn't let the benefits that were about to be secured slip away. Although Ning Mingshu appeared aloof and unapproachable, she was quite forthright, and quickly obtained the travel passes for the 5 of them. In the end, only Lin Yuexiang was left standing there, all alone. Although the Lu family was related to Lin Yuexiang, Lu Shang wisely avoided interfering in the feud between Lin Yuexiang and Xiang. As for Ning Mingshu and the others, they certainly wouldn't intervene on Lin Yuexiang's behalf. But no one expected Xiang to take the initiative to focus on Lin Yuexiang's identity. Lin Yuexiang, don't you want this guide? Lin Yuexiang looked up, flattered, unable to believe what she was hearing. For a moment, she even suspected that the person before her wasn't Xiang at all. Xiang wouldn't speak to her so kindly. But ultimately, her desire to survive outweighed everything. She wasn't afraid of Xiang harming her. After all, she wouldn't be worse off than those trapped in the shadows. I want it. 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuexiang wasn't surprised at Xiang's high price. If it meant saving her life, even 2,000 high-grade spirit stones would be worth it. The two exchanged spirit stones, quickly completing the transaction. After just a few rounds of wandering, Xiang, having made a fortune, happily turned and left, not forgetting to say something to Lu Shang before leaving. My last name is Yin now. I live at the Yunlai, the largest in Jinyang City. If fellow Taoist Lu needs help, you can find me there. Chapter 502. However, as soon as Xiang left the alley, Yin Yin's somewhat angry voice echoed in her mind. Host. You might sell the pass to someone else, but why did you sell it to Lin Yuexiang? Don't you hate her the most? Didn't you tell me that Lin Yuexiang couldn't die? Could she die now? I go back and kill her right now. Wait. She can't die until the person behind her is found. Yin blurted out something she shouldn't have. Xiang's eyes flickered, but she didn't delve into it, pretending she hadn't heard the last half of Yin Yin's words. Then why are you spouting so much nonsense? I already sold so many travel permits. Do you think the Lu and Ning families will truly disregard Lin Yuexiang's life or death for me if I don't sell one to her? I don't have a deep relationship with those families. It's just a matter of vested interests at best. What's the most important thing about travel permits and identity documents? They don't know the location and origin listed on them. Once they know them, it would be easy for these gifted individuals to forge several. And even if it weren't for what happened just now, someone would probably think of going to the city gates to spy on the travel permits and documents of those entering the city and fabricate a flawless identity for themselves. Since they'd be able to fabricate identities sooner or later, why not take advantage of this and earn a few spirit stones from them? Only tangible benefits are most useful. Yin, when it comes to being ruthless, you're the host. By the time everyone else had returned to the inn, it was already noon. To better integrate into the larger community of Jinyang City, Xiang simply ordered a sumptuous meal, and had the Yunlai's waiter bring it directly to the first floor. While the inn's first floor was a mixed bag, making it difficult to discuss important matters, it was also a good place to hear a lot of local anecdotes. These things might seem meaningless at first, but they helped Xiang and the others quickly grasp the general situation of the forces within Jinyang City. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Master's residence, and the Dark Fields were of course not to be mentioned. Furthermore, there was another figure in Jinyang City that must be mentioned, the elder sister of the current emperor of Yu, Princess Yuqing. It is said that the struggle for the throne of Yuehua was brutal. Back then, the emperor was only a child, and he endured countless schemes from his half-brothers. Thanks to the protection of this princess, he was able to escape danger time and again. This princess protected the young emperor of Yu through mountains of swords and seas of blood, defeating countless opponents and ultimately securing his position as emperor of Yu. At the time, the emperor of Yu was still young, so Yuqing had him decree that she be appointed regent princess, and with drastic measures, she purged the entire court. Many ministers within Yuehua speculated that the princess intended to blackmail the emperor and control the vassal states, thereby achieving her goal of controlling the government. But to everyone's surprise, after the civil unrest in Yuehua subsided and the emperor of Yu was able to take charge, Princess Yuqing decisively withdrew from the court. From then on, she retreated to a secluded area, spending her days in her princess residence, rarely venturing out. For this reason, the people of Yuehua only spoke of the princess with praise, and even the current emperor of Yu was particularly close to her. Any treasures presented to the imperial palace would be first sent to the princess's residence for selection by Princess Yuqing. It is said that even the initial establishment of the Dark Field was closely linked to the princess. Princess Yuqing had once said she desired nothing more in her life than to personally journey to the immortal cultivation realm and witness its wondrous and fascinating world. However, mortals without spiritual roots were completely unable to withstand the miasma between the two continents, and Princess Yuqing's wish was doomed to fail. It was at this time that the Grand Master arrived in Yuehua Kingdom to meet with the Emperor of Yu and, with the support of the royal family, established the Dark Market, a platform for mortals to exchange spiritual roots and bones, enabling them to cross the ocean and pursue their ambitions in the immortal cultivation realm. The Emperor of Yu disregarded the Grand Master's dealings with the Dark Market. He simply demanded that he find the best spiritual bone for Princess Yuqing. The Grand Master had deduced Princess Yuqing's horoscope and discovered that the element most beneficial to her was water, and therefore, naturally, the most suitable spiritual root for her was also water. However, over the years, most of the cultivators who arrived in Jinyang City were independent cultivators with limited resources, and the Grand Master was unable to find any spiritual roots or bones suitable for the princess. The reason Xiang and the others knew these events so well was because it was no secret in Jinyang City, or even throughout Yuehua. Many tea houses even compiled these events into storybooks and hired storytellers to tell them. Coincidentally, this very story was being told at the Yun Lion today. Xiang, listening to the storyteller's cadences and observing the expressions of those around him, could discern the deep affection that the people of Jinyang City held for the princess. They saw nothing wrong in the Emperor of Yu's wanton slaughter of monks for his sister. To them, this was a perfect example of their emperor's deep loyalty to brotherhood and brotherly love. Xiang couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. What kind of brotherly love existed within the imperial family? Besides, if those in high positions today were so disregarding the lives of cultivators, how could they be guaranteed not to turn their blades against their own people in the future? The Yun Lion was bustling with storytelling when a commotion erupted at the door. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, several burly men barged in without warning. Without a word, they began smashing things in the inn, hurling obscenities at the owner, and even attacking innocent guests. Seeing one of the men swing his fist at a child in the crowd, many people's faces lit up with anger. Besides Xiang and the others, there were actually quite a few other cultivators hiding within the Yun Lion. Because the cultivators were so devoted to their cultivation, they were often upright and virtuous. How could they tolerate such an act of bullying against a woman? Seeing this, the cultivators instinctively rushed to the rescue, but a Saiyan figure within the inn was quicker than them, striking with exceptional efficiency. This Saiyan figure was none other than Xiang. Citing something was amiss, Xiang exchanged a glance with Ji Heyuan and the others before striking out. She employed no spiritual energy, relying solely on the internal energy and techniques of mortal martial artists. As a rare immortal cultivator, she naturally possessed considerable talent in martial arts. Despite her petite stature, she charged into the crowd, sending one of the burly men flying with a single punch. Then, with a swift movement, she unsheathed the whip wrapped around her waist and swung it at the burly men. She wielded her long whip with ferocious force, nimbly and agile among the crowd like a green carp. Not only could the large men not catch her, but they also suffered numerous wounds from her whip. Soon, Xiang swept through the crowd, bringing down all the troublemakers. Chapter 503. Who are you? How dare you act so brazenly in the imperial city beneath the emperor's feet? You didn't even bother to ask about your aunt's temper before you start this trouble? Xiang stomped on the chest of one of the burly men, her whole body radiating arrogance. Those who had come to cause trouble were merely following orders. How could they have anticipated a sudden appearance? Especially when Xiang attacked without any mercy, the pain on their faces was genuine. Xiang had actually seen that these people weren't simply looking for trouble, so she knew in her heart that she wouldn't be able to extract any useful information. But now that her heroine persona had been established, she naturally wanted to take this opportunity to further solidify it. The innkeeper of the Yun Lion was also stunned. This was completely different from what had been agreed upon, but the innkeeper was quick-witted. He realized that his original plan had been disrupted, and the most important thing now was how to get over this matter. He quickly emerged from the shadows, thanking Xiang profusely. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. No need to thank me, innkeeper. It's perfectly normal for those who travel the world to help others when they see injustice. Even if they had a grudge against you, they shouldn't have vandalized the inn the moment they entered, let alone attack the innocent women and children inside. If I hadn't practiced martial arts since childhood and happened to encounter this incident, how could the child have survived that punch? Xie Ying's words resonated deeply with everyone present. After all, this inn was populated by far more ordinary mortals than cultivators. Did they not know that this was a long-planned stunt between the government and the inn, aimed at unmasking the cultivators hiding among the common people? Much less did they realize that they were merely pawns in the eyes of the government. After all, how could the lives of ordinary people outweigh the practical benefits of capturing a cultivator and sending him to a secret place? The Jinyang city government had also had numerous dealings with cultivators from the Immortal realm. They knew that these cultivators took karma very seriously, and therefore would neither readily nor willingly take action against such mortals. In fact, most of these cultivators possessed a righteous heart that pitted the poor and the weak. Precisely because of this knowledge, incidents like today's occurred frequently in Jinyang city. If they could defraud the cultivators, that would be the best. If not, there would be no loss. At most, a few lives would be lost. As for the troublemakers, after being caught and imprisoned, they would soon be able to assume new identities and continue their free reign. While the rich feast, the poor freeze to death on the streets. How many of these nobles, who have never experienced the suffering of the world, can truly empathize with the common people at the bottom? To them, these people are nothing more than convenient, cheap tools. It's a pity these people are completely unaware of the cruelty of those in power. Before traveling to the Vientiane continent, Xiang had truly lived as an ordinary person for over 20 years, having navigated this cruel world for years. How could she not see the hidden agenda? That's why she acted before the others, because even if she did, she could guarantee she escaped unscathed. Seeing the shopkeeper remain silent, Xiang tilted her head to look at him again, asking sincerely. Shopkeeper, do you need us to take these troublemakers to the authorities? No, there's really no need to trouble you, young lady. It's not a big deal, no problem. I've seen plenty of corrupt officials who accept bribes and then protect one another. If you're worried about not getting justice, my brother and I can be your witnesses. Besides, this is the Emperor's imperial city. I'm sure the adults will conduct a fair trial. Xiang said, indignant. The shopkeeper was practically in tears. Why does this girl seem so righteously evil? Thank you for your kindness, young lady, but there's really no need to bother you making this special trip. I have our staff take them to the authorities. Is that so? Xiang paused in thought, then smiled brightly at the shopkeeper. Since helping someone is always a good thing, I do you another favor. Before she finished her words, everyone heard a few crackling sounds as Xiang ripped off the arms of the men. This way, we don't have to worry about them injuring our staff and escaping. No need to thank me, it's just a piece of cake. The shopkeeper, whose smile was uglier than his tears, said, Do you think I really want to thank you? The owner of the Yun Lion, surnamed Wang, had collaborated with the authorities numerous times, and naturally knew that the details of such matters couldn't be shared with the public. So even though Xiang had suddenly intervened, Wang still had to smile and thank Xiang. After all, in everyone's eyes, Xiang was the benefactor who saved his inn and its guests from harm. My last name is Wang. May I know your name, young lady? My name is Yin Xiaowei, and this is my brother Yin Xiaojiu. Xiang pulled Xie Jiuzhou and the others aside and enthusiastically introduced them to shopkeeper Wang. As for them, they're my fellow apprentices. Shopkeeper Wang's eyes flickered at this. his quick mind working furiously once more as he spoke tentatively. So, the young lady and the other gentlemen are from prestigious families? Shopkeeper Wang, you really think too highly of us. Xia Ying chuckled. We're just from a small escort agency, so we have a little money and a bit of martial arts experience. How can we be considered from a prestigious family? I know Shopkeeper Wang is curious about my skills, but my father said I'm a natural martial arts prodigy. Not to mention my brothers, even my father wouldn't be my match now. Xia Ying's eyes were filled with rebelliousness, perfectly capturing the role of a spoiled escort agency daughter, pampered from childhood and unable to shake off that pampered temperament even after leaving the agency. She perfectly embodied the delicate charm of a young girl and the unruly spirit of a female warrior. Even if Shopkeeper Wang had a 50% suspicion, Xia Ying's actions had reduced it to 30%. He had run the inn in Jinan City for over 20 years and had met dozens, if not hundreds, of cultivators. Whether the person before him was a cultivator or immortal, he could tell with just a glance. Those in the immortal world are often aloof and possess a naturally aloof and detached aura. They were definitely not as enthusiastic and conversational as this young woman. But the timing of Xia Ying's attack was too coincidental. Shopkeeper Wang, knowing her suspicion was minimal, still couldn't resist probing her. But before he could think of a good way to test her, Xia Ying lowered her voice and asked him. Speaking of which, I do have something I'd like to ask Shopkeeper. Miss Yen, please speak. You have done me a favor. I will tell you everything I know. Shopkeeper Wang, do you know where the secret place is? Chapter 504. Shopkeeper Wang's heart rang with alarm. Here they come. This person is definitely coming for the dark field. But before Shopkeeper Wang could pause in his suspicions, Xia Ying's mysterious voice rang again. Shopkeeper Wang knows we're from Qincheng and aren't familiar with the affairs of Jinan City. We went out today to inquire about the dark field's location. It's a shame that no one in the city is talking about it, which is very disappointing. I wonder what Miss Yin wants to do by visiting the dark field. To become an immortal, of course. Otherwise, why would we have come all the way from Qincheng with such a huge fortune? Xia Ying seemed completely oblivious to the probing tone in Shopkeeper Wang's words, and instead looked at him as if he were a fool. Shopkeeper Wang, don't you know where the dark market is? Shopkeeper Wang, I'm offended. I won't hide it from you, shopkeeper. Ever since I heard that in Jinan City's dark market, one could buy cultivators' spiritual roots and bones, transforming themselves into immortals, I've been wanting to visit. After all, who would want to live too long? As Xia Ying spoke, she pulled a 100 liang silver note from her sleeve and slipped it into Shopkeeper Wang's hand. Shopkeeper, if you know anything about the dark market, please let me know. I heard those spiritual roots and bones are very expensive. I wonder if the silver notes we brought this time are enough. If not, we have to think of other ways. Shopkeeper Wang glanced down at the silver note in his hand and then calmly put it away. His previous suspicions vanished completely at the sight of it. It's not convenient to go into detail about this matter. He glanced around and noticed a number of people occasionally glancing in his direction, so he gestured invitation to a few of them. Please follow me to the back for a detailed discussion. Xia Ying, intent on using Shopkeeper Wang to uncover the location of the secret place, while also completely clearing the identities of the 5 of them, naturally wouldn't refuse his offer. The group readily followed Shopkeeper Wang to the backyard wing. Only when the 6 of them were left in the room did Shopkeeper Wang speak again. I do know where the dark field is, but you're overthinking it, young lady. Although one can purchase spiritual roots and bones in the dark field with sufficient banknotes, and thus transform into an immortal, the spiritual roots and bones there are not only very expensive, but also very scarce. Even with money, they might not be able to obtain them. Because those spiritual roots and bones are often reserved for the highest-ranking officials in Jinan City. Even if Miss Yin were lucky enough to find one, I'm afraid it would be of inferior quality. Furthermore, the spiritual roots and bones in the dark field are truly staggeringly expensive. Even if you spent all your money, you could only afford one. But there are 5 of you. How will you divide them up? As soon as these words were spoken, with the exception of the brother and sister Xiang and Xie Jojo, the other 3 all displayed a look of fear towards each other. They weren't good at dealing with mortals, but they were adept at acting. Even if they couldn't help, at least they couldn't hold Xiang back. Every move Xiang and the others made was under Wang's watch, so he, believing he had a clear view of them, became even more reassured about them. Xiang frowned. Is there no other way? We come all the way from Qincheng, and are we going to return empty-handed without even glimpsing the shadow of an immortal? Of course there is a way. Shopkeeper Wang smiled and twirled his beard, but stopped talking, looking only at Xiang. Xiang naturally understood what the old fox meant, so she feigned distress and handed over another 100 taels. Please advise me, shopkeeper Wang. I can't offer any advice, but I just hope I can help Miss Yin. Shopkeeper Wang cheerfully collected the banknotes and continued. It would be uneconomical for the young lady to go to the dark market and buy them herself. However, if you can capture 5 new cultivators and send them to the dark market, you only need to pay for the staff there to replace your spirit bones. That fee alone is not expensive. Really? Xiang and the others looked genuinely surprised, but the joy quickly faded. Shopkeeper Wang, that's easy. Even if my martial arts skills are superb, it won't help. Those cultivators are immortals. How can we capture them? Why not? Shopkeeper Wang's face flickered with pride. Miss Yin, you never dealt with those cultivators, so you don't know. Those people have been high and mighty in the world of immortal cultivation for so long that they're easy to deceive. Besides, they seem to be obsessed with the idea of karma and retribution, so they wouldn't dare to attack us mortals. Besides, even if they dared, it wouldn't work. We have the Grand Master backing us. Even if they were dragons, once they enter Jinong City, they have to coil around us like snakes. The others were chilled to the bone, but their expressions remained impassive. Ji Huyuan even took the initiative to join the conversation. The Grand Master is so powerful? I heard someone talking about the holy water earlier. Could that be something the Grand Master made? Of course. Shopkeeper Wang was brimming with pride, praising the Grand Master immensely. What's the point of the holy water? The Grand Master has 1,000 ways to make cultivators submit. Miss Yin and the other gentlemen, if you're worried about being unable to subdue the cultivators, you can go to the Grand Master's mansion and buy some holy water as a backup. Any cultivator who appears within our Jinong City can be dealt with the holy water. The Grand Master's mansion is in the most conspicuous part of Jinong City. As for the location of the dark field, once you purchase the holy water, someone from the Grand Master's mansion will naturally point you there. Although shopkeeper Wang had given these details for the sake of the 200 taels of silver, when it came to the whereabouts of the dark field, he remained speechless, clearly unwilling to take responsibility. Nevertheless, Xiang was satisfied to have learned so much from shopkeeper Wang. As for the Imperial Master's mansion, she definitely had to go, but she needed to plan carefully beforehand. Thank you, Manager Wang. I go to the Imperial Master's mansion this afternoon. After leaving Manager Wang's place, the group returned to their rooms. They each briefly compared their morning's findings, then discussed their trip to the Imperial Master's mansion. Manager Wang is too cunning. The Imperial Master's mansion is definitely not as simple as he makes it out to be. If I were the Grand Master, I would definitely set up a formation in my mansion that could detect cultivators. If a cultivator dared to step inside, the formation would activate instantly. But now, the situation clearly leaves us no choice but to go. What do you think is the basis for their verification of cultivator status? Although the group discussed various issues, they all had a unified answer to Xie Ying's question. Spiritual power. It's only spiritual power. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, cultivators have been drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, transforming it into spiritual power to nourish themselves. Even if we deliberately avoid using spiritual power, the spiritual power within our bodies will not disappear. Xiang pondered for a moment. If that's the case, I do have a method that can temporarily remove the spiritual power from our bodies, but it does come with certain risks. Chapter 505. As Xiang spoke, her fingers unconsciously caressed the red epiphyllum mark on her arm. Ji Huyuan, observing her action, quickly understood what she was up to. However, since he knew less about the demon clan than Xiang did, he hesitated to speak rashly. Xiang wasn't worried about others misunderstanding her. She had complete faith in the character of the people before her. Even if she misjudged someone and ended up being backstabbed, it wouldn't matter. She never feared betrayal, for she would personally resolve the situation and make anyone who betrayed her pay the price. Seeing Xiang lower her brows, but not continue, Suya became impatient. Sister, please tell me quickly. Whatever method you use, you have to share it first so everyone knows whether to use it or not. Use demonic energy to temporarily replace the spiritual energy within your body. Of course, we can't completely dissipate all our cultivation and spiritual energy just to enter the Imperial Master's mansion. We can only use other powers to temporarily conceal the presence of spiritual energy. Yin and Yang are two polar opposites, good and evil. Spiritual energy and demonic energy are like yin and yang. If there's anything in this world that can temporarily mask the fluctuations of spiritual energy, which represents the purest and most good, it's demonic energy, which represents the most evil and wicked. Xiaoying didn't hide her words, but except for Ji Heyuan, the other three who heard these words were horrified. Not to mention Xie Zhou and Guan Kong, who had been carefully nurtured by the sect since childhood, even Su Ya, who had spent years in the secluded paradise of the Mustard Seed secret realm, knew that demonic energy was something that absolutely could not be touched. Allowing demonic energy to enter the body carries the risk of becoming a demon, even though they knew Xiaoying wouldn't harm them. Hearing about this initially made everyone uneasy. Xiaoying understood their concerns, needless to say, so she didn't insist they accept her proposal. Of course, as I said, this method does carry certain risks. If you're unwilling to try, that's fine. You can just stay at the inn and be prepared for any future events. Su Yu and I can make a quick trip to the Imperial Master's mansion, which will be just as effective. To avoid any involvement in this karmic relationship, they agreed before entering Jinyang City that they would all use the pseudonyms on their identity documents before returning to the world of immortal cultivation. Even Guan Kong temporarily set aside his status as a monk. There's nothing wrong with that. Xie Zhou pondered for a moment, then decided to trust Xiaoying. Although we've known each other for less than a year, I have no doubt about your character. Xiaojiu and I share the same opinion. Guan Kong looked at Xiaoying. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. I know that demonic energy is, frankly, not much different from spiritual energy, and not all demonic cultivators are unforgivable. Power inherently doesn't distinguish between good and evil. The key lies in whether the person who possesses and wields it is righteous or evil. But the world's prejudice against demons is too deep and too strong. We won't ask why you can conceal your spiritual power with demonic energy, but you must not let anyone else know that you can control demonic energy. Su Guan, don't worry. I know all this. If this weren't the only option, Xiaoying wouldn't have revealed her ability to control demonic energy. Colorful clouds are easily dispersed, and glass is brittle. Promises and vows are only truly sincere the moment they are spoken. As for Su Ya, he was kind-hearted and wanted to repay his gratitude, so it was even more impossible for him not to support Xiaoying's decision. The five of them quickly reached a consensus. Xiaoying took out the Heavenly Secret Disc and Danyu's Scholar's Blood Tear. She used the Heavenly Secret Disc and the demonic energy stored within it to create a veil around the room, blocking out outside observation. The epithelum mark that Luo Tan had left on her wrist, in addition to the functions he had described, also carried some of the demonic heritage. It was thanks to Luo Tan lending 1% of his power to Xiaoying that Xiaoying was able to devise the method of using demonic energy to conceal and suppress spiritual power. Danyu's Scholar's demonic energy was pure, and the cultivation level condensed within this blood tear far surpassed the demonic energy Ning Xian had originally left within the Heavenly Secret Disc. However, this pure demonic energy was also much more difficult to control. Xiaoying followed the ancient method described in the tradition, her 10 fingers moving swiftly, forming one ancient seal after another, while softly chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. As Xiaoying cast the spell, a massive blood-colored epithelum totem slowly emerged beneath her. The blood tear floated into the air, hovering quietly 3 inches from Xiaoying's brow. Wisps of demonic energy transformed into a black mist, seeping through Xiaoying's brow, slowly flowing through her spiritual channels. The black mist of demonic energy, like a devouring beast, devoured Xiaoying's vibrant spiritual channels inch by inch, swallowing up all the spiritual energy and radiance, burying it in boundless darkness. Although she now had complete control over the demonic energy condensed within the blood tear, Xiaoying did not let her guard down. This method sounded simple, but even the slightest carelessness could lead to the demonic energy invading her spiritual core, a truly counterproductive outcome. Fortunately, this wasn't Xiaoying's first time using demonic energy, so aside from a slight initial discomfort, the rest of the process went smoothly. The other 4 stood by, daring not to breathe, fearing to disturb Xiaoying and potentially trigger her demonic insanity. Only when they saw the emerald green demonic pattern covering half her face, and then quickly fading, and Xiaoying's eyes returning from darkness to clarity, did they breathe a sigh of relief. Success? Success? Xiaoying smiled with relief. Who's next? I do it. Before Su Ya could even begin to speak, Ji Heyuan interrupted. Xiaoying said nothing more. After a brief rest of a few minutes, she began to help Ji Heyuan with his transformation. With the experience from the previous time, Xiaoying was noticeably more skilled this time. Coupled with Ji Heyuan's immense trust in her, the entire process took less than a quarter of an hour. Xie Zhou and Su Ya also proceeded smoothly. The only one who took a little more effort was Guan Kong. Guan Kong was, after all, a Buddhist practitioner. He possessed not only spiritual energy, but also the power of vows gained from his Buddhist practice. As a result, the power within Guankong was the most repellent to demonic energy. Xiang struggled mightily to achieve success, and Guankong suffered greatly from the constant tug-of-war between the three forces within him. By the time Xiang withdrew, Guankong was completely pale and sweaty, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. "Thank you." Xiang waved her hand, putting away the blood and tears and the heavenly secret disc. "All right, stop with the polite talk and rest for a while." Aside from Xiang and Ji Hyun, who had personally experienced a period of time as half-demons in the Snow Mountain illusion, the other three were clearly having trouble adapting to the new power within them. Ji Hyun looked at his palm, his mind shifting slightly, and a cloud of grayish-white mist appeared in his hand. "Everyone, I seem to have discovered another benefit of demonic energy." Chapter 506. Several people looked over at him, their eyes questioning. But Ji Hyun deliberately smiled, keeping the secret. "Try to mobilize the demonic energy within you." After hearing this, the others immediately tried to mobilize the demonic energy within them. After trying, they instantly understood why Ji Hyun had been laughing. Suya was the most excited. "I don't feel that blockage anymore. I can use the demonic energy at will. This means that demon cultivators and demons are unaffected by this formation in Jinong City. If we can maintain our current state, then we don't have to worry about the formation in the city affecting us. As long as we find out the whereabouts of the dark field, we can charge in and destroy it directly, completing our mission." "That's easy to say." Xie Jiuzhou rolled his eyes at him. Sometimes he really didn't understand how this innocent deer dared to venture into the world of immortal cultivation alone. "Are you really not afraid of being captured, having your demon core dug out, and ultimately having even your fur and antlers stripped away, leaving nothing but your body? I still ask, how can you be so sure our test is to destroy the dark field? You know, we still don't even know who the master of that secret realm is." "Let's not talk about the test for now." Guankong also spoke up. "Even our current state is thanks to Xiao Wei's abilities, but maintaining this state forever is unlikely. Even if it were possible, controlling the demonic energy isn't as simple as you think, Suya. The demonic power is too strong. If it stays within the body for too long, it will be difficult to remove it." Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong both made sense, but Ji Hyun shared Suya's opinion on this matter. He disliked the feeling of being controlled by others. Having his power controlled made him uneasy. However, Ji Hyun was always cautious in his actions. Although he wanted to borrow the power of the Danyu scholar, he also considered whether he could withstand and control it, and whether maintaining this state would have any negative impact on Xiang. "Junior sister, do you think what Suya said is possible?" "It's possible, but it's difficult to implement in practice." Xiang wasn't afraid to tell them the truth. "The reason you think demonic energy is useful now is because I alone suppressed the demonic energy in all of you. Without my suppression, it wouldn't be as docile as it is now. These demonic energies will immediately erode your spiritual altars, dragging you down into demonic states, because this is the instinct of demonic energy. Suppressing demonic energy primarily relies on my spiritual sense. As long as you are within my spiritual sense, I can suppress the demonic energy within you. But I'm only at the Jinan stage now, and my spiritual sense can only extend a few hundred feet. You can't always be by my side. So, this method doesn't really have much room for maneuver." Hearing this, Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong didn't show any particular expression. Suya was visibly disappointed. Ji Hyun, realizing it wasn't feasible, gave up his insistence. But Suya's suggestion clearly gave Xiang an idea. "However, if I withdraw the spiritual sense I used to suppress the demonic energy in you, and use it to suppress my own demonic energy, I can maintain this state for at least a month. If I don't expel the demonic energy from my body after a month, I'd be at great risk of becoming a demon. It's still too risky." Guankong disapproved of Xiang's risky move, but he knew Xiang wasn't one to take advice, so he kept quiet. However, Xiang had an even bolder idea, but she wasn't about to share it with the other four. Somehow, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew solemn. Suya laughed. "Don't worry, everyone. I never told you that we, the seven-colored deer, possess the power to bestow blessings and bring disaster. I secretly blessed you when we met, so no matter what happens, we surely turn misfortune into good fortune. Good times will come after bad times. Okay, then, I borrow our little Suya's good wishes." Xiang, ever the optimist, quickly joined Suya in laughter. The others exchanged glances, and then laughed silently, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. "It's almost time. Let's go to the Imperial Master's residence. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, we must forge ahead this time." As shopkeeper Wang had said, The Imperial Master's mansion was located in the most conspicuous spot in Jinyang City. Aside from the magnificent Imperial Palace, the highest point in Jinyang City was the Imperial Master's mansion. Unlike any other building in the city, its style closely resembled the layout of a sect in the world of Immortal Cultivation. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Master's mansion and took in its entirety, they couldn't help but wonder, could this great Imperial Master truly be from the world of Immortal Cultivation? The more this thought occurred to them, and the more they pondered it, the more likely it seemed. After all, if ordinary mortals possessed the power to influence the life and death of cultivators, the Wanxiang continent wouldn't have been divided into two separate, mutually exclusive realms, the Immortal Cultivation world and the Mortal world. Furthermore, judging by the Grand Master's behavior, he's most likely a demonic cultivator, and one with a rather unsettling background. Xiaoying and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their chaotic thoughts and approaching the guards at the Grand Master's residence. "Brother, how can we buy the sacred water?" The guard didn't even spare Xiaoying a glance, instead pointing directly at a disciple dressed in ethereal attire, who had just arrived at the residence's gate. "Follow this Immortal Master, and he take you to buy the sacred water." Xiaoying paid no heed to the guard's rudeness, and even politely pulled out a silver ingot and thrust it into his hand. Feeling the weight of the silver in his hand, the guard finally smiled and looked Xiaoying in the eye. "That Immortal Master has a bad temper. Once you bought the sacred water, leave immediately. Be careful. Thank you for your advice, brother." Having barely uttered these words, the so-called Immortal Master standing at the doorway began to urge him impatiently. "Hurry up and follow me. What are you dawdling for?" Seeing the Immortal Master turn and leave, Xiaoying and the others followed without hesitation. However, the Immortal Master led them directly to a small altar. He pointed at the altar with a haughty air. "Go up one by one. This is the order of the Grand Master. The sacred water is limited, and only those with a connection to our Grand Master's mansion can purchase it." Everyone remained silent, but they all understood that this altar was likely used to verify whether visitors were cultivators. However, Xiaoying was extremely swift. Before the Immortal Master could finish his words, she was on the altar like a flash of lightning. Chapter 507. The Immortal Master's urging was caught in his throat before he could even utter it. "Immortal Master, ? Why are people so eager today?" As Xiaoying leaped onto the altar, she clearly saw countless pale, severed hands reaching out from beneath it, but she ignored them, and stood still motionless. The severed hands passed through her body without causing any harm. However, the moment they touched her, Xiaoying felt a brief ripple of suppressed spiritual energy. Thankfully, it was only a fleeting wave, quickly suppressed by Xiaoying. Watching the fluttering, clawing hands retreat back into the altar, Xiaoying finally looked at the Immortal Master below, as if nothing had happened. "Master, how come nothing happened after I came up? Could it be that I'm destined to be with the Imperial Master's mansion? Come down. You're eligible to purchase the sacred water." The Master looked around but couldn't see anything wrong with Xiaoying. The altar didn't give any warning, so he naturally wouldn't cling to her. After receiving a definitive answer, Xiaoying used her Qin Gong to leap from the altar. The so-called Master was actually an ordinary mortal. Naturally, he didn't see the surging black mist around Xiaoying split into 4 strands and envelop the others as she passed. Xiaoying didn't need to explain. Ji Heyuan and the others could tell from her actions that something was amiss with the altar. Without a word of advice, they stepped onto the altar one by one. Because they had been prepared, they didn't reveal any flaws when they saw the strange phenomena unfolding above the altar, and they passed the Master's test without hesitation. At this point, the Immortal Master finally looked them in the eye, his attitude much more relaxed than before. With just one glance, the Immortal Master could no longer avert his gaze from them. Although they had all made some adjustments to their appearance, their natural beauty was still there. No amount of modification or concealment could hide their already exceptional features, and deliberately uglier looks would only make them more noticeable. So, at this moment, the Immortal Master's gaze towards them clearly held a hint of lust. A wave of discomfort welled up in the hearts of the several people, and they all simultaneously tried to block the Immortal Master's gaze from Xiaoying. Although Xiaoying wasn't actually being taken advantage of by the person before her, being stared at with such a blatant and invasive gaze was like being forced to swallow a fly. Xiaoying wanted to tell them that the Immortal Master didn't seem to be looking at her, but before she could say anything, the Immortal Master strode towards them. Xie Zhou's brows furrowed, and just as he was about to strike, the Immortal Master flew straight past Xiaoying and stopped in front of Ji Heyuan. "This young man looks friendly. I wonder if he's interested in serving in our Imperial Master's mansion?" Xie Zhou and the other two were stunned. This, Is this really the way it's going to turn out? Xia, who had been making some assumptions before, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's Xiao He again. She truly deserves to be the most beautiful woman in Jing Nation. Ji Hiyuan, upon discovering that he was being coveted, was already furious. Why does he always attract such strange romantic interests? Ji Hiyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike, his expression stoic. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your kindness, but I have no such intention. Ji Hiyuan's refusal was clear, but the more he did so, the more the Immortal Master adored him. This Immortal Master was a man of both sexes, and he was particularly fond of cold beauties. If Ji Hiyuan had been willing to please him, he wouldn't have been very interested. But if Ji Hiyuan had simply ignored him, he would have been incredibly interested. He loved nothing more than the feeling of dragging this lofty, bright moon down into the mud and trampling it underfoot. How do you know you're not interested when you haven't even tried? Our Imperial Master's mansion is a place many people fight tooth and nail to get in. But if I can help you, getting in would be a piece of cake. He smiled lewdly and reached out to grasp Ji Hiyuan's hand. Ji Hiyuan's expression remained unchanged, but a thick layer of frost coated his eyes. Waiting for the moment, the perverted hand came close enough to snap it. However, before Ji Hiyuan could act, a chorus of slaughtered pig-like cries erupted from the Imperial Master's residence. Ah! The Immortal Master looked down, only to see his hands drooping limply, powerless, as if broken. And Xia, the culprit, who had broken both of his hands, was still smiling at him with innocent eyes. I noticed your hand moving restlessly while you're talking, so I think there's something wrong. I'm a very helpful person, so I've taken it upon myself to heal you. You don't need to thank me. Look, Immortal Master, your hand isn't moving around anymore now. How could the Immortal Master, his face distorted with pain, utter a single word? Not only could his hands not move, they couldn't even move. Xia didn't just remove his hands, she broke both claws, severing the tendons and bones. Even if the Imperial Master's mansion truly possessed a miraculous elixir that could heal this man's hands, it wouldn't completely restore him to his original state. The so-called Immortal Master who held his word in the Imperial Master's mansion would eventually become nothing more than a cripple, unable to use his hands. Xia never attacked mortals lightly, but when she did, she showed no mercy. She wasn't the upright cultivator that shopkeeper Wang described her as. She had always maintained a principle of if someone respects me an inch, I will respect them 10 feet. Furthermore, thanks to the jade sunflower fruit she brought from the heavenly world, Xia, now possessing the Dharma eye, could see not only her own causal lines, but also those of others. Although she was still somewhat immature, it wasn't hard to tell how many threads of karma were entangled in a person's body. The so-called Immortal Master before her was covered in countless bloody threads of karma, a testament to the countless innocent lives he had wrought. It wasn't just this Immortal Master. From the moment Xia first learned of the existence of the dark field in Jinong City, she had already cast her divine eyes upon the city's inhabitants. It was ironic that in such a vast city like Jinong, there were so few people who hadn't taken innocent lives. Those seemingly innocent and warm faces, yet who knows how many lives they had destroyed for their own selfish desires. Xia could say, without exaggeration, that the vast majority of people in Jinong City deserved death. So what was there for her to worry about? However, Xia Ying's sudden action startled the others, but they didn't see anything wrong with it, and stood silently by her side, offering their support. The Immortal Master's screams also attracted the attention of the others in the Imperial Master's mansion. Within a moment, they saw a group of people rushing towards them. Chapter 508. Jade. What happened? What are you yelling about? The leading man, dressed in a dark brocade robe with gold thread, looked remarkably handsome and elegant, even more so than the man called Jade. Most importantly, although Xia didn't recognize the leader, she remembered his voice. It was the man she had overheard talking to Hua Mama last night in Wanyan Pavilion. However, upon seeing the man, Jade didn't immediately rush forward to complain. Instead, contrary to his usual style, he hid his hands behind his back, stammered, and avoided looking him in the face. Senior brother Chinsham, I'm fine. Jia didn't want to tell the truth, but Xia didn't mind helping him out. After all, she was always willing to help. Master Chen, you don't know. Perhaps we don't understand the rules of the Imperial Master's mansion. We didn't realize that even buying divine water would involve physical contact from the Immortal Master. That's fine, after all. We didn't suffer any loss. Instead, we accidentally injured Master Jia's hand. But there's something I'm truly curious about. I hope Master Chen will put aside past grudges and clarify this for us. Master Jia invited us to join the Imperial Master's mansion, repeatedly claiming that with a nod, admission would be a matter of a single word from Master Jia. I wonder if this is true or not. Is entering the Imperial Master's mansion really that simple? Qin Shang's previously calm expression darkened noticeably as he heard the second half of the story. As someone who has always followed the Grand Master, who in the Imperial Master's mansion is he unaware of, Qin Shang had long known that Jia De was no good, and he knew all about the shady things he'd done behind their backs. However, those things had no impact on their overall situation. Furthermore, the Jia family did provide considerable financial support to the Imperial Preceptor's office, so Qin Shang had always turned a blind eye to Jia De's actions. But that didn't mean Qin Shang would tolerate someone openly pointing out Jia De's absurdity, nor did it mean he recognized Jia De's power to increase or decrease personnel at the Imperial Preceptor's office. Of course not. Qin Shang dismissed Jia De's previous boast without a second thought. He had no intention of getting entangled in such a trivial matter with Xiang and the others, so he casually pointed to a young disciple behind him. Since you come to the Imperial Master's mansion to purchase the sacred water, follow him now, and you naturally get what you want. Xiang half smiled. Then this Immortal Master might have some groping habits, right? The disciple blushed at this and glared at Jade. It's all this lustful idiot who's brought shame upon the Imperial Master's mansion. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Come with me. This time, Xiang didn't cling on any longer and quickly followed the disciple out. Jade. Qin Shang's voice was so deep that a chill ran through Jade's heart. He tried to explain, but was horrified to find he couldn't utter a single sound. Before he completely lost consciousness, he saw Qin Shang smile at him. Jade knew that smile very well. It was the kind of smile Qin Shang only wore when he saw a dead person. A quarter of an hour later, after changing his clothes and fumigating himself several times with incense, Qin Shang finally knocked on the Grand Master's door. Come in. Even with all his preparations, Qin Shang still couldn't rid himself of the fresh blood that stained his body. The Grand Master couldn't help but frown the moment he entered the room. You been killing again? Didn't I tell you not to do such dirty work yourself? It's just as easy to leave it to the disciples below. After all, they've been slaughtering their own kind throughout history. Once this matter is over, you and I will have to return to the world of immortal cultivation. Too much blood on our hands won't benefit our future cultivation. The Grand Master sat high on the lotus pedestal, his brow cold and expression impassive, his voice as hard as iron. If Lin Yuexiang were standing there now, she would have noticed that the voice of this so-called Grand Master was identical to that of Senior Dai Tian, who had once resided within her bracelet and accompanied her for over a decade, and this was none other than Dai Tian, who hadn't lost his Dao body 300 years ago. Qin Shang ignored Dai Tian's words and simply chuckled softly. I just couldn't help myself. Besides, haven't we already had enough people killed directly or indirectly by us? This one wouldn't be a big deal. Dai Tian nodded noncommittally. Who has offended you this time? Jia De. Qin Shang brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. While the Jia family is certainly useful, Jia De is more of a hindrance than a help. Not only is he of little help, but he spends all day stirring up trouble under the guise of the Grand Master's mansion. While we don't care about the wealth of the mortal world, the power of faith from these mortals is very useful. If he causes them to waver in their support of our Imperial Master's mansion, wouldn't it be more harm than good? He's just a mere mortal. Kill him. No need to explain anything to me. The Jia family has benefited greatly from our Imperial Master's mansion over the years, and several members of the Jia family have successfully replaced their spirit bones. They wouldn't mind Jia De's death. But you tolerated him for so long. What happened this time that would provoke you to kill him? Just a few minor things. Qin Shang briefly recounted the troubles Jia De had caused, but the mention of Jia De brought back memories of the 5 people he had just seen. Although he was displeased with Jia De's presumptuous decision to add personnel to the Imperial Master's mansion, he had to admit that Jia De's vision was good this time. Those 5 individuals appeared to have excellent roots. If they could be recruited, they could be a great help to them once they returned to the world of immortal cultivation. Especially after seeing the wounds on Judd's hands, Qin Shang felt even more strongly that the 5 men's brutal and cruel methods were very much to his liking. After much deliberation, he finally suggested it to Dai Tian. Today, I saw 5 people at the Imperial Master's mansion who came to by the sacred water. They're promising talents. One of them, in particular, looked delicate, but she was surprisingly ruthless. Jade simply had a lustful thought about them, and the girl actually chopped off both of his hands. She broke every muscle and bone. Oh! Dai Tian's interest was piqued. If that's what you're saying, they'd be perfect candidates for the Imperial Master's mansion. Although these young men from aristocratic families have decent talents, their character is flawed. We can't expect them to accomplish anything important. But cultivating some trusted aides would greatly reduce our pressure. Go and find out the origins of those 5 people. If they're accurate, find a way to recruit them. Don't worry, Grand Master. Leave it to me. Chapter 509. While Dai Tian and Chen Shang were discussing how to investigate Xiaoying and the others, and recruit them, Xiaoying and the others had already left the Imperial Master's mansion, carrying the so-called sacred water. The sacred water was secondary. Their safe passage through the Imperial Master's mansion today proved their authenticity. At the very least, no one would suspect they were cultivators hiding among the crowds, making their movements within Jinyang City much easier. The Imperial Master's mansion had always been a focal point for the people of Jinyang City, and anyone who entered would receive extra attention. From the moment Xiaoying and the others entered the mansion, someone was lurking in the shadows, watching everything until the 5 of them left safely. Thus, even before Xiaoying and the others returned to the Yunlai Inn, shopkeeper Wang had already received the news, completely dispelling his suspicions, and even beginning to consider how to build a good relationship with the 5. After all, shopkeeper Wang was a firm believer in his judgment of people. These 5 individuals possessed both wealth and power, and there was no telling when they might become unattainable. If he didn't establish good relations with them now, when would he? Unfortunately, Xiaoying and the others had no idea they had become shopkeeper Wang's favorites. Upon returning to the Yunlai Inn, they met Lu Shang instead of shopkeeper Wang. After that morning's incident, Lu Shang and the other 2, determined to find a way to cooperate with Xiaoying, parted ways with Ning Yuchao and the others. Lin Yuexiang, sensing Lu Shang's intentions, naturally refused to join them and risked running into Xiaoying's hands. It was only after re-entering the city that Lu Shang belatedly realized that the spiritual stones of the immortal realm couldn't be used in the mortal realm, but in the mortal realm, everything required silver. Then, there was another problem. They had no silver. They couldn't just steal or rob, could they? So Lu Shang naturally thought of Xiaoying, and immediately, along with his 2 junior brothers, he ran to the Yunlai Inn to wait for Xiaoying. The moment Xiaoying appeared in Lu Shang's sight, his world lit up. He excitedly ran forward, yet he remembered that he was on a bustling street, so he naturally used a pseudonym to get close. Miss Yin, do you remember me? I'm Luoji. We once met on the same journey outside Jinyang City. Xiaoying secretly praised Lu Shang's cleverness, but she feigned surprise. It's you? How did you know I was here? What do you want from me? Miss Yin, have you forgotten? When we were traveling together, you said that if we entered Jinyang City, we must stay at its largest and best inn. That's why I came here by chance, and fortunately I met you. Don't worry, Miss Yin, you laugh at me, but we 3 brothers were truly careless. After entering the city, we were so blinded by its prosperity that we didn't even notice when our wallets were stolen. So Lu Shang said with a hint of embarrassment, we would like to borrow some money from Miss Yin. When we return home, we will definitely repay you double the amount. Lu Shang's meaning was clear: lend them some money to facilitate their work, and upon returning to the world of immortal cultivation, they would surely return double the benefits. Xiaoying naturally wouldn't refuse such a good offer, but she couldn't agree too readily, lest someone see something was amiss. So she turned her attention to Xie Jiuzhou. Brother, do you think we should lend them some money? We know each other, so it's okay to lend them some silver. After all, we have the divine water, so we can capture a few cultivators and send them to the dark field. That way, even if we lend them some silver, it won't affect the overall situation. Xie Jiuzhou naturally understood Xiaoying's intention and immediately accepted the offer. He untied his waist pouch and casually pulled out a few silver bills and handed them over. Although Lu Shang knew Xiaoying must have some way of getting the money, he was still so shocked when he saw the silver bills, each with a denomination of 500 or 1,000 taels, that he almost dropped them. Where did they get so much money? Was it real? Countless questions filled Lu Shang's mind in that instant, but he quickly reacted. Seeing Xiaoying and the others enter the inn, he snapped back to his senses and hurried after them. Regardless, Lu Shang and the others had to admit one thing: if this test had begun the moment they landed here, none of them could match the performance of Xiaoying and the others. Whenever they thought of this, Lu Shang and the other 2 couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. But fortunately, they weren't narrow-minded. Though frustrated, they didn't vent their anger or resentment on others. Miss Yin is back. Shopkeeper Wang had been waiting for Xiaoying and the others to return from the away game. Seeing them, he smiled and personally went to greet them. However, upon noticing the 3 people following Xiaoying, He still asked a question. Who are these three? This is young Master Luo Jilua. Xiang pointed at Lu Shang and introduced him generously. We were traveling together on our way to Jinyang City. Somehow, he arrived a day later than us. Many people had witnessed their conversation outside, so Xiang didn't try to hide it, but she didn't say much either. It seemed as if, aside from the shared friendship, she and Lu Shang and the other two weren't familiar at all. Shopkeeper Wang had no doubts about Xiang. Seeing that Xiang knew Lu Shang and the other two, he glanced at her for a few moments before looking away. Shopkeeper Wang summoned a waiter to entertain Lu Shang and the other two, while he walked towards the backyard, talking quietly. This scene filled Lu Shang with amazement and admiration. While they were hiding here and there, Xiang had already become one with the people of Jinyang City. Such an ability was truly something he couldn't just envy. Backyard Wing. After learning from Xiang what had transpired at the Imperial Master's residence, Shopkeeper Wang congratulated them, and then explained his purpose. To put it bluntly, he had previously taken too many benefits from Xiang. Now that Xiang had left the Imperial Master's residence safely, he was worried that she would harbor resentment towards him in the future, once she had transformed herself. So, he came to offer a favor. There's no need for me to elaborate on the secrets of the Dark Field. I'm sure you all learned everything clearly from the Imperial Master's residence. But Miss Yin did me a great favor this afternoon. I'd be guilty if I didn't thank her properly. Xiang raised an eyebrow. So what does Shopkeeper Wang mean? I have some unknown news I'd like to share with you. It might be helpful. Chapter 510. Xiang was delighted. There was actually such good news that had come knocking on their door. What news is it, Shopkeeper Wang? Feel free to tell us. Seeing the five people's curious expressions, Shopkeeper Wang cleared his throat and spoke with a certain amount of pride. It's been over 20 years since the Dark Field opened in Jinyang City. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you get your feet wet. Although the Dark Field has the support of the Imperial Master's mansion, the fact that no cultivators from the Immortal Realm have returned alive has indeed attracted the attention of the Immortal Realm. About 3 years ago. Shopkeeper Wang paused, as if thinking. Xiang didn't press him, quietly waiting for his next words. An extremely powerful woman arrived from the world of immortal cultivation. Despite being suppressed by the Grand Master's formation, she single-handedly broke into the Dark Field and rescued all the cultivators within. Not only that, she also set fire to a large portion of the Dark Field, severely damaging both the Dark Field and the Grand Master's mansion. They needed 6 months to recover before reopening. She did not return to the world of immortal cultivation. Instead, she established herself as the ruler of Witchy Mountain, 100 miles from Jinyang City, leading others from the world of immortal cultivation to challenge the Grand Master. If it weren't for that woman's constant obstruction, the spirit bones within the Dark Field wouldn't be so valuable today. After hearing this news, Xiang and the others exchanged a silent glance, each forming their own calculations. Guankong pressed the issue gently. Shopkeeper Wang, do you know the origins of that woman? How could she be so powerful? Could it be that even someone as formidable as the Grand Master couldn't handle her? When it comes to quietly striking a chord, Guankong Buddha's disciple is no less skilled than Xiang in this regard. Shopkeeper Wang's smugness faded slightly, but seeing Guankong's genuine expression, as if he were genuinely skeptical rather than doubting the Grand Master's abilities, Shopkeeper Wang couldn't quite bring himself to accuse him of wrongdoing. He spoke with a certain irritation. How can a commoner like me know anything about the world of immortal cultivation? I only know that woman's surname seems to be Xie. It seems she has a personal grudge against the Grand Master, which is why she's targeting him. At the mention of Xie, everyone thought of the same name. Xie Yutong. How could Shopkeeper Wang initiate such conversations? Naturally, they wanted to know more. As soon as Shopkeeper Wang finished speaking, Suya's questions followed. Why does the Grand Master and Mr. Xie have a personal grudge? Is the Grand Master also from the Immortal Realm? If the Grand Master is also from the Immortal Realm, then why would he go to such lengths to help us mortals? Shopkeeper Wang was choked by these questions, and suddenly regretted having told Xiang and the others so much. He replied angrily, How should I know? I'm not the Grand Master. How could I possibly know the depth of the hatred between the Grand Master and Mr. Xie? Miss Yin, I'm only telling you this because you done me a favor. But now that we're out of this, it's best you keep this to yourself. The Grand Master hates people with the surname Xie the most. But if you can't find any cultivators to capture in the city, you could try your luck at Witchy Mountain. Although Witchy Mountain lacks the Grand Master's formations to suppress the cultivators, if you can find a way to get those cultivators to drink the divine water in your hands, they will be powerless to resist. Xia Ying knew from shopkeeper Wang's tone that she wouldn't be able to extract any useful information from him, so she simply thanked him and tactfully departed. As for the so-called divine water, they wouldn't have time to examine it carefully until they returned to their rooms. Originally, she had assumed the divine water was a powerful weapon specially developed by the Grand Master to target cultivators. However, after a closer inspection, Xia Ying discovered that it was merely a poisonous water made from the poison of the blood mist grass supplemented with dozens of other poisonous herbs of varying strength. These poisons all shared a common characteristic: corrosive damage to the cultivator's spiritual core, causing a rapid loss of spiritual energy. Furthermore, Xia Ying couldn't figure out where the Grand Master had obtained the 1,000-year-old blood mist grass. Its toxicity was far superior to that of ordinary blood mist grass. No wonder the cultivators were defeated by this divine water. If this bottle full of holy water, tempered with the toxins of the 1,000-year-old blood mist grass, were poured into a cultivator's stomach, not to mention a cultivator at the spiritual transformation stage, even one at the fusion stage would inevitably lose half their life. What's more, most of those appearing in Jinyang City were at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage. However, after learning of the power of the holy water, Xia Ying couldn't help but wonder, I wonder what level of cultivation the Grand Master has. If I could give him this holy water, I wonder if I could take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Xia Ying was pondering the possibility of giving the holy water to the Grand Master when she suddenly heard Ji Heyuan speak. We actually have quite a few clues right now. Aside from the Dark Field, the Princess's residence, and the Imperial Palace, which are currently out of reach, the feud between the Imperial Master's residence and Wuji Mountain is quite clear. While shopkeeper Wang might be deceiving us, the fact that Xie Yutong is at odds with the Grand Master is certainly true. And seeing how much the Imperial Master's residence values Xie Yutong, I think he must be a very important figure. Perhaps he's the senior who sent us here. I like to visit Wuji Mountain. What do you think? Su Yu's words are exactly what I've been thinking. Guan Kong took over. If what shopkeeper Wang says is true, then Wuji Mountain could be a great help to us. If it's false, then we must investigate the true nature of Wuji Mountain. Until we know the true nature of the test and how to return, we can't miss even the slightest opportunity. The other three understood what Ji Heyuan and Guan Kong had said. No matter what, we must go to Wuji Mountain. But how to get there? What to do once there? How to gain Xie Yutong's trust? And who should go? These were all issues that needed to be resolved. They had just made a brief appearance at the Imperial Master's mansion. If they all left Jinyang City for Wuji Mountain, returning empty-handed without bringing back a single cultivator, wouldn't that arouse the Imperial Master's mansion's suspicion and lead to unnecessary trouble? However, these questions didn't bother them for long, as Xia Ying quickly made a choice. You all go to Wuji Mountain, and I stay in Jinyang City alone. Shall we? Junior senior sister? No! I want to stay with my sister. Suya reacted the most strongly to these words, but his reaction didn't garner Xia Ying's support. Why would you accompany me? I'm not a child anymore. Besides, if you're not in Jinyang City, it might be easier for me to act.